Arya, you know our family situation. Your father is the pillar of this house. No matter what happens, he can't be the one to fall. Listen to me, child, just agree to this marriage. I heard that the eldest son of the Liu family in the mountains has studied and even passed the first level of the imperial exams. That means he's an educated and reasonable man. In 2 months, you'll be 14. You're still young, but once you go there, you can get to know each other first. They can take care of you for a couple of years before you officially become husband and wife. Besides, your future mother-in-law is a widow and not in good health. She probably won't live long. Once she's gone, you won't have to serve your in-laws anymore. Your good days will come after that. Zhao Chunhua looked at her daughter, lying on the bed, speaking earnestly. Since Chuyu had woken up from her faint, Zhao Chunhua hadn't stopped talking. It made Chuyu want to slap her just to make her quiet. But since this woman was her mother in this life, she held back. More importantly, she couldn't win in a fight. If she tried, she'd be the one getting hurt in the end. Just like earlier, when the original Chuyu tried to run away to avoid the marriage, she hadn't even made it out of the yard before her father knocked her down with a stick. But because of that, she had gotten the chance to come into this world. The original Chuyu had the same name as her, hardworking, gentle, and kind. She had refused the marriage because of Wu Yong, the boy next door. They had grown up together and cared for each other deeply, though they hadn't made any promises. Still, Wu Yong had always looked after her. Unfortunately, her father had lost money gambling and stole a pig from the Liu family to pay his debt. The Liu family's eldest son found out and wanted to report him to the authorities. To save himself, her father begged for mercy and offered Chuyu as a bride instead. After sorting through all the memories in her mind, Chuyu finally looked at Zhao Chunhua, who was still talking non-stop. Enough, mother. I'll marry him. Hearing that, Zhao Chunhua let out a long sigh of relief. Her face broke into a wide smile as she patted Chuyu's hand. That's my good girl. Rest a bit. I'll go pack your things. Chuyu hadn't expected much, but Zhao Chunhua still managed to surprise her. Other than her patched-up, everyday clothes, Zhao Chunhua didn't pack anything else. She even kept back Chuyu's only winter coat. That coat had been made from one of Zhao Chunhua's old padded jackets. Maybe in their hearts, they thought she was worth less than a pig. Madame Zhao handed the bundle to Chuyu, pretending to wipe away tears. Arya, I heard that from our Nyoto village to the Liu family's home, you have to cross several mountains. It takes half a day to get there, so it won't be easy to come back often. You must work hard in your husband's house and keep our family's good name. Xiao Tao is still young and will marry one day, so don't bring her trouble. Chuyu was the second child in the family. Her older brother, 18 years old, was lazy and spoiled. Because the family was poor, he had only just arranged a marriage this year. Her younger sister, 5 years old, was almost raised by Chuyu herself, and they were very close. Chuyu tightened her grip on the bundle. I understand, she said. After a moment, Madame Zhao added, and don't always think about coming home. Just visit during the New Year or festivals so I can see you. That's enough. Chuyu neither agreed nor refused. Her eyes were cold, as if she felt sorry for the girl who had once lived this life. That girl had worked hard and never complained, yet all she got in return was her father's harshness and her parents' endless demands. They even used her beloved little sister to force her to obey. When Zhao Chunhua saw Chuyu staying silent, she thought the girl was just unwilling, but didn't care much. She quickly pulled Chuyu by the arm and led her out of the house. Come on, husband, Deshawn, take Arya to the mountains quickly. If you delay, you'll have to walk back in the dark. With 2 grown men watching, the little girl wouldn't dare run away. Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan came out of their rooms when they heard her voice. From another direction, a small head peeked out from behind the curtain. It was Xiao Tao, looking sadly at Chuyu with tears in her eyes. Sensing it, Chuyu turned her head toward Xiao Tao and sighed quietly in her heart. Once she left, Xiao Tao's days would surely become even harder. But she herself could barely protect her own life. She had heard that the Liu family in the mountains was poor, but she didn't know just how poor they really were. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Can't bear to leave? Chu Dashin picked his teeth, looking impatient. Chuyu tightened her hold on the bundle and stepped forward. Along the way, she didn't try to escape from the two men behind her. This year's harvest had been bad. There hadn't been rain for almost 2 months, and many fields had cracked from the drought. If this weather continues, in this ancient time when people live off just a few acres of land, there might soon be a famine. Once famine strikes, the world will fall into chaos. As a 13-year-old girl traveling alone, she has no safety at all. It might be better to visit the Liu family first. If the Liu family is honest and kind, she will stay for a while. If they are as harsh as her own family, she will think of another plan. Chu Dashin walked while glancing at Chuyu. When you have a better life with your husband's family, remember to help your brother a little. After all, you came from our family, so don't forget your roots. Chu Yuqian quickly added, Dashin is right. If you get something good, think of your family. And if your husband's family treats you badly, you'll still need your own family to stand up for you. Walking ahead, Chuyu's face grew colder. Rely on you to protect me? Are you sure you wouldn't just hit me again? Chu Yuqian froze, anger rising, and almost raised his hand to slap her. But then he remembered they were about to reach the Liu family. If he hurt her face and the Liu family refused to take her, what would he do? He didn't want to end up in trouble. Thinking this, he forced himself to calm down, lowered his hand, gave a cold snort, and urged the others to walk faster. Although the Liu family lived deep in the mountains, they weren't the only ones there. The small village was surrounded by hills, making travel difficult. Because most families were poor, very few ever managed to leave. Relatives, I've brought my daughter to you, Chu Yuqian called out as they reached a house at the foot of the mountain. Hearing his voice, Yun Sueha, who was busy preparing lunch, came out with her 2 sons. It's our in-law, she said happily, her pale face lighting up. She turned to her younger son. Xingping, go open the gate. Liu Xingping nodded, ran to the gate, and opened it. His bright eyes glanced over Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashin before landing on Chuyu, who stood quietly behind them. He smiled, showing his white teeth. Sister-in-law, please come in. Chuyu felt a little shy, but still smiled back. She tightened the bundle on her shoulder and followed Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashin into the yard. Yun Sueha quickly turned to her younger son. Xing'an, go pour some water for your father-in-law, your uncle, and your sister-in-law. The quiet boy nodded and went to the kitchen. Liu Xingping and Liu Xing'an were twin brothers, both 8 years old. What puzzled Chuyu was that they didn't look alike at all, and their personalities were completely different. Yun Sueha walked toward Chuyu. The little girl in front of her was a bit thin, but her features were delicate. Her round, bright eyes made her look clever and lively. Yun Sueha took the light bundle from Chuyu's shoulder, held her hand, and smiled gently. You must be tired after such a long journey, right? Before Chuyu could answer, Chu Dashin spoke first. We're just simple farmers. It's only half a day's walk through the hills. What's there to be tired about? Yun Sueha's smile froze slightly. No wonder, she thought. Yesterday, when she asked around, people said the Chu family's daughter had a hard life. A father who liked to gamble, a selfish mother, and a brother who didn't treat her kindly. It was no surprise her days were difficult. Chuyu didn't seem to mind Chu Dashin's words. She smiled softly. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I'm fine. Looking at the kind and gentle girl before her, Yun Sueha felt a genuine fondness for her. Silly Yaya, from now on, you're Xinghe's wife. You should call me Mother. Chuyu lowered her head and whispered, Mother. Yes. Yun Sueha replied warmly, holding her hand affectionately as she led her toward one of the rooms. This is Xinghe's room. You'll be living here with him from now on. Go ahead and unpack your things. I'll go greet the guests. After saying that, she handed the bundle back to Chuyu and left the room. Chuyu looked around the small thatched house. Though old, it was clean and tidy. There was a bed and a table, and a few neatly folded clothes at the end of the bed. On the table by the window sat some writing tools and a small stack of booklets. Chuyu walked over and flipped through one. The handwriting was strong and graceful, almost as neat as printed text. The booklets all seemed to contain the same content, likely one of Lu Xinghe's ways of earning a living. She had already heard from her mother, Zhao Chunhua, about the Lu family's situation. Lu Xinghe's father had been the only scholar in Banpo village. 9 years ago, he went to the city for the imperial exam and never returned. Many people said he had offended a high official and was harmed because of it. Not long after he left, Yun Sueha discovered she was pregnant. Soon after, Lu Xinghe's exam results came out. At only 9 years old, he became the youngest scholar in Nanping town. Yun gave birth to twins, but the delivery was very dangerous. It was said that after giving birth, her health was badly affected, and she had to rely on medicine for years, which cost a lot of money. Raising a mother and 3 children meant 4 more mouths to feed and heavy medical expenses. When the twins, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an, were not even 6 months old, the grandparents decided to separate their household. Fortunately, when they were sent out, they were given this small thatched hut to live in. At that time, 11-year-old Lu Xinghe, as the eldest son, naturally took on the responsibility of supporting the whole family. That was also why, at 18, he was still unmarried. They were poor, and any girl who married him would have to take care of a whole family. Even though Lu Xinghe himself was capable and kind, most girls would hesitate. After all, people are practical. Because the Lu family was now headed only by Yun Sueha, a woman, Chu Yuqian felt a bit uneasy when he entered their yard. A woman raising 3 children alone, it was easy to imagine how hard their life had been. "Where is Lu Xinghe?" asked Chu Dashan. Yun Sueha brought out 2 chairs and invited them to sit. Since the Chu father and son were men, and she had no husband at home, it wouldn't be proper to invite them inside. When she heard them ask about her eldest son, Yun Sueha looked worried. "Xinghe went early this morning to fetch water and water the fields. It hasn't rained for almost 2 months. The river is nearly dry. I don't know if we'll have any harvest this year." She turned to the doorway and said, "Xingping, your brother should be on his way home. You walk fast, go meet him, and tell him to hurry back." Before her words had fully faded, Lu Xingping had already run off. Hearing that Lu Xinghe was almost home, Chu Yuqian began to feel nervous. Though the Lu family was poor, the eldest son was not someone easy to deal with. He was smart and unusually strong. If he thought Arya was too young and refused the arrangement, what would they do? Thinking of this, he quickly finished his tea and hurriedly pulled Chu Dashan away. Yun Sueha tried to persuade them to stay, but when she saw they truly had no intention of doing so, she turned and went back to the kitchen to continue her work. After folding her only 2 pieces of clothing, Chu Yu also went to the kitchen. "Mother, let me help you." Yun Sueha quickly waved her hand. "No need, there are only 2 pancakes left. If you're free, yeah, please set the table." Chu Yu agreed happily. Just then, Lu Xingping's excited voice came from outside. "Mother, Big Brother is back." Before the words faded, 2 figures, one tall, one short, entered the yard. As soon as Lu Xinghe put down the carrying pole and buckets from his shoulder, Yun Sueha took Chu Yu's hand and came out of the kitchen. "Xinghe, you're back." Lu Xinghe looked up and immediately saw Chu Yu standing beside his mother. The young girl looked shy. She wore patched old clothes, was thin and pale, and her big eyes blinked nervously, making her look pitiful. "You're Chu Yuqian's daughter?" His voice was pleasant, and he was tall and handsome, at least 2 heads taller than Chu Yu. Chu Yu nodded softly. "Yes." After a pause, Lu Xinghe continued, "The reason I agreed to your father's request wasn't for anything else. I just wanted someone to take care of my mother. Her health isn't good, so from now on, stay with her." As he spoke, he squatted down to wash his hands. "With someone looking after my mother, I can work outside without worrying." Hearing this, Yun Sueha raised her voice. "Xinghe, what are you saying? The Chu family made it clear that Ye was sent here as your wife, not just to care for me. If you treat her like this, how will she face others in the future? Either you accept her as your wife, or you shouldn't have agreed to her father's request in the first place." Perhaps because she was too upset, Yun Sueha's face turned even paler, and she began to cough weakly. The coughing made her dizzy, and she swayed unsteadily. Seeing his mother about to fall, Lu Xinghe panicked. "Mother, are you all right?" Just as she was about to collapse, Chu Yu, who was closest to her, quickly caught her. "Bring that chair over here." Chu Yu turned her head toward the nearby chair. Lu Xingping quickly brought a chair, while Lu Xinghe stepped forward to help Chu Yu support Yun Sueha into a seated position. Chu Yu loosened her grip and swiftly untied Yun Sueha's belt so she could breathe more easily. Then she pressed gently on the top of her head at the Baihui and Sishinkong points. As she worked, she spoke softly to comfort her. "Mother, it's really fine for me to stay and help take care of you. I'm still young, so you can just treat me like a daughter. I can do a lot of chores and even try to earn some money to help with expenses. I promise I won't just sit around doing nothing." For now, she could only rely on the Lu family. If she went back to the Chu family, her father might sell her again. At least from what she had seen, the Lu mother and son were kind people. After a while, Yun Sueha's breathing steadied and her emotions calmed. She looked back at Chu Yu and patted her hand. "Good child," she said with a sigh. "Girls really are more thoughtful than boys." Lu Xinghe had been watching everything Chu Yu did. He looked at her in surprise. "You know medicine?" Although Chu Yu couldn't remember much from her past life or how she had died, she vaguely recalled that she had been about to graduate from medical school. She lacked real clinical experience and hadn't studied traditional medicine, but she could handle simple symptoms. Still, she couldn't say that in front of Lu Xinghe, or he might think she was strange. Chu Yu shook her head. "I didn't study it seriously. Uncle Wu, who lived next door, was the village doctor. I watched him treat people often, so I picked up a little." Wu Yong's father was indeed the only traveling doctor in Nyoto village. His skills were average, but he could handle common illnesses. He was too kind, though. He often treated poor families for free, which left his own family struggling. Because of that, Wu Yong had often gone hungry as a child. He decided being a doctor didn't earn enough, so he refused to learn medicine and instead became an apprentice carpenter. Hearing Chu Yu's explanation, Lu Xinghe nodded, clearly believing her. "That's good," he said. Lu Xingping looked at Chu Yu with admiration and gave her a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing." Chu Yu smiled softly, showing 2 small dimples. Hearing the noise, Lu Xing'an came out of the kitchen. Seeing that Yun Sueha was fine, he finally felt relieved. "Mother, big brother, sister-in-law, let's eat first." "All right." With the help of Chu Yu and Lu Xingping, Yun Sueha stood up and walked toward the kitchen. "Come on, everyone must be hungry. Let's eat first and talk about other things later." No matter what, she was the only elder in the family, and Lu Xinghe still had to listen to her. The meal was simple. Each person had a bowl of brown rice porridge, a flatbread, and a small dish of salted vegetables. Hungry as she was, Chu Yu ate with great appetite. After the meal, Yun Sueha looked at Chu Yu. Yeah, go back to your room and rest. The sun is strong outside, don't wander around." Chu Yu nodded obediently and left the kitchen. No one knew what Yun Sueha said to Lu Xinghe in the kitchen, but soon he returned to his room quietly. He didn't mention anything about asking her to take care of his mother earlier. Instead, he sat by the window, carefully copying words into a blank notebook. Chu Yu didn't disturb him. After sitting for a while, she heard some noise outside and went out. "Xingping, Xing'an, are you going to the mountain?" The 2 brothers nodded. "We're going to dig for wild vegetables." Hearing that, Chu Yu quickly found a basket in the kitchen. "I'll go with you. They might find some wild vegetables and, if lucky, maybe even some herbs." Just as the 3 of them opened the gate, Lu Xinghe came out of the house. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already gone down a bit. It had been days since they last had fresh greens, so going to pick some wild vegetables would be good. "The mountain isn't very safe. I'll go with you." He went to the kitchen and took a small shovel. "Xing'an, stay home and take care of mother. Xingping, you can come with us." After saying that, he walked ahead with the shovel, followed by Chu Yu and Lu Xingping. As Xingping had said, there were hardly any wild vegetables nearby. Even the grass had been dug up. Xingping suddenly felt a bit relieved. Big brother, it's lucky our pig was stolen. Otherwise, we'd still be worrying about how to feed it. Lu Xinghe glanced at him. What's there to worry about? If we can raise it, we do. If not, we sell it. That was the money mother saved for a long time to buy it. She said when it grew up, she would sell it to get you a wife. Lu Xingping muttered, then grinned. But now there's no need, since you already have a sister-in-law. Chuyu felt her cheeks grow warm and quickened her pace. The three of them continued deeper into the mountains. After walking another mile, Lu Xinghe suddenly stopped. We can't go any farther. It's not safe. Let's look around here. Lu Xingping glanced around and frowned. Big brother, there aren't any wild vegetables here. Chuyu said nothing. Her eyes swept over a patch of weeds, and she stepped forward. Lu Xingping followed curiously. Sister-in-law, what did you find? Chuyu crouched down, picking the tender leaves as she spoke. This is buplurum. The young leaves can be blanched and eaten cold, and the roots can be dug up, dried, and sold to the medicine shop. Lu Xingping's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. You know so much. He quickly crouched down to help. But I heard buplurum leaves are a bit bitter and don't taste very good. Lu Xingping chuckled. As long as we have something to eat, that's good enough. Since Chuyu had mentioned that her family lived next to a traveling doctor, Lu Xinghe wasn't surprised she knew these things. Xingping, stay here with your sister-in-law and don't wander off. I'll go check over there. Lu Xingping nodded happily. Okay, big brother. Chuyu watched Lu Xinghe's tall figure as he walked away. Thinking of how he had just called her sister-in-law, she felt a little dazed. Did that mean he had accepted her? Lu Xinghe soon returned, carrying a large bundle of dry firewood on his back, tied together with yellowed cattail grass. His two younger brothers were still too young to go deep into the mountains, and Yun Sueho was often sick and weak, unable to do heavy work. So chores like gathering firewood and carrying water always fell to Lu Xinghe. You can only find dry wood deeper in the mountains, Lu Xingping sighed. The trees near the village are almost stripped bare. Lu Xinghe set the firewood down. If this drought continues, you might not even see tree bark by winter. Lu Xingping opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He was still young and didn't understand much, but since his older brother had said so, there must be a reason. So, in the coming days, he planned to gather more firewood with Xing'an and store it up. Chuyu listened to the brothers talking and thought to herself that if things stayed this way after autumn, life would be very hard for ordinary people. It might be wise to start storing food early. After all, if a famine really came, things could become very serious. Plucking the last tender leaf into her basket, Chuyu stood up. The leaves are done. Next, we can dig out the roots. Lu Xinghe quickly picked up a shovel. Let me do it. He was strong, and the soil where the buplurum grew was loose, so it didn't take long for him to dig around the roots. Chuyu squatted down and carefully cut the stems near the roots, neatly stacking them in one corner of the basket. Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe didn't stay idle either. They followed her example and worked together. After a short while, Lu Xinghe hid the firewood in a hollow along the path home, then led the two of them farther ahead. They walked and stopped along the way, collecting anything edible, leaves, roots, or fruits, until Chuyu had gathered everything she could find. Before they knew it, they reached a small spring at the foot of a low cliff. Though the drought had nearly dried it up, a thin stream of clear water still trickled down. Seeing the water, Lu Xingping was overjoyed. He quickly set down his basket and splashed his face with the cool spring water. Sister-in-law, it's all thanks to you today. Without you, we wouldn't have found so many wild vegetables. Chuyu smiled and stepped forward with her basket, planning to wash the freshly dug roots in the spring. But just as she set the basket down, she heard a faint splash. Looking closely, she saw a fish stuck between two rocks. Too excited to think, she called out, "Husband, come quickly. There's a fish." Lu Xinghe froze for a moment at how she addressed him, but he reacted fast, rushing over to scoop the fish out of the crack. Then he took some cattail grass nearby and threaded it through the fish's gills and mouth. Seeing the fish, almost as long as his forearm, Lu Xingping clapped his hands in delight. "Big brother, are we having fish for dinner tonight?" Lu Xinghe glanced at Chuyu, cleared his throat a little awkwardly, and showed a rare, gentle smile. All right, we'll have fish tonight. After the three of them washed the wild vegetables by the mountain spring, they carried their baskets and started heading home. The sun was already setting, and if they didn't hurry, it would be unsafe once it got dark. Seeing Chuyu's face glowing with excitement as she carried a basket full of wild vegetables, Lu Xinghe stepped forward and took the basket from her hands. I'll carry it. Looking at his calm and handsome side profile, Chuyu whispered, but you still have to carry the firewood later. It's fine. Stay close to me and don't get lost, he said firmly, leaving no room for argument. Lu Xingping looked at the basket swinging lightly in his brother's hand and said with a grin, Big brother, maybe you could care about me too? Lu Xinghe gave him a brief glance. Your basket is small. You can carry it yourself. Lu Xingping pouted. Big brother has changed. They were almost at the small valley where they had hidden the firewood when a rustling sound came from the deeper part of the forest, making all three of them stop. Lu Xinghe's expression turned serious as he moved in front of Chuyu and Lu Xingping to protect them. Lu Xingping felt a chill of fear. He had heard stories that wild animals in the mountains could really attack people. Big brother, what should we do now? Chuyu's heart was pounding nervously. The unseen danger in the shadows made her uneasy. Without answering, Lu Xinghe set the basket down, gripping a shovel in one hand and holding the fish in the other. Move back slowly. Go as far as you can. He guessed that whatever was hiding in the dark had been drawn by the smell of the fish. With a low grunt, a medium-sized wild boar suddenly charged out, rushing straight toward the fish in Lu Xinghe's hand. Lu Xinghe's eyes sharpened. He grabbed the fish and ran to the side, trying to lure the boar away. The boar locked its eyes on the fish and chased after him relentlessly. Once he had led it far enough, Lu Xinghe ran toward a thick tree, deliberately slowing down as he went. When he was close to the tree, the boar was already right behind him. At that moment, Lu Xinghe suddenly sped up, and the startled boar did the same. He ran straight toward the big tree ahead. As he got close, he jumped and climbed up the rough trunk with great agility. The wild boar couldn't climb, and because it was running too fast, it couldn't stop in time. It crashed hard into the tree, leaving it dizzy and dazed. Lu Xinghe seized the moment, turned around quickly, and swung his shovel at the boar's weakest spot, just above the space between its eyes. With a heavy strike, a wound appeared on the boar's head. It staggered, then fell to the ground. Lu Xinghe landed, kicked it twice to make sure it was no longer moving. Chuyu and Lu Xingping, watching from a distance, were terrified. When they saw the boar was dead, both let out a sigh of relief. Big brother, are you okay? Lu Xinghe looked back at them. I'm fine. He handed them the shovel and the fish. But you'll have to carry these for me. I need to carry the boar. Chuyu ran up and took the shovel and fish from him. I'll hold them. Let's leave quickly. The smell of blood might attract other animals. Lu Xinghe nodded. With Chuyu's help, he lifted the boar onto his shoulder and led the two of them down the mountain. As they came out of the forest, Yun Sueha, who had been waiting in the yard, saw them. When she noticed the huge boar on Lu Xinghe's shoulder, she quickly called to Lu Xing'an, who was busy in the kitchen. Xing'an, come help your brother. She clutched her chest and hurried to the gate to open it. What a big wild boar. Lu Xingping grinned. Yes, mother, big brother killed it himself. After opening the gate, Yun Sueha stepped aside. Come in quickly. Weren't you just going to dig wild vegetables? Why did you go so deep into the mountains? What if something had happened? Lu Xing'an, who had just put rice in the pot, heard the noise and rushed out. Seeing the boar on Lu Xinghe's shoulder, he was surprised and quickly helped him lower it to the ground. Lu Xinghe put his hands on his hips and took a deep breath. I'll go to town early tomorrow. Is there anything we're short of at home? I'll bring it back. We're running low on rice. Lu Xing'an thought for a moment and said, if possible, could you bring back some salt, brother? While we can still dig up wild vegetables, I'd like to make some pickles for the winter. Lu Xinghe nodded. Yun Sueha then pulled Chuyu over to stand before Lu Xinghe. If you're going to town tomorrow, take Yaya with you. Her clothes are too worn out. Pick 2 pieces of fabric she likes, and I'll sew her a couple of new outfits. Because Yun Sueha's health was poor, she couldn't do heavy work. She stayed home doing fine embroidery, selling handkerchiefs through Lu Xinghe or making clothes for villagers to earn a little money to help the family. Hearing her words, Chu Yu quickly waved her hands. No, my clothes are still fine. Times are hard now. It's better to buy more grain for the winter. Seeing how thoughtful the girl was, Yun Sueha felt a pang of affection. If this were her own daughter, she would have spoiled her dearly. But now that Chu Yu was her daughter-in-law, she felt the same way. She took Chu Yu's hand and said gently, "Don't worry about that. Your mother and Xinghe can manage. I'll just embroider a few more handkerchiefs. It's no big deal." Lu Xinghe glanced at Chu Yu, then remembered the tattered clothes piled at the end of the bed, even worse than what she was wearing. He said softly, "We'll buy grain and make new clothes too. But since mother isn't well, you should help her more when you can. If you hadn't noticed that fish today, we wouldn't have caught it, and without it, we wouldn't have drawn in that big wild boar." Chu Yu pressed her lips together and finally nodded. As a scholar, Lu Xinghe didn't believe in superstitions. But while he said it casually, Yun Sueha took it to heart. When she heard that the wild boar was caught thanks to Chu Yu, she felt even more pleased with her. Smiling, she said, "It seems our Yaya brings good fortune to this family." Just then, an elderly woman with graying hair peeked into the yard. "Oh my! Xinghe brought back such a big wild boar. Must be at least 150 pounds. It was Granny Li, the mother of Sun Daju from next door. Granny Li was known throughout Banpo village for her sharp tongue. Her temper was so fierce that Daju's wife had eventually suggested splitting the household just to live separately from her. A few years after Daju's father passed away, Granny Li felt that life was nothing more than this and suddenly lost the will to work hard. She began spending her days leisurely, staying alternately at her 2 sons' homes and enjoying a relaxed old age. When Yun Sueha saw Granny Li, she quickly moved the wild boar behind her. "Oh, it's you, Auntie. It's not a very big boar, and prices aren't good these days. I'm afraid it won't sell for much." Seeing Yun Sueha's protective look, Granny Li snorted inwardly. Look at that stingy face. No wonder she lost her husband. But since she hadn't tasted meat in a long time, Granny Li held back the unpleasant words that came to her lips. "We're all neighbors here. My Daju lives close to you, and we might need to help each other in the future. If there's any benefit, don't forget about him." Yun Sueha forced a small smile.
"You're right, Andy."
When Xinghe wasn't home, Daju's wife, Mrs. Luo, often helped them out. Yun Sueha didn't mind returning the favor, but she disliked people coming to ask for things so openly, especially Granny Li. In the past, when Mrs. Luo helped her, Granny Li would still scold her both openly and behind her back, even dragging Yun Sueha's family and Xinghe's grandparents into it, making the whole village laugh at them. Things only got a little better after Mrs. Luo gave birth to 2 daughters and then a son. Even so, although Mrs. Luo helped her, she had 3 children of her own to care for and plenty of work to do, so it was fair exchange. Granny Li pointed toward the wild boar. "That boar's leg looks nice and plump. It must taste delicious." The air froze for a moment. They had planned to take the boar to town to sell for money, not to eat it. Besides, that leg alone weighed at least 10 pounds. Granny Li really had some nerve. Just then, Chu Yu, who had been silent, tugged at Yun Sueha's sleeve, looking upset. "Mother, didn't you say the money from selling the boar would be used to buy cloth for my new clothes? If we give some away, I won't have anything to wear again. You promise me first." Her last words carried clear frustration that everyone could feel. Although Yun Sueha and Chu Yu hadn't known each other for long, Yun Sueha already had a good sense of her personality. She quietly praised Chu Yu in her heart, took her hand, and patted it gently. "All right, I won't share the wild boar meat. I'll sell it and use the money to make you some clothes." Old Madame Li raised an eyebrow and looked at Yun Sueha. "So this is the daughter-in-law the Chu family sent you?" Yun Sueha and Chu Yu exchanged a glance and forced a small smile. Old Madame Li immediately looked at Chu Yu with clear disapproval. "If you ask me, this girl really doesn't know her place. This family isn't just about you. There's Xinghe too. How can she make decisions here? And after what her father did, instead of keeping a low profile, she dares to ask you for clothes? How shameless. Hearing this, Yun Sueha became upset. Aunt Lee, you're an elder, so I'll let that pass. But my daughter-in-law neither insulted nor offended you. Why speak of her like that? Her father's mistakes are his own. She's just a poor child who got dragged into it. You're already at your age. Can't you show a little kindness? The more she spoke, the more emotional she became, almost fainting again. Seeing this, Chuyu quickly reached out to gently pat Yun Sueha's back. Mother, don't bother arguing with such a rude person. It's not worth making yourself sick. Still, Chuyu was touched by Yun Sueha's defense of her. Back in Nyoto village, her own parents had never cared about her well-being. Chuyu turned a cold gaze toward old Madam Lee. Let me warn you, if my mother falls ill because of your words today, you won't be able to walk away so easily. Old Madam Lee wasn't one to back down. What nonsense are you spouting, girl? How did I make her sick? I didn't even touch her. If she can't handle a few words, that's her problem, not mine. Everyone in the yard was furious at her words. Lu Xinghe's face darkened, and he gave a meaningful look to his younger brothers, Lu Xing'an and Lu Xingping. There were some things a grown man shouldn't do, but the two boys could act without issue. Without a word, Lu Xing'an picked up a basin of rice washing water, while Lu Xingping grabbed a handful of dirt. The brothers moved together, splashing the dirty water and mud all over old Madam Lee. Get out. Don't ever come to our house again. Old Madam Lee was soaked through and so angry that she stamped her feet. Heavens above! You heartless, ungrateful people. No wonder you lost your men and fathers. Have you forgotten how well my Daju and my daughter-in-law treated you? You caught such a big wild boar and can't even spare a bit for us. What a waste of their kindness. Her endless complaining made Yun Sueha tremble with anger, unable to speak. Chuyu, afraid she might faint, quickly supported her and shouted at old Madam Lee, "Be quiet." That shout really did silence her. Everyone turned their eyes to the newly married daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Not many people could make that loud-mouthed woman stop talking. Impressive indeed. Though this young woman was a bit fierce, she seemed to bring good fortune. The moment she arrived, Lu Xinghe brought home a wild boar. Maybe the Lu family's luck was about to change. Lu Xinghe, Lu Xingping, and Lu Xing'an all looked at her in surprise. The girl before them was still thin and small, but in their eyes, she suddenly seemed much stronger and taller. Several women began to speak up for Yun's family. Old Madam Lee, if you want meat, buy it yourself. The wild boar was caught by Xinghe. Why should he give it to you? Did you pay for it? And yes, Daju and his wife helped Yun's family before, but whenever they had any cloth or clothes to mend, wasn't it Yun's sister who did the sewing for them? That's right. You're being too harsh. Their man passed away. It's not like they wanted that. Why bring up their pain again? Good thing Daju's wife has a gentle temper. If my mother-in-law were as unreasonable as you, I'd have caused a huge scene by now. These women often asked Yun to help with sewing, so naturally, they stood by her side. Hearing their words, old Madam Lee grew even angrier. She sat down on the ground and started wailing. Oh, my poor life. I worked so hard when I was young, and now that my husband is gone, everyone gangs up to bully me. Is there no justice left in this world? But the crowd only looked at her with amusement, not pity. Heaven knows no one's bullying you. You're the one making trouble for yourself. Just then, a man and a woman walked over with dark faces. It was Sun Daju and his wife, Luo. At first, they had felt too embarrassed to come, but since his mother was making such a scene, they had no choice but to step in. What are you making a fuss about here? Old Madam Lee saw her son, and immediately felt she had support. Daju, your poor mother is being bullied by everyone, she cried, pointing toward Chuyu. Especially that daughter-in-law from the Lu family. I didn't even touch Yun's clothes, yet she blamed me for something that happened to Yun. And those two naughty boys of hers, look at me, all wet because of them. Just because your father passed away, does that mean everyone can treat me like this? Sun Daju and Luo looked at the crying old woman and felt deeply embarrassed. They quickly stepped forward, each taking one of her arms, trying to lead her home. But old Madame Li refused to go, scolding her son and daughter-in-law for being ungrateful and taking other sides. Sun Daju sighed helplessly. Mother, let's go home and talk about it there. Please don't make a scene outside. Old Madame Li shouted. How am I making a scene? I've been treated unfairly, and you won't even stand up for me. I raised you for nothing. Yun Sueha watched the three of them arguing as they walked away and finally let out a sigh of relief. She turned to the women who had just spoken up for her. Thank you all for helping just now. They waved their hands casually. It was nothing, one said, then looked at Chuyu. But your daughter-in-law is quite something. Sueha, after all these years, it seems your hard days are finally over. Yun Sueha quickly agreed with a smile. After chatting for a bit, the women went home to prepare dinner. Once everyone had left, Yun Sueha looked pale and exhausted. Seeing this, Chuyu grew worried. Mother, why don't you rest for a while? We'll take care of dinner. I used to do this kind of work at home, so I know how. Yun Sueha nodded and didn't insist. Chuyu helped her sit down in the room, then quickly took out the wild vegetables and herbs from the baskets. She washed some of the vegetables, left the rest slightly damp in the basket, sprinkled a bit of water over them, and stacked them neatly in the corner of the kitchen. She took a bamboo tray from the kitchen and spread the herbs out in the yard to dry. It hadn't rained for a long time, so there was no need to worry about the weather. As soon as the argument ended, Lu Xing'an went back to the kitchen to light the fire and cook. Lu Xinghe didn't stay idle either. He couldn't join the quarrel just now, but he was quick to act. While Chuyu was sorting the basket of vegetables, he cleaned the fish, then brought out a wooden board, placed the wild boar on it, and went to the kitchen to get a knife. Since the boar had just been killed, he collected a large bowl of fresh blood. Throughout the process, Lu Xingping helped by his side. After Chuyu finished drying the herbs, she went to the kitchen. By then, Lu Xing'an's brown rice porridge was almost ready. There was only one pot in the kitchen. Chuyu poured the porridge into a large bowl, rinsed the pot with clean water, and began to fry the fish. To save time, she didn't cook the wild greens separately, but added them directly into the fish soup, making a big pot of fresh fish and wild vegetable soup. The milky white broth smelled delicious, and the bright green leaves floating on top made it even more appetizing. To add some flavor, she poured in the leftover pickled vegetables from lunch. The village was small, and many families hadn't eaten meat or fish for a long time. When they smelled the aroma coming from the Lu family's house, their mouths watered. Some women even urged their husbands to go to the nearly dried-up pond the next day to try catching fish. If the Lu family can eat fish, there must still be some left in the pond, they said. Even a couple of small carp would be good. Old Mrs. Li from next door smelled the soup and looked at her own plain meal. She lost her appetite, angrily put down her chopsticks, and went back to her room to lie down. Madame Luo frowned, wanting to call her back, but Sun Daju stopped her. Missing one meal won't hurt. If she doesn't want to eat, we'll eat. He then divided Mrs. Li's porridge among the three children. Chuyu carefully carried the pot of fish soup to the table. Lu Xing'an had already set out the bowls and chopsticks. Mother, big brother, Xingping, dinner's ready, she called. Soon the three of them came into the room. Yun Sueha smiled warmly. I could smell the fish soup from inside. I didn't expect Yaya's cooking to be so good. We're lucky tonight. Lu Xingping quickly filled a bowl of soup for Yun Sueha and added a piece of fish for her. Mother, please have some more fish soup to help you regain your strength. Following what the others did, Lu Xing'an filled a bowl for Chuyu as well. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard today. His serious little face showed a hint of nervousness, as if he was afraid Chuyu might dislike it. He didn't even dare to look in her direction. Chuyu accepted the bowl from Lu Xing'an with a warm smile. Thank you, Xing'an. Lu Xinghe glanced at his two younger brothers, but said nothing. He simply lowered his head and continued eating his brown rice porridge. With a big pot of fish soup, the family finally had a satisfying meal for once. Yun Sueha looked outside. The sun had already set, but the sky was still bright. Xinghe, have you finished dealing with the wild boar? Lu Xinghe nodded. It's already done. Yun Sueha turned to him. While there's still some light, cut part of the meat into small pieces and send some to the neighbors who often help us. Also, cut 2 larger pieces, about 2 or 3 pounds each, one for the village head's family and one for your grandparents. Oh, and take a bowl of pig's blood to your grandparents too. Your grandfather likes it. We'll keep the rest for ourselves. Normally, since their house was at the foot of the mountain, no one would know if they brought back a wild boar. They could have borrowed a cart and sold it in town early the next morning. But after the commotion caused by old Madam Li, everyone already knew. It wouldn't look good if they didn't share some. Lu Xinghe nodded repeatedly at Yun Sueha's instructions. After that, he went out to divide the meat. Lu Xingbing quickly followed to help, while Lu Xing'an started cleaning up the dishes and took them outside to wash. When Chuyu stepped out of the kitchen, she noticed a pile in the corner, pig intestines thrown together with the removed hair, as if they were trash. That was good food. Were they really planning to throw it away? She squatted down, ready to pick them up, when Lu Xinghe's voice came from behind her. Don't touch that, it's dirty. Chuyu turned around, puzzled. You're not keeping these? Lu Xinghe nodded. They're unclean. Don't worry about them. I'll take care of it later. Chuyu bit her lip, her tone a little uncertain. Can we keep the pigs awful? Beside her, Lu Xingbing was packing the pork meant for several uncles and aunts into baskets. Hearing Chuyu's question, he looked at her in confusion. That stuff is dirty and smelly. Our Banpo village may be poor, but no one here eats that. Why would you want to keep it, sister-in-law? Chuyu looked regretful. It's a pity to throw it away. Why don't we keep it? Maybe I can make it taste good. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xinghe nodded. Let's keep it for now. It would only cost a bit of oil and salt. If it really couldn't be eaten, they could always feed it to the chickens at their grandparents' house. Years ago, their grandparents had divided the family because the 3 uncles and aunts complained that their family of 4 couldn't work much, but still needed money. It had been a difficult decision, but since then, whenever they had something good, they would still share a little with them. Life wasn't too bad. Lu Xinghe tied 2 larger pieces of pork with twisted rice straw, ready to deliver them. Just as he was about to scoop up the pig intestines from the corner, a familiar voice came from outside. Xinghe, I heard that old Madam Li came to cause trouble today. Lu Xinghe turned around and saw his grandmother, Wang Xuelan. Grandma, why are you here? Wang Xuelan frowned. I heard about that old Madam Li. You 3 brothers are all boys, and your mother is too gentle. Did she suffer any loss dealing with that woman? Thinking of how Chuyu had stood up to protect his mother, Lu Xinghe pressed his lips together slightly. Don't worry, Grandma. Mother's fine. Mother's here? Hearing the voice, Yun Sueha came out of the house, quickly welcoming Wang Xuelan inside and pouring her a cup of water. I was just about to ask Xinghe to bring some meat to you and father. Since you're here, that saves him a trip. After speaking, she turned to Lu Xinghe, asking him to bring the meat and a bowl of pig's blood. Wang Xuelan sighed. I didn't come for the meat. I just heard that old Madam Li came to bully you, so I came to check. If your older uncles hadn't insisted on splitting the family back then, you wouldn't have to deal with such trouble now. She looked at Yun Sueha. If something like this happens again, just send Xingbing to the village entrance to find me. You live far away, and I can't always keep an eye on everything. Even though the 3rd son was gone, the 3 grandsons were still part of the Lu family. How could they let an outsider step over them? Yun Sueha listened and nodded. I understand, but let's not talk about the past anymore, Mother. It might upset my sisters-in-law and younger sister. Besides, we didn't really lose anything today. That old Mrs. Li left covered in mud. Wang Xuelan spat angrily. She deserved it. Then she turned to look at Chuyu, who had been standing quietly nearby. So this is Xinghe's wife. Yes, Yun Sueha said, waving Chuyu over to introduce her. Yaya is the 2nd daughter of the Chu family from Myodo village. Life wasn't easy for her at home, but she's a lucky girl. As soon as she came, Xinghe managed to hunt a wild boar. After speaking, she gave Chuyu a meaningful look. Chuyu understood and stepped forward, calling out clearly, Grandmother. It was their first meeting. Looking at the young girl before her, whose features were delicate and pleasant, Wang Xuelan didn't feel much affection yet, but she didn't dislike her either. She reached into her sleeve, took out a small piece of silver, and placed it in Chu Yu's hand. It weighed about 1 qian. Take this to help with household expenses. Your grandfather and I are getting old, and with so many people in the family, we haven't saved much. From now on, live well with Xinghe. A family that stays kind and peaceful will only get better. 1 qian of silver could be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Chu Yu had never held so much money before. She looked at Yun Sueha, unsure what to do. Yun Sueha also seemed to think her mother-in-law was being too generous. Mother, your days are hard too. Wang Xuelan waved her hand. This is also your father's wish. Let Yaya keep it. She stood up. Since everything's fine here, I'll head back. There's still plenty to do at home. Seeing her about to leave, Yun Sueha quickly called out, Xinghe, cut 2 more jin of meat for your grandmother to take. In the end, Wang Xuelan couldn't refuse. Carrying 4 or 5 jin of wild boar meat and a bowl of pig's blood, she happily went home. When she passed by Sun Deju's house, she stopped outside to scold old Mrs. Li for quite a while. Mrs. Li wanted to shout back, but since she hadn't eaten dinner, she didn't have the strength. She could only lie in bed, fuming silently. After Wang Xuelan left, Chu looked at the piece of silver in her hand and handed it to Yun Sueha. Mother, please keep this. Yun Sueha gently pushed her hand back. Your grandmother gave that to you. Keep it for now. We'll need money when we go to town tomorrow. Chu Yu nodded and carefully tucked the small piece of silver into the pouch inside her clothes. To her, it was a great treasure. By this time, Lu Xingping had returned from delivering pork to the neighbors. In his basket were a few eggs and some wild vegetables they had given him in return. He emptied the basket, placed another larger piece of pork inside, and went out again to deliver it to the Li family. Lu Xinghe had already cleaned the pig intestines. Chu Yu placed them in a basin, scooped some clean plant ash from the stove, and used it to wash them. The ash helped remove the smell and dirt, an inexpensive and practical method. By the time the intestines were washed and hung on the kitchen beam, the sky had already turned gray. To avoid working in the dark, the family washed up early and went to their rooms. Strictly speaking, this was Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe's wedding night. But since Chu Yu was still very young and Lu Xinghe had no such thoughts, they simply shared the room quietly. She sat curled up in a corner of the bed, while he sat by the window, copying notes under the dim light. After a long while, when Chu Yu was almost asleep, she gathered her courage and softly called, Husband? Lu Xinghe, still writing, answered naturally yes. Are you not going to sleep? She asked timidly. He turned to look at her, such a small, nervous girl sitting there, and suddenly felt a bit sorry for her. I'll finish copying these tonight, so we won't have to rush later. You go ahead and sleep. Chu Yu yawned. Don't stay up too late then. Seeing her concern, Lu Xinghe smiled slightly. All right. Chu Yu soon fell asleep. She didn't even notice when he came to bed. When she woke up the next morning, Lu Xinghe was already up and about. Seeing the faint light of dawn outside, Chu Yu quickly put on her shoes and got out of bed. After a simple wash, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She cooked some brown rice porridge, stir-fried a bowl of wild vegetables, and made a flatbread for each person. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe placed the wild boar meat and the herbs they had dug up from the mountain the day before onto a borrowed cart. He covered the meat neatly with straw and dried roots, then pushed the cart and set off with Chu Yu. The nearest town to Banpo village was Nanping town. Because Banpo village was poor and the roads were rough, there were no ox carts available. It took a full hour to walk from the village to Nanping town. Chu Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead as she walked, staying silent the whole way. Not far from the village entrance, Lu Xinghe stopped the cart. Do you want a ride? I can push you, he offered. Chu Yu quickly shook her head. No need. The cart is already heavy. I'll walk on my own. Lu Xinghe didn't insist. He only let her place the basket she was carrying onto the cart. Inside were handkerchiefs that Yun Sueha had asked her to sell in town, which weren't heavy. They didn't stop to rest along the way and finally reached Nanping town in one go. Nanping Town was the most developed among the nearby towns. At its entrance stood two tall stone pillars carved with cloud patterns, with a beam across the top bearing the bold characters Nanping Town. Although soldiers guarded the gate, they were only there to keep order and didn't trouble the townsfolk. On such a hot day, they sat under a big tree nearby to stay cool. After entering the town with Lu Xinghe, Chu Yu went straight to the largest restaurant in Nanping Town, Huayu Restaurant. Whenever Lu Xinghe caught game, he usually sold it there. The restaurant was always busy and welcomed all kinds of wild meat. They entered through the back door and went directly to the manager, who already knew Lu Xinghe and was generous in his dealings. He bought all their wild boar meat at 25 coins per jin. After setting aside a small portion for themselves and for gifts, they sold 130 jin of meat in total, earning 3,150 coins. Chu Yu asked the manager to exchange 3,000 coins for 3 taels of silver and tied the remaining 150 coins together with hemp string before placing them in her basket. After selling the wild boar, the two first went to the fabric shop. Yun Sueha sold the 13 handkerchiefs she had embroidered over the past 2 months for 8 coins each. Then they spent 80 coins on 2 pieces of cloth to make summer clothes for Chu Yu. Yun Sueha's embroidery was excellent. If it had been done by an ordinary person, the shopkeeper would have paid only 3 or 5 coins per piece. After buying the cloth, they went to the Wangqin bookstore. The books copied by Lu Xinghe sold for 30 coins each, and there were 10 books in total, earning them 300 coins. Before leaving, Lu Xinghe's eyes fell on one of the books in the shop. "How much is that book?" he asked. The shop assistant quickly replied, "That one, Records of the States, costs 3 taels of silver." Chu Yu was secretly surprised. Books here were really expensive. Hearing the price, Lu Xinghe immediately looked away. "Are there no more copying jobs available these days?" he asked. The assistant shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The batch you just delivered was ordered by a teacher from the academy. The harvest hasn't been good this year, so there will likely be fewer students enrolling later." If not for Lu Xinghe's beautiful handwriting, the copying work would never have gone to him. Lu Xinghe nodded, thanked the assistant, and led Chu to Chen's pharmacy. He usually bought Yun Sueha's medicine there, as it was known to be one of the more honest shops in Nanping Town. When they entered, the shopkeeper, who was working on his abacus behind the counter, looked up. "Are you here for medicine or a consultation?" he asked. "Shopkeeper, do you buy herbs here?" "Fresh ones. We picked them in the mountains yesterday," Chu Yu asked. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "May I take a look?" Chu Yu nodded and took out the herbs from her basket. There were buplurum roots, 2 pieces of nodo ginseng, and several common herbs. Though the quantity wasn't large, they had been carefully picked and handled. An expert could tell at a glance. Shopkeeper Chen immediately realized these must have been gathered by someone who knew what they were doing. "What's your name, young lady?" he asked, then looked at Lu Xinghe beside her. "And this gentleman is?" Chu Yu blushed slightly. "He's my husband, Mr. Lu." The shopkeeper was a bit surprised. He had thought Lu Xinghe and Chu Yu were siblings, but they were actually a married couple. "You're quite young to be married," he said. Chu Yu replied softly, "Our family is poor. We had no other choice." The shopkeeper nodded, knowing it was someone's private matter, and didn't ask further. "Did you prepare these herbs?" Chu Yu nodded. "Yes, is there something wrong?" "Nothing wrong. Miss Chu, do you know medicine?" The shopkeeper spoke directly. "Here's the thing. Recently, a lady has been looking for a female doctor. If you know medicine, I could recommend you. From what I've seen, her illness doesn't seem too serious." A woman seeking a female doctor. Wasn't that usually for personal health issues? But Chu Yu had already told Lu Xinghe that she only knew a little. In her previous life, she had studied Western medicine, with only some knowledge of traditional medicine. She wasn't very skilled at pulse reading or writing prescriptions. "Thank you for your kindness, shopkeeper, but I only know a few herbs because a neighbor back home was a traveling doctor. I'm not good enough to treat real patients." The shopkeeper looked disappointed. "That's a pity." Chu Yu pointed to the herbs on the counter. "If you're buying herbs, could you please tell me how much these are worth?" After a moment, the shopkeeper looked at her and said, "Since you know herbs, I'll be honest. You have quite a lot of buplurum here and the quality is good. I'll give you 800 coins for that. The 2 bundles of Noto ginseng, 600 coins. The rest are common herbs, so I'll round it up to 100 coins. As he spoke, he moved the beads on his abacus. That's 1 tael and 500 coins in total. What do you think? If that's fine, I'll take them all. Chuyu had no reason to refuse and nodded right away. All right, I'll sell. Lu Xinghe was surprised. He hadn't expected a basket of herbs to sell for so much. At that moment, he couldn't help thinking that marrying her might have been a good decision after all. After the shopkeeper paid Chuyu, Lu Xinghe spent another 260 coins to buy medicine for Yun Sueha, and the 2 of them left the pharmacy together. It was fortunate they had sold the wild boar and the herbs. Otherwise, the few hundred coins they earned from selling handkerchiefs and copying books wouldn't have been enough. Most of it would have gone just for medicine. No wonder, despite Lu Xinghe's good qualities, few women were willing to marry him. In times like these, being able to fill one's stomach was what truly mattered. Chuyu couldn't help thinking that since she already had some medical knowledge, it would be wonderful if she could find a skilled teacher and start learning traditional medicine again. Most of the doctors working in the pharmacies were men, so if she could practice medicine, she might be more popular among the ladies. By the time the 2 of them had wandered around the town, it was already noon. The sunlight was so strong that they could hardly keep their eyes open. Lu Xinghe pushed the cart and led Chuyu to a small food stall. They spent 13 coins on 2 bowls of noodles and a pot of tea. Chuyu's throat was so dry from the morning that it felt like it might crack, so as soon as the tea arrived, she drank 3 cups in a row. Tired? Lu Xinghe suddenly asked. She was still just a child, yet she had followed him around all morning without a single complaint. He wondered what kind of life she had lived back in Nyoto village. Chuyu was slightly startled and shook her head. I'm fine. In truth, her legs were already sore, but she didn't say anything. They weren't very close, and she felt too shy to admit it. Lu Xinghe could tell she was pretending to be fine. His handsome face showed a firm expression. After we finish eating, we'll buy what we need. When we go home, you can sit on the cart. Chuyu pressed her lips together. She wanted to refuse, but before she could speak, the stall owner brought over their noodles. After finishing their meal and drinking all the tea, they left 13 coins and headed to the grain shop. It was noon, and the heat outside was intense, so there were no other customers in the shop. As soon as Lu Xinghe and Chuyu arrived with the cart, the young shop assistant at the door brightened up and quickly came forward to greet them. What would you like to buy? 30 jin of brown rice, Lu Xinghe said. Brown rice cost 5 coins per jin, so 30 jin came to 150 coins. If he hadn't earned some money that day, he wouldn't have dared to buy so much. Normally, he only bought 10 jin at a time. Chuyu tugged lightly on Lu Xinghe's sleeve and pointed to the old rice being sold at a discount near the door. Husband, let's buy some of that old rice too. Although old rice didn't taste as good, it was easier to eat than brown rice. New rice cost 8 coins per jin, and the old rice was probably about the same price as the brown rice. Besides, given the current situation, storing more grain was definitely a wise choice. The servant nearby smiled and introduced, "This young lady has a good eye." This rice was stored from last year, harvested the year before. The weather's been dry these 2 years, so it's kept well and doesn't smell musty. We eat this rice ourselves. It's only 5 coins a pound, the same price as brown rice. Quite a bargain. Chuyu had just taken a handful to smell, and it was indeed as the servant said. And at only 5 coins a pound, such a deal wasn't something that came often. Chuyu looked excited. Since she had brought the cart today, she could buy more and take it home. She gently tugged on Lu Xinghe's sleeve, stood on tiptoe, and whispered near his ear, "Husband, why don't we buy more of this old rice? The weather's been dry, and if the crops fail, there might be a famine. Then the price of grain will surely rise." Her soft voice made Lu Xinghe swallow nervously. He turned to look at Chuyu's bright eyes, his throat moving slightly. With so many mouths to feed at home and some money on hand, it made sense to buy more grain just in case. He turned to the servant. "How much old rice do you have left?" The servant held up 2 fingers. "About 200 pounds. After a brief thought, Lu Xinghe said, "We'll take it all." All right, please wait a moment. I'll go to the warehouse and bring out the rest, the servant said happily, surprised to meet such a generous customer at noon. If this sale went through, he'd earn a few extra coins in commission. In the end, they bought 200 pounds of old rice and 30 pounds of brown rice, spending 1 tael and 150 coins in total. After some gentle bargaining from Chuyu, the shopkeeper even added 5 pounds of white flour for free. After all that, the grain they bought should be enough to feed the family until next spring. The once light cart now creaked under the weight of the 200 pounds of rice. Luckily, next to the grain shop was a store selling oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar. Because salt was so expensive, Chuyu only bought 5 ounces. People often said 3 loads of rice cost 1 pound of salt. That might be an exaggeration, but salt was indeed costly, 15 coins an ounce. The 5 ounces she bought cost 75 coins, enough to buy 15 pounds of old rice. Besides salt, she spent 15 coins on some peppercorns, ginger, and garlic, and another 30 coins on a small jar of brown sugar. After buying the seasonings, the two of them pushed the cart back home. Just as they left Nanping town, Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu, who was pushing the cart beside him. You can sit on the cart. I can handle it. Chuyu shook her head. No, it's too heavy. Lu Xinghe looked ahead. The road ahead is downhill. When we reach an uphill part, you can get down and help me then. Hearing that, Chuyu finally agreed and sat on the cart. She watched Lu Xinghe, who looked relaxed as he pushed. Husband, will you still take the imperial exams in the future? Lu Xinghe's hands paused for a moment before he returned to normal. Probably not anymore. This time, they were just lucky to earn a few taels of silver. Usually, what he earned wasn't even enough for his mother's medicine, let alone the expensive exam fees. When his father took the scholar's exam years ago, the whole family had to pool their resources, leaving them nearly broke. Just when they thought life would get better, his father never returned. The family's tax-free land was taxed again because of his disappearance. Hearing this, Chuyu felt a little sad. He had given up his dream of taking the exams for the sake of his mother and 2 younger brothers. As the eldest son and brother, it was a duty he couldn't avoid. If only there were a way to earn more money. While Chuyu was deep in thought, Lu Xinghe suddenly looked up at her. How did you know that if the drought continues, there will be a famine? Many people only thought about filling their stomachs for the day. For a girl of 13 or 14 to think so far ahead was surprising. Chuyu answered calmly, isn't it obvious? It hasn't rained for 2 months. In Nyoto village, not only the fields but even the ponds have dried up. The rice husks are flat. This year's taxes will already be hard to pay, and next year will be even worse. Lu Xinghe nodded. You're right. When Chuyu noticed the cart slowing down, she knew they had reached an uphill path. She quickly jumped down to help him push. As they walked, they chatted casually, and before they knew it, they had reached the entrance of the village. Chuyu hurriedly pulled out the straw at the bottom of the cart to cover the grain. Lu Xinghe understood what she meant and helped her cover it too. After finishing their work, the two of them took a slightly longer route home to avoid the curious eyes of the villagers. Through the window, Yun Sueha saw them and quickly called out, Xingping, go help your brother and sister-in-law, they're back. Hearing her, Lu Xingping hurried to open the gate and helped Lu Xinghe and Chuyu push the cart inside. Big brother, sister-in-law, what did you buy that's so heavy? Lu Xinghe lifted 2 large sacks of old rice and a smaller one of brown rice from under the straw covering. Xingping, take the cart back to Aunt Lin's house first. Seeing so much grain, Lu Xingping felt happy. It meant their family wouldn't have to worry about going hungry for quite some time. Once he left, Yun Sueha frowned and lowered her voice. Xinghe, why did you buy so much grain? Didn't you spend all the money you earned today? Carrying the sacks inside, Lu Xinghe replied, Mother, don't worry. I've thought it through. The grain won't spoil anytime soon, so we can store it and eat it slowly. Since he seemed confident, Yun Sueha didn't ask further. She only reminded him not to tell anyone they had grain at home, in case others became envious. Chuyu neatly arranged the seasonings, medicine, and 2 pieces of cloth they had bought, then placed the remaining 3 taels of silver in Yun Sueha's hand. Mother, please keep the rest of the money. Yun Sueha looked down surprised. That's quite a lot. Chuyu smiled. We earned over 5 taels today. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to buy so much grain. Nodding, Yun Sueha counted out 200 copper coins, strung them together, and handed them to Chuyu. Keep this for small expenses. I'll save the rest. If you need more later, just ask me. We'll have many things to spend on as a family. Chuyu accepted the money without refusing, hid it carefully in her room, and then went back to the kitchen. She took out the cleaned pork intestines that Lu Xinghe had washed with ash the day before, cut off a third, and put it into a large pot with water and a few slices of ginger to boil. She planned to make a stir-fry dish with it for dinner. The rest she rubbed with salt and hung from the beam to dry and smoke for later. Sister-in-law, let me start the fire, said Lu Xing'an as he hurried into the kitchen to help when he saw Chuyu busy cooking. After Lu Xinghe settled Chinmi down, he carried his buckets to the fields. The weather was too dry, and the water he used yesterday had probably already evaporated, so he needed to fetch more. When he returned that evening, his face looked gloomy. Chuyu sensed something was wrong, but didn't dare to ask. She quietly continued with her work. Yun Sueha, however, asked in confusion, Xinghe, what's the matter? A flash of anger crossed Lu Xinghe's eyes. I carried more than 20 loads of water yesterday to irrigate the field. It should have been enough for today, but someone made a hole in the ridge, and all the water flowed into another field. Yun Sueha was furious. Who would do such a shameless thing? You worked so hard to carry that water. How could they take advantage like that? That's just wrong. Lu Xinghe looked at her and said gently, Mother, don't worry. Luckily, we've been watering the field regularly, so the soil is still damp. I've already carried a few more loads just now. Tomorrow morning, I'll fetch more. Yun Sueha sighed, pressing her chest. It's not just the water, I'm worried about you. Ever since the main canal dried up, you've been carrying water for over a month. You work so hard while those lazy people just sit back and benefit. It makes me angry. Chuyu, who was chopping ginger and garlic, put down her knife. Mother, don't be upset. Getting angry will only harm your health, and we'll all worry about you. It won't help deal with the thief anyway, so it's not worth it. She turned to Lu Xinghe. Husband, how about I go with you to the field tomorrow? She wanted to see if the rice grains were filling properly. If, after all this effort, the harvest still turned out poor, it might be better to spend their time on something else. If about half the grains were full, then with only 20 days left before harvest, they could just manage until then. Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu. He had meant to refuse, but somehow he nodded instead. After finishing the ginger and garlic, Chuyu went to stir-fry the pork intestines. The dish had its own strong aroma, but with the addition of ginger, garlic, and peppercorns, the smell became so tempting that it made people's mouths water, especially the neighbor, Madam Sun, from next door. Yesterday, Grandma Li wanted to get some meat to eat, but in the end, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingping didn't send any to her family. This made Grandma Li feel upset at home all day today. Now, she smells the delicious aroma of stir-fried pork intestines coming from Lu Xinghe's house. She is salivating and watching Sun Deju and Mrs. Luo arguing. I tell you, the Yun family are all ungrateful. Such a big pig. Neighbors all shared the meat, so why can't they give you a piece? You help them a lot every day, she said. Sun Deju frowns and says, Mom, stop talking. Our family has been neighbors with the Yun family for many years. They are not like that. He knows the real reason in his heart. Honestly, it is his mother who is at fault here. If someone treated him like that, he wouldn't give them meat either. Grandma Li rolls her eyes. If they are not that kind of people, why didn't they give you a piece of pork? Do they look down on us, or what? Mrs. Luo also feels a bit resentful, but her blame is directed at Grandma Li, not the Yun family. If you hadn't caused trouble yesterday, they might have shared some. Grandma Li raises her eyebrows and speaks sharply. Oh, are you blaming me now? She says, looking at Sun Deju. Deju, look at your wife. She's so disrespectful in front of her mother. She's almost out of line. Don't you care? Mrs. Luo doesn't back down. It's your fault first, so how am I out of line? asking them for a pig's leg. Your face is really big. Seeing them about to fight, Sun Daju quickly steps in to stop them. Enough. Can't you be quiet? It's just a piece of meat. When I have time, I'll go to town and buy some back. Grandma Li hears Daju and immediately smiles, her face full of wrinkles. My son cares about his mother. I'll wait for your meat. After saying that, she goes back to her room dreaming of eating meat. Mrs. Luo glances at Sun Daju with some resentment. Buying meat, buying meat. You just say it. Do we even have the money to buy meat? We have 3 children to feed and drink. We can't spend all our money just for your mother, she says. Daju sighs. Is there any way? He was just worried that she would cause trouble at home every day. Our children haven't eaten meat in a long time. Tomorrow, I won't buy much. Everyone can share a piece or 2. After hearing this, Luo sure sighed helplessly. Since her father-in-law passed away, this old lady has been causing trouble, and life has become more and more frustrating. She served out the stir-fried pork intestines and boiled some wild vegetables. The family enjoyed the hearty brown rice porridge, looking very satisfied. Lu Xingping wiped his mouth and looked at Chuyu with bright eyes. Big sister-in-law, how did you make the pork intestines so delicious? Chuyu smiled softly. It's not difficult. Just remove the strong smell from the intestines and then they cook easily. Lu Xingping gave a thumbs up. Your cooking skills are definitely better than those chefs at the big restaurant in town. When Chuyu thought of the big restaurant in town, she wondered if it was reliable to sell her recipes there. Although people here treat pork intestines as trash, they are actually a good dish. Just then, Lu Xinghe put down his chopsticks and praised sincerely. It's really good. He usually doesn't talk much and rarely praises anyone. Hearing him praise Chuyu made Yun Sueha happy. In the past, Xingping was always trying hard to impress you, but you never praised him. It really proves that beauty sees beauty. Lu Xinghe slightly curved his lips but didn't argue. From their reactions, everyone could see that he fully accepted Chuyu's identity. Chuyu blushed at Yun Sueha's words and quickly stood up to wash the dishes. I'm going to wash the dishes now. Before Chuyu could leave, Lu Xinghe stood up and took the bowl from her hand. Let me do it. You've walked most of the day today. Go rest. Yun Sueha looked happily at her eldest son's back. Finally, he has realized and cares about his wife. He used to be reluctant to marry and didn't take this seriously. Plus, with the situation at home, she worried her son might end up single. But Yaya is kind, smart, and good-looking. It should be hard for anyone not to like her. Chuyu felt a bit awkward in the kitchen. After filling a basin with water, she went to her room. She had been outside all day and just cooked a spicy pork intestine dish. Her whole body felt sticky and uncomfortable. She just wanted to wash herself quickly and change into clean clothes. It would be nice to take a bath, but unfortunately, there is no proper bathroom here. The outhouse feels like a nightmare to her. Every time she goes there, she worries she might fall. She thinks that once conditions improve, the house should be repaired, especially the unstable-looking roof. If it snows in winter, it might not be safe. She plans to talk to Lu Xinghe about it later. While she was thinking, the door suddenly opened. Lu Xinghe came in from outside and saw Chuyu, who was removing her outer clothes and washing herself in a camisole and underwear. They looked at each other and saw the awkwardness in each other's eyes. Chuyu was not panicked. She just felt a little shy, hugged her arms, bit her lower lip, and said nothing. Lu Xinghe quickly turned around and closed the door. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were washing yourself, he said. After a while, Chuyu didn't speak. She quickly put on her clothes. Since they are husband and wife, overreacting would only make things more awkward. It's better to be open. After all, she wasn't completely naked. Moreover, she believed Lu Xinghe was a gentleman and wouldn't do anything inappropriate. When Lu Xinghe heard the sound, he turned around again. Chuyu, now dressed neatly, was soaking her dirty clothes in a basin. Noticing Lu Xinghe's gaze, Chuyu looked up. I'm going outside to wash clothes. Can you give me some space? Lu Xinghe snapped out of his thoughts and moved aside to let her pass. Chuyu carried the basin, lowered her head slightly under his gaze, and walked past him. Lu Xinghe sat down at the desk by the window. He had wanted to pick up a brush and practice writing, but his mind was filled with the images he saw when he entered the room. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and tried to calm down. She is just a girl under 14. Why am I thinking such strange things? After washing her clothes and hanging them outside, Yun Sueha took advantage of the remaining daylight to call Chuyu into her room to take measurements. Now, Chuyu is at the age of growing up. The Yun family plans to make her clothes a little larger so she can wear them this year and next year as well. Have you asked when exactly you were born? Yun Sueha asked while measuring Chuyu. August 15th, Chuyu replied. Yun Sueha smiled. No wonder your parents named you, because you were born on the moon festival. It's only early July now, so I think the new clothes will be ready before your birthday. Mother, I'm not in a hurry. I have clothes to wear, and your health is more important. Hearing Chuyu's words, Yun Sueha felt warm inside. You are such a kind child. It's lucky that our family found you. Don't worry, making 2 sets of clothes is no problem for me. After measuring the size, Yun Sueha sent Chuyu back to her room. Now that the young couple's relationship is just starting to develop, as her mother, she can't fall behind. When Chuyu returned to her room, Lu Xinghe was practicing calligraphy with water on the table. She felt a little sad but also admired his perseverance. His handwriting was really beautiful. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, for a long time before speaking. Husband, if we earn enough money, you won't have to worry about the family anymore. Will you still take the imperial exams? Lu Xinghe paused with his brush and looked back at Chuyu. Do you want me to continue taking the exams? This question surprised Chuyu. She didn't expect Lu Xinghe to turn the question back to her. After a moment, she answered seriously. If taking the exams is your dream, I hope you will keep pursuing it. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe smiled. This silly girl. Forget it. Given our family situation, the chance of him taking the exams is probably slim. Just live a good life with her. Thinking this, Lu Xinghe put down his brush, washed up, and went to the kong. Chuyu moved a little nervously. Seeing this, Lu Xinghe quickly comforted her. Don't worry. You're still young. I won't do anything to you. Chuyu hesitated. I didn't think that way. It's just that it's our first time sharing a bed, and I feel a little nervous. Lu Xinghe's attractive lips slightly curved into a smile as he lay on the outer side of the kong, facing away from Chuyu. It's not the first time. Last night, I slept here, but when I woke up in the morning and saw you sleeping soundly, I didn't wake you. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe's back, feeling a small touch of emotion in her heart. She lay down on the inside of the bed, turning her back to Lu Xinghe and curling up near the wall. Husband, do you know who broke our field's embankment? Lu Xinghe, with his eyes closed, responded softly. I think I can guess. So, what do you plan to do? Chuyu asked again. Usually when something like this happens, most families would just complain. The other side probably thought our family wouldn't fight back because we don't have strong women who would stand up for us. After a moment, Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. Before I came back today, I dismantled their entire field embankment. I think they'll like this return gift. Hearing this, Chuyu turned her head in surprise and looked at Lu Xinghe. You tore down their embankment. Lu Xinghe also looked at her. Under the faint moonlight, the girl's eyes sparkled brightly. Yes. Anyway, their rice is already shriveled, so whether I dismantle the embankment or not, it won't affect the harvest. But I had to vent my anger, so they won't think we're easy to bully. Chuyu smiled, her eyes crinkling with happiness. That person will probably be furious and jump with anger. Then she looked worried again. We're just venting our frustration. If they see their embankment gone tomorrow, they might come to trouble us, right? Seeing her worried face, Lu Xinghe wanted to reach out and pat her head, but he retracted his hand before doing so. Don't worry. They're the ones in the wrong. Even if the sky falls, I, the tall one, will hold it up. Just don't sleep too close to the wall. The dirt wall has a lot of dust and might dirty your clothes. After saying that, he turned his back to Chuyu and went to sleep again. Chuyu listened and moved slightly closer to him. Husband, once we earn enough money, let's fix up the house. I think the roof doesn't look very stable. The next morning, Chuyu was awakened by shouting. Lu Xinghe, come out. Did you tear down our embankment? Doing things that ruin people's lives. Today, You have to give me an explanation. When Chu woke up, she saw Lu Xinghe had already put on his shoes. She quickly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and went out with him. When going out, I saw Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an coming out of the same house. Both brothers were probably awakened by the noise. Lu Xinghe opened the courtyard gate, and the person tried to rush in but was immediately pulled back and pushed out by Lu Xinghe. Go outside and talk, don't disturb my family. Because the person was weaker than Lu Xinghe, he could only follow him to a slightly farther spot at the foot of the mountain under Lu Xinghe's watchful eyes. Zhu Yu glanced at the brothers Lu Xingping and asked softly, "Do you know who that is?" "He's the nephew of the village chief, called Lu Daguai. He's lazy and likes to take advantage, so his parents separated the family right after his marriage." Lu Xingping looked at Lu Daguai with disdain. "It's been 2 months of drought, and the fields have been dry for over a month. I haven't seen him go to fetch water once. Watering the fields and letting water out is not the first time he's done this." Zhu nodded, watching Lu Daguai far away, who was clearly no match for Lu Xinghe, and suddenly she felt less worried. Such a useless person. How could he be a match for Lu Xinghe? After washing her hands and face, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Zhu Yu took 3 jin of the 5 jin of white flour she had from yesterday's grain shop owner, who had given her some, planning to make noodles for the family. She kneaded the dough and set it aside to rise, then heated the pot, added some lard to render the oil, and cracked an egg from the neighbors into the pot. After frying, she added boiling water to make soup. Once the noodles were cooked, Zhu Yu poured garlic-flavored sauce over 5 bowls, then added a handful of washed wild vegetables into the soup to blanch, and then took the pot off the stove. "Xing'an, you can turn off the fire now. Hurry and call your mother and older brother to eat. Noodles don't taste good if they sit too long." Lu Xing'an quickly pulled out some firewood from the stove, dampened it, and went out to call everyone. Soon, everyone entered the kitchen together. Zhu Yu pushed the only bowl with fried eggs in front of Yun Sueha. "Mother, you should eat this. Your body needs good nourishment. I'm already quite old, so whether I eat or not doesn't matter. You all are growing strong, so you should eat." Yun Sueha picked up the egg with chopsticks, unsure of whom to put it in. She saw everyone tightly covering their bowls. "Mother, we will have plenty of chances to eat later. It's just 1 egg. Just eat it," Lu Xingping said. Lu Xing'an swallowed the noodles in his mouth. "Mother, you eat eggs, and we can just eat noodles. Sister-in-law's noodles are very tasty." Lu Xingping chuckled. "Of course. What she makes isn't good to eat." After saying that, he picked up a forkful of noodles and put it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up immediately. Although mother's cooking isn't bad, sister-in-law's cooking is truly delicious. Lu Xinghe ate his noodles silently, while Yun Sueha looked at her twin sons with some helplessness. "You guys are being spoiled by your sister-in-law," she said, then looked at Chu Yu. Yeah, if you're going to the fields with Xinghe in the morning, don't rush back. I'll cook lunch. You shouldn't always be busy with everything. I can still do some work now." Chu Yu looked at Lu Xinghe and nodded. "Okay." Yun Sueha looked at the eggs in her bowl, but she couldn't finish eating them alone. In the end, she divided the small fried egg into 5 pieces and put 1 in each person's bowl. "Let's eat together." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Though life is simple and a bit hard, the family is neat and tidy, and their hearts feel warm. After eating, Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe went to the fields. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an washed the dishes, then carried baskets and went around the forest to look for wild vegetables and herbs. Yun Sueha stayed at home sewing cloth to make clothes, hoping to finish Chu Yu's 2 outfits soon. When Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe arrived at their own field, they saw Lu Daguai repairing a hole in the lower part of the field. He was surprisingly diligent this time. Chu Yu whispered to Lu Xinghe, "Husband, how did you handle him this morning?" Lu Daguai was afraid of his uncle. "Before I went home yesterday, I went to see the village chief about this," Lu Xinghe replied. The village chief had previously received wild boar meat from their family. Since he had eaten their food, he was soft-hearted. Plus, it was Lu Daguai's fault, so he had no reason not to support Lu Xinghe. From afar, Lu Daguai saw the 2 of them. He was still angry from being scolded by the village chief earlier that morning. "Lu Xinghe, you really have guts. You wrecked my water field, and still have the nerve to complain first. You're so sneaky, he shouted. Lu Xinghe smiled indifferently, not wanting to argue with him. But Chuyu didn't want Lu Xinghe to be bullied. You are so bold to say that. If you hadn't first drained water from my family's rice field, who would bother digging your field's edge? I think you deserved it. Lu Dague angrily threw down his hoe. Who do you think you are? Why do you interfere in my affairs? Is what your father did something to be proud of? Lu Xinghe frowned slightly and pulled Chuyu behind him. If you're not happy, come at me. What's the point of yelling at a woman? Chuyu knew that her father's pig theft would make the villagers look down on her. First, she was scolded by Granny Li, and now Lu Dague was shouting at her nose. It made her feel very upset inside. She didn't steal the pig, so why did someone keep bringing it up? What made her angrier was that her father did steal the pig, and she couldn't defend herself. Looking at the tall figure blocking her way, Chuyu suddenly felt less angry. She tugged on Lu Xinghe's sleeve. Husband, let's not waste time on such people. You go fetch water for the fields and I'll pull weeds. The family didn't have many fields. The 2.5 acres in front of them were bought with the pocket money her mother, Yun Sueha, saved over 6 or 7 years before her father went missing. That was all they managed to buy. But luckily, these 2 acres of land brought in some income over the years. Be careful and call me if anything happens. The pond is not far from here. Lu Xinghe warned Chuyu and then carried a water bucket, heading toward the pond along the field edge. Chuyu took off her shoes and stepped into the muddy rice field, walking toward the center. Lu Xinghe had been working in the fields and at home every day recently, so she didn't see much grass around. As she walked toward the middle, she occasionally saw a few water bamboo leaves. She hadn't expected to see that. Water bamboo leaves are very hardy and grow quickly. If not removed in time, they can seriously affect rice growth. But they also have a use. They can be eaten as wild vegetables rich in nutrients and with some health benefits. If she hadn't studied medicine before, learning traditional Chinese medicine and recognizing some herbs, she wouldn't know these details. Chuyu didn't expect that following Lu Xinghe to the fields would bring her some gains. She felt happy inside and became more focused on finding water bamboo leaves. She didn't notice that before leaving, Lu Dague had stepped her only pair of shoes into the muddy field. When Lu Xinghe carried water to the other side of the ridge, he saw Chuyu already in the middle of the water field. He frowned slightly. Yeah, you don't need to look so carefully. Be careful, there might be snakes in the field. Chuyu waved at Lu Xinghe but kept her eyes on the water. It's okay. The snakes in the field are usually not very poisonous. I will be careful. The snakes in the field are usually water snakes. These snakes are either mildly venomous or harmless. If bitten, you just need to squeeze out the blood, keep the wound dry, and avoid infection. It won't be a big problem. Although she was a bit afraid of snakes, finding more wild vegetables to bring home was more important now. Lu Xinghe shook his head helplessly and thought to himself that this girl was really brave. He poured water from the bucket into the field and continued fetching water. Chuyu searched for about 15 minutes and had already covered half of the water field. But now, her arms were almost full with water bamboo leaves and water plants. She walked carefully back toward her shoes, but after walking less than 10 steps, she suddenly felt something hard under her foot. The sudden hard object made her freeze completely. Then she looked down nervously. It was a turtle, a rather large turtle. It seemed to realize it was being stepped on. The turtle stretched out its head and tried to bite Chuyu. She screamed in surprise and quickly pulled out some water plants, stuffing them into the turtle's mouth. The turtle paused for a moment after being stuffed with grass. Seeing this, Chuyu hurriedly looked around for Lu Xinghe. He was walking over from the pond and heard her scream, so he quickened his pace. Husband, come quickly. I stepped on a turtle. Worried it might bite her, Lu Xinghe quickly put down his bucket, took off his shoes, and ran toward Chuyu. Stay away from that thing. Don't let it bite you. Because she was afraid the turtle might run away, Chuyu didn't leave. When Lu Xinghe and a few others reached her side, they saw the turtle at her feet still holding a bunch of grass in its mouth, maintaining the same defensive pose as before. He sighed in relief. bent down, picked up the turtle, and weighed it in his hand. It was about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. Then he looked her over from top to bottom. Are you okay? Chuyu looked at the turtle in Lu Xinghe's hand, a hint of excitement on her face. I'm fine. Afraid the turtle might escape, Lu Xinghe poured out the water from the bucket, leaving only a small amount at the bottom. He then placed the turtle inside and went to the field to help Chuyu pull out weeds. As for the water bamboo leaves, Lu Xinghe put them into another bucket. Thanks to Lu Xinghe's help, the remaining half of the field was cleared of weeds in no time. When Chuyu finished pulling weeds and was walking carefully along the edge of the field, she felt a similar sensation under her feet that made her even more excited. To prevent the turtle from biting her again, she pressed it firmly into the mud and then looked up and shouted, "Husband, come quickly. There's another turtle here." Lu Xinghe looked surprised. He had farmed this land many times before, and over the years, he rarely saw turtles, loaches, or eels. Yet this little girl had already stepped on 2 of them. Although he didn't believe in ghosts or gods, this was indeed strange. He hurried over to Chuyu, carefully removing the turtle she had pressed into the mud. It was slightly smaller than the first one, weighing about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. Chuyu's face was bright and cheerful, her big, shining eyes full of excitement. Next time we go to town, we can sell these 2 turtles to Huayu Tower. We'll make some money. Turtles had always been a delicacy that high-end restaurants wanted but couldn't get. They were considered nourishing and valuable for wealthy families. Lu Xinghe looked at her. Her innocent, joyful smile was deeply imprinted in his mind. Chuyu didn't notice Lu Xinghe's expression. She urged, "It's getting late. Let's go back now." After saying that, she turned to head toward where her shoes were. Lu Xinghe looked at her back deeply, then turned toward the water bucket. When he reached her with the bucket, he saw the girl barefoot, her fair, slender feet on the ground, looking around for something. Seeing Lu Xinghe, Chuyu quickly squatted down, covering her feet. "I remember I took off my shoes here, but I can't find them now." A hint of frustration showed in her eyes. Looking at the small, helpless girl in front of him, Lu Xinghe softened his heart and took off his shoes, placing them beside her feet. "Your shoes are almost worn out. If they're gone, they're gone. Tell your mother to make you a new pair later. For now, wear mine." Chu, you looked toward Lu Xinghe. "What about you?" "I have tough skin, so I can go barefoot without wearing out my feet. Girls have delicate skin, and I can't walk this mountain path without shoes," Lu Xinghe said. Then he picked up the water bucket again, stepped past Chuyu, and continued forward. "Hurry up, or if a wolf shows up in the mountain, it might carry you away." Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe's back, smiled softly, and quickly stepped into his large shoes to follow him. When they returned home, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were in the yard drying the herbs they collected today. Because the wild vegetables around the mountain had been dug up, the brothers only gathered some herbs that the villagers didn't recognize. Still, it was some small gain. Turning around, they saw Lu Xinghe and Chuyu walking from afar. Lu Xingping hurriedly called out, "Big brother and sister-in-law are back." Lu Xinghe nodded. "Where's mother?" "She's inside mending shoes," Lu Xingping blurted out. Lu Xing'an shot him a quick look and muttered softly, "Mother said to keep it a secret, but you just had to blab." Lu Xingping raised an eyebrow and closed his mouth tightly. Close call. He almost said too much. "Mending shoes?" Lu Xinghe put down the water bucket. Just then, Yun Sueha came out of the house. "Coming back so early today? Are you hungry? Mother is about to start cooking." Lu Xinghe quickly said, "No rush, mother. Yaya went to the field to pull weeds today, and when she got up, her shoes were gone. Could you help her make a new pair?" Yun Sueha sighed. "I thought it was something important. Isn't it about making new clothes for Yaya? I was just about to make her a new pair of shoes myself." Looking at Chuyu's big shoes that look like they are for a boat, Yun Sueha smiled softly. She went inside and took out a pair of shoes she had made earlier, handing them to Chuyu. "These shoes haven't been worn yet. They might not fit perfectly, so just make do for now. In a few days, I will make your proper shoes, and you can wear those then." Chuyu hesitated and refused to take them. "Mother, I can't accept this. Just find me a pair of old shoes to wear for a couple of days. Yun Sueha replied, tomorrow will be your third day here. You need to go back home. If I see you wearing worn-out shoes, I will feel sad. Chiyu lowered her head and mumbled softly, they won't feel sad for me. Hearing this, Yun Sueha felt a pang in her heart, but didn't know what to say to comfort her. Meanwhile, Chiyu looked as if nothing was wrong and asked, Mother, can I not go back home? Seeing the stubborn look on the young girl's face, Yun Sueha patiently said, how can that be? Going back is part of the etiquette. Even if their behavior isn't good, they are your parents. I heard you have a younger sister at home, right? It would be good to see her. Thinking of her younger sister Xiao Tao, Chiyu raised her eyebrows, feeling a strange reluctance inside, almost choking on her emotions. Yun Sueha handed the shoes to Chiyu and urged, go change your shoes. Xinghe's shoes are too big and might trip you. Chiyu couldn't argue with Yun Sueha, so she went to change her shoes. Although Yun Sueha's shoes were a bit large, the soles were very comfortable. When worn, they felt soft and fluffy, like walking on clouds. Mother, your shoes are so comfortable, Chiyu said with a smile. Yun Sueha, who was washing rice, chuckled. If you're comfortable, that's good. Lu Xinghe took 2 turtles from the bucket and placed them into the water trough. Mother, these 2 turtles will stay in the tank for now. Wait until the rice water cools before pouring it in so they don't get scalded. Yun Sueha looked into the tank. Are those 2 big turtles? Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an also came over to look. Big brother, did you catch these turtles? They asked. Lu Xinghe replied quietly. Your sister-in-law stepped on one while weeding in the field. Yun Sueha raised her eyebrows. I heard turtles bite people and won't let go unless their heads are chopped off. Chiyu is really brave. Luckily, she wasn't bitten. Thinking about the first turtle that was munching on grass and the second one that sank deep into the muddy field, Lu Xinghe stifled a laugh and gently touched his nose. Well, she is quite brave. Lu Xingping leaned beside the water basin, making a few admiring sounds. I think my sister-in-law is like a fairy sent from heaven to save our family. She's always so lucky when she goes out. I really envy her. We work hard in the fields, but we never seem to catch a break. Lu Xing'an rolled her eyes at him. With your reckless nature, I guess only a turtle might step on you, huh? Choked by Lu Xing'an's words, Lu Xingping puffed out his cheeks and hummed as he looked toward another bucket. Hey, big brother, we've lost all our pigs. Why are you bringing back grass? Lu Xinghe answered calmly. Your sister-in-law asked me to bring it. Lu Xingping elongated his tone in surprise but didn't say anything more. Just then, Chiyu, who had come out of the house, heard Lu Xingping and said, this is called water bamboo leaf. People can eat it too. I was thinking since we have a lot of people, bringing it back is also a dish. This bucket can last for 2 or 3 meals. Yun Sueha smiled nearby. Yaya is good at managing life. Now many people can't even fill their stomachs. We shouldn't be picky. As long as we can eat, that's enough. We won't harm anyone by eating. Chiyu nodded. Mother is right. At noon, Yun Sueha used the pot and spatula, while Chiyu helped out, making a pot of pig blood and wild vegetable soup, which smelled delicious. The family ate quietly. Since the sun was high, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Chiyu saw Yun Sueha always sitting inside doing needlework, so she knocked on her door and went in. Yun Sueha looked at Chiyu and was about to sew her shoes. Aya, why are you coming into my room? After hesitating for a moment, Chiyu finally spoke. Mother, I see you sit every day, but that's not good for your health. How about I teach you a set of exercises? You can try practicing them. I heard they can make you stronger and healthier. Her real intention was to help Yun Sueha because she cared about her. She also worried that her words might upset her. Yun Sueha was not angry. She put down her needle and thread. Are those exercises taught by the neighbor uncle? Chiyu shook her head, with no sign of lying. No, they're taught by that lady next door. As for whether she learned from her husband, I don't know. Yun Sueha wasn't against practicing, but her body didn't allow it. She leaned close to Chuyu's ear and shyly whispered a few words. Chiyu listened and then raised her eyebrows. What her mother just said clearly indicated a postpartum urinary leakage problem. It seemed that when she was pregnant and gave birth to Xingping Xing'an, she suffered quite a bit, and it hadn't fully recovered even now. But this seems to be a common issue many women face after childbirth, right? This problem is relatively easy to fix. Mother, is your condition very serious? Chiyu asked softly. Yun Sueha shook her head. It's not too bad, but I can't make big movements or lift heavy things, especially when I sneeze, she said, lowering her head a bit shyly. Look at me, telling you all this. It might make Ye laugh. Chiyu stepped forward and took Yun Sueha's hand, showing no sign of looking down on her. Mother, it's really nothing. I heard from Annie that childbirth can be hard on the body, and many women experience these issues. But if you do proper recovery exercises afterward, it can ease or even fix the problem. Hearing this, Yun Sueha's spirits lifted. Is what Yea said true? Chiyu blinked playfully. Whether it's true or not, Mother, just try it, and you'll see. I won't harm you. First, fix the urinary leakage problem, then take good care of your health and strengthen your body step by step. She believed there would definitely be improvement. Yun Sueha smiled helplessly. All right, since I stay at home every day with nothing else to do, I'll listen to you and give it a try. If Chuyu's method could genuinely improve her health, she was happy to try. Having taken bitter medicine for so many years, she was a bit tired of it. Mother, lie flat on the bed first. Chiyu helped Yun Sueha lie down and began guiding her through the exercises. The first move is simple. Mother, take a deep breath. Seeing her follow, Chiyu continued, then do the pelvic floor contraction exercise. It's similar to holding in when you have the urge to go to the bathroom or hold in your stool. Just focus on squeezing back. At first, Yun Sueha felt a bit shy and was very reserved in her movements, feeling embarrassed. But as she got used to the feeling, it became much smoother. Chiyu kept her hand on Yun Sueha's belly, carefully feeling her repeated efforts. She could probably tell if her strength was correct by the belly's contractions. Good. Exhale and relax. After repeating this cycle about 50 times, Chiyu looked at Yun Sueha and said, Mother should be getting the hang of it now, right? Yun Sueha nodded shyly. Chiyu said again, since you've got the feeling for this move, I'll teach you the next one. It's also something you can do while lying on the bed. After teaching 3 sets of movements, Yun Sueha was sweating all over. Mother, practice these moves first. Do them twice a day, at least for 15 minutes each time. After a month, you should see clear results. Yun Sueha's eyes widened. Just these moves? No need for medicine? Chiyu smiled. Problems like this can't be solved with medicine. Trust me, just these moves are enough. Since Chiyu said so, Yun Sueha decided to focus on practicing. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll practice, well, every day. Chiyu nodded. Then get familiar with it. I'll go back to my room first. Yun Sueha continued practicing the moves Chiyu taught, saying, Go ahead. When you leave, just help me close the door. These moves don't need anyone to watch over them. Chiyu returned to her room, sitting by the window and dipping her brush in water to practice calligraphy. Lu Xinghe, who was about to ask something, hesitated and didn't speak. Instead, Chiyu approached him, looking at the still wet writing on the table with envy and said, Husband, can you teach me to recognize characters? She knew some characters, but coming from a poor, uneducated farming family, recognizing a few herbs was already impressive. If she could read more, people might think she was strange. Lu Xinghe nodded. He didn't know how much she could learn, but it was good to recognize a few more characters. Since he had free time, he agreed. He dipped his brush in water and wrote a few simple characters on the table to teach Chiyu. At the end, he moved his seat closer to her, holding her hand to teach her how to dip the brush and write the characters she just learned. Fortunately, Chiyu was clever. In just half a day, she recognized and wrote about 20 or 30 characters, which surprised Lu Xinghe for a long time. It's a pity she isn't a man. With such a clever mind, if she were a man, she might have been able to earn a good reputation. Chiyu just smiled silently, without speaking. Because of the need to return home, Yun Sueha prepared 20 jin of old rice for Chiyu early in the morning. She also took the larger piece of wild boar meat from the beam, which weighed about 2 or 3 jin, and packed 100 copper coins into a basket along with the meat, covering everything with cloth. After breakfast, Chuyu finished eating, and Yun Sueha started urging the two of them. It's time to leave. It will take half a day to reach Nyoto village. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Chuyu lifted the basket and found it quite heavy. She opened the cloth and was stunned. Mother, so much stuff. Yun Sueha waved her hand. Not much, just take it. Let your father and mother know. They see you as their daughter, and we value you. Chuyu shook her head and took out the 100 copper coins. Mother, I can carry the rice and meat since my little sister needs to eat too. But this money, no. My father likes to gamble. In the end, there won't be a penny left at home. Instead of taking it to lose, we should keep it for ourselves. Yun Sueha was momentarily at a loss, then looked toward Lu Xinghe. Finally, seeing him nod, she didn't insist and took the copper coins Chuyu handed back. All right, if you don't want to take it, then don't. We'll use it ourselves, she then urged. Hurry up, don't leave too late or there won't be any food left. The two nodded and set off. Just outside the small hill village, Lu Xinghe reached out toward Chuyu's basket. Let me carry it. Chuyu wanted to say it wasn't heavy, but the man's strength was too much. Before she could speak, he had already lifted the basket and also put the rice she was holding into it. Chuyu felt warm inside. She bit her lip and quietly asked, Husband, why are you so good to me? Hearing this, Lu Xinghe looked a bit uncomfortable. He turned his face away. You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, how could I treat others well? Because he looked away, Chuyu didn't notice the fleeting expression on his face. Hearing his answer, an inexplicable feeling of disappointment flashed through her heart. Thinking to himself, if his wife belonged to someone else, would he also treat her well? Although he knew his thoughts were a bit sentimental and believed his answer was reasonable, he still felt uncomfortable deep inside. This discomfort made him silent for most of the journey, not speaking a word to Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe had never interacted much with girls and didn't realize his words earlier might upset Chuyu. He thought she was just tired from walking and was simply silent. He secretly hoped that once the basket was empty, she might be a little more relaxed. Finally, when the sun was directly overhead, they arrived at Nyoto village. Many villagers saw Chuyu walking alongside a tall man and greeted her warmly. Second girl, is this your man? Hearing the words your man, Chuyu's heart beat faster. Her face, already flushed from the sun and the walk, grew even hotter. She lowered her head slightly and nodded softly, saying yes. Her voice was so quiet that only those nearby could hear. After hearing her answer, the villagers would often comment, Your man is really good-looking. Seeing how the villagers stared at Lu Xinghe with admiration, Chuyu felt a strange pang of jealousy in her heart. She quickly grabbed Lu Xinghe's hand and hurried home. Finally reaching her house's door, Chuyu let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xinghe smiled gently and wiped the sweat from Chuyu's forehead with his sleeve. Why are you running so fast? They're not going to eat us. They won't eat us, but they might eat you. Chuyu didn't say this aloud in front of Lu Xinghe. The Chu family's yard was small. Zhao Chunhua, busy in the kitchen, was sharp-eyed. When she saw Chuyu and Lu Xinghe arrive, she hurried out to open the gate and called out, Master, Dasha, second girl, and her husband are back. Come out and greet the guests. Hearing the commotion, the two of them quickly came out of their rooms. When Chu Yuqian saw Lu Xinghe, his eyes involuntarily flickered with hesitation. If it were up to him, he really didn't want to have any dealings with this man. When Dasha stepped outside and saw Lu Xinghe holding a heavy basket, he quickly went forward to take it. He grinned and said, You came back and you even brought things? That's quite polite of you. He spoke while taking things out of the basket. When he saw the piece of meat under Chinmi, his throat suddenly clenched, and the sound of swallowing was clear even from a meter away, where Chu stood. It was really embarrassing. Zhao Chunhua and Chu Yuqian exchanged a quick look, then quickly smiled to break the awkward silence. Haha, look at me, standing outside for no reason. Come inside quickly. It's hot outside. Let's chat inside, she said, then turned to Chu Yuqian. Master, you should take good care of the young master. I'll go to the kitchen to help. We don't have much to eat, so later, Arya and the young master can have a simple meal before leaving. Okay? Chu Yuqian nodded and gestured toward the house. Young master, please come in. Just then, Xiao Tao came out from the house where she had been staying with Chu Yu. She stood at the door quietly and called softly. Her eyes showed excitement and fear, her eyelids slightly red, and her small hands fidgeted nervously. Chu Yu suppressed her feelings, looked at Lu Xinghe, then at Chu Yuqian. I'll go keep Xiao Tao company. Chu Yuqian waved his hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Chu Yu pulled Xiao Tao into the house, smiling as she gently patted her head. Are you missing your sister? Xiao Tao nodded quickly. Chu Yu squatted down and asked softly, have you been doing well these days? She looked carefully. Xiao Tao originally wanted to shake her head, but just as she was about to, her head suddenly nodded twice. Xiao Tao is fine, just misses sister very much. Will sister come back again this time? Seeing Xiao Tao's sad face, Chu Yu felt a little sorry, but still told the truth. Sister will leave, she said. Sister is married now. I won't be able to come back to see you often. Although she knew the answer deep down, hearing Chu Yu say it made her heart suddenly feel panicked. Xiao Tao held Chu Yu's hand, tears in her voice, and said, Can sister take Xiao Tao with her? She had been with Chu Yu since she was little. From changing diapers, comforting her to sleep, crawling, walking, and learning to speak, she had never been away from Chu Yu for a day. Now that Chu Yu was leaving, her heart was full of fear and unease. Chu Yu's eyes reddened as she gently held Xiao Tao in her arms. Little Peach, I want to take you with me, but I can't. Now, leaving her alone in the Chu family, I don't know what kind of days she will have. Once Chu Xiaodao's emotions settled a bit, Chu suddenly took out a small paper bag. She opened it to reveal 2 small pieces of delicate cake. The cakes were bought the day before yesterday, when she returned from town. She paid 5 coins for a small bag. When she heard she was going back home, she kept 2 pieces to give to Xiaodao. Chu Yu took 1 piece of cake from the bag and placed it in Xiaodao's hand. Try it. I brought this just for you. Xiaodao had never eaten cake before. The only time she had a sweet treat was when her sister secretly took a small jar of red sugar from the basket hidden on the beam while her mother was out, and she dipped a chopstick into it to taste. That was the only sweet she had ever tasted. Because she was afraid her mother would find out, her sister only dared to dip the chopstick and let her lick it. And because the taste was so wonderful, she remembered it deeply. Looking at the cake with its delicate patterns in her hand, Xiaodao, still hiccuping from crying, reached out her small hand and gently touched it. Very pretty. Then she brought the cake to her mouth, tiptoed, and bit off a piece about the size of a green bean, carefully savoring its flavor. The cake was very fine and melted in her mouth immediately, with a sweet taste that calmed her anxious heart. She smiled at Chu Yu. Sister, it's so delicious. Chu Yu patted her head. I'm glad you like it. Eat quickly, there's 1 more piece. Xiaodao shook her head. Sister, you eat too. Such a delicious treat shouldn't be just for her. Chu Yu felt warm inside and smiled. Silly Xiaodao, I brought this for you to eat. I've probably already eaten some myself. These 2 pieces are all yours. Then, Xiaodao looked at Chu Yu uncertainly. Can I save the other piece for when I am hungry? Hearing this, Chu Yu felt a sudden sadness in her heart. But she quickly suppressed her emotions. Little Peach doesn't know about Mom yet. We've been talking for a long time here, and she will think I gave you something good. If she finds out, she might take back the treats, and not only will you lose the snacks, but they might also scold you for eating alone. It's said that children shouldn't speak ill of their parents, and daughters shouldn't accuse their mothers of wrongdoing. But both Chu Yu and Little Peach have experienced these things in the Chu family. She didn't mean to cause trouble between Little Peach and her parents. Now, revealing these harsh truths was just to prevent Little Peach from getting hurt because of her. Little Peach's joy from eating the treats faded because of Chu Yu's words. She nodded, lowered her head, tears falling as she ate the first piece of cake. She didn't know why, but even though she didn't want her sister to worry, she couldn't help crying. Was it because she felt useless? And that was why her sister wanted to leave her? Chuyu held a piece of cake in one hand and wiped her tears with the other. If you cry again, even if I leave, I will still worry about you. The 5-year-old girl took a deep breath, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and forced a bright smile. I won't cry anymore, sister.
Don't worry about me.
I will be fine. Chuyu, holding back her sadness, handed the remaining cake to Little Peach. You're the best girl. Eat this piece too. Mom will call us for dinner soon. Little Peach nodded, took the cake from Chuyu, and ate it little by little. When she was crying earlier, she couldn't really taste the cake, but now the sweet aroma filled her mouth, and she finally calmed down. Master, come have dinner with the children. Zhao Chunhua's voice sounded just in time. Chuyu looked at Little Peach, wiped the crumbs from her lips, and gave her 2 copper coins. After I leave, just give this to Mom. Say it's from me. You're just a child, so she will understand I can't give you much. Little Peach pursed her lips and nodded. When she looked up again, her big, watery eyes showed more strength. Chuyu smiled knowingly and took her by the hand, leading her toward the kitchen. Lunch was a bowl of thin rice water with only a few coarse rice grains visible. Perhaps because she was reluctant to part with the little rice at home, Zhao Chunhua only added a bit more water to the porridge originally cooked for the family of 4. Besides that, she surprisingly took out some pickled vegetables, which were still homemade by the original owner. Zhao Chunhua looked at Chuyu and Lu Xinghe. Our family isn't well off, and we don't have much to eat. You came so suddenly, and we don't have much to entertain you. Yeye and Xinghe, don't feel uncomfortable. This was something Zhao Chunhua could do, so Chuyu didn't say anything. She looked toward Lu Xinghe, and from his eyes, she saw no sign of displeasure, so she relaxed. After eating, Zhao Chunhua took Chuyu into the room. Chuyu didn't know what Zhao Chunhua wanted to do, but she knew it wouldn't be anything good. Zhao Chunhua chuckled happily, trying to look friendly. Second girl, I heard that on your first day in Banpo village, your husband brought back a wild boar? Mother's news is quite quick, Chuyu thought to herself, then continued, but it was just a young wild boar. After sharing with the neighbors, there wasn't much left. Since she had already heard about it, hiding it wouldn't help. It might even make her think they earned a lot of money. Zhao Chunhua felt a mix of blame and affection, as if they had cut into her own flesh. Finally caught a wild boar, and you still shared it with others? With those benefits, why not bring some back to your own family? A pig weighing 20 or 30 jin, and we could all enjoy some good food. Chuyu clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to scold her, but she held back. Mother knows that the wild boar was brought back by my husband. I haven't been in the Lu family long, so I don't have much say, she said with clear displeasure. And my father did something very honorable. Others might not know, but Mother does. I almost get scolded every day for my father. People are quick to criticize me, and they even try to get benefits. Finally, she mumbled softly. Even if I wanted to get something, the Lu family has to have talent. The wild boar was just sold for money, and right after, it was given to my mother-in-law for medicine. Hearing this, Zhao Chunhua paused, almost forgetting that Lu Xinghe's mother had been soaking in herbal medicine for a long time. She said it was normal for the Lu family to watch over her. Indeed, the matter of the family stealing pigs was shameful. Honestly, if her daughter's father was such a person, she would also be cautious. Thinking this way, she suddenly believed Chuyu's words. Although her daughter was no longer as timid as before, she was still soft-hearted and inclined toward her maternal family. Zhao Chunhua's eyes flickered, and she asked, You spent so long with Xiao Tao just now. Did you bring her something nice? Today, she didn't gain much, and she still felt a bit disappointed. Chuyu's eyes flickered slightly. What good things would I have? I just haven't seen Xiao Tao in a while and wanted to get close to her. Chuyu's words were deliberate, and Zhao Chunhua saw through it clearly. She pursed her lips but finally held back from scolding her as she used to, since Chuyu was married now and would need her support in the future. If Xiao Tao had received something, she could ask later. Then she noticed Chuyu's new shoes. Oh, you're wearing new shoes. They look comfortable, but they seem a bit tight, almost the same size as mine. I happen to have an old pair of shoes here. Why don't I try yours on? She reached to take off Chuyu's shoes. Mom, I haven't worn new shoes in a long time. You're so lucky. Chuyu quickly pulled her foot back, feeling a bit suffocated. Mom, I can't give you these shoes, she said. Zhao Chunhua's hand froze, and her voice sharpened. You little brat, it's just a pair of shoes. Why can't I have them? You're still my daughter. Giving me something when you visit home is normal. These shoes aren't mine. They belong to my mother-in-law, Chuyu explained. Yesterday, I went to the fields, and my shoes were taken by someone. My mother-in-law gave me a pair of hers to wear. Since I'm visiting home, I can't go barefoot. Otherwise, people might say Lu family mistreats their daughter-in-law. Seeing Zhao Chunhua still staring at her shoes, Chuyu continued, I have to return these shoes later. If I give them to you, what will I wear back? Things are already tough for me in the Lu family. Please don't make it harder for me. Seeing she couldn't get anything out of Chuyu, Zhao Chunhua waved her hand impatiently. All right, young master. You should rest now. You all should go back early to avoid traveling at night. Chuyu nodded and left Zhao Chunhua's house. When she stepped outside, Lu Xinghe was waiting under the eaves of the main hall. He wasn't eavesdropping on purpose earlier. Their voices were loud and not hidden, and since he has good hearing, he caught everything. He understood that Qiuyu was pretending to be pitiful just to make Zhao Chunhua stop bothering her. He also felt a bit sad for her, knowing how difficult her life was in the Qiu family before. Seeing her come out, he picked up the basket beside him and said, Let's go home. Qiuyu responded with a soft, and looked towards Xiao Tao's door. She saw the little girl biting her lip, standing at the door with a sad face. Qiuyu didn't say anything. She just smiled at her and quickly followed Lu Xinghe out of the yard. As they walked side by side, they heard a familiar voice. She turned her head and saw Wu Yong from next door, a boy who grew up with her as childhood friends. He wasn't handsome, but he looked clean and fresh. Wu Yong? Aren't you studying to be a carpenter in Lu Tree Village? Why are you back? The boy didn't answer immediately. He looked at the tall, handsome man beside Qiuyu, then turned his gaze back to her. Wu Yong is 2 years older than Qiuyu, now 16. He originally wanted to learn carpentry while he's still young, so that in a couple of years, when he's 18, he could propose to the Qiu family and marry Qiuyu properly. But he didn't expect that by the time he heard the news, she had already been sent to Banpo village by the Qiu family. He wanted to go to Banpo village to bring her back, but was stopped by his mother. She told him that Qiuyu had already gone to the Lu family for a day, and the matter was settled. Doing anything now would only ruin her reputation, so she endured it. Today, when he heard she was returning home, he didn't even eat lunch and waited outside the yard just to see her come out. I heard you got married. The boy's expression was gloomy and restrained, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful and sunny look in front of her. Qiuyu had never seen Wu Yong like this before, and it made her feel a bit lost, as if she had become a heartless, unfaithful person at this moment. But she was already married now, and some things could no longer be left as illusions for others. She gathered her courage, took Lu Xinghe's rougher hand, and nodded, saying, Yes, I am married. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe felt the soft touch of her hand and gently held her small hand in return. Seeing their hands clasped together, Wu Yong's expression flickered with a hint of sadness. After a moment, he forced a smile and said, Congratulations. Thank you, she replied with a hint of apology. But I probably can't stay and chat much longer, or I'll have to go back in the dark. Wu Yong smiled and said, Go quickly, and be careful on the way. Qiuyu nodded and hurriedly pulled Lu Xinghe to turn and leave. But before they had taken 10 steps, Wu Yong called out again, Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Wu Yong. Take good care of my sister, or I might come and take her back, he said, then made a fierce fist and pretended to look tough. Seeing the young man showing his teeth and waving his fists, Lu Xinghe suddenly found it a bit funny. He tightened his grip on Qiuyu's hand. Don't worry, you won't get that chance, he said. Then he pulled Qiuyu away. Wu Yong watched their figures disappear into the distance until they were completely out of sight. Only then did he turn and walk back home, occasionally raising his sleeve to wipe his face. Looking at the two figures walking away outside the yard gate, Chu Xiaotao approached Zhao Chunhua. She opened her hand and handed a copper coin to Zhao Chunhua. "Mother, this is the money my sister gave me." Xiaotao is worried. She can't keep it safe, so mother can hold on to it. Zhao Chunhua smiled and took the copper coin from Xiaotao's palm. "Xiaotao is so sensible," she said, kneeling down and looking at Xiaotao. "Did your sister only give you one coin?" Xiaotao nodded obediently. "My sister said her life is hard now. Her husband only gave her one coin because it's too little. She said if she gave it to mother, it wouldn't be worth showing, so she told me to keep it and buy snacks. A 5-year-old child wouldn't lie." Hearing Xiaotao's words, Zhao Chunhua felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. It seemed her life at Lu's house was indeed difficult. Maybe she had misunderstood her earlier. After stepping out of Wu Yong's view, Chi felt a little shy and wanted to pull her hand back, but she found that Lu Xinghe was holding her hand tightly. Unable to do otherwise, I could only let him hold on. The two of them walked hand in hand past many houses in Nyoto village. Some people looked at them with curiosity, and others whispered quietly. Thinking about what Chu Yuqian did, it's not easy for Arya to marry into that family. Look at how nervous her husband is about her. Exactly, they're holding hands while walking, showing they're a loving couple. It's really enviable. Hearing the gossip, Lu Xinghe's lips curved into a slight smile. Chu Yu, being watched so closely, just wanted to leave quickly. Thinking this, she quickened her steps. They left the area of Nyoto village and headed toward the mountains. Lu Xinghe finally released Chu Yu's hand, mainly because he noticed her face looked a bit embarrassed. "Earlier, I heard you say that Uncle Wu next door is a traveling doctor, and Wu Yong is his son?" Lu Xinghe asked as they walked, glancing at Chu Yu's expression. Chu Yu nodded. "Yes, he's 2 years older than me. He usually takes good care of me." Their relationship with Wu Yong was innocent, so there was no need to hide anything. Lu Xinghe didn't know Chu Yu very long, but he understood her personality, so he didn't think much about it. From now on, it's better to keep some distance from him. Chu Yu tilted her head and looked at Lu Xinghe. "Husband, are you jealous?" Lu Xinghe's eyes flickered briefly. He cleared his throat and touched his nose. Chu Yu made a sound of acknowledgement. "I don't believe it." Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Chu smiled. "If you weren't jealous, why would you want me to keep my distance from him?" Lu Xinghe couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. "You are my wife. I won't let you keep your distance from him. Do you think I'd want you to be too close to another man?" Chi thought for a moment and agreed. But because of this reasoning, she felt a little embarrassed. She had thought he might be jealous for her sake, but now she wondered if he thought she was imagining things. Thinking this, she quickened her pace. Lu Xinghe didn't understand why Chi suddenly wanted to walk so fast. He kept trying to catch up with her and kept reminding her to slow down so she wouldn't twist her ankle. As they walked, Chi suddenly stepped on something and nearly twisted her ankle. Lu Xinghe quickly stepped forward to support her arm. "Are you okay?" Chu shook her head and looked down. She thought it was a stone and was about to kick it away. But when she saw the silver ingot shining in the sunlight, she looked at Lu Xinghe in surprise. They exchanged a quick glance. Chu bent down and picked up the silver ingot, examining it carefully. The ingot weighed about 10 taels. Dirt was stuck in the cracks, and it was unclear how long it had been there. It was obviously an unclaimed item. The rest of it was ordinary, except for the large characters Nan Yuan's Silver Reserve engraved at the bottom, which made her furrow her brow slightly. Chu Yu didn't fully understand what these characters meant, but she knew that silver marked with such records of its origin shouldn't be used freely. Otherwise, it could cause trouble. She handed the silver ingot to Lu Xinghe. "Sir, take a look." Lu Xinghe examined the ingot carefully, his brow furrowing. This silver ingot seems to come from the royal treasury. It was lucky for such a small girl to find silver from the treasury on the mountain path. Chu Yu looked puzzled. "From the treasury?" Lu Xinghe nodded. Only silver from the treasury would be marked with Nan Yuan's Silver Reserve. This kind of silver is mainly used for military pay, government salaries, palace expenses, construction projects, and disaster relief. It doesn't usually end up in the hands of ordinary people. Chuyu looked a bit disappointed. So, according to you, we can't use this silver ingot? Official silver can't be used casually. Both officials and common folk would be in trouble if they used it privately. But melting it down into smaller silver pieces is fine. Lu Xinghe returned the ingot to Chuyu. Since it's unclaimed, you should keep it safe for now. When it gets colder, we can melt it together when we go to fire the kiln. Don't let your mother find out, to avoid her worrying. And don't tell others either, to prevent others from noticing. Chuyu nodded and carefully hid the 10-tael silver ingot in her sleeve.
It was not a small amount.
Although returning lost items is a good deed, once handed over, the silver probably wouldn't reach the original owner. They needed money too much, so it was better to keep it for their family. After a brief delay, the two continued on their way. Chuyu looked around as she walked, picking some herbs along the way. After walking about halfway, the foot she stepped on the silver ingot with earlier started to ache slightly, making walking a bit difficult. Lu Xinghe watched her limp and hurriedly handed her the basket. Chuyu looked at him with confusion as she took the basket, then saw Lu Xinghe walk around to her front and squat down. Get on my back. Chuyu quickly waved her hand. No need, I can walk. Lu Xinghe looked back at her. Your foot isn't good for walking far. Do you want me to carry you? Chuyu hesitated and obediently leaned on his back. Then I'll carry you. At least she wouldn't see her face, which made things less awkward. Lu Xinghe smiled slightly and carried Chuyu through the mountain like the wind. He seemed unaffected and even faster than when they were walking together earlier. Chuyu rested on his broad back, feeling the clear muscles in his back tighten and relax. She felt very safe. He was good-looking and caring, so it was hard for women not to like him. Although their family was a bit poor, living peacefully and happily was also nice. Suddenly, she thought that marrying into such a family was already very good. In a world where women had low status, there was no need to worry about love problems. That would just make her seem overly sentimental. Thinking this, Chuyu hugged Lu Xinghe's neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder, with a faint smile on her face. Seeing her gradually relax, Lu Xinghe slightly smiled and slowed down a little, walking steadily through the mountain. Finally, after some time on the road, they arrived at Banpo village just before sunset. Worried about being watched by villagers, Chuyu softly said, Husband, could you put me down? It wouldn't look good if people saw, but Lu Xinghe didn't seem to want to put her down. Carrying my wife is natural. Why should I care what others say? Hearing his answer, Chuyu blushed shyly. Just then, a voice came from ahead.
Oh.
What's going on here? At that moment, Lu Xinghe had already carried Chuyu to the village entrance. The voice belonged to Wang Xuelan, who was coming out of her kitchen nearby, carrying vegetables to wash. Chuyu called out to Lu Xinghe, saying, Mom. Lu Xinghe replied, Today, we returned to my family's house. On the way back, she twisted her ankle, so I carried her for a while. Wang Xuelan quickly put down her basin and asked, Is it serious? If it is, you must see a doctor tomorrow. Chuyu shook her head quickly and said, It's not serious. I just twisted it a little, and we walked a long way, so it hurts a bit. Resting for a day or two will make it better. At that moment, the family heard the noise outside and all came out of the house. There was Lu Xinghe's grandfather, his uncles, aunts, younger sister-in-law, and the children, grandchildren, and daughters-in-law of the uncles. More than 20 pairs of eyes stared directly at Chuyu on Lu Xinghe's back. Chuyu was not someone who liked a lot of noise, and now being watched by so many people made her a little shy. She whispered to Lu Xinghe, Husband, please put me down. This was just the village entrance, and there was still a long way to go. She didn't want to be stared at like a monkey all the way. Lu Xinghe's handsome lips curled into a faint smile. He whispered so only the two of them could hear, Don't worry. Later, we'll take the same path back as last time. He then looked toward the nearby yard and said, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle, Yia's ankle isn't feeling well. We'll go back first. When her ankle heals, we'll come to see you again. Lu Xinghe's grandfather, Lu Taixing, quickly waved his hand. Go ahead. Rest well at home. Lu Xinghe nodded and carried Chuyu away. After they left, the yard where Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan lived became lively. Fourth Uncle Lu Shouqing looked at Lu Xinghe's departing figure and said in surprise, I thought Xinghe would have a hard time finding a wife because of his personality. I didn't expect that after Chu's girl came into the family, he changed quite a bit. Big Uncle Lu Laifu shook his head in disagreement. What's the use of that change? Now he has someone to support, but life might get even harder. Second Uncle Lu, like I nodded. Big brother is right. Young Aunt Jiang Xiuqin whispered. How much can a girl eat? Maybe someone is watching over this family, and Xinghe can focus on working outside. Life might get better. Uncle Zhao Guiqin snorted coldly, saying, Chu's look isn't very hardworking. She can't walk a few steps without being carried. She's just a decorative pillow. Not much help at all.
Exactly.
She was lucky when she arrived and happened to catch a wild boar, so she thought she was special. But look, if things go on like this, Yun's hard days are still ahead. Aunt Tian Chunyen said happily, full of schadenfreude. Lu Taixing looked at his 3 sons and daughters-in-law with some impatience and waved his hand. Enough, enough. Each of you is now a parent or grandparent. Stop gossiping behind others' backs. Xinghe's family has already split up, so even if you talk more, you won't have to support them. Just take care of yourselves. His eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyen, quickly asked, Dad, have you and Mom thought about splitting the family? You're both getting old, and we shouldn't keep making you work so hard for the big family. We're all grandparents now, and with so many people crowded together, it's not suitable. Lu Taixing took a puff from his dry tobacco pipe, then exchanged a look with his wife and nodded. In the past 2 years, more and more great-grandchildren had been born. The family was getting too crowded. His sons and daughters-in-law, even the grandchildren, started to talk about splitting the family. They had already chosen their own houses and were just waiting for the split to happen so they could use the money to fix their homes. Lu Taixing knew very well that once the family split, it would never come back together. It was better to let them go and live their own peaceful lives with his wife. Everyone heard his decision and felt happy, their faces showing joy. Especially the daughters-in-law. Coming into the house and facing such a big family was uncomfortable, and they didn't feel free to do much. Lu Taixing tapped his pipe and looked at his youngest son. Shouqing, go to your third sister-in-law's house and ask her to bring the children over tomorrow. Lu Shouqing nodded and left for Lu Xinghe's home. The others looked at each other. The eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyen, hurriedly asked, Dad, why do we need to call Yun's family when we're splitting up? Lu Taixing took another puff of his pipe. When the third son's family moved out before, they received nothing except the house you helped build. This time, when dividing the family property, they should also get their share. Hearing this, the faces of the daughters-in-law and sons showed some displeasure. Father said, You must be fair. The third family has been gone for many years and didn't contribute anything to the family. The third son has also passed away. Why should they get a share? Big daughter-in-law Tian Chunyen quickly agreed, Yes, Father, you can't be biased. When the third son was here, we supported him so he could pass the imperial exam. We hoped he would succeed so we could benefit too. But in the end, he lost everything, and they left us with a big mess. We've done our best for him. Everyone murmured and disagreed with giving away their money and land. Seeing that his sons also wanted to speak, Lu Taixing raised his hand. Let me say a few words first. Everyone quieted down. A trace of sadness appeared on Lu Taixing's face. First, the third son is talented. He passed the imperial exam at a young age. Our family's land saved us 12 years of taxes because of him. That's a lot of money. We all benefited from him. Also, when the third son was here, did he ever slack off during busy farming times? And Yun Shi, especially because of the third son studying, she always worked hard and never complained. Now she has 3 children of her own and raised them alone. She is a great contributor to our family. Even after the third son died, his wife, Yun Shi, was still recognized by the old man. He patted his chest as he spoke. Why do I say this? Because we are all family. We all belong to the same blood. Why should some have more than others? His sons and daughters-in-law lowered their heads after hearing this. But everyone thinks about themselves. No matter how hard Yun Shi's family lives, it has nothing to do with them now. They have their own lives to live. Big daughter-in-law Tian Chunyen kept signaling to her husband. Lu Laifu was scolded by his wife and had no choice but to ask nervously, "Dad, the third family's been away for so long. Surely, they don't have as much as we do, right?" At this moment, Wang Xuelan, who had finished washing vegetables, came over to Lu Taixing. She wiped her hands on her apron and looked at her sons and daughters-in-law. "I've talked with your father about this. I know you might be unhappy. Tomorrow, you three families can choose your land first. That way, everyone will be satisfied, right?" They all agreed after hearing this. When Lu Xinghe carried Chuyu home, Yun Sueha was surprised. "What's going on? Why are you carrying her back?" "Xingping, go open the gate." Xingping hurried to open the door, took the basket Chuyu was holding, and let them in. After entering the yard, Lu Xinghe put Chuyu down. Chuyu, limping, took a few steps to sit on a chair. She rolled up her pants and looked at her slightly swollen ankle with some helplessness. It didn't hurt much at the time, so why was it swollen now? She glanced at it quickly and then lowered her pants again. But the swelling was clearly visible to Yun Sueha and Lu Xinghe. Yun Sueha frowned and looked at Chuyu with concern. "Why is your foot swollen? You should see a doctor." Chuyu shook her head. "Mom, it's nothing serious. I'll put a cold cloth on it later, and it should be better by tomorrow." Lu Xinghe listened and quickly took a cloth, wet it, wrung it out, and handed it to Chuyu. "Put this on first." Thinking it might be inconvenient to put her foot outside, Lu Xinghe then picked Chuyu up horizontally and carried her into the house. This move made Chuyu gasp softly in surprise. Yun Sueha watched their backs and covered her mouth to smile, feeling a bit less worried. Lu Xingping kept watching Lu Xinghe until he went into the room, his gaze lingering on the closed door. Yun Sueha saw this and shot him a glance. "You're just a kid with such curiosity. Hurry up and do your work. Hang the medicinal herbs to dry, then go help Starn in the kitchen. Maybe your sister-in-law hurt her foot because her shoes didn't fit. Mom will make her new shoes." Lu Xingping scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Okay, Mom." Held in Lu Xinghe's arms, Chuyu was completely stiff, her face burning with heat. Lu Xinghe placed her on the bed and reached out to take her foot, but Chuyu quickly pulled it back. She took the handkerchief from Lu Xinghe. I can do it myself." Knowing the young girl was shy, Lu Xinghe didn't insist. "Then you rest your foot first. I'll go outside to see if there's anything I can help with. Later, I'll bring dinner to you in the room. For now, don't get out of bed." Chuyu nodded with her head lowered. Lu Xinghe looked at her once more and then left the room. Just then, Lu Shouqing arrived outside the yard. Lu Xinghe looked up. "Fourth uncle?" He quickly went to open the gate. "Fourth uncle, what brings you here now? Where's your mother?" he asked, raising his voice toward the house. "Is third sister-in-law at home?" Yun Sueha, who was sewing a shoe with only a few stitches left, heard the voice. She had to put down her shoe and come out. "Shouqing is here," Lu Shouqing sighed. "Third sister-in-law, father asked me to tell you that tomorrow you and Xinghe and the other brothers should go to the old house." Yun Sueha looked puzzled. "Is there something wrong?" Lu Shouqing sighed again. "It's about dividing the family land. Recently, because of this, big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law have been arguing with our parents." Yun Sueha was a bit surprised. "Did father agree to split the land?" Earlier, when they wanted their in-laws to move out, father was reluctant at first, saying they shouldn't split the family. But after the arguments got too intense, they had no choice. Now that the elders are still alive, they decided to divide the land, probably annoyed by big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. Lu Shouqing nodded. "Yes, today big sister-in-law mentioned it and father agreed. Even if we split the land, we will still live with our parents. They are old, and I don't feel comfortable leaving them alone." Yun Sueha quickly said, "That's right. Our parents are almost 60. They need someone to look after them." After saying this, Lu Shouqing turned and left the yard. "I've delivered the message. Remember to bring Xinghe and the others tomorrow." Yun Sueha took a few steps toward the gate. "Hey, Shouqing, eat first before you go." Lu Shouqing waved his hand as he walked away. "No, I've already cooked at home, so I won't bother my sister-in-law." Lu Xingping ran out of the kitchen, standing beside Yun Sueha. He looked at his distant great-uncle's back and quietly asked, Mom, why do the elders want us to join the family division? Haven't we already been separated long ago? Yun Sueha patted Lu Xingping's head. It doesn't matter if they call us to join. If they ask us to go, we go. You're all your grandparents' grandchildren. Take what they give, and if they don't give, don't fight for it. In the end, we get some benefits, and then we just need to be good to your grandparents. She sighed as she spoke. People's lives are like that. It's better not to argue over small things. It's more comfortable to live happily and peacefully, at least in your heart. After saying that, she went back to the kitchen to cook. Lu Xingping responded with a half-understanding, "Oh," then turned and went to his room. Chuyu took off her shoes, placed a cold cloth on her forehead, and sat on the kong, a traditional bed. Listening to the conversation outside, she couldn't help but feel emotional. Every family has its own troubles. Soon, Lu Xinghe came in carrying a basin of cold water. He soaked the cloth Chuyu had used for a while, wrung it out, and placed it back on her ankle. "Are you hungry? Mom is cooking now. I'll bring the food to you later." She had only drunk a bowl of rice soup at noon and walked a long mountain path. Her stomach's food was probably already used up. Chuyu took the cloth, whispered, "It's okay, I'm not that hungry. But you only ate a little at noon and carried me all this way. You must be tired and hungry." Lu Xinghe squatted down, pinched her little face, and asked, "Still have time to worry about me? Is your ankle better?" Looking at his handsome face, Chuyu's cheeks felt warm. She nervously swallowed. "No, not yet." Lu Xinghe smiled and stood up. "I'll go get you something to eat." After Lu Xinghe left, Chuyu covered her face with her hands, feeling her heart pounding. Soon, Lu Xinghe returned with food. It was a bowl of thick rice porridge, a small plate of fresh green vegetables, and a fried egg. Chuyu looked at the egg in the bowl, feeling surprised and happy. "I'm fine with just rice porridge and vegetables. You should give the egg to Mom. She's weak and needs to eat more to recover." Lu Xinghe placed the porridge and vegetables on the table and then moved the table to the side of Chuyu's bed. "This egg was specially fried for you by Mom. Just eat it." She guessed you might refuse, so she also made a bowl of egg drop soup. "Tonight, everyone will get to eat eggs." Hearing this, Chuyu felt warm inside. "Please thank Mom for me." After resting for a night, Chuyu woke up the next morning to find that the slight swelling around her ankle had gone down. It still felt a little sore and heavy inside, but she could walk without trouble as long as she avoided big movements. After breakfast, the family was about to go to the old house. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu's foot with concern. "Yeah, do you think you can walk that far?" Before Chuyu could answer, Lu Xingping, carefree as always, interrupted. "Anyway, Big Brother is strong. If she can't walk, he can carry her. Why worry so much, Mom?" Lu Xing'an rolled his eyes. Xingping was too unreliable. He thought his mother might scold Lu Xingping, but she only nodded and said, "That's true," then headed toward the courtyard gate. Lu Xing'an was confused. 20 minutes later, the family arrived at the old house. The door was opened by Jiang Xiuqin, Lu Shouqing's wife. "Third sister-in-law and family are here." Yun Sueha smiled as she entered. "Fourth brother's wife, are you doing well lately?" Jiang Xiuqin smiled and replied, "What's good or bad? Just getting by, that's all." By then, everyone from the main house, the second house, and the fourth house, including children and grandchildren, was standing politely in the yard. Seeing Yun Sueha arrive late, Zhao Xiuxin rolled her eyes and spoke coldly. "Third sister-in-law is quite an important person. She's making the parents wait. I thought you wouldn't come." Knowing her personality and that today's family division was being discussed, Yun Sueha didn't bother to argue with her. "Second sister-in-law, you're being too harsh. I'm not feeling well and can't walk fast. Sorry to have kept the parents waiting." After saying this, she looked at Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan with an apologetic gaze. Chuyu bit her lip. Actually, they weren't walking so slowly on purpose. They slowed down because of her foot injury, but this caused her mother to be scolded by her second aunt. She wanted to go forward and speak, but Lu Xinghe held her arm and whispered in her ear, "Grandpa will handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Taixing waved his hand. "It's okay. You're not feeling well, so take your time. Then he looked at Zhao Guiqin. Second daughter-in-law, if you want the family division to go smoothly today, you should speak less. Zhao Guiqin was annoyed by her father-in-law's words and secretly cursed him for being biased. But even though she was unhappy, she held back her anger, so the family division could proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, Lu Laikai was glaring at her several times. Lu Laikai innocently rubbed the back of his head, thinking, my wife is just gossiping, and Dad scolded her. Why is she glaring at me now? Wang Xuelan looked at Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, go inside and bring a chair for your mother. Lu Xinghe nodded and went inside. Soon, he brought 2 chairs, one for Yun Sueha and one for Chuyu. Chuyu's foot was still not fully healed, and she had just walked a long way. She refused to be carried, so no one knew if her foot would hurt later. Because of this, only Chuyu sat down among all the grandchildren present. The others, even those holding children, stood properly. The young wives looked at their husbands and then at Lu Xinghe nearby. Comparing, they suddenly felt their own husbands looked less attractive. Look at Lu Xinghe, he's good-looking, literate, and cares for his wife. They wondered why there was such a big difference between him and their own husbands, who were also grandsons of the Lu family. Some hot-tempered young wives even handed their children to their husbands to get some relief. The older sisters-in-law, who initially wanted to criticize Chuyu, kept quiet to ensure the family division went smoothly. But when they saw their grandsons protesting loudly in their sons' arms behind them, their brows furrowed so tightly they could catch mosquitoes. Tian Chunyan looked back and angrily said, "Can you be quiet? Do you still want the family division or not?" It was fine when she didn't speak. But once she did, her sons' little ones were frightened and cried even louder. Zhao Guiqin glared at Tian Chunyan. "Big sister-in-law, why are you shouting? My well-behaved grandson was scared into tears, and you're making a fuss. Do you even realize how loud you're being?" She endured Tian Chunyan for many years, but now she finally wanted to split the family, and she no longer wanted to hold back. Tian Chunyan was not willing to show weakness either. She crossed her arms and replied, "You old woman, why are you yelling at me? I speak like this all the time. You know that. Are you afraid I might scare your obedient grandson? Just have your son and daughter-in-law keep the children farther away." Lu Taixing frowned and tapped a cigarette on a stone. "Arguing every day, causing trouble every day. Haven't you had enough? Can't you just stop?" he said, pointing at Jiang Xiuqin and Yun Sueha. "Look at them, both mothers. Why can't you learn from your 2 younger sisters-in-law?" Hearing this, Tian Chunyan got angry. She crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, acting as fearless as a pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. "Anyway, Father favors Yun and Jiang. No matter how we do, he likes them better. We are always wrong. It doesn't matter if we try or not." On this point, Zhao Guiqin agreed with Tian Chunyan. "Exactly, Father's favoritism is obvious. You all..." Lu Taixing paused and sighed deeply. "Fine, everyone has their own way of judging. If you say I favor one, then I do. Since we're splitting the family, you should move out quickly after the split, so you won't have to look at me and feel annoyed." Throughout, Jiang Xiuqin and Yun Sueha didn't speak, and the younger family members had no chance to speak either. Zhu Yu sat in the corner. Seeing Lu Taixing give Wang Xuelan a signal, Wang Xuelan took out a small bag from inside. When everyone saw the bag, they all sat up straight. "This contains 60 taels of silver. Your mother and I are getting old, and we won't be able to earn much more money. We kept some for ourselves, and the rest will be divided among your families. 15 taels each. Do you have any objections?" Each family received the same amount. The daughters-in-law had no objections, so the sons naturally agreed too. "Father, we have no objections." Lu Taixing nodded, signaling Wang Xuelan to distribute the silver. In front of everyone, the silver was divided clearly, 15 taels for each household. Yun Sueha held the heavy silver in her hand, feeling excited. With this money, their family's life could be better. Next, we will discuss the land and mountains. Lu Taixing took 2 puffs of dry tobacco and continued, "Our family's land includes 6 acres of prime land, 12 acres of medium-quality land, and a mountain of over 20 acres. Over the years, our family has worked hard. The medium-quality land has been improved so much that it's almost as good as the prime land. My wife and I think we should leave 2 acres of the prime land near the village entrance for ourselves to farm for food. The other 2 families can share the 4 acres of prime land farther away. The 12 acres of medium-quality water land can be split evenly between 2 families, and the mountain of over 20 acres can be divided among us. At this moment, the eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunyan, spoke up. Dad, there are many trees on the mountain. We all planted those trees together. What do you plan to do with them? Lu Taixing took another puff of tobacco, his eyes momentarily distant. A few days ago, I counted about 150 trees on the mountain. In 2 or 3 years, they should be ready to harvest. If someone wants to buy the forest, the trees will belong to whoever gets it. The second daughter-in-law, Zhao Guiqin, was surprised and sighed.
How can that be?
Lu Taixing looked at her and said, Why not? Think about how much 1 acre of waterland is worth, and how much the forest is worth. You can do the math yourself. The forest doesn't grow food, so we need to make up for it in other ways, right? Wang Xuelan also said, Dad is right. The forest will need at least 2 or 3 more years to grow. It's not something you can sell right away, and the wood isn't very valuable. If you're eager, you can take the forest now. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They never planned to take the forest. It doesn't grow food, and trees take many years to mature. Why would they want it? If the harvest is good later, their water land in a year or 2 could earn as much as selling the trees. Chunyan quickly asked, Dad, Mom, you said yesterday that the 3 families could choose first. Is that still the case? Since we said so, it's settled, Lu Taixing replied. Then he looked at Yun Sueha. Yun, sure, your family has been away for so long. You haven't been with us these years. Today, since we're dividing the land, do you have any objections to the order? Yun Sueha smiled and shook her head. Dad's arrangements are fine. I have no objections. Getting 15 taels of silver today was already a surprise. What more could she ask for? Even if she ended up with more than 20 acres of mountain land, she accepted it happily. Lu Taixing felt comforted by Yun Sueha's caring attitude. He quickly turned to Wang Xuelan and said, When we divide the chickens later, give an extra one to the 3rd sister-in-law's family. Since the head of the household had spoken, Wang Xuelan nodded in agreement. Next, the families of the eldest and second brothers each took 6 acres of medium-quality paddy fields, while the 4th brother's family took the 4 acres of top-quality paddy fields. The more than 20 acres of mountain land belonged to Yun Sueha's family. Gaining a mountain out of nowhere, even if it's not very large, made them happy. At least now, their family had both land and mountain. After dividing the land, Wang Xuelan went to catch chickens. Before leaving, Yun Sueha's family also brought back 2 hens and 1 rooster, which caused the 2 sisters-in-law of the main house and the second house to gossip for a long time behind their backs. But Chuyu was overjoyed. Last night, when she was eating eggs, she was thinking about raising a few chickens at home to lay eggs and eat. She didn't expect it to happen so soon. Back home, Lu Xinghe quickly built a small enclosure in a corner of the yard for the chickens, so they wouldn't scatter droppings everywhere and make the yard smell bad. After enclosing the chickens, he mixed mud and used wooden planks and stones he and Lu Xingping found to build a sturdy chicken coop. All this work took until the afternoon. By evening, once the mud on the chicken coop's walls dried enough, Lu Xinghe also laid a thick layer of rice husks and straw inside to keep it dry. Because of her foot injury, Chuyu rested at home for a day. The family didn't let her do anything, and she felt bored, so she went to learn sewing from Yun Sueha. However, embroidery requires talent and patience. Chuyu sat all day, but didn't want to sit again the next day. Fortunately, by the 3rd day, her foot was almost healed. After breakfast, she took a basket and went to the mountains with Lu Xinghe and his brothers. Big sister-in-law, be careful, don't twist your ankle again, Lu Xingping warned as they walked. Lu Xing'an raised an eyebrow. Can't you wish your big sister-in-law well? Lu Xingping realized his words were wrong and stuck out his tongue. I'm just worried about big sister-in-law's foot, he said. Looking at the 2 children, Chi smiled. It's okay. I appreciate your concern. I will be careful. After walking a little further, they arrived in a slightly loose part of the forest. Lu Xingping suddenly pointed at a nearby green plant and asked, "Big sister, is that wild vegetables?" She looked in the direction and approached the green-leafed plant. She squatted down, examined it carefully, and shook her head. This is a type of medicinal herb called half-summer. It is poisonous all over, with the roots and stems being the most toxic. It can't be eaten as wild vegetables. Lu Xingping was surprised. How can something poisonous be used as medicine? That's why we say medicine sometimes has a bit of poison. Medicine and poison are closely related. When used properly, poison can become a good remedy, Chuyu explained as she used her small hoe to dig out the tuber of the half-summer and placed it in her basket. Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu, thinking she must have learned this from the traveling doctor next door when she was young. This also meant she spent a lot of her childhood at the Wu family and had many interactions with Wu Yong. Moreover, her familiarity with herbs and medicine suggested that the Wu family might have their own hidden motives. Thinking this, he suddenly felt a strange, uneasy feeling in his heart. Lu Xingping waved to Lu Xinghe. "Brother, there are many here too. Can you help with a shovel? Once the soil is loosened, I can dig out the tubers." Lu Xinghe loosened the soil with his shovel. Lu Xingping and Lu Xingen then took turns pulling out the small tubers from the ground. In a short while, the four of them had dug up all the half-summer plants in this area. "Brother, maybe we should go to our own mountain. We haven't been there yet, and we should find our way," Lu Xingping suggested. Lu Xinghe nodded. He led the others toward the mountain area assigned to their family by their grandparents. Their own mountain was not far from the village entrance. Standing on the hillside, they could still faintly see their grandparents' old house. As they reached the spot, Chuyu's gaze was caught by a plant nearby. It was growing near a large tree. The plant was about to the level of her calves, with 5 round, palm-shaped leaves at the top and a cluster of bright red, flat, round fruits at the tip. Lu Xingen saw Chuyu's expression and immediately asked, "Big sister, did you find something else?" This was his first time going out with Chuyu to pick herbs. He thought she was amazing, like she knew everything about mountain herbs. It seemed there was no herb in the mountains she didn't know. "If I didn't miss my guess, I think I found something good." After saying that, she headed toward the plants. The 3 brothers followed behind Chuyu, watching her carefully dig with a small hoe. "Big sister-in-law, what kind of treasure is this?" Lu Xingping asked with curiosity. Lu Xinghe squatted down and took the small hoe from Chuyu's hand. "Let me help you." Chuyu didn't object. She just warned, "Be careful and don't hurt its roots. If the ginseng's roots are damaged, it won't sell for a good price." When they heard it was ginseng, Lu Xinghe dug even more carefully. "This is ginseng," Lu Xingping exclaimed, his mouth slightly open in surprise. Lu Xingen was also surprised. Xingping always said that big sister-in-law was lucky. He didn't quite understand how until today. Running into ginseng like this is not something everyone is lucky enough to do. "Sure." He raised a finger to Lu Xingping and whispered, "Be quiet. Don't say anything, or someone might notice." Lu Xingping shot him a quick look. "I'm not stupid. You're not very clever either," Lu Xingen said as he squatted down to watch Lu Xinghe dig the ginseng. After Lu Xinghe carefully pulled out the whole ginseng, Chiyu took a clean cloth from her pocket and carefully wrapped it to protect the roots. Then she placed it gently in one side of the basket. Later, they dug some wild vegetables from a mountain hollow before heading home. When they arrived home and hadn't yet put down the basket, a voice came from behind. "Third sister-in-law, I'm home." Yun Sueha looked up and saw Jiang Xiuqin coming outside with a basket. "Why has my sister-in-law come?" "Come in and sit." Because there were visitors at home, Chiyu temporarily put the basket in the kitchen. When she came out, she poured a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Xiuqin. "Fourth aunt, drink some water." "Thank you." Jiang Xiuqin took the water from Chuyu, drank it quickly, and then handed the cup back. "Thanks a lot." While speaking, she took a small pink embroidered pouch with orchids from her basket and handed it to Chuyu. "Earlier, I met Yaya twice, but didn't get a chance to say a word. So, this small gift is a token of greeting from Aunt 4. Chuyu hesitated and looked toward Yun Sueha. Since it's a kind gesture from your Aunt For, just accept it. After Yun Sueha gave her permission, Chuyu took the small bag. Thank you, Aunt For. Jiang Xiuqin didn't know much about Chuyu before, but after this, her impression of her was quite good. She didn't seem as unpleasant as the older sisters had said. No need to be polite. As long as you don't mind. Yun Sueha smiled and said, look at what your fourth sister-in-law said. Your embroidery skills are good, and the bag is delicate. Girls like these, so there's no reason to dislike it. Chuyu smiled and went to the kitchen to put down a cup. When she came out again, the bag was hanging at her waist. Jiang Xiuqin came over to Yun Sueha and asked with a smile, third sister-in-law, I heard from Xiaowei that recently, Xingping and Xing'an have been gathering herbs. Is that true? This wasn't a big secret. They had herbs drying in front of their house every day, so Yun Sueha couldn't deny it. Yes, Yaya used to have a neighbor who was a traveling doctor. She knew a few herbs and taught Xingping and Xing'an to recognize some. When they found wild vegetables, they also picked herbs along the way to exchange for money in town. Hearing this, Jiang Xiuqin looked at Chuyu with some surprise. Didn't expect Yaya to have the skill. Chuyu quickly waved her hands. Aunt For, don't say that. I don't think it's much. Jiang Xiuqin smiled. Being able to earn money is a skill. Then she looked at Yun Sueha again. Third sister-in-law, I won't beat around the bush. My family Xiaowei and Yufang have also been gathering herbs these days, following Xingping and Xing'an. My brother and I don't know much about herbs, so we thought of asking you to help us look. If we sell them in town later, could you help us carry them to sell? Now it was Yun Sueha's turn to hesitate. She didn't know much about herbs either. When they arrived earlier, they also gave Chuyu a small bag. Refusing might seem unkind, so she looked toward Chuyu. Yeah, what do you think? Chuyu stepped forward. Aunt For, could you please show me the herbs? Chuyu moved the herbs to a shady spot under a tree, taking each one out of the basket. Aside from a few grasses that couldn't be used as medicine, the rest were all medicinal herbs. We'll go to town tomorrow. The herbs in this basket, especially the top 3 herbs, are worth some money. This basket can sell for about 300 or 400 copper coins. If Andy trusts us, she can help sell them for you. Jiang Xiuqin was very happy when she heard they could sell so much money. She smiled and nodded. Trust you. It's better for you to sell than for us to be in the dark about it. After saying that, she stood up. I'll leave the selling of the herbs to Yaya and Xinghe. I have a lot of things to do at home, so I'll go back first. Yun Sueha saw Jiang Xiuqin to the door, then went over to Chuyu, who was handling the herbs. Yeah, if it's just for your Uncle Fourth and his family, you don't need to make a special trip to town. Your foot just healed. How can you walk such a long way? Chuyu put the herbs back into the basket, then hurriedly pulled Yun Sueha into the kitchen. She took out a ginseng wrapped in a cloth, her voice low but excited. Mom, we found ginseng in the mountain today. Yun Sueha was also very happy. No wonder you said you'd go to town tomorrow. But your foot. Just then Lu Xinghe entered the kitchen. Later, I'll borrow the cart from Aunt Lin's house to use tomorrow. I'll push Yaya there. Yun Sueha nodded. That's good. After all, the herbs and the turtle need to be sold. Using a cart makes it easier. You should leave early tomorrow. Don't rush in the afternoon. It's okay to come back a bit later. The sun is very strong these days. They both nodded. Got it, Mom. The next morning, Yun Sueha called Chuyu into the house and handed her the finished shoes. Try these on. Chuyu stepped into the shoes. The soles were thick and soft, fitting her perfectly. The light purple upper was embroidered with a few small flowers, very delicate. Chuyu wore the shoes, her eyes full of joy. Mom, these shoes are so beautiful. I've never worn such pretty shoes before. Thank you, Mom. Glad you like them. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu. Since she came, life at home has been getting better every day. Maybe she really is a lucky star for the family. Chuyu approached Yun Sueha and softly asked, Mother, have you been doing those exercises these past few days? Yun Sueha carefully looked outside the house and lowered her voice, saying, Yes, I haven't missed a day. It seems to be working a little. Lately, I feel less heavy when I move around. Hearing that there were some signs of improvement, Chuyu was very happy. That's good. Since you're slowly recovering, Mother, try to spend more time in the yard during the cooler parts of the day. Soon, I will teach you some more difficult exercises. When there's a chance, it would be best to find a good doctor to help with your health. Although you've been hurt for many years, it's mainly because you didn't get proper treatment and have been poorly nourished, which caused your current condition. Fortunately, you're only in your early 30s, so with proper care, you should get better gradually. Seeing the positive results, Chuyu agreed with Yun Sueha's responses. All right, I'll do as you say. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe took 2 soft-shelled turtles out of the water barrel and put them into a bucket. He then moved the bucket and a basket of herbs onto a cart. He and Chuyu pushed the cart toward the village entrance. When they passed the entrance, they saw Aunt Jiang Xiuqin standing in the yard, waving at them. On the way, sitting on the cart, Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe and asked, "Husband, our family is doing a bit better now. Have you thought about continuing your studies?" Lu Xinghe looked a bit surprised but didn't say anything. He wanted that too. He hoped that someday he would be strong enough to find his father. But now, with the family situation, he couldn't rest assured without a man around. Seeing Lu Xinghe's worries, Chuyu continued, "Actually, you don't need to worry about the family. I will slowly help mother recover. Xingting and Xing'an are old enough to start school. If things don't work out, we can rent a house in town. Our family can split time between the town and the village, so we won't be apart. You can still take care of the family and study." Lu Xinghe thought this was a good idea. People say to rely on the mountains for resources. If we do that, won't our family lose its income? But Chuyu didn't see it that way. She asked, "Husband, what do you think about this year's harvest? The land around Banpo village has many trees and there are 2 ponds, but the rest of the land is dry and not suitable for farming." Chuyu continued, "The harvest is poor this year. There's no crop to gather, and we still have to pay taxes. Farmers who rely on their land for a living don't have much money. When it gets cold, families struggling to survive will probably sell their land. During bad harvest years, land prices naturally drop. Later, if we buy these lands, we can rent them out next year. Collecting rent alone will bring in a good income." Chuyu didn't say more, but Lu Xinghe already guessed her thoughts. He looked at Chuyu with some surprise. "You're quite clever, aren't you? Smart, right?" Chuyu said with a little pride on her face. Lately, they had been eating and living together, so they were getting more familiar. Sometimes they even exchanged a few jokes. Seeing her bright smile, Lu Xinghe shook his head helplessly. "You really have a lot of ideas." "It's not just that," Chuyu continued. "Yesterday, Aunt Four came to ask us to sell some medicinal herbs. I was thinking we don't need to dig herbs every day anymore. We could collect herbs from the village instead." Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "Collect herbs?" "Yeah," Chuyu said, grabbing the basket on the cart. "Think about it. Rare herbs like ginseng are hard to find and depend on luck. Most herbs are common and the local shops don't pay much for them. If we collect and sell to the shops, we can make a profit easily. Villagers who don't know much about herbs might even sell them at good prices." Thinking about this, Lu Xinghe smiled. "That makes sense. We could go back to the village every half-month or so to collect herbs and then sell them in town." He looked at Chuyu again. "But if we collect a lot of herbs, we can't do it just the 2 of us on foot." "No need to rush," Chuyu said. "We'll stay in town for now. Maybe next year we can do this. The harvest isn't good this year, so we'll just wait and see." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Husband, since we're not in a hurry to go back today, how about we visit the pawn shop?" Seeing her bright eyes, Lu Xinghe nodded. They talked and laughed as they walked. Chuyu even jumped off the cart on the uphill parts to help push it. After about an hour, they finally arrived in town. Because of the ginseng, after arriving at Nanping town, the 2 of them went straight to Chen's pharmacy with the cart. Today, the pharmacy had a doctor consulting patients, so it was very busy. 2 assistants were busy behind the counter, hurriedly preparing medicines and looking a bit flustered. The shopkeeper Chen, whom they saw last time, was sweating heavily while counting on an abacus nearby. He looked up and glanced outside the pharmacy. When he saw Chuyu and Lu Xinghe, he was momentarily stunned because he recognized them. Then, it seemed he remembered something, so he temporarily put the abacus aside. "Are you here today to buy medicinal herbs?" Lu Xinghe carried the basket into the pharmacy. Chuyu looked at the lively scene inside and approached the counter. Shopkeeper Chen, do you have time to talk privately now? She spoke while slightly opening the strap of her basket. When she saw the ginseng, the shopkeeper's eyes widened. Just a moment ago, someone had hurriedly come to buy ginseng from him at a high price. But such precious herbs are rare and hard to find, and his shop had no stock left. Now, luckily, someone had just brought some. Shopkeeper Chen smiled happily and quickly stepped out from behind the counter, making a gesture for them to go to the backyard. Please come inside. Lu Xinghe followed Chuyu into the backyard. Chuyu carefully took the ginseng out of the basket. Shopkeeper Chen, I've been here before. You're good at judging, so take a look at this ginseng and tell me what you think. The shopkeeper examined the ginseng carefully. After a moment, he said, this ginseng has 7 main roots and it's about 10 years old.
Chú ý về nốt that.
It looked about the same as what she had seen. Shopkeeper Chen, give me a fair price. The shopkeeper smiled. Of course. Ginseng like this is hard to find these days, especially whole and uncut. For a 10-year-old ginseng, I can offer this much. He raised one hand. 50 taels of silver. Chuyu was pleased and exchanged a glance with Lu Xinghe, then nodded. All right, shopkeeper. Please take a look at the other herbs as well. The shopkeeper, happy to have the ginseng, was in a hurry and didn't want to haggle further with Chuyu.
It's a coincidence you came today.
I'm busy at the front, and these other herbs are common. I won't bother to price them separately. How about 2 taels of silver for all of them? It seemed she was worried Chuyu might disagree, so she quickly explained, actually, both of you know that, if calculated precisely, it's probably less than 2 taels of silver. Chuyu took out the 3-7 herb from the basket that Annie had given her yesterday. Shopkeeper, it's not that I'm being stingy, but there's also a 3-7 herb in this basket of medicines. Selling it for 2 taels of silver would actually be a loss for us. Shopkeeper Chen was surprised. I hadn't considered that. In that case, how about 2.5 taels? More than that, I'd be losing money. Chuyu nodded with a smile. All right, then 2.5 taels. They packed the 52 taels of silver from Chen's pharmacy into Chuyu's cloth bag, and Lu Xinghe carried it in front of him. The remaining 500 coins were placed in the basket Chuyu carried on her side. As soon as Chuyu came out from the backyard, she saw a maid hurriedly rushing into the pharmacy. Is Dr. Zhu here? Please, I beg you to save my lady. Dr. Zhu, who was treating others, looked troubled. Miss, didn't I just say clearly? I'm not a midwife, and even if I go, I can't do much. Besides, I have a lot of patients waiting for treatment. In Nanyuan Kingdom, male doctors usually avoided treating women during childbirth, so hiring an experienced midwife was very important. The maid knelt in front of Dr. Zhu, crying and begging. Doctor, please. My lady has fainted. They say a doctor has a kind heart, so please go and see her. Dr. Zhu sighed. What can I do if I go? Her condition won't change just because I show up. At this moment, the long line of people also spoke up. Dr. Zhu, we're not all suffering from incurable illnesses. It's better to wait a bit. Why don't you go see this young lady first? Hearing this, Dr. Zhu looked toward Chen's shop, who had just come out from the backyard. Old Chen, look at this. Chen's shopkeeper pinched the ginseng he just received from Chuyu. If that's the case, Dr. Zhu, you should go first. No need to pressure yourself too much. Just do your best. I'm sure young master Huang won't blame you. Dr. Zhu sighed, somewhat reluctant, and packed up his medicine box. Chuyu was very curious inside and stepped forward to ask the maid, Miss, what problem did your lady encounter during childbirth? The young girl in front of them looked even smaller than herself, but the maid did not look down on her. She wiped her tears from her face. My lady is having a difficult labor. She's been in labor for 3 days, and the baby still hasn't come out. Just now, she fainted from exhaustion. The midwife said if the baby doesn't come soon, both mother and child might be in danger. As she spoke, tears fell again without her realizing. So, it was a difficult labor. In this situation, without special measures, there's little hope. Dr. Zhu's visit was just a formality. It's better not to have encountered this, but since it happened, Chuyu also wanted to go and see what was happening. She looked back at Lu Xinghe. Hubby, do you know this Mr. Huang?
He's a kind man.
He used to be classmates with my father. I guess he's had a child in his old age. What a pity, Lu Xinghe said with a hint of regret. Hearing this, Chu Yu made up her mind. Hubby, is it okay if I go alone to Huayu Tower? I want to go with Dr. Zhu to Mr. Huang's house and see what's going on. Lu Xinghe was a bit worried about Chu going out alone. If you want to go, I can go with you. We can go to Huayu Tower later.
But
He looked at Chu Yu with some confusion. You're just a young girl. What can you do there? Chu Yu whispered, lately, I've been so lucky. What if I go, and Mrs. Huang has a smooth delivery? She wasn't confident in traditional Chinese medicine, but she had some practical experience with surgery. If she succeeded, she could save 2 lives. Maybe in the future, she could also gain the protection of Mr. Huang in town. When Lu Xinghe heard this, he thought her idea made some sense. All right, let's go. After all, he was his father's old friend. They had met twice before. Since the previous year's troubles, he had done many good deeds for the people. If the young girl's visit could bring them good luck, it would be a kind gesture.
Chu Yu was happy inside.
She pulled Lu Xinghe out of Chen's pharmacy. The two pushed a cart and hurried toward the place where the maid and Dr. Zhu had left. Because the situation was urgent, and considering that Dr. Zhu was old and slow, the maid had brought a sedan chair when she arrived. The sedan bearer moved steadily and quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, they reached Mr. Huang's home in Qian Lane. This alley was home to 4 or 5 wealthy families, all prominent figures in Nanping town. The sedan chair carrying Dr. Zhu stopped in front of the first house on the left. The maid, perhaps feeling anxious, quickly pulled aside the curtain covering the sedan and helped Dr. Zhu out. Just then, it seemed that the people inside the Huang residence heard the noise and hurriedly opened the gate. Dr. Zhu, you're finally here. Having just arrived in the sedan, Dr. Zhu was still a bit dizzy when the maid hurriedly pulled him out. Still feeling dazed, he was about to follow some servants into the Huang residence when he heard someone shout from the alley entrance. Dr. Zhu, wait a moment. Everyone looked toward the alley, where a young man and a young girl were pushing a cart toward them. Dr. Zhu looked confused. Who are you? Chu Yu quickly said, Dr. Zhu, don't you remember? We're the ones who delivered medicine to shopkeeper Chen earlier. Shopkeeper Chen was worried that it might be inconvenient for you, and since I know a little about medicine, he asked me to come help you. Hearing this, Dr. Zhu waved his hand eagerly. There's no time to waste. Lives are at stake. Come quickly, let's go inside. Yes, sir. Chu Yu hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran up the stairs. As she entered, she didn't forget to speak to the steward by the door, saying, Big uncle, the person pushing the cart is my husband. It's very hot outside. Could you let him wait inside the residence? The steward nodded quickly. Of course. Miss, please follow Dr. Zhu. Although Chu Yu's clothes were tattered and worn, they were neat and tidy. The people of the Huang residence did not look down on her because of her appearance. Watching Chu Yu rush anxiously, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Even at this moment, she still couldn't forget about him. But it was this sincerity that warmed Lu Xinghe's heart a little. After watching Chu Yu's figure disappear from sight, Lu Xinghe stopped the cart in a corner and followed the steward into the Huang residence. Chu Yu went with Dr. Zhu and the maid named Xiao Lian to the backyard, into a place called Yimei Garden. It was true what they say, wealthy families in ancient times paid attention to detail. Chu Yu felt that the flowers and plants in Yimei Garden were more delicate than those of ordinary people. An anxious middle-aged man, sweating profusely, saw the doctor arrive and quickly stood up from a stone bench to greet him. Dr. Zhu, you've finally come. Please, I beg you to save my wife and child, no matter what. Dr. Zhu hurriedly bowed in response. Young Master Huang, let's first have the old doctor examine the lady's condition, he said. Please come in. Young Master Huang gestured towards the room. Xiao Lian quickly take Dr. Zhu inside. Yes, sir. Xiao Lian bowed and hurriedly helped Dr. Zhu into the side room where the woman was giving birth. Chu Yu silently followed behind, thinking about what she might encounter and how to handle emergencies. When they entered, they saw the woman lying on the bed, her face very pale and her breathing weak, as if she might pass away at any moment. Her belly was swollen high, and because a man had entered, she was tightly wrapped in a thin blanket. Chuyu frowned slightly. In such hot weather, even ordinary people would find it hard to bear being wrapped in a blanket like that, let alone a weak woman who could die at any moment. She quickly moved to loosen the blanket on Lady Huang to help her breathe more easily. The midwife and maid tried to stop her, but Dr. Zhu raised his hand. She's doing the right thing. Lady Huang's breathing is already difficult. Wrapping her so tightly is harmful, not helpful. Seeing Chu use skilled movements, Dr. Zhu understood why Manager Chen had asked her to help. Although she was young, she looked clever and talented. Xiao Lian quickly brought a small stool and placed it by the bed, then took Lady Huang's hand and covered it with a cloth for Dr. Zhu to check her pulse. After a moment, Dr. Zhu shook his head. It's difficult. I can only try to wake her with acupuncture, but she's been in labor for 3 days, and her energy is severely drained. Even if she wakes, she probably won't last until the labor is over. He sighed heavily after speaking. He knew that even coming here might be useless. Giving birth was like passing through a ghost gate. If she was still in labor after 3 days, the consequences could be serious. Outside the door, young Master Huang heard Dr. Zhu's words and hurriedly said, "Please do your best to save my wife, Dr. Zhu. I no longer dare to hope for the child. As long as my wife is safe, I will thank you greatly afterward." Dr. Zhu looked troubled. "It's not that I don't want to save her." Before he finished, Chu Yu, who had just roughly felt Lady Huang's abdomen, looked up and asked, "Dr. Zhu, have you heard of a surgical delivery? Performing a cesarean?" He looked cautious. "I have heard my master mention this method before, but because it is very dangerous, I have never tried it. It might not be a good idea. I just felt Mrs. Huang's belly. The baby inside is quite big, and it will be hard for her to deliver naturally. The best way is to perform a cesarean, so there is a chance for both mother and child to survive." He paused, then added, "But as Dr. Zhu said, this method is very risky. If luck is on our side, both will be safe. If not..." He looked outside the window. "Mrs. Huang is in a critical condition now. Do you think Mr. Huang is willing to take this risk?" The midwife had already told him that the baby was too large for a normal delivery. Now, this girl had touched her belly and understood the key point. She must be quite capable. He hadn't expected that this seemingly insignificant girl following Dr. Zhu earlier had such skills. Mr. Huang thought for a moment and then made up his mind. "All right, I trust you and Dr. Zhu. Please tell me what you need. I will prepare everything." She listed the items she had already thought of: a small, sharp knife, a clean pair of scissors, alcohol and needle and thread, boiling water that is cooled, and clean cotton cloth. If there is any wound medicine, that would be even better. Ancient wound medicine could stop bleeding and reduce inflammation, which would be perfect for the cut. Outside, Mr. Huang nodded quickly. "Yes, I have all of those. Steward, go and prepare the things the girl needs, and also bring the special wound medicine from the storeroom." Inside, Dr. Zhu looked at Chu Yu nervously. "Girl, performing a cesarean is not a joke. 2 lives are at stake now." Chu Yu whispered, "I'm scared too, but do we have a better choice? Since there's a chance, we should try. What if it works?" Dr. Zhu looked at her face. "Child, how can you be so brave?" he asked, then added, "Did you plan all this from the start, including what Mrs. Huang needs? Mrs. Huang has been in labor for 3 days. She must be exhausted. We have to prepare for the worst." Although Dr. Zhu thought Chu Yu's bold actions were a bit reckless, he had to admit that her idea of a cesarean was the best option right now. Even if the mother couldn't be saved, at least the baby inside her could be saved. But Dr. Zhu clearly overestimated himself. Just as he picked up the dagger and was about to approach Lady Huang, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and he nearly fainted. Chu Yu and Xiao Lian quickly stepped forward to support him, preventing him from falling. Shivering, Dr. Zhu said, "No, I can't do this. I really can't bring myself to do it." Seeing this, Chu Yu bit her lip. "There's no other way." "I'll do it," she said, then looked at Xiao Lian. "Xiao Lian, can you help me?" Although Xiao Lian wasn't sure if Chu Yu could manage, She thought Chiyu seemed very capable from her earlier commands. There was no better option now. Lady Huang's bed had been raised higher according to Chuyu's instructions, making it easier to perform the cesarean. Chuyu washed her hands thoroughly and disinfected them with white alcohol before taking the dagger, which had been wiped with alcohol, to the bedside. Lady Huang was now unconscious. She had been in labor for 3 days, so she probably didn't need anesthesia and wouldn't feel much pain. With a steady hand, Chuyu cut through her abdomen in layers. Her technique looked very skilled. She quickly asked Xiao Lian to help wipe away the blood with a clean cotton cloth. During the procedure, Lady Huang seemed to feel some pain and opened her eyes faintly. When she heard Xiao Lian comforting her, she fell back into sleep. After about 15 minutes, the baby was successfully delivered. The baby's face was blue, and it did not cry out, likely because it had been inside the mother for a long time. The midwife gently tilted the baby's head downward, patted its back, and as the amniotic fluid flowed out of its mouth, the baby started to cry loudly. The midwife sighed in relief. Thank heavens, the baby is safe. After removing the baby, Chuyu didn't stop. She took out the placenta from Lady Huang's womb, absorbed the blood inside her abdomen with a clean cotton cloth, then disinfected everything with alcohol. Only then did she carefully and skillfully sew up the wound layer by layer with needle and thread. Worried about the stitches being too tight or difficult to remove later, she didn't sew too tightly. Each layer was sewn with just 1 or 2 stitches, leaving the ends exposed for easy removal. After sewing each layer, she applied medicinal ointment to the wound. Throughout the process, she was very careful and meticulous, afraid of making any mistake. After Dr. Zhu recovered a bit, because Lady Huang was a woman, he didn't dare stand too close. But seeing Chuyu looking calm and confident, he couldn't help feeling a little confused. Looking at her expression, it seemed like she had done this before. But when he thought about her age, he immediately dismissed the idea. He remembered his master mentioning a cesarean section. If this had happened in an ordinary family, no one would dare let her take such a risk. However, this girl also had some skill. She was probably naturally good at this kind of work. Another quarter of an hour passed. Lady Huang's cut was finally stitched up. Chuyu disinfected the wound with white alcohol, applied healing ointment, and then wrapped it with gauze. Once the wound was bandaged, Chuyu let out a long breath. Mother and child are safe. As long as she gets through this night and takes good care of her wound, she will be fine. Xiao Lian looked at Chuyu with admiration. Is there anything else we need to do now? Tonight, Lady Huang must stay close to someone and keep an eye on her temperature. If she has a fever, use a cloth dipped in water to wipe her and lower her temperature. The wound will need medicine eventually. If Lady Huang wakes up tomorrow, she should be okay. But when she first wakes, her wound might hurt, so she should be careful and avoid reopening it. If everything goes well, in 3 days, they can help her get out of bed and walk a little, which is good for recovery. In 7 days, Chi will come back to remove the stitches. After explaining these precautions to Xiaolian, Chi looked at Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, later you will need to prepare a detoxifying herbal decoction for Lady Huang to prevent infection. Give her a small amount before the gas passes, and after that, follow the normal dosage. She didn't remember the exact recipe, but she knew such a medicine existed. It mainly helps with inflammation and fever, which suits Lady Huang. Since there are no Western medicines here, they can only rely on traditional Chinese medicine to reduce inflammation. It's better than nothing. Whether she can hold on later depends on Lady Huang herself. Dr. Zhu nodded quickly. All right. He wasn't surprised that Chu knew about the detoxifying decoction with Huang Lian. Since she could deliver herbs to Chen's pharmacy, she probably knew medicine well. That wasn't strange. After finishing these tasks, Chu rubbed her now empty stomach, feeling hungry. Since Madame Huang's matter has been settled, I will not stay any longer. My husband is waiting outside. After not seeing each other for a short while, it felt like a long time had passed. Xiao Lian quickly sent Chuyu out of the house, and then explained what Chuyu had just done to Madame Huang. Madame Huang looked at Chuyu with gratitude and bowed her hand. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life and my son's today. Chuyu turned to the side, hurriedly waved her hand, and said, Madam Huang, please don't be polite. I was just lucky. It's because you and your husband usually do good deeds that your wife and son escape danger. But tonight is very important for Madam Huang. Only if you get through tonight safely can everything be fine. You should find a doctor to stay at your house overnight. Although Madam Huang's family is well off, they have no other women or concubines, only her as the wife. They have a very good relationship. Even after many years of marriage, her husband has not divorced her. He is a person who values loyalty and feelings. At this moment, Dr. Zhu, who had prepared the medicine, came out of the house. The housekeeper waved, and a tray was brought over. He uncovered the red cloth on the tray, revealing 4 shiny new silver ingots. Looking at the 2 in front of him, he said, You 2 are great benefactors of my family. I have no way to repay you. Please accept these 200 taels of silver. If you encounter any trouble in Namping Town in the future, you can come to my family. I may not be a high official, but I can speak up for you here. Dr. Zhu hurriedly waved his hand.
I feel ashamed.
Today, the lady's safe delivery of the young master is thanks to this young girl. I really didn't do much. I can't accept the silver. When the time comes, just have someone settle the bill at Chen's pharmacy. Madam Huang clasped her fists. Then I'll trouble Dr. Zhu to make this trip. You're too kind, Madam Huang. I'll take my leave. After saying this, Dr. Zhu nodded slightly to Chuyu and then left with his medicine box. Madam Huang personally took the tray from the housekeeper and handed it to Chuyu. Please, young lady, kindly accept this. Chuyu didn't refuse. After all, she couldn't be ungrateful, especially when it came to money. She knew she deserved it. She just didn't expect Madam Huang's family to be so generous. She reached out to take the tray and graciously bowed her head. Thank you, young Master Huang. Young Master Huang waved his hand. You don't need to be so polite, miss. It's just some trivial things. Compared to my wife and child's safety, it's nothing. From now on, you will be a guest of the Huang family. May I ask your name and where you live? Seeing her hesitation, he quickly explained, You don't need to worry. My wife is still unconscious. If I know where you live, I can find you quickly if she wakes up or has any issues. I only want to know your name and family name with no ill intentions. Chu understood and immediately said, My surname is Chu. My husband's family name is Liu. We live in Banpo village. Our home is far from the town. If my respected lady has any problems, it would be easier for young Master Huang to find Dr. Zhu. I am just brave, but Dr. Zhu is a real skilled doctor. Young Master Huang found her honest and interesting. Miss Chu is very modest. Chu smiled shyly. Just being honest. My husband is waiting outside, so I won't bother you any longer. I will take my leave. Young Master Huang nodded and looked at the butler. Send Miss Chu off. Yes, sir. The butler replied and led Chu away from the plum pavilion. Miss, how about we go to Banpo village to pick you up in 7 days? Chu felt a bit embarrassed. Would that be too much trouble? After all, she had paid for the service. The butler shook his head quickly. You don't need to be so polite. It's quick to go by carriage from Namping Town. It's no trouble. Chu thought for a moment and said, Then, in 7 days, just have the butler come to the village entrance. I will wait there before noon. She didn't want to attract too much attention. The butler was surprised that this young lady was so low-key, but because of that, his impression of her grew even better. Truly capable people never show off in front of others. On the way, Chuyu put 200 taels of silver into her pocket and returned the tray to the butler. When she saw Lu Xinghe waiting for her in the pavilion ahead, she smiled and ran toward him. Because she ran too fast, she didn't notice a small protruding stone under her foot and almost fell. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe quickly caught her. Why are you so careless? In a tone filled with worry, she scolded him gently. Chuyu stuck out her tongue and whispered, It's just because I saw you. Lu Xinghe felt helpless and helped her as they headed out of Huang's residence. Are you hungry? Let's go get something to eat first. Chuyu nodded with a smile. The butler saw them off from Huang's house, watched them leave Chian Alley, and then closed the gate. By this time, It was already afternoon. The noodle shop wasn't crowded, so they found a corner seat to sit down. Chuyu wrapped the heavy silver ingots in a cloth and handed them to Lu Xinghe. "Hubby, it's better to keep this with you." Lu Xinghe was surprised as he took the heavy silver ingots. "Did Lord Huang give this to you?" Chuyu nodded and whispered, "Lady Huang's baby was born successfully, so Lord Huang gave me this as a gift." She then quietly held up 2 fingers. Seeing her cautious manner, Lu Xinghe smiled and gently patted her head, then placed the silver in the basket beside him. After eating, they rested a little in the noodle shop before heading to Huayu Tower. Passing by Wangchun bookstore, Chuyu asked Lu Xinghe to wait. She took some small silver coins from her basket and went inside to buy the book he asked about last time, The History of Nations, which cost a few silver coins. She also bought some rice paper and ink, spending a total of 5 silver coins. Now that she had earned money, she was willing to buy these things. When Chuyu happily handed the items to Lu Xinghe, he didn't feel much excitement or thrill, but he was deeply touched. This girl, the first thing she did with her earnings wasn't to buy something for herself. She even remembered that he had asked about the history of nations last time. Holding the book and paper tightly, Lu Xinghe looked at her and said, "Thank you." Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe, feeling both surprise and a bit of sadness. "We're family, so you don't need to thank me, hubby." After saying that, she moved toward the cart, ready to push it. Lu Xinghe put the items into the basket, then turned and lifted the handles of the cart. "Let me do it. The streets are flat here, and I can push it alone. You just follow along." Like last time, they headed straight to the back courtyard of Huayu Tower. Since it was already past mealtime, the Flower Rain Tower was not busy, and the manager quickly came out. "Hey, did you catch another prey?" Lu Xinghe put down the water bucket he was holding. "I stepped on 2 turtles in the field. Does Flower Rain Tower want to buy them?" The manager looked down and saw the turtles were quite fat. He nodded quickly. "Yes, of course we want to buy them. These turtles are rare and good for health." After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. "You 2 are regular customers. I won't beat around the bush. 2 turtles for 800 coins. How does that sound?" Chuyu didn't understand much and looked toward Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe nodded. "Okay, 800 coins for 2 turtles is a fair price. Other restaurants might sell them for only 600 coins. After settling the bill, since it was getting late, Chuyu didn't rush to sell the recipe. Lu Xinghe worried about Chuyu's foot pain, so he helped her onto a cart and pushed her home. "It's getting late today. Let's go back first. Next time we have time, we can visit the pawn shop again, okay?" Chuyu nodded happily. After all, their family wasn't in a hurry to buy a riding animal, and her relatives were still watching her closely. If they found a reason to cause trouble, it wouldn't be good. "Husband, let's fix our house first when we go back. After the rice harvest, the weather will get cold. If it rains or snows, the house might not be comfortable." Lu Xinghe pushed the cart a little faster and nodded. "Good idea.
I was already thinking about that."
Tomorrow I will ask my uncles for help. They are good at this." Chuyu rested her chin and asked, "Husband, is it expensive to build a brick house?" Lu Xinghe responded with "It's not cheap. Building a suitable house for our family will cost about 50 taels. What about a townhouse?" she asked again. Lu Xinghe thought for a moment and replied, "In town, you need at least a courtyard big enough for our family. The more remote ones cost over 80 taels. Better locations can cost between 150 and 300 taels." Chuyu nodded. "It looks like for now we can only fix up the house. The house in the yard has only 3 rooms. The family is doing okay now, but in a few years when Xingping and Xing'an grow up, it will be less convenient. The main problem is that there are no profitable jobs in the town yet. In the mountains, she can still make some money by collecting herbs. After all, she doesn't have any other skills." Lu Xinghe nodded. "Let's fix it up first. Tomorrow I'll ask Uncle Da and Uncle Air to come and take a look. We should make it sturdy. We'll wait until after this winter to decide. We don't know what will happen next year." "That's true. If a famine happens at the end of the year, the town might not be safe either." They talked as they walked, arriving at the village entrance just as the sun was setting. Jiang Xiuqin was busy at home today. She kept looking toward the village entrance. When she saw Lu Xinghe pushing a cart into the village, she immediately opened the yard gate and ran toward them. Xinghe, yeah, you're back. Fourth aunt, Chiyu jumped down from the cart and handed Jiang Xiuqin the 400 coins she earned from selling herbs. Here's the 400 coins from selling herbs. Fourth aunt counted. Seeing the long string of money, Jiang Xiuqin couldn't help but smile widely. She never expected that a basket of herbs could sell for so much. She quickly hid the money in her sleeve and lowered her voice. No need to count. Fourth aunt trusts you. Fourth aunt's basket is still at her house. Remember to pick it up later.
We're going home now.
Mother is probably waiting at home for us to have dinner. All right.
You've been gone all day.
Third sister is probably waiting anxiously inside, Jiang Xiuqin said, then looked back at the old house. Yufeng, go inside and get 2 eggs. Tell your brother and sister-in-law to go to third aunt's house and bring back our basket. The girl inside responded and soon caught up with Lu Xinghe and Chiyu. Brother Xinghe, sister-in-law. Chiyu looked back and saw a girl slightly taller than her. She was dressed simply, holding 2 eggs, walking quickly toward them. Lu Xinghe glanced at her, nodded slightly, and turned back to push the cart. Since it was rare to meet someone her age, Chiyu stepped forward and linked her arm with her. Yufeng, how old are you this year? Almost 15. And you, sister-in-law? She looked at Chuyu with some curiosity. Chuyu smiled, showing 2 small dimples. I'm almost 14. Lu Yufeng was a bit surprised. You're so young, and your parents already married you off. She was almost 15, but her parents hadn't talked about marriage yet. They said she should wait until she was 15, then they would arrange a marriage. After that, she'd need to stay with her husband for 2 more years before getting married. Chuyu looked indifferent and showed no signs of hiding her feelings. Well, I think it's not a bad thing. That's true. Lu Yufeng chuckled softly and whispered in Chuyu's ear, Brother Xinghe is so good-looking and so caring about you. The aunts from the big and second families are all jealous. Chuyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. You're just talking nonsense. Lu Yufeng stuck out her tongue. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Recently, whenever those aunts argue with the brothers, they always mention Brother Xinghe. I hear everything clearly, she sighed suddenly. In a couple of months, my parents will talk about my marriage too. I don't know which family it will be. If the person is half as good as Brother Xinghe, I'd be happy. Chuyu smiled. Lu Yufeng's face showed a bit of hope. Then I'll take your good wishes. Chuyu shook her arm. Oh, you're older than me, so don't call me sister-in-law. It sounds weird. Let's just call each other by our names. Lu Yufeng paused and lowered her voice. How about I call you Yaya, just like my mother does? Chuyu nodded quickly. Yaya, Arya, Chuyu, any of these is fine. You can call me whatever you like. Lu Yufeng smiled, showing her white teeth. Then I'll switch it up. Today I'll call you Yaya, tomorrow Arya, and the day after Chuyu. Every day can be different.
Buffed.
Chuyu couldn't help but laugh. That's too silly. Lu Yufeng also laughed along. I've decided, I'll call you that from now on. No, you can only pick one, Chuyu said. My mouth is on me. I'll call you whatever I want, Lu Yufeng replied and ran to the side. Chuyu saw this and took the chance to tickle her. Their laughter and playful noise reached Lu Xinghe's ears, making a faint smile appear on his face. Chuyu usually looked serious, but she was still a young girl. She should spend more time with her peers. Yufeng was simple-minded and pure, which suited her well. The 3 of them quickly arrived home. Yun Sueha, worried, moved a chair under the eaves after sunset to sew Chuyu's clothes, glancing outside to see if the 2 had returned. Seeing Lu Xinghe and Chuyu walking from afar, she felt relieved. Xingping, hurry and open the door. Also, help your older brother take the cart back to your aunt's house, she said, then looked toward the kitchen. Xing'an, we've borrowed the cart from your aunt twice already. Take 3 eggs and follow Xingping. That little one is taking eggs, and I'm worried, Lu Xingping muttered to himself and ran to open the yard gate. Hearing Yun Sueha's words, Lu Xing'an quickly took 3 eggs from the kitchen. The 2 hens had been at home for 3 days, laying a total of 4 eggs. Lu Xing'an was responsible for collecting eggs every day. He counted these 4 eggs repeatedly, and now 3 were gone, which made him a bit sad. Lu Xinghe parked the cart at the door, took down the water bucket and basket, then Lu Xingping pushed the cart away. Lu Yufeng was the first to enter, handing 2 eggs to Yin Sueha. "Third aunt, I came to take my basket. These eggs were brought by my mother," Yin Sueha hurriedly said. "Just take your basket." "Why bring eggs? Your parents are raising 4 of you, which isn't easy," Lu Yufeng replied. "Thanks to Brother Xinghe and Ye for selling herbs for us. These 2 eggs are a small gift from my mother. Third aunt, please keep them." After speaking, she took the basket Chiyu handed her and went back to the old house. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law return, Yun Sueha's worries eased a lot. She quickly put away her sewing and went to the kitchen with the 2 eggs. "Xinghe and Ye, rest first. I'll go cook." Chiyu put the silver from the basket together with the others and also went to the kitchen. "Mother, this is for you." Yun Sueha, who was cracking eggs, saw the pile of broken silver and silver ingots in the basket and was surprised, her eyes wide. "Why is there so much? Is ginseng really that valuable?" Chiyu counted what she sold today and explained to Yun Sueha. Today, the ginseng sold for 50 taels. After deducting the herbs for Aunt 4, we earned just over 2 taels and 100 coins. The turtle sold for 800 coins. In total, it's 52 taels and 900 coins. But I spent 5 taels of silver buying books and paper for my husband. Yun Sueha nodded and pointed to the 4 largest silver ingots, looking curious. "How did these silver ingots come to be?" Chiyu avoided the question and said casually, "By chance, the wife of Huang Yuanwei, the town's merchant, had a difficult labor. I went with Dr. Zhu from Qinji Pharmacy to help. The 200 taels of silver were a reward from Huang Yuanwei." Yun Sueha gasped softly upon hearing this. Just helping out, and Huang Yuanwei rewarded her with 200 taels of silver. That's a big gift. It must be said, Yia's luck is really good. She took out the 4 biggest silver ingots from the basket and placed them in Chiyu's hands. "Since this silver is for selling things, Mother will keep some for the family. But since Huang Yuanwei gave you this reward, you should keep it yourself. You bought books for Xinghe, and I believe you also want him to keep studying. There will be more expenses in the future." Chiyu bit her lip, feeling a bit touched. She lowered her head and whispered, "I thought Mother would be upset that I spent so much silver to buy books for my husband." Yun Sueha smiled and patted her head. "You're such a good girl. When you earn money, you think first of buying books for Xinghe, not for yourself. I'm grateful to you, and I wouldn't blame you. Besides, if it weren't for us 3, Mother and Father, Xinghe wouldn't still be a young scholar."
I feel guilty about that.
"Now go and hide the silver carefully, and don't let others see it." Chiyu responded with an, "Oh," then went back to her and Lu Xinghe's room. When she entered, she saw Lu Xinghe sitting by the window, deeply engrossed in a book about different countries. She quietly wrapped the silver in old cloth strips and hid them in 4 small bamboo tubes, hiding them in 4 different places inside the house. Although Lu Xinghe didn't look in Chiyu's direction, he noticed her moving around behind him and couldn't help but smile a little. "If there are mice at home, the things you hide might not be very safe." Looking at the earthen wall in front of her, which seemed like it could collapse with a touch, Chiyu felt helpless. "What should I do then?" Lu Xinghe closed his book and showed a gentle, doting expression. "Let's leave it as it is for now. When we repair the house later, I will make more places inside for you to hide your money." Chiyu quickly smiled. "If I don't earn more money, I'll feel guilty for spending your hard-earned money like this." Lu Xinghe shook his head with a look of hope in his eyes. "There's no need to worry. As long as you're happy. As long as you're happy." Although these words are not very sweet, they made her heart feel as sweet as honey. Lu Xingping and Lu Xingen, who had delivered the cart and eggs to Aunt Lin's house, had already returned. Yun Sueha's vegetables were also cooked. Tonight, they cooked wild vegetables and made egg drop soup with 2 eggs. The family sat together, drinking rice porridge and eating vegetables, looking very satisfied. Because the family's meals had improved a lot these days, everyone looked healthier than before. Yun Sueha looked at the brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xingen. "Did Aunt Lin say anything when you delivered the cart?" "No," Lu Xingping answered quickly. Aunt Lin was so happy to see the eggs Xing'an brought. She couldn't stop smiling. She even said to take the cart back to her house. Yun Sueha nodded. That's good. Lu Xinghe put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at Yun Sueha. Mom, I want to fix up our house. Yun Sueha was a bit surprised. She looked at him for a while without speaking, then glanced at the house. It's about time. The roof is moldy and not sturdy anymore. The walls are always dusty. After 8 years of wind and rain, the walls have become thin. When it gets cold, it might be as uncomfortable as before. Hearing about fixing the house, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an looked at each other with a hint of hope. Mom, big brother, if we repair the house, where will we live for now? At Grandpa and Grandma's old house. Yun Sueha shook her head and looked at their house again. Our thatched house might not even be worth fixing. Tomorrow, I'll call your uncles to come and take a look. If it's not worth repairing, we'll find a more convenient place to build a new house. Lu Xinghe looked at Yun Sueha. Have you already decided on a location, Mom? The others also looked at Yun Sueha, waiting for her to speak. Yun Sueha looked at the children with a kind smile. The hill that your grandparents gave us, it's close to the village road and not far from your grandparents' house. There's a big pond nearby, and beyond that is our farmland. Isn't that very convenient? Lu Xinghe's eyes lit up. Mom, that's exactly the place I was thinking of. Cloud Sueha smiled and said, My mother used to ask your grandparents to give us a small piece of land on the mountain so we could build our house there. But your uncles and relatives couldn't agree, and they were worried our family would take over the mountain. So, we ended up building our house here. Surprisingly, that mountain still belongs to us. Lu Xingping looked excited. Mother, doesn't that mean we will have a new house soon? Cloud Sueha gently touched his head, her eyes slightly moist. Follow me, children. Your brothers have suffered because of me. Lu Xingping quickly shook his head. It's not suffering. As long as you're here, even if we eat plain food every day, life is still sweet. The sadness Cloud Sueha had been feeling was suddenly mixed with a bit of laughter when Lu Xingping said this. You little rascal, Lu Xing'an nodded too. Mother, Xingping may not be very serious most of the time, but he's right today. As long as our family is together, life isn't hard. Lu Xingping rolled his eyes at him. What do you mean I'm not serious? Lu Xing'an, tell me clearly. Lu Xing'an quickly got up and ran outside. You're the one who's not serious. I have nothing to say. Seeing this, Lu Xingping stood up and chased after him. If you're so capable, don't run. Why am I not serious? I've helped the family a lot, you know. Cloud Sueha watched her 2 sons playing outside, shaking her head helplessly. Be careful, both of you. Don't bump into each other. You'll get hurt later. At this moment, her lingering sadness was completely gone. Chuyu smiled as she watched her brothers play outside. She stood up to gather the bowls and chopsticks, planning to wash them, but Lu Xinghe held her hand. I'll do it. Chuyu didn't let go. You've been pushing the cart all day today. You must be tired. Rest for a while. I'll wash these bowls quickly. Lu Xinghe saw that Chuyu insisted and didn't argue. Cloud Sueha looked at Chuyu busy outside and then turned to Lu Xinghe. Mother mentioned before, she said Yia is a good girl, right? Lu Xinghe glanced toward Chuyu and nodded quietly. His voice was cold, but if you looked carefully, you'd notice his ears had turned pink. Cloud Sueha saw this but didn't say anything, smiling as she went back to her room. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Xinghe invited his eldest uncle Lu Laifu and second uncle Lu Laikai to come over. Also joining them was the 4th uncle, Lu Shouqing. As the 3 entered the yard, Chuyu brought tea for them to drink. After they finished the tea, she took the cups away, washed them by the water tank, and then took them into the kitchen. She didn't say much during the process but worked quickly. This made Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai see her in a new light. The 3 of them looked around a few rooms and then sat back in the yard. Lu Laifu shook his head and said, This thatched house wasn't very strong even when it was built 8 years ago. The roof has been replaced once, but now it's completely falling apart. The walls are also peeling badly. I think it's better to tear it down and rebuild rather than try to fix it. Lu Laikai disagreed. You're just talking. Tearing it down and rebuilding costs a lot of time and money. Xinghe is earning some money now, and it's not easy for him. We can't keep bothering him like that. Then, Shocheng looked at Xinghe and Yun Sueha. I wonder what my sister-in-law and Xinghe think? Since they were elders speaking, Xinghe naturally left the decision to his mother. Yun Sueha saw everyone looking at her and lowered her voice. Yesterday, I talked with Xinghe about it. If fixing the house isn't possible, we'll just rebuild. Our earthen walls are too thin, and repairing them takes a lot of time and effort. Plus, the repaired house wouldn't last more than a year or two, and we'd have to hire someone again. It's better to start fresh. Lu Laifu, Lu Laikai, and Shocheng were a bit surprised. Is your budget enough, sister-in-law? For now, it should be enough, she replied. Thinking of his wife's fierce attitude, to avoid trouble, Lu Laikai decided to speak frankly. You need to think carefully, sister-in-law. We just divided the family, and we don't have extra money to lend. If you want to rebuild, you need to have some savings. It's not something you can just ask for. Lu Laifu quickly nodded. Yes, I hope you can rebuild, but you have to be realistic. Shocheng, standing nearby, said casually, earthen houses don't cost much, but they take a lot of time and effort. If your sister-in-law doesn't have enough, she can ask Xiaoxin for some. But I have many children, so I can only lend a little, probably 1 or 2 taels at most. Nowadays, anyone willing to lend even a little money was doing a great favor. Yun Sueha smiled. Thank you, older brothers, for your reminders, and thank you, fourth brother, for your generosity. When it comes to building the house, Xinghe and I have already made plans. The money matters are not your concern, brothers and brothers-in-law. We just need to focus on building the house when the time comes. The 3 brothers heard this and relaxed, each patting their chests and saying, Don't worry about the house. Third sister-in-law. Big brother and second brother will make sure everything is taken care of. They were also a bit surprised that the third sister-in-law still had some savings to build a house. Could it be that she sold the mountain land her parents divided? But they hadn't heard any rumors in the village. He was smiling happily. All right then. Thank you, big brother and second brother. Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai brothers quickly waved their hands. No problem, no problem. He hurriedly looked at Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, take your uncles and fourth uncle to see the spot we discussed last night for building the house. Once you find a good place, bring your uncles home for a meal. Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay. Lu Shocheng was the first to leave the yard. I'll go back and get a hoe, so we can mark the spot when we arrive. After the 4 left, Chi looked at He. Mom, are we building a blue brick house or a mud brick house? He looked at her. What do you think, Kia? She was increasingly feeling that Chuyu was a lucky star for the family. She instinctively thought her opinion was also very important. Chuyu thought for a moment and said seriously, Actually, I think we're not short of money now. If we build, a blue brick house is better. Our village is in the mountains. This year's drought was bad, and in previous years, the humidity was heavy. Mud brick houses don't last long. They need repairs every 1 or 2 years. It's easier and more comfortable to build a brick and tile house. He nodded, recalling how, over the past 8 years, every rainy day the family worried that the house might collapse. She agreed that Chuyu's idea made sense. But building a brick and tile house costs quite a bit of money. Chuyu seemed to notice his concerns and took her hand. Mom, you don't need to worry about the money, she said softly. I still have some. We're all family. The money should be spent wisely. We can earn more later. Hearing this, he also made up her mind and held Chuyu's hand firmly. All right then. Let's build a brick and tile house. For now, Mother still has some money to build a house. You should save your own money first. If you really run out later, Mother will find a way to help you. Lu Xinghe and Chuyu sold things twice in town, and with the 15 taels split from the family, plus the 1 tael they already had, they have about 67 or 68 taels of silver. That should be enough to build a small brick and tile house. At worst, their family can save on food and expenses for a while. Having a solid house makes everyone feel more at ease. Chuyu nods and says, I'll listen to Mother. Yun Sueha looks at the string of pig intestines hanging in the kitchen and says, This noon, your eldest and second uncles and fourth uncle will eat at home. Take down the pig intestines and stir-fry them. They've been smoked for a few days. Chuyu quickly heads to the kitchen. I'll take it now and wash it. After giving instructions to Chuyu, Yun Sueha looks at the rooms of Lu Xingping and his brother. Xing'an, go get 2 jars of wine. Take one to your grandfather later, and the other for your eldest and second uncles and fourth uncle at noon. Lu Xing'an responds, takes 10 coins from Yun Sueha, and runs off. Xingping, go help your sister-in-law in the kitchen. Today's lunch is up to you. Yun Sueha finishes speaking and goes back to her room to continue making clothes for Chuyu. Lu Xingping goes to the kitchen and sees Chuyu taking down the string of pig intestines from the beam. He quickly swallows and says, Sister-in-law, are we having pig intestines for lunch? Do you need me to do anything? Chuyu glances at the pot. Go start the fire. I'll blanch the pig intestines first. Lu Xingping quickly moves behind the stove. Soon, the kitchen is filled with smoke, making Chuyu almost unable to open her eyes. She suddenly understands why it's usually Lu Xing'an doing the chores in the kitchen. Lu Xingping is reliable with other tasks, but when it comes to detailed work, he often falls behind. Yun Sueha also seems to choke on the smoke and quickly stretches her neck to shout, Xingping, are you trying to burn down the kitchen? Lu Xingping shrinks his neck. Mother, don't worry. It'll be ready soon. Chuyu, overwhelmed by the smoke, tears up and says, Xingping, why don't you go pick some grass to feed the chickens? I'll handle the kitchen. Seeing Chuyu with tears and a runny nose, Lu Xingping feels very guilty inside. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I really will be done soon. Chuyu quickly waves her hand. Don't worry, everyone has their own strengths. Just do what you're good at. Sister-in-law, trust me. I can make this fire burn quickly. Lu Xingping seemed eager to prove himself. He took a fire blower and blew hard, and after getting some grass ash on himself, the fire finally caught. Seeing Lu Xingping covered in dirt and ashes, Chuyu couldn't help but smile. Xingping, do you usually start fires like that? Lu Xingping scratched his head shyly. I'm a bit rough when I do things, but I can start a fire. Sister-in-law, you won't dislike me, will you? Chuyu chuckled. Of course not. She thought it was quite fun to have such a lively person in the family. Just then, Lu Xing'an came back home carrying wine. He looked at the thick smoke outside the kitchen and shook his head with some helplessness. Xingping, how did you manage to make a mess in the kitchen again? Lu Xingping stuck out his tongue and ran out of the kitchen. It's because Mom asked me to help sister-in-law. Since you're back, I'll leave the kitchen to you and her. I'm going to feed the chickens. He grabbed his basket and ran off. Lu Xing'an quickly went into the kitchen. He cleared out some of the fire in the stove, soaked it with water, and restacked the firewood, which reduced the smoke. Chuyu put the pig intestines into a pot, added a few slices of ginger, then stepped outside to rest before coming back in. She boiled the pig intestines for a little while, then took them out and rinsed them with clean water, cutting them into small pieces. Meanwhile, Lu Xing'an had already washed the rice and started cooking porridge. When Lu Xinghe returned home with Lu Laifu, Lu Laikai, and Lu Shouqing, the porridge was ready, and Chuyu was already frying the pig intestines. In the countryside of Bampo village, people rarely ate meat more than twice a year. The smell of fried pig intestines made Lu Laifu and his brother's eyes light up. Lu Laikai stretched his neck to look into the kitchen and praised, I didn't expect my niece-in-law to be a good cook. Wow. Lu Laifu also looked inside. I thought it was the third brother's wife cooking, but it turns out to be my niece-in-law. Her skills are much better than your aunt's. Lu Shouqing smiled and said, looks like we'll have a good lunch today. Lu Xinghe gently pursed his lips, told the 3 uncles to rest for a while, and then went to the kitchen. Do you want me to help? Chuyu looked in his direction and smiled, saying, no need. It's simple. The pig intestines will be ready soon. Just need to stir-fry some wild vegetables. Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu's face and shook his head lightly. Why do you make such a fuss over cooking? What's wrong with my face? Lu Xinghe didn't answer her. He turned and took a cloth from outside, dampened it with water, wrung it out slightly, and went into the kitchen. Chuyu reached out to take the cloth, but seeing her dirty hands, Lu Xinghe softly said, let me do it. He held the cloth and gently wiped the black soot from Chuyu's face. Afterward, he took the spatula from her hands. I'll handle the rest. You go wash your hands and set the table. Chuyu responded within. Oh, took the cloth from Lu Xinghe, lowered her head slightly, and left the kitchen. Behind the stove, Lu Xing'an, trying to stay unnoticed, looked surprised. His older brother had never acted like this before. When he and Xingping played dirty as children, their older brother only handed them a cloth to wipe themselves. Compared to his sister-in-law, the brothers seemed like neglected, pitiful children. The pig intestines in the pot had already been seasoned. Lu Xinghe stir-fried them a few times, then took the pot off the stove, rinsed it with water, and stir-fried the wild vegetables. The meal was ready. Because the kitchen was too small, the table was moved outside under the big tree in the yard. Lu Laifu, Lu Laikai, and Lu Shouqing sat together. Lu Xing'an poured each of them a cup of wine. The three were surprised and happy to finally have a drink, but they also secretly complained about their sister-in-law spending money recklessly. Earning a little money was hard, and after finally dividing the family and getting some silver, if they weren't careful with their spending, they would soon run out. Saving money was as difficult as picking dirt with a needle. Spending was like washing away sand in the tide. They all knew that earning money was not easy. Yunqi, he didn't know what her brothers were thinking. She pointed to the large bowl of stir-fried pig intestines and said, "This pig intestines is Yia's specialty. It tastes very good. Big brother, second brother, and fourth brother, try some." At first, the three thought the dish smelled good. But when they heard it was pig intestines, they hesitated. Halfway through using their chopsticks, they turned to pick some wild vegetables and rice porridge to eat instead. Lu Xingping saw that the three people were not eating, so he quickly took a bite of pig intestine and started eating. While eating, he said, "This pig intestine is really a delicious treat." Lu Shouqing chuckled and patted his head. "You're just a little kid who has only tasted a few bites. How do you know what real delicious food is?" But hearing Lu Xingping say that, he felt a little sad. Although their family's meals were simple, they could still eat meat twice a year. The third sister-in-law's family was very poor, and they probably didn't have meat all year. That's why the children thought pig intestine was tasty. Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai, the brothers, listened to their words and looked a bit moved. Lu Laifu took a sip of wine and said to Lu Xingping, "Once the house at Big Uncle's is built, I'll buy some meat in town. Then you'll see what real delicious food is." Lu Xingping's cheeks puffed out as he ate, and he reached into the bowl to pick a piece of pig intestine and put it into Lu Shouqing's bowl, which was closest to him. "But this pig intestine is really tasty. Big uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle will see once they try it." Since the children were eating, he didn't mind eating more himself. Lu Shouqing hesitated for a moment, then picked up the pig intestine from the bowl and put it in his mouth. At first, it didn't smell bad or have any strange odor. After chewing a few times, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's delicious." Seeing his expression, Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai also took a bite and looked completely enchanted. No wonder it smelled so good when cooked. This pig intestine really was tasty. Just then, Sun Daju's mother suddenly appeared from somewhere nearby.
Oh,
"You're eating? What's so delicious? Let me have a bite too, wife." Seeing this, the three brothers' happy expressions changed to worried ones. "We thought it smelled good and would taste nice, but it's still so smelly," said Lu Laifu, taking a big sip of wine. With the situation at third sister-in-law's house, if they can have pig intestine, then big brother shouldn't complain, said Lu Laikai, also pouring himself a drink. Lu Shouqing nodded in understanding and looked at Granny Li, who was standing by the yard, watching the pig intestine on the plate with wide eyes. "Granny Li, you've never eaten pig intestine like this? Want me to give you a bite?" Looking at the unhappy expressions of the three brothers and hearing that the dish was pig intestines, Grandma Li almost vomited the porridge she had just taken a bite of. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, I'm too old for such strong-tasting food." After saying that, she hurriedly went back home. At Sun Daju's house, Luo Shi looked at Grandma Li asking for food and felt so angry she rolled her eyes at him. "Look at your mother, making a scene again. With her proud mouth, she just ate meat a few days ago, and now she's begging for food from others. People might think we don't treat her well." Sun Daju also looked uncomfortable but could only try to comfort his wife. What can I do? She's my mother, and she doesn't listen to us. I can't just kick her out. Because of this, Luo Shi was even angrier. She snorted coldly, slammed her bowl and chopsticks on the table, and went back to her room. Just let her take care of herself. Who knows how long she can keep causing trouble in this house? Sun Deju watched his wife's angry face and wanted to say more to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. After all, his mother was the main cause of all this. Grandma Li vomited as she went home, still cursing loudly. I should have known. What good could come from Yun Shi's family? She even brought out pig intestines to serve guests. It's so embarrassing, it makes people feel sick. After saying that, she gagged twice more. Sun Deju put down his bowl and looked at Grandma Li. Mother, now that your hands and feet work, why not go back to the old house? As long as I can earn money, I'll buy you some meat every month. How about that? If she stayed here, the house would fall apart sooner or later. Hearing the first part of Sun Deju's words, Grandma Li wanted to scold him, but when she heard she could eat meat every month, her eyes lit up immediately. Is that true? Every month I can have meat? Sun Deju nodded. Yes, it's true. Grandma Li put her bowl down on the table and agreed right away. She didn't want to keep enduring Luo Shi's cold looks here. Going back to the old house, she could still have meat to eat. That's so good. Being alone and free, she felt happy and peaceful, like living a fairy's life. Everyone says that it is easy to invite a spirit but hard to send it away. When Sun Deju's mother agreed, he immediately urged Granny Li to pack her things. Worrying that the old house might run out of food, he even took some grain from his own rice jar to give her. Then he carried her, with a big bag and a small bag, to the old house. The noise outside was known to Mrs. Luo. Rather than letting that wife cause trouble at home every day, it was better to send her to the old house. Although the household expenses would increase a bit, at least she would be out of trouble. At Lu Xinghe's house, the three Lu brothers watched Granny Li walk away, then continued eating the pig intestines from the bowl, looking very satisfied. Lu Laifu was happily drinking some wine. Third brother's wife, if that wife starts causing trouble again, don't be afraid. If it gets too bad, you can call your mother and your two sisters-in-law from the old house. They're good at arguing and will definitely make her behave. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and smiled. Anyway, we usually don't bother her. Once we move to the new house, it will be peaceful. Lu Shoqing nodded. That's right. Just focus on living your life. No need to waste energy on her, or you'll just cause yourself trouble. The three brothers finished eating and went home. Yun Sueha called Lu Xinghe aside and told him about her plans to build a brick and tile house, which she had discussed with Chuyu at home. Lu Xinghe listened and nodded. I was thinking that a house made of blue bricks and tiles would be better. But yesterday, when Chuyu asked about buying a house in town, he hesitated about building a blue brick house. Now that Chuyu also suggested it, he decided to go ahead with the blue brick house. After all, the family would be living here for a long time. Their ideas matched quickly, and they decided to go ahead with the plan. The crops in the fields were almost harvested. They planned to water the fields for 10 more days, and once the rice was gathered, they could start building the new house. Lu Xinghe waited until the sun was a bit lower in the sky and then went to the fields to fetch water for about an hour. Later, Lu Taixing came to the house. Hearing his voice, Yun Sueha quickly put down her sewing and came out of the room. Father, why are you here? Lu Taixing frowned slightly. I heard from Shoqing that you're building a new house? Yun Sueha nodded quickly. Yes, once the big brother and second brother's houses are finished, ours can start building too. Lu Taixing hummed and took out a dry pipe, taking a few puffs. Is there enough money? If it's not enough, go ask your mother for some. Once you earn some money, you can pay us back then. Yun Sueha was touched when she heard this. She quickly said, it's enough. We planned carefully before building the house, so we didn't dare to start otherwise. But thank you, Dad. Hearing that the money for the house was enough, Lu Taixing nodded. Life is your own. As long as you have your own sense of what's right, just let me know when you start work and I'll come help. Okay, I'll tell Dad when the time comes. Lu Taixing nodded and turned to leave the yard. I'm going back now. In the future, no need to buy me wine. Just live your own lives well. That's the most important. Watching Lu Taixing leave, Yun Sueha felt a bit moved and wiped her eyes. After closing the yard gate, she turned and went back inside. In the next few days, Lu Xinghe spent mornings fetching water to irrigate the fields and afternoons at home reading and practicing calligraphy. Sometimes he wrote small essays. Usually, to avoid disturbing Lu Xinghe, Chi would try to stay out of sight, often going to Yun Sueha's house to learn sewing and needlework with her. In the afternoons, when the sun was lower, Lu Xinghe would take his brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an to dig and level the land on the mountain they had enclosed, preparing the foundation. He also asked Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an to pick up stones to fill in the foundation. Because they were about to build a new house, the children worked very hard. Chu Yu, aside from learning sewing every day, spent the rest of her time cooking with Yun Sueha or gathering herbs and wild vegetables on the mountain, taking care of household chores. Recently, Chu Yu's 2 new dresses were finished. Since she had been taking good care of herself these days, she wore a new light pink cotton top and a dark blue skirt, making her look even more beautiful. Yun Sueha looked her over and couldn't help but smile widely. I think Yeya still looks the best. These clothes really bring out her best. Xinghe, don't you agree? She looked toward Lu Xinghe as she spoke. Lu Xinghe had been watching Chiyu. When he heard Yun Sueha's voice, he was momentarily stunned, then nodded slightly. Seeing his pink ears and awkward expression, Yun Sueha burst out laughing happily. Chiyu lowered her head, feeling her cheeks heat up. Soon, the day to meet the Huang family was here, the day she would go to town to remove the stitches from Madame Huang. Because Lu Xinghe was worried about Chiyu going alone, he decided to go with her. Chiyu originally wanted to bring Yun Sueha along so that Dr. Zhu could check her pulse when they returned. However, Yun Sueha didn't want to spend the money and said she would go after the house was built and she had more money. Because Yun Sueha was so insistent, Chiyu didn't push her further. Since they only had a carriage to go there, they wouldn't want to bother others to send them back. Recently, Yun Sueha's health looked better than usual, but walking long distances would still be tiring. It would be great if a doctor could come to the village to see patients. Before the hour of the dragon, Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe left the village. Not long after they started walking, they saw a carriage stopped by the side of the road, waiting. In this village, seeing a carriage was very rare. If people found out, many would come to watch. The steward knew Chu Yu didn't want a big fuss, so he parked the carriage in a quiet spot. As soon as Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe appeared, the steward from the Huang family jumped down from the carriage and bowed to them. Miss Chu has arrived. Chu Yu smiled and greeted the steward, then she and Lu Xinghe got into the carriage together. The steward quickly turned the carriage and headed toward Nanping town. The carriage was much faster than walking. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Nanping town. Because the carriage had the clear mark of the Huang family, the pedestrians on the street avoided them as they entered. The carriage stopped steadily at the Huang residence gate. Lu Xinghe was the first to get off, then turned around and gently carried Chiyu down. Chiyu stepped out of the carriage, tidied her clothes, and then followed the steward into the Huang residence with Lu Xinghe. Since Lu Xinghe was a man, he couldn't go into the backyard, so he waited in the front yard as usual. Chiyu was taken by a maid to the Imei courtyard. Madam, Miss Chu has arrived. Inside, Xiao Lian received orders from Madame Huang and immediately said, "Quickly let the young lady come in." When Chiyu entered, Xiao Lian was helping Madame Huang walk around the room with a maid. Seeing her come in, they hurriedly helped Madame Huang onto the bed. Madame Huang was lying on her left side on the bed, looking toward Chiyu. The young girl looked about 14, with a delicate figure. Her round, bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled beautifully. This girl looked familiar and must be kind-hearted. Mrs. Huang nodded slightly toward Chiyu. "Thank you, young lady, for saving me and my child the other day." Chiyu quickly waved her hand. "Madam, please don't be so polite. The situation was urgent, and I was just doing what I had to. Luckily, heaven blessed us. If not, this incident would have left a shadow in my heart forever." Seeing Chiyu look so frightened, Mrs. Huang couldn't help but smile softly. You are a brave and clever girl. I heard Xiao Lian say that even Dr. Zhu couldn't handle the situation at first. It was your idea that saved the day. When I woke up, Xiao Lian was almost praising you to the skies. She spoke while glancing at Xiao Lian standing nearby. Xiao Lian looked a bit shy and lowered her head. Madam, it's not as amazing as you say. I just saw that Miss Chu is so young but already so capable, so I admired her. People say that women should be modest, but capable women are just as good as men. That day, Dr. Zhu was almost so scared he fainted, but this young girl finished the task quickly and cleanly. That scene truly amazed her.
Chui Wesa Mai Si Li.
Just luck, I don't deserve such praise from Sister Xiao Lian. She then looked at Mrs. Huang. Madam, I live in the mountains, earning a living by gathering herbs. Recently, I've been working at my husband's pharmacy. I overheard this method by chance. Seeing your urgent situation, I thought I'd try it and mentioned it to Dr. Zhu. Mrs. Huang nodded after hearing this. No wonder, you have a good foundation. Chuyu smiled softly. Would you like me to check your wound first, madam? Mrs. Huang agreed, and was helped by Xiao Lian and a maid to lie down. They lifted her dress to reveal her abdomen. Chuyu approached and saw that the wound had already healed, and the scar was falling off. She couldn't help but think how effective the golden wound medicine was. Without it, the wound probably wouldn't have healed so well. She gently pressed her hand on Mrs. Huang's abdomen twice. Madam, does it still hurt as before? Mrs. Huang shook her head slightly. Much better than a few days ago. At that moment, Xiao Lian brought over a clean pair of scissors, wiped with alcohol, on a tray. Chuyu picked up the scissors and carefully removed the stitches from Madame Huang's abdomen. Then she stood up. Madam's wound is healing very well. In the next few days, keep the wound clean. Do not do heavy work within 3 months to avoid reopening the wound. Madame Huang listened to Chuyu's advice and nodded. Afterward, she exchanged a meaningful look with Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian understood and brought over a jewelry box that had been prepared earlier. Madame Huang opened the jewelry box and said, There is a pair of gold bracelets here. They are my dowry from when I got married, brought from my family. Chu girl, since you just married recently, I hope this is a small token of my kindness. Chuyu quickly shook her head. Madam, I can't accept these gold bracelets. When I left a few days ago, Mr. Huang already gave me a lot of silver. If I take your bracelets too, it might seem like I am greedy. Seeing Chuyu's modesty, Madame Huang was even happier. Everyone loves money, but this girl knows how to take only what she needs. She is not one of those who are greedy for wealth, which makes her more trustworthy. She held Chuyu's hand. Silly girl, only you would refuse such nice things. If you don't mind, from now on you can call me Jiang Ani. Madam, you look so young. Is it really okay to call you that? Madame Huang smiled. My real name is Jiang Qingwan. I am about 14 years older than you. Calling me Jiang Ani doesn't seem too much, does it? Chu smiled and slightly bowed to Jiang Qingwan. Chu has met Jiang Ani. Jiang Qingwan laughed, taking the jewelry box from Xiao Lian and placing it into Chu's hand. Since you call me Jiang Ani, from now on, I am your family. Consider this as part of your dowry given by Jiang Auntie.
Take it boldly.
If anyone dares to say a word against you, tell Jiang Ani and I will not let them off. Jiang Qingwan liked Chuyu for one reason, and for another, the girl's skills and experience, along with her ability to resist temptation, meant it was only a matter of time before she left Namping Town. It was better to build a good relationship first. Jiang Qingwan's words made Chuyu hesitant to refuse further. Then thank you, Jiang Ani. Just then, the nurse carried Jiang Qingwan's child from the side room. Madam, the young master is awake. Hearing that her son was awake, Jiang Qingwan quickly asked Xiao Lian to help her sit upright.
Chuyu looked at the child.
The child was quite big, but his face was a little yellow. Aunt Jiang, has the child not seen the sun these past few days? Jiang Qingwan looked a bit nervous. Not really. Is there a problem? Just now, the nurse came from the side room. Chuyu saw clearly that the side room was quite dark. It was probably sealed to avoid disturbing the child's sleep. It's not a big problem. He seems a bit yellow, but if he gets some sunlight when the sun isn't too strong, eats well, and drinks plenty, He should recover soon. A mild case of yellowing isn't hard to fix, but it should be taken seriously to prevent it from getting worse, which could make treatment difficult later. Jiang Qingwan listened and became more attentive. Xiao Lian, go and remove the cloth covering the window in the side room. Nurse, when the sun goes down later, move the cradle to the yard so Howard can get some sun. Seeing everyone busy and knowing the new mother needed rest, Qi decided to leave. Aunt Jiang, my husband is waiting for me in the front yard. I should go now. Take good care of yourself. When you have time, I'll come to Huang Mansion to see you. Jiang Qingwan nodded, looking a little tired. All right, be careful on the way. Then she looked toward the side room. Xiao Lian, take Yaya to the front yard and tell the steward to send her and her husband home in the carriage. Chu Yu left Imei Garden. Led by Xiao Lian, she reached the front yard and immediately saw Lu Xinghe waiting in the pavilion. Since Chu Yu appeared, Lu Xinghe also saw her. To prevent her from rushing and tripping again, he stepped out of the pavilion and quickly walked toward her. Is everything going smoothly? He asked while naturally taking her hand. For a while, Chu Yu's attention was on his large hand holding hers. When she realized, her face turned slightly red and she nodded. Yes. Everything went smoothly. Xiao Lian, though a bit older than Chu Yu, was not married. Seeing Chu Yu's handsome husband who treated her very well, she was very jealous. She covered her mouth and smiled, then looked toward the steward at the door. Steward Lu, the lady asked you to send Miss Chu and her husband home. Chu Yu quickly waved her hand. No need. My husband and I want to take a walk around town. We won't delay Huang Mansion's carriage. Finally, after saying goodbye to Little Lotus and Steward Lu, they left the Huang residence. They first went to Chen's pharmacy, intending to ask Dr. Zhu if he was willing to go to the countryside. However, today was not Dr. Zhu's clinic day, so Chu Yu asked shopkeeper Chen to inquire on her behalf. Then, they headed to Wuchen bookstore with Lu Xinghe. From afar, they saw the bookstore ahead. Chu Yu tilted her head and asked, Husband, if you continue to take the imperial exams, do you need to buy some books? Lu Xinghe nodded. There are a few books I haven't copied yet, so I need to buy them. It might cost quite a bit. As for the books he had already copied, he had memorized the contents. Later, he could buy some blank notebooks to copy them again. Chu Yu touched her light pink purse given by her aunt. Luckily, I brought money. These supplies are necessary, so I should buy them. However, Lu Xinghe shook his head with a smile. When we came, my mother gave me silver. She also told us to ask about the price of green bricks at the kiln near the town gate. Chu bit her lip and suddenly stopped walking. Lu Xinghe noticed and looked at her with some confusion. Chu Yu sniffed and looked a little sad. Husband, I work hard to improve our family's life. You and my mother always seem worried that I'll spend too much money. Is it because you think I'm too young and you want to keep your distance? Are you planning to marry someone else later? In her past life, besides medical skills, she didn't remember much. Now, with Chu Yu's memories, she felt like she was truly Chu Yu here. She had never received her family's care since she was young. After marrying Lu Xinghe, the family treated her well. She genuinely considered Lu Xinghe her husband. Thinking that her sincere feelings might be abandoned in the end made her feel upset. Seeing Chu Yu's eyes turn red, Lu Xinghe suddenly felt a bit flustered. After a moment, he reached out and patted her head. Not wanting to spend your money, and you're unhappy about it. He thought about her past situation in the Chu family, and a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. You're still so young. Why are you so worried? If I really disliked your age, I wouldn't have married you in the first place. Besides, raising a child around is quite troublesome. Chi lowered her head, looking at her toes, and spoke very softly. I'm not a child. Not much taller than Xingping, so why isn't he a child? Lu Xinghe gently patted the young girl's head, then firmly held her hand as she hung by his side. Since you want to buy me a book, today we will use our own money, not your mother's. Seeing him hold her hand, Chi smiled happily. Over the years, Lu Xinghe had copied many books for the Forgotten Dust bookstore. The young servants and clerks there all knew him, so whenever he entered, someone would greet him immediately. Lu Xinghe, you're here. Lu Xinghe? A man browsing books in the shop looked up and glanced toward the door. When he saw Lu Xinghe, his face showed surprise. Are you really Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe didn't recognize the man. He frowned slightly. The man quickly introduced himself. I'm Su Heng. We were classmates for 2 years, and I later went to study in the county.
Su Heng.
Don't you remember? Lu Xinghe thought carefully. 9 years ago, at the academy where he studied, there was someone named Su Heng. But back then, he was so focused on his studies that he didn't pay much attention to the people around him. Seeing an old classmate, Su Heng looked a bit excited. Brother Lu, you became the youngest scholar in Nanping Town at age 9. Everyone saw you as a role model. Now you've already become a Xiuzai, a scholar. Before Lu Xinghe could answer, a cold voice suddenly interrupted.
Humph.
What's Xiuzai? He still has to make a living by copying books. Poor enough to have no money to take the imperial exams, I suppose. Chuyu heard the voice and frowned. She turned to look and saw 3 or 4 young men, about 18 or 19, dressed in long robes, walking toward them. The speaker was the man in a dark green brocade robe, with an arrogant look on his face. Just a glance made her feel annoyed. Chuyu wanted to say something for Lu Xinghe, but before she could speak, Lu Xinghe quietly pulled her behind him. Su Heng saw the newcomers and slightly clasped his fists in greeting. Brother Jiang, long time no see. You're still as sharp as ever. The Su and Jiang families are old friends. Su Heng saw Jiang Gaoi almost every year. He didn't dislike Jiang Gaoi, nor did he like him. He just hoped he wouldn't cause trouble for himself. Jiang Gaoi spoke very slowly and passionately when mentioning the phrase, deep understanding of righteousness. Everyone could tell he looked down on Su Heng. Su Heng snorted coldly and didn't want to argue with such a spoiled young man. Jiang Gaoi ignored Su Heng and looked up at the small figure behind Lu Xinghe. Hey, Lu Xinghe, is that your little sister?
How old is she?
Why not sell her to me? I'll give you 10 taels of silver, enough for your family to live comfortably for years. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Gaoi felt a sharp pain on his cheek and was suddenly knocked to the ground by a strong force. Lu Xinghe clapped his hands. I advise you not to think about her, or else. Or else what? Jiang Gaoi wiped the blood from his lips with his thumb, looking at Lu Xinghe with a mocking expression. TSK Lu Xinghe, I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to come and hit me. It seems you really care about that little girl. He then signaled to the people behind him. They understood and quickly moved toward Lu Xinghe and Chuyu. Su Heng couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to block them. What are you doing? Robbing a girl in broad daylight? Don't you have any law? Jiang Gaoi stood up with a wicked smile.
Law?
Here, I am the law. He waved his hand. Go. As soon as he finished, a tall man threw Su Heng to the ground, hitting his forehead so hard it turned purple. Su Heng, a weak scholar with no strength, was no match for these spoiled young men. Seeing the aggressive approach, Chuyu quickly thought of a plan. She took advantage of the chaos at the bookstore entrance and slipped out through another door, crouching low. Jiang Gaoi saw Chuyu running away quickly and mocked Lu Xinghe. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Lu Xinghe, look at that, your pretty little sister is running away and leaving you behind. Lu Xinghe showed no expression. He was relieved that Chuyu managed to escape. Even he, an adult man, wasn't sure he could protect her completely. If they caught her and used her to threaten him, that would be the worst situation. As for himself, he thought he could handle a couple of punches, and it would be over quickly. Jiang Gaoi did not chase Chuyu. As long as he had Lu Xinghe, he wasn't worried she would run away. She would come back eventually. The shop assistant was afraid of Jiang Gaoi's status and didn't try to help Lu Xinghe. Luckily, Lu Xinghe was quick and strong, so a few grown men couldn't hold him down easily. After leaving Wuchen bookstore, Chuyu ran straight toward Chiyun Alley. She didn't know many people in Nanping Town. Seeing Jiang Gaoi's clothes, she knew he wasn't from an ordinary family. Maybe only young Master Huang could help her solve this problem. Chuyu didn't dare waste any time on the road. Soon, she arrived at the Huang residence. Manager Lu, open the door quickly. Manager Lu opened the gate. Seeing Chuyu return, he asked what happened. When she said she and Lu Xinghe were bullied, he hurriedly told his men to follow her. They quickly rushed to Wuchen bookstore with about 10 guards. When they arrived, Su Heng was sitting at the shop entrance, holding his head and crying out in pain. Lu Xinghe was surrounded by a group of people, and the situation was unclear. "Manager Lu, my husband is over there." Manager Lu waved his hand. The guards behind him picked up sticks and surrounded the people at the shop entrance. Seeing they were from the Huang family, Zhang Gaoi immediately told his men to stop. The young Master Huang's position was earned through his own efforts, not bought with money. If he hadn't wanted to stay in Nanping town to help the people, he would have been transferred to the county as a magistrate long ago. He had some connections at higher levels. He was somewhat wary of the Huang family. Zhang Gaoi showed a slight smile and quickly bowed, saying, "Manager Lu, why are you here?" "I was just teaching a few disobedient servants." The Huang residents wouldn't interfere with such matters, would they? Manager Lu raised an eyebrow. "Disobedient servants? Are you calling my wife's niece and nephew disobedient? Young Mistress Huang's niece." Zhang Gaoi pointed at Chuyu in disbelief. "Manager Lu, are you talking about her?" He didn't expect that a little girl he casually offended would have such a background. Manager Lu's lips curled into a hint of sarcasm. "Young Master Zhang, you used to be the bully in Nanping town, and now you openly bully someone from the Huang family. Do you think we don't see you? You're not taking our family seriously." Zhang Gaoi quickly defended himself. "Manager Lu, what are you talking about? It was Lu Xinghe who started it today. I was just defending myself." Chuyu, who had just pulled Lu Xinghe out of the crowd, looked at Lu Xinghe's swollen face with anger. "You're lying. We were the ones acting in self-defense." Zhang Gaoi sneered. "Look at our people. Who's hurt more than your husband? If you're lying, everyone here can testify for me. Right, Brother Su?" He looked towards Su Heng. It was Lu Xinghe who made the first move. Su Heng was a scholar, and known for being stubborn. As the person involved, if he nodded, Lu Xinghe's guilt would be confirmed, and the Huang family would have trouble. Moreover, he could report Lu Xinghe to the authorities at any time. Maybe the Huang family would even come to him for help. His father had been oppressed by the Huang officer for so long, and he probably hated him. If he could make the Huang officer come to his father might even treat him like a treasure. Seeing Zhang Gaoi's confident face, Su Heng felt a new sense of dislike for him. He carefully recalled what had happened. It was true that Lu Xinghe had started the fight, but he didn't want to be used and framed by Zhang Gaoi. So he told the whole story clearly. That's how it happened. Although Lu Xinghe started it, it was because Zhang Gaoi insulted him first. If he hadn't spoken arrogantly and even tried to force a girl, Lu Xinghe wouldn't have fought back. When Zhang Gaoi heard Su Heng's words, he quickly pointed at him and shouted, "Su Heng, you're despicable. Can't you tell the truth? Did you see me touch that girl? Our families are friends, yet you're trying to turn against me." Zhang Gaoi clenched his teeth in anger, knowing he was in the wrong. He snorted coldly and tried to leave with his people. However, before he could take a few steps, all the guards brought by Steward Lu detained him and his men. Zhang Gaoi cursed loudly. "Steward Lu, what are you doing? My father is a respected official in Nanping town, and his status is not lower than that of Lord Huang. Why are you arresting me? It's not I who want to arrest you. You've done things like kidnapping a young woman. If I didn't send you to the authorities to teach you a lesson, what would the Huang family think of us?" After speaking, he waved his hand and led a group of guards to take Zhang Gaoi and others to the government office. Zhui looked at Lu Xinghe, gently touched his bruised lips, and showed concern. "Husband, does it hurt?" she asked with some guilt. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fought with them." Lu Xinghe shook his head. "It's fine, I don't hurt. Actually, I didn't mean to run earlier." Lu Xinghe patted her head. "I know you wouldn't leave me. It proves that Yaya is very clever." Zhui smiled and turned to look at Su Heng, bowing slightly to him. "Thank you very much today, young Master Su." Su Heng turned aside and waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me. I just can't stand seeing people do evil in the street." Lu Xinghe looked at him. "The Zhang family and the Su family are old friends. If you help us like this today, When Jiang Gaoi returns to the Jiang family, will he encourage his father to seek revenge and suppress the Su family? Su Heng looked indifferent. They need to have the ability first. Don't worry, the Su family still has my father supporting us. That old man in my family is not easy to fool. Hearing Su Heng's answer, Lu Xinghe and Zhuyu exchanged smiles. Su Heng was quite straightforward. Su Heng looked at Lu Xinghe with a puzzled expression. Brother Lu, what brings you to the bookstore today? For books and 5 classics, Su Heng asked again. Lu Xinghe nodded. Yes. Su Heng's face showed a hint of excitement. It seems Brother Lu plans to continue with the imperial examinations? That's good. The next provincial exam is in March next year. Maybe you'll even win the top spot. Lu Xinghe smiled. You have more confidence in me than I do myself. Of course. How many people in the world can pass as a child at 9 years old? I had to take the exam twice before I passed, Su Heng said with obvious admiration. Chuyu saw that the two got along well and quickly said, Today, thanks to young Master Su's help, after we buy the books, we plan to go to Rui residence to order 2 small dishes. Would you kindly join us for a chat with my husband? Chu didn't dare to go to a fancy restaurant like Flower Rain Tower, where the dishes were very expensive, costing a silver or 2 each. At Rui residence, although the food wasn't cheap, spending about 100 coins on 2 or 3 small dishes was acceptable. Su Heng felt a bit embarrassed and said, How can I let you spend so much? Lu Xinghe knew the girl wanted to help him make connections. He patted Su Heng on the shoulder and said, Brother Su, wait a moment. I will buy some books first. Lu Xinghe chose 5 books with words and 10 blank books, spending a total of 13 silver coins. Chu Yu put the change, 37 silver coins, into her money pouch, then left the bookstore with Lu Xinghe, leading Su Heng toward Rui residence. Because Chu Yu was a girl, she didn't feel comfortable eating at a table with a man she didn't know well. After paying for 3 small dishes, she went to a nearby noodle stall just a street away from Rui residence. After eating and drinking enough, she thought that Lu Xinghe and Su Heng wouldn't be quick, so she took a detour to the back kitchen of Rui residence. She explained her purpose to the woman washing vegetables there and then met the kitchen manager, Zhao Guanshi. Zhao Dong looked at the young girl in front of him and was a bit surprised. He didn't believe such a small child could have a good recipe. Are you trying to sell me a recipe? Chu nodded quickly.
Yes.
Do you need one, Zhao Guanshi? Zhao Dong picked his teeth and said, Tell me, what kind of recipe? It's a recipe for pig offal dishes. Fearing Zhao Guanshi might refuse, Chu added quickly, Can I tell you more first? Zhao Dong patiently said, Go ahead. Big restaurants like Flower Rain Tower are rare in Namping Town, only 2 or 3. But small restaurants like Rui residence have 5 or 6. Hearing this, Zhao Dong nodded, and he became more interested in what Chu was about to say. Please go on. Chu said, Ordinary farmers usually don't eat at restaurants because they can't afford it. Usually only people with some extra money come to dine here. These people often just want to try something new. Since they're just trying new dishes, they go to the restaurant that has the most unique food. Do you think that makes sense, Officer Zhao? That's true. Girl, if you have another recipe, I might let you try it. But this pig offal, he shook his head, things that even regular farmers don't eat probably won't work. Chuyu knew that selling a recipe for pig offal wouldn't be easy, but she still wanted to try. Officer Zhao, may I try? If after tasting my dish you still insist on not using this recipe, I will leave immediately. Zhao Dong thought for a moment. It was just a matter of using some oil and salt, so he agreed. Since the pig's offal was just slaughtered today and hasn't been thrown away, if you want to try, go ahead. Following Zhao Dong's finger, Chuyu saw the pig offal hanging in the corner of the wall, luckily already cleaned. She quickly took down the offal, cut it into 3 portions, first washed it with ash to remove the smell, then blanched, cut into pieces, and stir-fried. Because the restaurant had better ingredients than her home, the flavor of the pig intestines was even more fragrant. Zhao Dong followed the aroma to Chuyu's side. Looking at the pot, where the pig intestines were coated in a golden sauce, he swallowed hard. Girl, your cooking skills are quite good. Chuyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. I used to cook a lot at home, so I practiced. But it's definitely not as good as yours, Officer Zhao. After saying that, She took a plate lined with green vegetable leaves, placed some of the pig intestines on it, and handed it to Zhao Dong. Please, Officer Zhao, try it. Although the thought of eating pig intestines was a bit gross, Zhao Dong picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in his mouth to taste. While chewing, his eyes lit up. The pig intestines prepared by this girl had no strong smell or gamey taste. Instead, they had a special flavor and were very delicious. Zhao Dong nodded as he ate. Qi smiled and pointed to the pot. There's still some left in the pot. Officer Zhao, you can serve small portions as a gift to your regular customers to try. Hearing Qi's words, Zhao Dong quickly made arrangements. Qiyu was not in a hurry. She and Zhao Dong waited in the back kitchen for feedback from the main customers up front. After about 15 minutes, a servant who was responsible for greeting guests hurried into the back kitchen. Manager Zhao, the guests at the front are all asking for stir-fried pork intestines. Do we have enough? Zhao Dong wasn't surprised by this. The taste of the pork intestines was indeed good. He looked at the large string of pork intestines hanging in the corner of the yard. Just as he was about to say there was enough, Qiyu said, Manager Zhao, too much of a good thing isn't good. Zhao Dong understood immediately. He quickly told the servant, tell the customers that this stir-fried pork intestines is a new dish we're offering. Today is just for tasting, and we didn't prepare many ingredients. Tomorrow, we will offer 10 servings on a first-come, first-served basis. The servant received the order and hurried away. Only then did Zhao Dong turn to Qiyu. Miss, I'm willing to pay 3 taels of silver for this recipe. But if you sell it to me, you can't sell it to others. Do you think that's okay? A recipe worth 3 taels of silver was a big deal. Qiyu nodded quickly. All right, I'll sell it to your family. But if others copy it, you can't blame me. Zhao Dong smiled and said, Of course. But by the time others copy it, we might already have a new recipe. Qiyu took the 3 taels of silver from Zhao Dong and left the backyard of Rui residence. As she stepped out, she saw Lu Xinghe waiting at the door. He was holding a packed meat dish, and the aroma of food was faintly noticeable. Qiyu's eyes lit up with a smile. Husband, how did you know I was here? Lu Xinghe took her hand. That's easy. Seeing the stir-fried pork intestines given by the kitchen, I guessed. Brother Su is a regular customer there, so we also got a small portion. Qi smiled. So, the guests asking for dishes also have your credit. Lu Xinghe rubbed her head. Very clever. Qi noticed that since she became familiar with Lu Xinghe, he seemed to especially like to touch her head. Was he really treating her like a child? Looking at her still slim body, she had to accept that she was still a child now. Husband, why did you pack food from Rui residence again? Lu Xinghe glanced at the paper bag he was holding. This was specially ordered for takeout from EU residents. The food tastes good, so I thought I'd bring some back for all of you to try. Then he looked at Qiyu. Did you have lunch already? Qiyu nodded. Of course, I wouldn't want to starve myself. That's good. Lu Xinghe turned and took Qiyu by the arm. Let's go straight out of town to the nearby kiln factory to take a look. If the price is right after we ask, we'll buy the bricks. If not, we'll go back early and check the neighboring village's kiln instead. Qi looked at Lu Xinghe. Aren't the prices of bricks different at each kiln? Lu Xinghe nodded. Different kiln owners and locations do make a difference, but the price difference isn't big. The biggest difference is the quality of the blue bricks. Some kilns produce bricks that are good in color, hard, and don't break easily. Others make bricks that are dull in color and prone to cracking. But haven't you seen the bricks from the neighboring village's kiln? How do you know their quality? Qiyu asked curiously. I haven't been there myself, but I've seen their bricks before, so I have a rough idea. After about 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the kiln. The kiln was large, with finished blue bricks stacked everywhere. Because they had been firing bricks for many years, there were no grass or trees around the kiln, and the temperature was much higher than usual. A young servant saw them from afar, wiped his sweat, and ran over to ask, Are you here to look at the blue bricks? Lu Xinghe nodded. What's the price for your blue bricks? 2 yuan and 3 mao each. The servant quickly pointed to the bricks behind him. You're welcome to look at our blue bricks. Our kiln has been in operation for over 100 years in Nanping town. More than half the houses in town are built with our bricks. Lu Xinghe stepped closer and examined the bricks, knocking on them. Seeing this, The servant took 2 bricks and tapped them against one another. The sound was clear and crisp, with no cracks or breaks. No wonder it's an old kiln. The quality of the bricks is quite good. Lu Xinghe looked at him. Can you lower the price a bit? There's a kiln in Yaojia Gully that's cheaper than yours. The servant immediately smiled. Oh, that small kiln in Yaojia Gully? How can it compare to our old kiln that's been making blue bricks for over 100 years? Since the guest has heard about Yaojiago's brick kiln but hasn't bought bricks there, they probably also know about its quality. In business, you get what you pay for. If the guest wants high-quality blue bricks, then within 100 miles, only our Kaiyang brick kiln factory can provide them. Lu Xinghe already knew that bricks from a large kiln like this would cost a bit more than those from small workshops. The price of 2 coins and 3 blocks is more expensive than Yaojiago's blue bricks, but the quality is better. He roughly told the apprentice the size of the house he wanted to build. The apprentice quickly calculated the approximate number of bricks needed. About 60,000 bricks are needed. That shouldn't be more than necessary. If you need fewer later, you can come back to get a refund, as long as the bricks aren't damaged. If you end up with more than you need, you can also return the extras. What do you think? The total cost for 60,000 blue bricks is 40 taels of silver. This is 10 taels more than Yaojiago's bricks. That's a significant amount. Lu Xinghe looked back toward Chuyu and thought for a moment before nodding and saying, okay. Then he asked about the price of tiles. The tiles from Kaiyang Brick Kiln are about the same price as Yaojiago's, but their quality is better. He decided to buy here, and the total cost for tiles was 6 taels of silver. In the end, Lu Xinghe paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver. After ordering 60,000 blue bricks and the tiles, he took Chuyu home. It takes some days to fire the bricks and tiles. The kiln agreed to deliver them to Bampo village in half a month. By then, the rice in the fields would be harvested, and the houses of the second and third uncles should be nearly finished. Once the blue bricks arrive, they can start building the house. When they got home, it was almost evening. Because several hours had passed, Lu Xinghe's lip wound was less noticeable than before. To avoid Yun Sueha's worry, he only said he accidentally bumped his lip and then handed the remaining silver to Yun Sueha. He went to the fields carrying a water bucket. Chuyu returned to the house, put the broken silver into a bamboo tube, and hid it in several places. The box with the gold bracelet was too big to hide in the wall hole, so she wrapped it in old clothes and hid it in the Kong heated bed. Since it was hot recently, they wouldn't be using the Kong. When they needed to heat it again, they would have moved to the new house, where they could hide these things. After tidying up the things, she went to the kitchen and took out the meat and vegetables that Lu Xinghe had packed at Rui residence from the oil paper wrapping. Lu Xingping smelled the delicious aroma and came into the kitchen. Big sister-in-law, what is this? Your eldest brother packed these dishes in town. He said he wanted to bring some for you to try. She used a bowl to serve the food and handed it to Lu Xingping.
Try it.
Lu Xingping hesitated and waved his hand. No, I'll wait. It will be mealtime soon, and our family will eat together then. Chuyu smiled and turned the dish in her hand upside down into a larger basin on the stove to keep it clean. Just as she left the kitchen, Yun Sueha came out of the room. Yeah, come with me to the room. Chuyu looked confused but followed Yun Sueha into the room. Mother, what's wrong? Yun Sueha took out the silver coins Lu Xinghe had given her. I remember giving Xinghe 50 taels of silver this morning for buying books and green bricks. The green bricks cost 10 taels, so why is there still 40 taels left? There are so many books that didn't cost anything. With 2 readers in the family, she understood very well that books in town are more expensive than gold. Mother, my husband bought the books with our own money. Yun Sueha sighed. You, my child, we're all one family now. It's not just my or your money. You'll need to spend more in the future. The road to the imperial exam is long, and even if everything goes smoothly, it will take many years. If Xinghe continues on this path, the family can't help much, and you'll have to run around a lot. When you grow up in a few years, and if the family has a big, chubby little boy, the expenses will be even greater. Chuyu didn't expect Yun Sueha to think so far ahead. Mother, it's not that time yet. Later, we just need to work hard to earn more money. Yun Sueha patted her hand. You, my child, you've been lucky recently, but no one can guarantee that luck will last forever. When you have money, keep it safe. I'm not worried about Xingping and Xing'an, they're still young. But Xinghe has had a hard few years. Hearing this, Chiyu couldn't help but ask, Mother, Xingping and Xing'an are not young anymore. Do you have plans for their future? She is a practical person. Since Lu Xinghe is the only one going on scientific expeditions, the family can support him. Everyone needs to live, so they can't all afford to go to school. Chuyu comforted her, saying, Mom, you don't need to worry. Xingping is a bit lively, but he's also brave and careful. Maybe he will have his own opportunities in the future. Yun Sueha smiled helplessly. I hope so. I don't know if my health will get better. You're still young, and I just can't let go of my worries. Hearing this, Chiyu felt a little upset. Mom, you don't need to say that. You're still young, and your health will get better eventually. Don't think too much. She didn't tell her mother about asking Dr. Zhu for help today because she was worried about the cost and her mother might get upset again. Yun Sueha thought Chiyu was just comforting her, and she smiled kindly. All right, I won't worry too much. I want to live a few more years so I can see you all doing well. Chiyu cooked dinner that evening. Lu Xing'an was in charge of lighting the fire, and Lu Xingping was responsible for picking and washing vegetables. Big brother, we only have enough wild vegetables for one meal. The nearby fields are already picked clean. Tomorrow, we might have to go further into the mountains to find more. There were no other vegetables at home. If they didn't go to pick wild vegetables, they would have to eat rice porridge every day. Lu Xinghe just put down the water bucket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's not safe further inside. I'll go alone tomorrow. Yun Sueha, who was sewing inside, immediately stopped her work when she heard this. If there's nothing to eat, we'll just have rice porridge for a while. I heard there are tigers in the deep mountains. A few years ago, Aunt Lin's big son, Da Zhuang, went into the mountains and never came back. If something happens to you, I don't think my health can handle it. Hearing how dangerous the mountains were, Lu Xingping quickly agreed. Mom is right. We still have rice porridge. We'll wait for the rain, then plant some vegetables ourselves. Lu Xing'an also peeked out from behind the stove. Tomorrow, Xingping and I will go to the nearby mountains again. If we find wild vegetables, we'll pick them. If not, we'll just make do with rice porridge. Big brother, don't go deep into the mountains. Instead, stay at home and read books. That's right. Big brother is the hope of our family. As long as he's safe, we can all be safe, Lu Xingping said with a silly smile, feeling more motivated to work. Two younger brothers' words warmed Lu Xinghe's heart. Although life has been hard these years, seeing the whole family together always makes him feel it's worth it. In the kitchen, Chuyu felt worried as she listened to their conversation. If this keeps up, they might even struggle to find enough water. Fortunately, they live in the mountains. If they run out of water, they can go to the mountain to find some. Life in Yotu village might be even harder, and she wondered how Xiao Tao was doing.
She was still so young.
If something bad happened to her, the Chu family wouldn't treat her well. If she lived nearby, she could secretly go and check on her. But now she's married far away, and it's hard to visit. After the porridge was ready, Chuyu served it out. She reheated the meat and vegetables they brought for lunch, then fried some wild greens to eat with the porridge. Since their food was running low, everyone was careful not to eat too much meat. They each took 2 or 3 pieces from their bowls and ate them with the rice porridge and greens. After eating, Chuyu sat on the kong, a traditional bed, looking at Lu Xinghe reading by the window. Hubby, if we build a house, should we buy more rice too? Lu Xinghe looked up from his book. Yes, it's hard to find Chen rice in town now. When that happens, we'll buy some brown rice. When we build the house, our family will eat brown rice too. We can save the Chen rice for after we move.
Chú ý we're not dead.
That's what I thought too. The salted vegetables stored in the cellar are almost gone. If we build the house and have no vegetables, we'll just have to eat porridge with salted vegetables. Lu Xinghe agreed. As long as we have enough to eat this year, that's good. Big uncle and second uncle aren't picky about food. Last time, Chuyu went to Chen's pharmacy to find Dr. Zhu, but didn't meet him. On the 5th day, Dr. Zhu came to Banpo village. He led a donkey and carried a medicine box. Standing outside the first house at the village entrance, he called out, "Is anyone home?" Lu Xinghe's aunt, Tian Chunyan, came out to see him. When she saw the doctor with the medicine box, she looked around at the houses. "Did someone in the family call the doctor?" Dr. Zhu explained quickly, "Miss, I'm just asking for directions." "Do you know where the Lu family lives?" "Lu family?" Tian Chunyan stepped forward and opened the yard gate. "What a coincidence. This is the Lu family." Dr. Zhu stroked his beard and thought. That girl told shopkeeper Chen that her mother-in-law was not feeling well. She was confident and loud, not like someone who was sick. "Are there no other families with the surname Lu?" Tian Chunyan raised her eyebrows. "Our old Lu family is the largest in the village. There are many Lu families in Banpo village. If the doctor asks about someone, isn't there any other special feature?" Dr. Zhu thought for a moment and said, "That girl only said her mother-in-law was unwell. I forgot the exact details. I only remember she lives in Banpo village and her husband's family name is Lu." Dr. Zhu's description was vague and Tian Chunyan couldn't guess right away. Also, she didn't suspect Chuyu at all. Given her family's situation, it was impossible for her to invite a doctor to visit. Not only because the consultation fee was high, but also because most doctors wouldn't visit someone casually unless they had a close relationship. Moreover, in her impression, Chu didn't seem like a kind-hearted person. "Doctor, that makes it hard for me to guess. In our village, most elderly people have some health issues. Maybe I should ask my son to visit a few Lu families in the village and inquire." Hearing this, Dr. Zhu immediately frowned. He was a doctor, going door to door asking if people needed treatment. If the people didn't mind, it was fine. But if they had objections, they might scold him away. At that moment, Lu Yufeng also arrived at the courtyard gate. "Doctor, the person you're looking for, did she sell herbs at the pharmacy a few days ago?" Earlier, when Dr. Zhu was talking, she had been standing at her door listening carefully. The first person that came to her mind was Chuyu, because she had recently sold herbs in town, and her description matched her perfectly. "Sell herbs?" Dr. Zhu's eyes lit up. Yes. That girl sold herbs at Chen's pharmacy. That's why I came to see her, because she said her mother-in-law was unwell. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have come." Lu Yufeng smiled and said, "That's right. I'll take you to my third aunt's house." Dr. Zhu was busy pulling his stubborn donkey behind him as he followed Lu Yufeng to Lu Xinghe's house. Seeing Lu Yufeng walking ahead and waiting for him, he felt a bit shy and said, "The young lady is walking in front. I will catch up. My donkey suddenly got temperamental, and now it's very stubborn." Lu Yufeng smiled and turned around to walk slowly in front. Tian Chunyan watched the two people and their donkey walk away, feeling a little unhappy. Her two daughters-in-law had been married for 3 or 5 years. Usually, when they went to town, they only took some silver from her and never bought her a handkerchief. "How long has Chuyu been married?" She was selling herbs and asking doctors to see Yun's illness. Could she be so kind? Maybe she has other plans. "Be careful not to get poisoned." Tian Chunyan angrily closed the courtyard door heavily and turned back to her room. Looking at her 3 sleeping grandchildren inside, she suddenly felt less angry. Humph. Marrying a daughter-in-law who isn't fully grown yet, maybe she can't give birth to 2 children like mine. I need to please the third daughter-in-law more. Because of the stubborn donkey over there, Dr. Zhu dragged it for 2/4 of an hour to reach the house. If Lu Yufeng hadn't been pushing from behind, it might have taken even longer. "Brother Xinghe, yeah, come quickly," Lu Yufeng shouted loudly when she saw the gate of Lu Xinghe's house. Lu Xinghe and Chuyu, who were inside reading and learning characters, hurried out when they heard the voice. Seeing the two sweating and pushing the donkey forward, Chuyu chuckled happily. Lu Xinghe raised his hand to cover his lips and went to the kitchen to fetch a bucket of water, then brought it to the donkey. The donkey stopped scratching the ground with its hooves, stood upright, and drank the water carefully. Dr. Zhu let out a sigh of relief. "If I had known it was thirsty, I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble," he said, then rubbed his aching waist.
"Oh.
This stubborn donkey caused me a lot of trouble today. At first, it wanted to race the carriage, and later, it just refused to walk." Lu Xinghe smiled. If a donkey is thirsty and you don't give it water, it will get upset and keep digging up the ground until it finds water. Also, they don't like being pulled along. It makes them uncomfortable, he explained. Then he looked at Dr. Zhu and asked, Dr. Zhu, this donkey was probably bought not long ago, right? Dr. Zhu sighed. Originally, my family had a mule, but it died some time ago. Recently, I bought this donkey, but I haven't yet figured out its temper. Lu Xinghe nodded. Donkeys are gentle, so it suits you well, Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu waved his hand. Take your time to get used to it. I came here because Manager Chen said you looked for me. Do you know where the patient is? Qiyu quickly pointed to Yun Sue's room. Please follow me, Dr. Zhu. She knocked on the door and said, Mother, the doctor is here. Let him check your health. Hearing that a doctor had come, Yun Sue's face suddenly looked worried. Doctor visits can be expensive. If she had known Qiyu would call a doctor, she might have gone to the town last time. But now that the doctor was here, she couldn't just turn him away. She got up from her bed and opened the door. Come in, doctor. Dr. Zhu looked at her pale face and sat by her bed to check her pulse. After a while, he carried his medicine box and left the room. Qiyu followed him closely. Dr. Zhu, how is my mother? Dr. Zhu frowned. Your mother's condition is neither very serious nor very minor. The main issue is that her body is very weak. It seems she was hurt after childbirth, and because the family was not well off, she's been like this all these years. Overall, she's not in immediate danger, but there are many small problems. It's important to pay attention to her health now. Hearing this, Qiyu felt more confident. Please, doctor, just prescribe the medicine. Dr. Zhu paused thoughtfully. I will prescribe a set of medicines to boost her energy, strengthen her spleen, and nourish her heart. If she takes them regularly for a while, her symptoms of dizziness, fatigue, sleepiness, and weakness should gradually improve. But since her body is very weak, medicine alone isn't enough. She needs proper food. Chu girl, you should put more effort into her diet. Chu nodded. I understand. Dr. Zhu took out a charcoal pencil from his box and wrote the prescription, handing it to Qiyu. Based on your mother's condition, she needs to take this for at least 2 months. One important ingredient is ginseng, which might be expensive. The other herbs like astragalus, angelica, white atractylodes, and poria are more common. Use this time to improve her health, and later treatments will be more effective. Qiyu listened carefully and nodded in agreement to Dr. Zhu's words. Later, she looked at Dr. Zhu and asked, Dr. Zhu, I've always wanted to learn medicine. Can I become your apprentice? Lu Yufeng had been sitting under a big tree outside the courtyard. She had just overheard Qiyu and Dr. Zhu talking easily, and was very envious that Qiyu understood so much. When Qiyu suddenly asked to become an apprentice, she was shocked and opened her mouth wide. Dr. Zhu was also surprised because Qiyu's reaction seemed very different from before. They had just been discussing Yun's health, and now she suddenly wanted to become an apprentice? But considering what happened last time at the Huang residence, he felt he couldn't in good conscience accept Qiyu as a disciple. This girl was talented, and he didn't want to hold her back. If you really want to learn, I can introduce you to my master. He thought that a bold disciple like Qiyu, if guided by his master, might achieve even greater success in the future. When Qiyu heard this, her eyes lit up. Her master's master? That would be someone even more impressive than Dr. Zhu? She quickly nodded. Of course, I want to learn. But do you think your master would accept someone like me? Dr. Zhu stroked his beard and chuckled. Don't worry. If he finds out what you did at the Huang residence, he might even ask me to bring him to meet you. Qiyu smiled happily and bowed to Dr. Zhu. Then I thank you for the introduction. Dr. Zhu waved his hand. No need to be polite. My master is a bit unpredictable and might not appear in Nanping town anytime soon. But when he does, I will bring him to meet you at Banpo village. Qiyu agreed happily. After settling the consultation fee with Dr. Zhu, she saw him off. At this moment, Dr. Zhu's donkey, after being comforted by Lu Xinghe, had eaten well and was no longer stubborn. He personally helped Dr. Zhu onto the donkey, explained some care tips, and watched him ride away into the distance. Lu Yufeng saw Dr. Zhu leave and stood up from the bench under the tree, looking at Qiyu with great admiration. Yeah, you're amazing. You managed to get Dr. Zhu to introduce you to his master. Chuyu smiled softly. It's nothing much. I don't even know if he would be willing to accept me. Seeing that she wasn't showing off or feeling proud about it, Lu Yufeng's impression of Chuyu improved even more. She held Chuyu's hand and asked, when you have free time, could you also teach me a few medicinal herbs? Chuyu quickly took Lu Yufeng to the bamboo tray hanging in her yard and showed her how to recognize the herbs inside. These are all the herbs we have at home right now. I can only teach you this much. Next time we gather new herbs, I will tell you again. Lu Yufeng tilted her head and carefully looked at the herbs in the bamboo tray again. That's enough. That's enough. I probably won't remember more for now.
Thank you, yeah.
I'll go back and memorize these herbs first, then come back to find you after I gather more. After watching Lu Yufeng leave, Chuyu knocked on Yun Sueha's door. Mother, are you resting now? Yun Sueha sighed. Come in, Yia. Chuyu entered the room and stood nervously at the door, looking at Yun Sueha on the bed. I took the initiative to ask Dr. Zhu to come and see you. Are you angry about that? Yun Sueha rubbed her head and shook her head. Why would I be? Yaya is so filial. I'm happy about that. I just felt a bit dizzy today and I was afraid I might fall, so I didn't get up. Chuyu thought for a moment and went to the kitchen. She took down a hanging basket from the beam and took out the red sugar she bought from the town for the first time. Then she added water to a pot, boiled a bowl of red sugar and egg custard, and brought it to Yun Sueha's room. She also added 2 slices of ginger to the soup. These 3 ingredients together can help nourish the blood, promote blood circulation, warm the stomach, and strengthen the spleen, perfect for dizziness caused by anemia. Fortunately, the house still had these 3 ingredients, or she would really be at a loss. Mother, drink this bowl of red sugar water first. After drinking it, your dizziness should lessen. Yun Sueha supported herself to sit up and reached out to take the large bowl of red sugar water that Chuyu handed her. Why did you add eggs? You didn't eat them. Chuyu handed her a porcelain spoon. Mother, your health is more important than anything. We're still young and healthy. Eating a little more or less on ordinary days won't matter. Ah, you child. Yun Sueha couldn't help but sigh again. Such a good daughter. How could the Chu family not cherish her? They really had blind eyes. After drinking the warm, sweet red sugar and egg soup, Yun Sueha broke out in a sweat and felt her dizziness lessen. Yeah, this soup really works. The result looked good, and she finally relaxed. She said, Mother, stay inside the house. I will go boil some hot water for you. Later, I'll bring a basin so I can help you wash up and then you can change into clean clothes. Yun Sueha nodded and said, Okay. Soon after, Chuyu brought the hot water into Yun Sueha's room. Yun Sueha got up, wiped off her sweat, changed into clean clothes, and felt refreshed. She hadn't felt this light and comfortable in a long time. She placed her dirty clothes in a basin, carried them outside, and left the room. Seeing this, Chuyu quickly stepped forward. Mother, let me wash your clothes. Yun Sueha tilted her body aside, avoiding Chuyu's hand. Yaya has been busy all morning with me. You should rest first. I can move around and do some chores and that will make me feel better. Seeing this, Chuyu quickly brought over a small stool and placed it under a big tree. Then, Mother, you can wash clothes here. Don't squat for too long. When you finish, take your time getting up. Yun Sueha agreed happily, smiling kindly. All right, I understand. You go to your work. Didn't you say this morning that Xinghe was going to teach you how to read? Hurry up and go. Chuyu heard everything clearly inside the house. Dr. Zhu wanted to introduce his master to her. If she really learned medicine, she might even learn to write prescriptions someday. It was because this girl was so clever that Dr. Zhu looked at her with new respect. If she could learn some skills, then in the future, no one in the family would have to worry about headaches or fevers. Chuyu went into the house and saw Lu Xinghe sitting by the window, dipping ink and writing something. She originally wanted to quietly leave the room without making a sound, but Lu Xinghe looked up and saw her. Are you finished? Today I'll teach you how to write with ink, he said. Chuyu was a bit surprised but then smiled and stepped forward. All right. A few days ago, she had practiced writing with a brush dipped in water, so she was quite familiar with using a brush. She dipped her brush in ink and wrote 2 characters on a clean, yellowed rice paper. Xinghe. She looked at Lu Xinghe with a gentle smile. Husband, how did I do? Although her writing wasn't as good as a master calligrapher's, the characters were straight and neat, and the strokes were delicate. For her first time writing on paper, it was quite impressive. Very well done, he praised. Hearing his compliment, Chuyu happily dipped her brush again and wrote her name, Chuyu, next to the two characters. Lu Xinghe looked at the writing on the paper and then at Chuyu's focused expression as she wrote. A small smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Under the big tree, Yun Sueha was washing clothes and glancing into Lu Xinghe's house. Seeing the young couple getting along happily, she couldn't help but smile happily herself. A priceless treasure is easy to find, but true love is rare. They can live happily together for a lifetime, and seeing that makes her feel at ease. Chuyu finished writing a whole sheet of paper before putting down her brush. She rubbed her slightly sore wrist and looked at the sky outside the window. Oh, I need to go cook rice. Before she could leave, Lu Xinghe grabbed her wrist. Don't rush. Xingting and Xing'an are already back and busy in the kitchen. The lunch is up to them. Let me give your wrist a massage first. After saying that, he pressed and rubbed some acupoints on her wrist, and she immediately felt much more relaxed. Husband, after we harvest the crops from the fields tomorrow, can we go to town the day after? I want to buy some medicine for my mother and also pick up some brown rice. Once the bricks and tiles are delivered, our house will start to be built. Later, we probably won't have much time to go to town. Lu Xinghe nodded. Sure. The family ate simple rice porridge with a small dish of wild vegetables. In the afternoon, Chiyu also brewed a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water for Yun Sueha, but this time she didn't add eggs. The next day, everyone was busy. Lu Xinghe and Chiyu used sickles to harvest the ripe rice in the fields. Lu Xinghe cut the rice and tied it into bundles, while Lu Xingting and Lu Xing'an ran back and forth between the house and the fields, carrying large bundles of rice to dry in the yard. Yun Sueha, because she drank 2 bowls of brown sugar water yesterday, felt much better today. She helped turn and dry the rice in the yard and also took care of everyone's meals. As the sun was about to set, the rice from the 2¼ acres of fields had all been harvested. Chuyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and went home with Lu Xinghe. Seeing them return, Yun Sueha quickly brought out 2 large bowls of water. Drink some water and rest. You've worked hard today. Lu Xinghe drank a big bowl of water and put away the sickle in the kitchen. Mother, I will go to my grandparents' house to borrow a sickle. After dinner I will thresh the rice. Hey, you need to hurry. The rice porridge is already cooked. Got it, mother. After saying that, Lu Xinghe quickly ran off. Chuyu finished drinking water, put the bowl in the kitchen, washed her hair in a basin of soapberry water, then filled another basin and went inside. She took off her old clothes, removed the cloth cover on her arm, washed her body with clean water, and changed into fresh clothes. Only then did she feel much more comfortable. Her light blue top paired with a dark blue skirt made her look more scholarly. Just as she was about to leave with her clothes, she saw Lu Xinghe sitting under the eaves. When he heard the door open, he stood up and looked at Chuyu. Go eat first. You can wash the clothes later. Chuyu placed the basin of dirty clothes outside the house, and then went to the kitchen with Lu Xinghe. Dinner was rice porridge, wild vegetables, and a big bowl of egg drop soup. Because the family worked in the fields today, the rice porridge was cooked in a larger amount than usual, with each person getting 2 full bowls. After eating and drinking enough, Chuyu went to wash the clothes. Lu Xinghe took a sickle and knocked down the grains that had been drying outside all day. Recently, everyone was harvesting rice, and they all needed sickles. He could only wait until nightfall to knock down the grains, so they could be used tomorrow by the grandparents, uncles, and aunts. He didn't want to delay them. Yunki, he took a basket from inside the house and swept the grains that flew far away into it. Chuyu finished washing her clothes and helped pack the grains into baskets. Then Lu Xinghe carried the grain to the kitchen to store it, waiting to take it out the next day to dry for a couple of days before sending it to families in the village with stone mills for threshing. After storing the grains in the kitchen, it was already completely dark outside, and the moon had appeared. Since Chuyu arrived here, she had never been this busy so late before. Looking at Lu Xinghe, who was soaked from washing clothes, She quickly filled a large basin with water, grabbed a cloth, and took it inside. Go wash up first. We can take the sickle to the town early tomorrow morning and deliver it to Grandpa and Grandma's house on the way. It's quite late now, and they don't need it at night anyway. Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay. While Lu Xinghe was cleaning inside, Chu waited outside. She was so tired that she sat down and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she found herself on the Kong bed. She rubbed her eyes and looked outside. The sky was already bright. Chu hurriedly put on her shoes and got out of bed. Lu Xinghe was already in the yard, spreading out grains to dry. As for the sickle, it had long been sent to her grandparents' house by Lu Xingping. Lu Xing'an and Yun Suehe were busy in the kitchen. Seeing everyone busy with their work, Chu felt a little guilty for sleeping so late. Husband, why didn't you wake me up when you got up? Seeing the girl's face full of guilt, Lu Xinghe smiled and gently patted her head. It's okay. You were tired yesterday. It's good to sleep a bit longer. Yun Suehe seemed to notice Chu was awake and called out from the kitchen, wash your face and set the tableware. It's almost time to eat. Okay, mother. Chu was worried that her family might be upset if they saw her sleeping in, but hearing Yun Suehe call her by name, she felt relieved. After breakfast, Chu and Lu Xinghe set off for the town. Before leaving, she specifically put the prescription Dr. Zhu gave her the day before into her pocket. The cart was borrowed early in the morning when Lu Xingping went to deliver the sickle from Aunt Lin's house. Now, Chu sat on the cart with a basket full of herbs on her back, while Lu Xinghe pushed it easily toward Nanping town, as if he had endless strength.
Chu was amazed.
At the same age of 18, her lazy brother at home did nothing all day. He was truly different. Rumor had it he was about to get married, but she didn't know which girl was unlucky enough to marry him. Thinking of the Chu family, she also thought of Xiao Tao. She wondered how Xiao Tao was doing now. If only she lived closer to Nyoto village, she could visit Xiao Tao whenever she had time. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Nanping town and headed straight to Chen's pharmacy. Chu and Lu Xinghe weren't here for the first time. When Chen the shopkeeper saw them, he greeted them immediately. Young lady, you and your husband are here again to sell herbs. Chu smiled. We're not just selling herbs. We also need to buy medicine. After saying that, she took the prescription Dr. Zhu gave her from her pocket and handed it to Chen the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Chen, please take a look. Based on this prescription, how much would it cost to prepare each batch of medicine? Chen the shopkeeper took the prescription, quickly asked his assistant to lead Lu Xinghe to the backyard to check the herbs, and then carefully examine the prescription, paying close attention to the ingredients and quantities. After fiddling with the abacus for a while, he looked up at Chu. Miss Chu, this medicinal recipe includes a ginseng root. You have also seen it here before, so you should know how valuable it is. Even if the medicine only contains a few slices of 3-year-old ginseng, it should cost at least this much. He raised 3 fingers as he spoke. 300 coins for a dose. Chu took a deep breath inward. At this rate, 300 coins a day equals 9 taels of silver a month. Dr. Zhu said it would take at least 2 months to see results, which would total 18 taels. No wonder her husband's previous attempts to buy medicine for her never helped. He spent over 200 coins each time, buying 6 doses, but it didn't seem to work much. But her mother's health still needed treatment. Chu clenched her teeth and looked at shopkeeper Chen. Please prepare 10 doses of this medicine first, then also weigh out 2 taels of goji berries, 2 taels of angelica root, and 1 tael of astragalus. All right, Miss Chu, please wait a moment. Shopkeeper Chen took 10 sheets of oiled paper from the counter, then carefully weighed each ingredient from the prescription and wrapped each dose separately. Once all the herbs were measured, he packed the 10 doses and handed them to Chu. He also weighed out the additional herbs she requested. Then he said, when boiling the medicine, soak it in cold water for 15 minutes first, then simmer over low heat. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1, and drink that. Remember this, young lady. Thank you for the reminder. I will remember. After paying him 200 coins for the medicine, Chu watched as shopkeeper Chen turned around and took a few slices of ginseng from a small drawer behind him, handing them to her. This ginseng is also nourishing. It's perfect for making soup, so I'll give it to you. Chu quickly accepted the ginseng and thanked him. Thank you very much, shopkeeper Chin. Just then, Lu Xinghe, who had finished sorting the herbs, came out from the backyard carrying an empty basket, accompanied by the assistant who had entered with him earlier. Today's basket of herbs didn't contain any rare medicines, only worth about 100 or 200 coins. But compared to usual, it was quite good. Hubby, shall we go to the vegetable market again? Lu Xinghe didn't object. He pushed the cart and led Chiyu toward the vegetable market. It was almost noon, and there weren't many people buying vegetables. Recently, due to the drought, there weren't many vendors selling produce. By this time, the vegetable stalls were even fewer. Chiyu went straight to the meat stall and pointed at 2 large pig bones, asking, "Auntie, how much for these bones?" The beef seller cheerfully replied, "There's not much meat on these bones. Would you like to buy some meat too? Our pork costs 18 coins per jean. If you buy 2 jeans, the bones are only 5 coins. Consider it a gift for you." Chiyu nodded. "Please, Annie, cut me 2 jeans of lean meat." Then she pointed at a small pile of pigskin nearby. "Andy, do you sell pigskin?" The auntie answered straightforwardly. This pigskin was taken off because a previous customer found it too strong-smelling and tough to chew. "If you want it, I can give it to you." Chiyu quickly replied, "Thank you, auntie." After weighing the meat, the auntie looked at Chiyu and, noticing her clean and pretty appearance, asked, "You don't look very old. Are you from a local family?" "My second son is not yet engaged. If you're willing, I can't promise much, but you'll definitely have meat to eat every meal." Chiyu was momentarily stunned, trying to think of how to reply. Lu Xinghe had already come beside her. "Have you finished buying the meat?" he asked softly, secretly holding her hand in his large palm. Seeing the stiff expression on Lu Xinghe's face, Chiyu smiled and looked at the meat seller. "Auntie, sorry, I am already married." She looked toward Lu Xinghe with a gentle smile. "See, this is my husband." The auntie chuckled awkwardly.
Haha, sorry about that, girl.
"I didn't realize you were already married. But your husband is very handsome. You're lucky." "Thank you, Annie." Chiyu finished speaking and paid the auntie 41 coins. Lu Xinghe took the pork, pig bones, and pig skin the auntie handed him, placing them into the basket. Then, he quickly pulled Chiyu away. Chiyu walked behind Lu Xinghe, watching him hold her hand tightly, with a smile that lingered on her lips for a long time. The aunt who was buying meat stretched her neck to watch the young couple walking away, full of envy. They are so young. They hold hands even when they go out. This time, because there was meat in the basket, the two didn't stay long in town. They only bought 4 buns, then spent a penny on a pot of tea at a tea stall outside the town. After eating and drinking, they hurried home. On the way, Lu Xinghe took out a package of pastries from the basket and handed it to Chiyu. "Eat 2 more pieces to fill your stomach." Chiyu held the oil paper-wrapped pastry in her hand, but didn't open it. "I just ate a bun and drank a lot of water. I'm full." At that moment, a happy voice came from behind Chiyu. "Chiyu, is that really you?" Hearing this familiar voice, Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and saw Chu Dashin walking quickly toward her. When he got closer, he nodded toward Lu Xinghe as a greeting, then reached out to pull Chiyu's arm. Chiyu knew Chu Dashin was up to no good. Being shorter, she dodged his hand and quickly moved behind Lu Xinghe. "Brother, I've already married. Please don't pull me around like this." Chu Dashin clenched his teeth and pointed at Chiyu. "Married, huh? Now that you're married, you think you're so powerful. Don't you want your family anymore?" Chiyu muttered softly. "I didn't say anything." Lu Xinghe looked at Chiyu behind him, then turned to Chu Dashin with a cold expression. "She was exchanged between me and your father. If I don't let her keep in touch with her family, no one would say anything." Chu Dashin immediately pointed at Lu Xinghe's nose. "Lu Xinghe, stop trying to stir up trouble between my sister and our family." Lu Xinghe's lips curled into a mocking smile. "I heard that when she was at her family's, she was cold and hungry, often beaten or scolded. Do you really treat her like a sister?" "You're..." Chu Dashin snorted coldly and glared at Chiyu. "Are you coming over or not?" Chiyu used to be very obedient, trembling at his stern look. But this time, she clearly refused to give in. "I'm not coming over. Just tell me what you want directly." Chu Dashan burst into angry laughter. Even though he was losing face, he didn't dare ask for money in front of Lu Xinghe. Fine, if you have the guts, he spoke while looking at the items on the cart. Seeing this, Chu quickly reached out and grabbed her basket. This is medicine for my mother-in-law. You wouldn't want to take it away, would you? When Deshan Chu heard that the basket contained medicine, he lost interest immediately. Then he glanced at the bag of coarse rice on the cart, but Lu Xinghe stood still beside him. He couldn't carry it even if he wanted to, so he just pointed at the two of them and walked away. Chuyu watched Deshan Chu's back as he left, frowned, and shook Lu Xinghe's arm. Husband, my elder brother definitely won't give up easily. If my parents find out we have money, they might come to cause trouble. Lu Xinghe turned back and patted the little girl's head. Don't worry, I am here. At least your father won't dare come to trouble us. After that incident where Chu Yuqian almost got taken to the government office, he was probably scared stiff. He wouldn't come to pick a fight anytime soon. Chuyu put the basket back on the cart and pushed it as they headed home. My mother is not easy to fool. We need to be careful when we get back. Lu Xinghe had a different opinion. It's not a short walk from Nyoto village to Banpo village. Your mother would need to be free to come. Besides, the Moon Worship Festival is coming soon. The Moon Worship Festival on the 15th day of the 8th month was an important holiday in Nanyuan. Usually, during such festivals, married daughters would bring some gifts back to their families. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe. Husband, do you mean my parents might be waiting for me at home? Lu Xinghe nodded. Don't you have a younger sister at home? Chuyu tightened her grip on the cart handle. Yes, she had a younger sister. The sister she was closest to. When her family scolded or hit her, that silly girl always rushed over to hug her and share the punishment. How could she just leave her behind? It would be so good if Xiao Tao could leave that family, Chuyu whispered softly. Lu Xinghe understood Chuyu's thoughts and analyzed. Based on your parents' and brothers' personalities, Xiao Tao probably won't be far from leaving the Chu family. The key is whether you can be firm. Chu looked at him with a confused expression. But what happens after leaving the Chu family? Lu Xinghe, while pulling the cart, said, after leaving, we can support her. She'll just be another mouth to feed. The girl doesn't eat much, and she can help your mother at home to pass the time. When it was just me, Xingping, and Xing'an at home, your mother was very fond of her. Seeing Lu Xinghe working hard to pull the cart uphill, Chuyu's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. She helped push the cart to the top of the hill with all her strength. Will my mother really agree? Lu Xinghe nodded confidently. She will. Chuyu bit her lip and made up her mind. So, what should I do? If it was about medical skills, she could explain easily. But when it came to clever plans, Lu Xinghe was clearly better. Don't worry about your family for now. If they dare to come, I will pretend to take your father to see an official. Later, when the famine worsens and there's no food at home, your parents will turn their attention to your sister. When they are desperate, we can spend a little money to help Xiao Tao leave that family. Chuyu frowned slightly. But who should spend that money? People from Banpo village definitely wouldn't do it. They would recognize us. We might end up losing both money and opportunity. If it's a stranger, she's worried about trusting them. She definitely doesn't want Xiao Tao to become a servant. Lu Xinghe continued, pulling the handle of the cart. Leave the rest to me. His tall figure walking away gave Chuyu a strong sense of security. Back home, they unloaded the coarse rice and the basket. Lu Xingping went to return the cart, and he also put a few red dates in his pocket to give to Lin's little grandson later. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu taking things out of the basket one by one, feeling a bit distressed. Did these things cost a lot of money? Chuyu placed the items that could be stored into a hanging basket and hung it on the kitchen beam. Mother, the money was spent, but we can earn it back. Don't worry. Cloud Sueha looked toward the kitchen and said, later, when we sleep, we need to lock the kitchen door so no one can touch our things. After Chuyu hung up the items, she dusted off her hands and said, okay, I remember. She cut a small piece from 2 gene of pork and marinated the rest with soy sauce, salt, ginger, and star anise, all cut into fist-sized pieces. When cooked into cured pork, it could be stored in the cellar for a few more days. When wanted, just take out a few slices to eat. After marinating the meat, Chuyu used red-hot tongs to burn off the remaining pig hair from the pig skin, then scraped the surface clean with a knife. She added some ginger slices and blanched the pig skin in boiling water. The blanched pig skin was clear and shiny. Chuyu scraped off the fat, then cut the pig skin into small strips. She picked out a few small pieces, and the rest she put into a bamboo sieve to dry in the yard. Big sister-in-law, can dried pig skin still be eaten? Lu Xing'an asked, looking puzzled.
注意为什么?
Yes, it can be eaten. Since we can't finish it all at once, drying helps it last longer. She looked at Lu Xing'an. How's the pork bone broth coming along? It's boiling now. Lu Xing'an couldn't help but think to himself that since big sister-in-law arrived, the family's meals had improved a lot. Chuyu took out a clay jar from the kitchen, washed it, and poured out some of the nearly finished bone broth, filling it about 70%. She then added the pig skin, washed goji berries, red dates, and ginger slices, placing the jar near the fire to simmer. Xing'an, be careful when you light the fire. Don't knock over the jar. It's for Mom. Lu Xing'an nodded quickly. I'll be careful, big sister-in-law. Just put a few big firewood logs in the stove.
No need to stand right by the fire.
Although it's not as hot as before, the fire is still boiling, Chu said, pouring a small bowl of peanuts into the soup and covering the pot. Okay, I understand. Once the bone broth was ready, she started cooking porridge. Since Banpo village is in a mountain valley, the aroma of the long-simmered bone broth drifted out from Lu Xing'an's kitchen and spread throughout the village. People who usually didn't eat much meat were now eager to try. Whose family is cooking meat? It smells so good. Some sharp-nosed people followed the smell and found the house, standing outside the yard and greeting Yun Sueha. Third family, are you eating meat today? Yun Sueha quickly smiled and said, my child went to town today to get medicine and he was craving meat, so he bought 2 big bones to satisfy his craving. The person immediately changed his expression. Big bones again?
There's not much meat on them.
Why spend money on that? Yun Sueha sighed. It's been a long time since we had meat. Our family can't afford real meat, so we buy bones to taste the meat flavor. Hearing this, everyone lost their interest. Someone rolled their eyes and cursed. Just to satisfy your own taste, you've made everyone in the village crave meat. That's really unkind. Hearing this, Yun Sueha was unhappy. She put her sewing tools heavily into the basket. I don't like hearing that. Which family hasn't cooked meat and made it taste good? Who said anything wrong? Now I'm just boiling bones. Is that stealing or robbing from you? Why are your words so mean? The person who was scolding knew they were in the wrong. Seeing that they made Yun Sueha unhappy, they left quietly. Lu Xing'an closed his book and came out of the house. Yun Sueha saw him and quickly stood up. Oh, did I disturb your reading? Lu Xing'an shook his head. It's okay, mother. It's getting late. I came out to harvest the rice. He looked at the setting sun and took the basket under the eaves to start harvesting rice. Lu Xingping saw this and hurried to help with a scoop and broom behind him. Chuyu looked outside at the activity and said to Lu Xing'an, Xing'an, you should go help harvest rice too. I can handle the kitchen. After finishing, we can have dinner. Lu Xing'an added a piece of firewood to the stove and went to the yard to help. After harvesting the rice, everyone washed their hands and faces and sat down to eat. The table had a big bowl of pork bone and peanut soup with some wild vegetables floating in it. Next to Yun Sueha's rice porridge, there was a small bowl of pork skin, red dates, and goji berry soup. She looked at Chuyu in surprise. Is this for me? Chuyu nodded and said, last time, Dr. Zhu mentioned that when taking medicine, eating the right food helps improve the effect. We added red dates and goji berries to the soup, so it should taste good. I heard it's very good for blood health. Mother, you must finish drinking it. Star and I spent the whole afternoon cooking it. Lu Xing'an, who was nearby, quickly swallowed a big spoonful of porridge and nodded. It's mainly because my older sister cares so much. We all hope Mother's health gets better soon. Seeing that the children around her were so filial, Yun Shui, he was so happy her eyes turned red. All right, Mother will drink it. Mother will work hard to get healthy again. In the following days, Chiyu kept making special meals for Yun Shui. Today, it was bone soup with rice and goji berries. Tomorrow, it would be Angelica pork soup. The day after, it was astragalus, red dates, goji berries, and egg soup. After the grain harvest, the weather gradually cooled down. It was no longer so hot, and the mountain air felt sweet. Yun Shui, he learned some strange movements from Chuyu. She practiced them on her bed whenever she had free time. She also often went for brisk walks at the foot of the mountain to exercise, and she was very active. After these days of internal and external care, her health visibly improved. She no longer got out of breath so easily when walking, and sometimes she could even go up the mountain with Lu Xingping and Lu Xing and to pick wild vegetables. These changes made the brothers happy, and they felt even more grateful to Chuyu. Finally, when she had free time, Lu Xing he stopped running around and stayed at home reading, copying, and writing articles. The family knew that reading required quiet, so they often moved quietly in and out, afraid of disturbing him. Soon, the day arrived when the kiln factory was supposed to deliver the bricks. Because the large team of workers carrying bricks followed Lu Xing, he to the already prepared hillside at the village entrance. Almost everyone in Banpo village knew that Lu Xing, his family, had bought 60,000 bricks. Just these bricks cost a lot of money, and most importantly, they were bought from Kaiyang Kiln Factory. Everyone knew that bricks from Kaiyang were expensive, but of high quality. People who bought bricks from there usually had strong family backgrounds. This was the first time such a thing happened in Banpo village. When did Lu Xing, his family, become so wealthy? Villagers gathered at the village entrance to watch. They talked among themselves, some envied, others felt jealous. When Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan heard the news, they ran out of the house. After understanding the situation, they followed the group up a gentle hillside nearby. The slope was not steep, and the path up the mountain had been made smooth by Lu Xinghe and his brothers, so it was easy to climb. Xinghe, come here for a moment. Lu Xinghe looked back and quickly walked toward the two elders. Grandpa, Grandma? What's wrong? Lu Taixing pointed at the neatly arranged blue bricks on the foundation. Why are there so many blue bricks? Lu Xinghe smiled. These bricks were ordered by me and Yeye at the Kaiyang Brick Factory half a month ago. They were delivered today. Lu Taixing still found it hard to believe. He pulled Lu Xinghe's arm. Tell me, where did you get so much money? Did you borrow it from the town? Lu Xinghe was surprised and shook his head. Grandpa, when have I ever been so careless? Hearing this, Lu Taixing relaxed. I know you're careful. I'm just worried that after you get married, Chuyu might be too charming for you. I'm afraid she might want to live in a brick house, and you might borrow money to buy bricks. That's not good. Lu Xinghe frowned. Although he knew Grandpa cared, hearing him speak ill of Chuyu made him a little upset. Don't worry, Grandpa. I didn't borrow money from the town, and Chuyu isn't the person you think she is. Please don't say such things about her anymore. If she heard that, she might feel uncomfortable. Wang Xuelan rolled her eyes at Lu Taixing. That's baseless talk. Don't say such things, old man. I think that girl is very good. She even called a doctor to see the third daughter-in-law. Which other wife is as filial as her? Lu Taixing sighed. Well, maybe I'm wrong. But I'm just worried Xinghe might do something foolish. Wang Xuelan took Lu Xinghe's arm. Xinghe, those 6,000 bricks and tiles must have cost a lot of money. Do you have enough for building the house? And the food for the workers? That's a big expense. Lu Xinghe nodded quickly. For now, it's enough. Don't worry, Grandpa and Grandma. Hearing this, Wang Xuelan felt more confident. She and Lu Taixing looked at each other happily. No wonder you and Chuyu have been going to town so often recently. It turns out you've hit a lucky streak. When Lu Taixing heard this, he stroked his beard and smiled, saying, Old man, I didn't realize that girl was so lucky to have such a bright future. After speaking, he looked at the blue bricks on the foundation and then at the surrounding forest. Putting so many bricks here might not be a good idea. I'll go to Uncle Li Zheng's house and bring a dog. Tonight, I'll stay here to watch over the bricks for you. Lu Xinghe wanted to stop Lu Taixing from going, saying he could watch the bricks himself, but Wang Xuelan quickly held him back. Let your grandpa go. If you can build a brick house, he's happy. Maybe he's going to show off at Li Zheng's house. Lu Shanshan, Li Zheng's youngest daughter, and Lu Xinghe had once been promised to marry each other. When Lu's third son disappeared and the family fell into poverty, the other family said it was just a joke and broke off the engagement, making Lu Xinghe's family refuse to acknowledge it. Lu Xinghe didn't mind, but Lu Taixing was angry at the time, scolding Li Zheng's family for looking down on people. Now that Lu Xinghe had turned his life around, he wanted to show off in front of them. After hearing this, Lu Xinghe decided to go with Lu Taixing. At worst, he would stay and guard the bricks tonight himself, since he didn't trust leaving an old man here alone. Soon after, Yun Sueha, Chu Yu, and the two Lu brothers arrived. "Mother, you're here too?" Because she was feeling better, Yun Sueha's voice was louder than before. Wang Xuelan saw them and quickly smiled, saying, "It's just a little noise, so I came to see what's going on. You look much better than usual." One woad money. During the Mongol and Yuan dynasties, Central Asian nobles funded merchants to run businesses called woad, which in Turkish meant trading caravans or partners. The high-interest loans from woad were called woad money. To carpenter refers to woodworkers or builders. Yun Sueha smiled and affectionately took Chuyu's hand.
This is thanks to Yaya.
She's been to the doctor and is always helping with medicine. She's even more caring than our three boys combined. Chuyu felt a little shy and lowered her head. "Mother, you're flattering me." Even Lu Xingping, who usually liked to argue, thought his mother's words made sense this time. If it weren't for his sister-in-law, his mother might still be the same as before. Wang Xuelan carefully looked at Chuyu. "The young girl has a gentle face and looks kind," she said. "Honestly, this girl seems very lucky." Yun Sueha agreed with Wang Xuelan's words. "Isn't that right? Marrying Yaya is a blessing for the stars." Soon, the bricks and tiles were delivered to the foundation. Lu Xinghe counted them and then took the manager to Yun Sueha. "Mother, I've checked the bricks and tiles. They match. We paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver last time. The remaining 36 taels can be paid to Manager Zhou." Since Lu Xinghe had checked the money, Yun Sueha trusted him. She quickly took a money pouch from her waist and handed it to Lu Xinghe. "Mother doesn't understand these things. You go settle the payment with Manager Zhou." Lu Xinghe signed a document with Manager Zhou and paid him 36 taels of silver. Wang Xuelan watched as Lu Xinghe paid the money to Manager Zhou from Kaiyang Brick Factory. She finally believed they really had enough money to build the house. After Manager Zhou left, she said, "Since everyone is here today, let's all go home for lunch. It's easier than running back and forth. I'll ask my fourth daughter-in-law to cook more." Yun Sueha looked at the children and saw they had no objections. She nodded and said, "That's kind of you, Mother, and thank you, fourth sister-in-law." Wang Xuelan hurriedly waved her hand. "No problem. I'll go prepare first. You can come to my house later." Watching Wang Xuelan walk away, Yun Sueha replied, "All right then." Lu Xinghe looked at the full load of bricks and tiles behind him. "Mother, you all go down to eat later. I'll stay here and watch the bricks." Yun Sueha frowned. "Your grandfather is only thinking about the house in a few days. Are you going to stay here all these days?" Chi looked at Yun Sueha. "If I have to stay, I will. Bricks are expensive, and I'm worried someone might steal them. Later, I'll bring my husband's book here and watch the bricks with him." Lu Xinghe shook his head repeatedly. "You're just a girl. It's not good to be out in the open. I can stay here alone. Besides, Grandfather said he'd go to Uncle Jianqi's house to bring a dog to watch the bricks with me. Nowadays, only wealthy families could afford to keep dogs." "Mother, which household is Uncle Jianqi's?" Cloud Sueha looked a bit uncomfortable and said, "It's the village head's family. The village head of Bampo village is named Lu Jianqi. His great-grandfather and Grandpa Xinghe are cousins, though they are 5 or 6 generations apart. Still, in the village, everyone is related in some way." Chuyu responded with an "oh," thinking that this family connection was quite distant. The family had been in the mountains for a short while when Lu Taixing came over, leading a tall dog. "Father, you're here." Lu Taixing looked at Cloud Sueha and asked, "You're still not feeling well. Why aren't you resting at home? Why did you come up the mountain?" Cloud Sueha smiled and said, "Father, I feel much better now. A few days ago, I was able to go up the mountain with Xingping and Xing'an to pick wild vegetables. Since the brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were born, Cloud's family had been sickly. But after Xinghe got married, not only did he have good luck, but Cloud's health also improved. Lu Tiexing's usually serious face suddenly lit up with a smile. Good. It's great that you're feeling better.
Come down the mountain now.
Your mother just told me to tell you to come eat first. Lu Xinghe immediately took the dog leash from Lu Taixing. Grandpa, you should come eat too. I can watch the dog here. Lu Taixing snatched the leash back with a bit of annoyance. Little rascal, go eat quickly. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. If you want to come later, just come a bit later. During the day, read more books inside the house. Your fourth uncle is just at the foot of the mountain. If you call out, he'll come right away. Unable to argue with his grandfather, Lu Xinghe could only follow Cloud Sueha down the mountain. The person opening the courtyard door was Lu Yufeng. As soon as they entered, she pulled Chuyu to look at the herbs she had gathered recently. Yeah, help me check if I've identified the right herbs. While the two girls were chatting, Cloud Sueha went to the kitchen. At this moment, her younger sister-in-law Jiang Xiuqin was busy with her mother-in-law, Wang Xuelan. Mother, does my younger sister-in-law need any help? Jiang Xiuqin quickly said, No need, third sister-in-law. You're not feeling well, just sit. It's only a few people's meals, it'll be ready soon. Wang Xuelan listened and quickly stopped Jiang Xiuqin. Fourth sister-in-law, there's no need to say that. Third sister-in-law is feeling better now. Oh, Jiang Xiuqin looked at Cloud Sueha with some surprise. It's good that third sister-in-law's health has improved. Looks like I was just talking nonsense. Cloud Sueha smiled indifferently. It's nothing, fourth sister-in-law. I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter? Jiang Xiuqin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Third sister-in-law said so. I also asked you to help me sell some herbs before. Recently, Yufeng picked some more. When the time comes, I might need your help to sell them again. These are small matters. When Yeye and Xinghe go to town, just come to our house to pick them up, she said softly. Actually, Xinghe has been studying during the day lately. We've delayed him too much before. Now that he's finally picking up his books again, we can't let family matters hold him back anymore. So I want to ask if fourth brother is free. I'd like to invite him to help watch over the construction of my new house's foundation. Jiang Xiuqin and Wang Xuelan looked at each other, then quickly called out, Xiuqing, come here. Lu Xiuqing, who was sitting with his brother Lu Xinghe talking, heard his wife's call. He hurriedly responded and ran to the kitchen. What's the matter? What's going on? Jiang Xiuqin repeated Yun Sueha's words. Since you're free lately, why not help out a bit? Lu Xiuqing patted his thigh. I thought it was something serious. We already agreed to help, didn't we? As for those bricks and tiles, third sister-in-law, don't worry. With me and Dad watching, it won't be a problem. Yun Sueha was pleased. Then I'll trouble fourth brother. But we're not asking you to work for free. Xinghe also told me that when my older brothers build their houses, since we're short of people, our family will pay for the work. My older brothers and fourth brother will be paid for helping. Older brothers are the main workers, paid 30 coins a day. If fourth brother helps with small tasks and watches the bricks at night, I'll also pay you 30 coins a day starting today. Does that sound fair? She didn't like owing favors. Since Xinghe was her nephew, helping family was more reliable. Paying for help might motivate people to work harder. As soon as Yun Sueha finished speaking, Lu Xiuqing raised his hand to agree. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Starting today, I'll sleep on the foundation until your new house is finished. I won't miss a single brick. Jiang Xiuqin saw his determined look and smiled, covering her mouth. All right, you can sleep on the foundation. I'll have Yufeng and Xiaowei take turns bringing you meals every day. Wang Xuelan wiped her hands on her apron. Third sister-in-law, are you planning to let Xinghe take the imperial exams again? Cloud Sueha nodded and said, Actually, this is also Yeye's idea. Since Xinghe wants to take this path, we support him. Third sister-in-law's family has finally tasted happiness after hardship, Jiang Xiuqin said with a smile. Cloud Sueha sighed. It's not that good, but it's better than when we used to go hungry. Once the house is built, the family might face more difficulties again. Wang Xuelan quickly comforted her. At least the house is built now, and the family can live comfortably. Money can still be earned later. We won't fall into worse poverty than before. Cloud Sueha nodded repeatedly. Mother is right. Lunch was ready soon. Some coarse rice porridge, a small dish of wild vegetables, and a dish of salted vegetables. Recently, the mountains have been stripped clean, and we don't have many vegetables at home. Third sister-in-law's family is making do with what they have, Jiang Xiuqin said. Cloud Sueha waved her hand. We're family, no need to be so polite. At the Li Zheng family's house, Lu Jianqi's youngest daughter was throwing a tantrum. Lu Shanshan had always admired how good-looking Lu Xinghe was, and he was very educated. Among the nearby villages, there was no one her age with better qualities. But after her father left, things at home got worse day by day. Her father was worried she would suffer with Lu Xinghe, so after she came of age, he arranged another marriage for her. At that time, because Lu Xinghe's family was poor and her father didn't want her to suffer with him, he agreed to the match. The other family was a big household in Yaojia Gully with over 30 acres of land. But now, just over a month after Lu Xinghe's wedding, they were about to build a brick house. This made Lu Shanshan, who was proud and ambitious, feel very frustrated. Father, I don't care. You should cancel the marriage with the Yao family. I can't stand seeing Yao Shangshu anymore. Lu Jianqi's worried brows looked like they could trap flies. Oh, my ancestors. This marriage can't be cancelled just like that. Do you think it's a game? At the Li Zheng house, the eldest and second sons were there, and only Lu Shanshan was the daughter. She had been spoiled by her family since she was young. Lu Shanshan looked furious. If you return their bride price, wouldn't that be it? Li Zheng's wife, Chen Shufan, stepped forward and held Lu Shanshan's tender hand. Good girl, the bride price from the Yao family has been kept by you all along. Your parents haven't touched a penny. You've been buying hairpins and bracelets. Are you sure we can return the bride price? Our family is not as wealthy as the Yao family. My parents definitely cannot afford to cover your expenses. He then gave Lu Jianqi a meaningful look. Lu Jianqi quickly said, Your mother is right. The Yao family has 30 acres of land and a brick house, which is much better than the Lu Xinghe family. Besides, Lu Xinghe is already married, and I heard that Yun's family is very strict with their daughter-in-law. You can't interfere. Hearing this, Shan felt even more upset, as if someone had taken away her happy days. But she's just a young girl who hasn't grown up yet. Even if she's nervous, she can't have a child with Lu Xinghe now. Aunt Yun is probably just pretending to bother me. When Lu Jianqi heard this, he got a little angry. You're just a young girl, and you talk so shamelessly? Have you forgotten all the manners and morals you've been taught? Shan was unhappy after her father's words. She snorted and went back to her room. Chen Shufan looked worriedly at Lu Jianqi. Sir, look at our daughter, Lu Jianqi sighed. Sigh, just watch her. We can't let her do something foolish and ruin this good marriage. In a couple of months, she will get married. When that happens, going to the Yao family will be fine. Chen Shufan spat. Lu Xinghe really is something. Why does he want to build a house now? It's like he's afraid others don't know he's lucky. Uncle Tai Xing also came to borrow a dog to look at bricks for us. I think he's doing it on purpose. Lu Jianqi rubbed his forehead. What can we do? This is our fault first. We can't stop others from showing off after they get lucky. Hearing this, Chen Shufan was unhappy. What fault? The Lu family was in such a good position back then. Do you want our little son to marry into that family and suffer? Besides, it was just talk before with no proof or documents. Why do we think we're at fault? Lu Jianqi wanted to say more but finally sighed and turned to go outside. At the old Lu family house, after dinner, Lu Xiuqing carried a bundle of rice stalks to the hillside foundation to sleep. Cloud Sueha then pulled Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqin aside and whispered, Mother, fourth sister-in-law, Xinghe asked me to remind you that this year's harvest is not good. Food prices might go up at the end of the year. It's best to stock some food at home, so you don't have to spend extra money later. A few days ago, we bought 100 jin of coarse rice, but I don't know if it will last until next year. Hearing that Xinghe was the one who asked, they both felt more confident. Xinghe is usually quiet and careful in what he does. Looks like we should buy some more food. Wang Xuelan said, then looked at Jiang Xiuqin. Fourth sister-in-law, go to your older brother's and second brother's new house. Tell your two sisters-in-law about this, and ask them to keep it quiet so no one finds out. It was just a guess, and no one knew for sure. If their family bought food, it was just for their own use. They had many people at home, so they would eat it anyway. If others found out and food prices really rose at the end of the year, they wouldn't thank Xinghe. If prices didn't go up, people might even blame Xinghe for spreading rumors. She didn't want her family to be taken advantage of or blamed unfairly. Jiang Xiuqin agreed and ran out. Wang Xuelan saw her go and quickly took 3 eggs from the kitchen beam, placing them in Yun Sueha's hand. Xinghe studies hard, so she needs to eat well. We don't have many good things here. These 3 eggs, you take them to your family. Yun Sueha quickly waved her hand. Mother, the 2 hens we gave last time are still laying eggs. You and father are getting older and need to stay healthy. I can't take these eggs. You and father should eat them yourselves. Without hesitation, Wang Xuelan pressed the eggs into Yun Sueha's hand. Just keep them. We used to rely on the 3rd brother, but now we have to rely on Xinghe. Yun Sueha had no choice but to accept the eggs and then took the children home. Xinghe, I haven't been feeling well these years and haven't visited your maternal family. Every year, your 2 uncles come to bring some things. The Moon Worship Festival is coming soon. Luckily, your grandfather and 4th uncle are watching the land these days. How about we go to Kang Town together tomorrow? Her maternal home was in Qingjiu Village, near Kang Town. The journey was about the same as going to Nanping Town, but crossing the river was needed to get there. In previous years, their family was poor and she was often sick, so she didn't want to go and worry her parents. Now that she was feeling better, she was eager to go and visit her grandparents so they could see her and feel at ease. Additionally, this year's harvest was poor, so she needed to remind her parents and brothers about it. Lu Xinghe looked worried. Mother, about your health. Yun Sueha gently patted his arm. Mother knows her body well. We won't have to walk much. When we return tomorrow, your uncle can take us in the ox cart to the ferry, so it won't be a problem. Thinking about how the family hadn't visited her maternal grandparents in 8 years, Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Yun Sueha, upon hearing this, teared up and went inside. In these 8 years, she not only felt she had burdened Xinghe, but also owed her parents. The elderly couple still worried about her, even after all this time. Every year, her brothers would visit and tell her parents she was doing well, but after 8 years without returning home, her parents must have been truly worried. Her mother hadn't come back since she left crying 5 years ago, perhaps because her legs had become less able. All afternoon, Lu Xinghe stayed inside reading, while Qi sat under a big tree in the yard, sewing. She had recently learned to sew, and seeing the patch on Lu Xinghe's pouch, she decided to make one for him. After sitting for a while, she noticed someone watching her from the side. She looked back and saw a girl about 3 or 4 years older than her. The girl wasn't stunning but looked gentle and modest. Chuyu quickly put down her sewing. Who are you? She then looked toward Yun Sueha's house, wanting to tell her visitor had arrived, but the girl hushed her with a finger to her lips. Don't call out. Chu stepped back, confused. She had never seen this girl before, and now she was here, but she didn't want her to call anyone. She seemed sneaky. Was she trying to steal something? Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Chuyu had hidden quite a bit of silver at home. Someone's coming. Thief. Seeing Chuyu treat her like a thief, the girl, Lu Shanshan, was annoyed and stomped her foot. To avoid misunderstandings, she quickly ran away, and soon she was out of sight. Yun Sueha and Lu Xinghe rushed out of the house. Yun Sueha grabbed a broom by the door and approached Chuyu. Yeah? Where's the thief? Chuyu pointed in the direction where the girl had just run off and said, Someone ran that way. Yun Sueha sighed in relief. I'm glad you're okay. Chuyu shook her head. No, mother, I'm fine. I just thought that person looked strange. Maybe she's a thief. Lu Xinghe looked at the direction Chuyu pointed to earlier and then turned his gaze back to her. Go inside the house. Don't stay outside. Yes, yes, Yun Sueha quickly agreed. Stay inside. This year has been quite unsafe. Chuyu nodded and followed Lu Xinghe into the house. Lu Xinghe continued reading by the window, while Qi sat on the bed, making a small bag. When it was almost mealtime, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an came back carrying baskets, looking tired. Yun Sueha saw this and asked quickly, "What happened?" The brothers frowned and said, "Mother, the nearby mountain is so dry that even grass is hard to find." Yun Sueha patted their heads. "If you can't find anything, then forget it. We plan to visit your maternal grandparents tomorrow, so maybe we shouldn't go to the mountain for a few days. Your older sister saw a thief today, so it might be someone stealing children." Hearing this, the brothers looked toward Chuyu. "Is your older sister okay?" Chuyu, who was washing rice, smiled and said, "I'm fine. That thief was sneaky, but he hadn't entered the yard." I shouted loudly and he ran away. Seeing that everyone at home was safe, they all relaxed. Lu Xing'an put the basket back in the kitchen and went to light the stove. Lu Xingping chopped the tender leaves he brought from the road and mixed them into some old rice husks from a few days ago to feed the chickens. He muttered to the 3 chickens, "Recently, the mountain has been so clean that even a worm can't be found. Just bear with it and eat a little." For dinner, Chiyu cooked a pot of porridge and took some preserved meat from the cellar, slicing a few pieces onto a plate. There were no vegetables, but at least a few slices of meat could be added to the porridge to help with nutrition. Late at night, lying in bed, Chiyu felt more and more uneasy. She recalled that the girl who came earlier looked quite refined, with a hairpin in her hair. Could she have been mistaken? She looked back toward Lu Xinghe. "Hubby, are you asleep?" Lu Xinghe, who was turned away from Chuyu, opened his eyes when he heard her. Chuyu lay flat on her back. "Husband, who do you think that girl who came today might be?" "I was thinking, maybe I misunderstood them. Then I said, but she looked really strange at the time. I don't know her, and she actually told me not to call anyone, so I thought she was a thief." Lu Xinghe also lay down and looked toward Chuyu. "If you don't know her, why think so much? Because it's strange, isn't it?" Chuyu said this, yawned, and then fell into a light sleep. She was talking just a moment ago, but suddenly she was asleep. Lu Xinghe chuckled softly and pulled the blanket up over her. "You say you're not a child, but only children can be so carefree." After saying that, he raised his hand and rested his head on it, thinking about Chuyu's words. Today, the thief turned out to be a woman? That's really strange. But some women are good at pretending to be weak to gain sympathy and trick others into giving them money. I believe it. Thinking of this, Lu Xinghe got up, found all the bamboo tubes where Chuyu had hidden silver coins in different corners, and placed them on the bookshelf. He pushed them into the grooves on the ceiling beam with an old wooden board, making it impossible to see the hidden items inside. That way, even if a thief came in, they wouldn't find the silver. After all, it was earned by the young girl herself. If it was stolen, she would be very sad. The next morning, after tidying up his writing tools and books, Lu Xinghe moved his desk into the room of the 2 brothers, Lu Xingping and Lu Xingjie. The brothers were confused. "Big brother, why did you move your desk into our room?" Lu Xinghe replied calmly, "Just for now. When I return from Kang Town, I'll move it back to my room. Don't tell anyone." The brothers nodded, still puzzled, but not asking further. Because they needed to go to Kang Town, Yun Sueha woke up early. She divided a jean of leftover red dates from their home and also packed 30 jean of rice from the bag of rice, putting everything into a basket. "Xinghe, should we go to Dalin's house another day to peel the rice from the dried grains?" Lu Xinghe answered, "This year's harvest isn't good. Our grains can only produce about 200 jean of rice. We'll keep it for ourselves to eat." Cloud Sueha nodded. "All right, since our family has so many mouths to feed, after we peel the fruit, we can leave some at home to eat slowly." After breakfast, Lu Xinghe carried the basket and led a few people to leave. Chuyu held onto Yun Sueha's arm and walked at the back. "Mother, there's no need to rush. If we arrive late today, we can stay overnight. After all, the foundation of the new house is being watched over by Grandpa and Uncle C." Yun Sueha nodded. "Okay, no rush." Perhaps because she was eager to visit her family, her steps quickened uncontrollably. Chuyu had no choice but to support her and walk quickly ahead. Half an hour later, the group of 5 finally reached the ferry crossing. Luckily, it wasn't hot today, Otherwise, under the blazing sun, Yun Sueha wouldn't have been able to walk far. Because of the long dry spell, the water level in the riverbank had dropped quite a bit. To cross the river, they had to walk down the somewhat steep riverbank to reach the boat. "Are you all crossing the river?" the boatman called from the boat. "Today, it's only 2 coins per person. You can go right away, no need to wait." Recently, due to the drought, the water level in the river was low, about to the lower part of an adult's chest. Many people, unwilling to spend 3 coins on the ferry, simply took off their clothes and waded across. After crossing, they found a hidden spot to change into dry clothes. This also caused the boatman's business to decline. Hearing that today's ferry was cheaper by 1 coin, Yun Sueha immediately said, "All right, please ferry us to Kang Town." The boatman responded with an, "Oh," then pushed the bamboo pole into the water, steering the boat closer to the riverbank so the passengers could board easily. Lu Xinghe was the first to get on the boat. After stepping on, he turned around and helped Yun Sueha onto the boat. Chu Yu and Lu Xingping, the 2 brothers, were also pulled on afterward. "Everyone sit tight. We're setting off." The boatman pushed the bamboo pole against the shore, and the boat started moving. From this ferry crossing to Kang Town, it took about 15 minutes. Chu Yu helped Yun Sueha into the boat's cover to prevent her from catching a cold from the river breeze, and also used bamboo strips outside the cover to block the front a little. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an leaned on the boat's edge, curious, watching the boatman row the boat forward. "Grandpa, how long have you been rowing this boat here?" The boatman chuckled. "I've been rowing here since I was 12 years old. It's been about 40 years. Both of them looked a little surprised. Lu Xingping looked toward the boatman and asked, "Is boat rowing a good way to make money?" The old man smiled and sighed, his face full of lines and a bit of helplessness. "It's not about making money. I just row the boat for a long time. That's all. It's just to support my family." He turned to the 2 boys and said, "Little guys, don't think about being stuck on the boat with the old man for your whole life. There are many more interesting things in the world than rowing boats." The boys didn't understand much about life lessons. They just nodded blankly. Chu Yu sat at the edge of the boat's cover, dipping her hand into the water and stirring. The river water was not very high, but very clear. The water plants swayed gently with the current. Suddenly, Chu Yu's hand was touched by something cold and slippery. She wanted to pull her hand back. When she looked down and saw it was a fish, she took the opportunity as the fish swam past her hand and grabbed its gills, which were moving slightly. Because she held the fish's vital spot, the fish struggled hard, flapping its tail. Its strength was so great that Chu Yu couldn't lift it out right away, causing the boat to shake. "Husband, come help." Lu Xinghe quickly stepped forward and lifted the fish Chu Yu was holding onto the boat. The fish was quite long, probably 6 or 7 jin, about 3 to 3.5 kilograms. Everyone on the boat saw this and was speechless. After a moment, the boatman touched his face in disbelief and said, "How lucky can you get? I've been rowing this boat for 40 years and have never seen a passenger catch a fish on the boat." Yun Sueha quickly smiled and joked, "It's rare to have such dry weather this year. Maybe the water level is low, giving my child a chance." The boatman smiled and relaxed. "Yes, this dry weather is also uncommon." After saying that, he continued to row forward. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an looked at each other, both smiling. Even playing in the water, they could catch big fish. Truly, big sister-in-law is amazing. After 15 minutes, the boat docked at the ferry pier outside Kang Town. Yun Sueha paid 10 coins for the ferry and told the boatman they would cross back later. She helped Lu Xinghe and Chu Yu onto the shore. Lu Xinghe carried a basket and held the fish, walking ahead. Yun Sueha was supported by Chu Yu and followed behind. Lu Xingping quietly asked Chu Yu, "Big sister-in-law, how did you catch that fish just now?" Chu Yu smiled softly, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks. "It's not that I wanted to catch it. The fish bumped into my hand by itself. I didn't know what kind of creature it was at first. When I saw it was a fish, I just grabbed its gills." Lu Xingping scratched his head, raising his eyebrows and furrowing his forehead. "That's quite a strange thing to happen." Yun Sueha looked at her 2 younger sons with some helplessness. "Be quiet and don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, Outsiders might think your sister-in-law is a monster. Lu Xingping slightly lifted his chin. Even if my sister-in-law isn't perfect, she's still a fairy, not a monster. After half an hour of walking and resting, everyone finally arrived at Qingjiu village. As soon as they reached the village entrance, someone recognized Yun Sueha.
Oh,
Sueha, you've come back to your family? Yun Sueha quickly smiled and said, Yes, Auntie. The woman put down her patched clothes from her hands into a sewing basket. Wow, it's been 8 years since I saw you. Your mother keeps talking about you. If she could, she'd have come to see you long ago. Yun Sueha's heart skipped a beat. What happened to my mother? Seeing that Yun Sueha didn't seem to know much about her family situation, the woman didn't say much. She just said go back and visit her. She's waiting for you inside. Yun Sueha felt a bit nervous. She hurriedly walked faster toward her family's house. Even if someone greeted her on the way, she just smiled and responded briefly, not stopping. Soon, they arrived at a small courtyard. Yun Sueha, with red eyes, knocked on the door. Dad, Mom, older brother, second brother, I'm back. Hearing the sound, the people inside came out one after another. Yun Debeo hurried to open the door, and when he saw Yun Sueha, his face lit up with excitement. Why did you come back today, little sister? Mom keeps asking me to send some rice to you in a few days. I missed home, so I came back, Yun Sueha said, glancing inside. Older brother, where's Mom? Mom's inside, Yun Debeo said, looking at her with concern. You've traveled so far. Are you feeling okay? Don't worry, older brother. I'm much better now. She then looked at her relatives coming out of the house and wiped her tears. Dad, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, I'm back. The two sisters-in-law didn't speak, but both had tears in their eyes. Cloud Jingping looked at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, with tears in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he said, Good, you're back. Go inside and see your mother. Yun Sueha let out a sigh and went into the house. Mother, I'm back. Hearing the voice, Li Qiulian struggled to sit up from the bed. My girl, you're finally back. The mother and daughter hugged and cried for a while before letting go. Yun Sueha gently touched Li Qiulian's leg. Mother, what exactly happened to your leg? Li Qiulian sighed. My old cold leg has been like this for a long time. Don't worry, as long as you're well, Mother will be fine. Seeing her mother's face, which looked much older, Yun Sueha felt both sad and guilty. Tears started to flow again. It's my fault for not being strong enough and making Mother worry. Li Qiulian lovingly patted Yun Sueha's back. When I married you off to Bampo village, it was because I heard that the Lao family was kind and Guohui was a talented scholar. I thought your life would get better. I didn't expect. She paused, seeming afraid to touch on Yun Sueha's sadness, and sighed heavily. It's been hard on you, Yun Sueha shook her head. Mother, I'm not suffering. Although he's not here these years, the 3 children are obedient and filial. I don't regret it, and I've never blamed you or father. Li Qiulian wiped her tears and then patted Yun Sueha's hand. After traveling all morning, are you feeling okay? Yun Sueha sniffed and smiled slightly. Mother, I feel much better. Ye arranged for a doctor to see me and bought medicine and supplies to help me recover. If I hadn't gotten better, I wouldn't be able to walk such a long distance. Li Qiulian sat up straight. I heard Xinghe got married. Yun Sueha nodded. Yes, her name is Chuyu. She's kind and filial. Later, I'll have the children come in and show her to Mother one by one. Li Qiulian looked very pleased and praised her 3 times. Outside, Lu Xinghe handed the fish and the rice and red dates from his basket to Yun Debeo. Big uncle, these are what my mother asked me to bring. Take them to the kitchen. Yun Debeo frowned. You all are having a hard time and you're bringing things here? Such a big fish. It must have cost a lot, right? Lu Xinghe put the empty basket under the eaves. We caught these fish ourselves in the river, so we didn't spend any money. Big uncle, you can start organizing these things. We're going inside to see Grandma. After saying that, he led Chuyu and brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an into the house. Yun Jingping looked toward his 2 daughters-in-law nearby. Oldest daughter-in-law and second daughter-in-law, hurry up and start cooking. At noon, we'll cut up that fish so our family can eat. Okay, Dad. The two women quickly took the fish from Yundabeo and went to the kitchen to prepare. Lu Xinghe and the others entered the house and all called out, "Grandma." Li Qiulian smiled and responded, then warmly waved at Chuyu. "Child, come here and let Grandma see you." Chuyu looked at Yun Sueha, then confidently walked over. Since the three brothers were men, after greeting Li Qiulian, they went outside. Li Qiulian held Chuyu's hand and took a delicate silver bracelet from under a pillow cloth, slipping it onto her wrist with a hint of nostalgia. "This bracelet was given to me when I was young, as a coming-of-age gift from the family. Later, I did a lot of work and my wrist got thicker, so I couldn't wear it anymore. A few days ago, I heard you and Xinghe got married, so I asked your eldest uncle to wash it in town and let you wear it. It looks very nice." She looked at the shiny new-looking silver bracelet on her wrist, feeling a bit unsure, and looked toward Yun Sueha. Yun Sueha had seen this bracelet before. It was very precious to her. When the family was poor, she didn't want to melt it down for food. "If Grandma gave it to you, just keep it." Li Qiulian gently pulled down Chuyu's sleeve to hide the bracelet.
Keep it.
"It's a small token from Grandma." Chuyu touched the silver bracelet under her sleeve, feeling a warm feeling inside. Her family wanted to take everything from her, but after marrying Xinghe, her relatives here seemed to treat her kindly. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu. "Yeah, did your uncle next door mention how to treat old cold legs before?" Chuyu then looked at Li Qiulian's leg. "Grandma, is your old cold leg very serious? Can I see it first?" Old cold leg is a condition that can vary greatly. Mild cases can be treated actively to ease symptoms, but severe cases might require amputation or could be life-threatening. She needed to see how serious her grandmother's old cold legs really were. Before Li Qiulian could answer, Yun Sueha first lifted the thin quilt on the bed, helping Li Qiulian expose her legs. "Mother, Yaya used to have a neighbor who was a traveling doctor. She knows a little about these things. Let her take a look." Hearing that Chuyu had some skills, Li Qiulian sighed and nodded. "For the past few years, my knees have been very sore, numb, and swollen. Recently, even in dry weather, it's a little better and I can get out of bed and walk a few steps. But on rainy days, my feet hurt even without touching the ground, and in winter, I dare not get out of bed." Thinking about the cold weather coming soon, she felt worried. Chuyu looked at Li Qiulian's legs. There was slight swelling around her knees. She gently pinched her kneecap and then lifted one of her legs to move it. Seeing her face showing pain, Chuyu carefully put her leg back on the bed and lowered her pants, covering her with the quilt. "Grandma's old cold legs are serious, but they can be treated. As long as you take good care of them, you can live normally again." Li Qiulian looked at Chuyu with some disbelief. She had spent most of her time in bed these years, but she really hoped she could walk normally again. Yun Sueha was so happy she cried. "That's wonderful. Veya, how can we treat Grandma's legs?" She knew Chuyu never made false promises. If she was confident, it was definitely reliable. At that moment, a soft voice reached everyone's ears. "Can you tell me what I should pay attention to?" "Sister-in-law, can I say something? I usually take care of Grandma, so I will follow what sister-in-law says." Chuyu turned to look. It was a pretty girl about 12 years old. "This is your second uncle's daughter, Mingxiang. She's 12. She's very filial and considerate," Li Qiulian said, waving her hand to call Yun Mingxiang over. Yun Mingxiang stepped closer and slightly bowed to Chuyu. "Hello, sister-in-law." Chuyu quickly returned the greeting. "Yun Mingxiang, does your family have mugwort?" Yun Mingxiang nodded quickly. "Yes, during the Dragon Boat Festival, we cut some mugwort and hung it in the kitchen. I'll go get it now." After a short while, Yun Mingxiang brought some mugwort. Chuyu lit one and pointed to several important acupuncture points on her knee to demonstrate to Yun Mingxiang. "Here is the Hiding point. These two spots are the Nei Xian points, and here are the Sanin Jiao and Yang Ling Quan points. You should do moxibustion on these points every other day. It's important to stick with it for a long time," she explained. Coughing slightly from the smoke of the mugwort, Chuyu continued, "The mugwort I have isn't processed. Later, your uncles can crush it into fine mugwort wool and make thicker mugwort sticks. The smoke from those is gentler, and the effect is better." Yun Mingxiang nodded quickly. "I remember. Is there anything else? In cold weather, you can mix coarse salt with Sichuan peppercorns, heat the mixture, and put it in a cloth bag to apply to grandma's knee. It helps keep out the cold and improve circulation. Also, soak some Yukamiya wine for 7 days and give her a small cup twice a day. Just watch her carefully. Don't let her drink too much, Chi said, looking at Yun Mingxiang. And besides that, just give her more massages, encourage her to move around outside, and avoid heavy lifting or cold weather. Seeing how detailed and confident Chuyu was, Yun Mingxiang felt both admiration and envy. Your sister-in-law is really impressive, more capable than the village doctors. Chuyu smiled shyly. I've only learned a little. I've seen doctors treat people this way before. If something really tricky comes up, I wouldn't know what to do. Li Chulian looked at Yun Sueha. Where did you find such a clever girl? She's still young but so talented. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't that right? Yaya is truly our family's treasure now. Even the doctor at the Namping Town Pharmacy said he wanted to recommend a master for her. It shows she has some natural talent. Li Chulian nodded. That's good. The more capable the children are, the happier I am. Being a doctor was a respected profession. If she could learn some medical skills, she would have a stable way to support herself in the future. Yun Mingxiang looked at Chuyu with admiration. She wished she could be as capable as her sister-in-law. Because the mugwort wasn't processed, it burned very quickly. Soon, her mugwort was all used up. Chuyu threw the remaining mugwort stems outside and then told Yun Mingxiang a few more things. At that moment, her husband's mother and second aunt called everyone to eat. Lunch was brown rice porridge, a large bowl of thick fish soup, and a plate of salted vegetables. Chuyu served herself a bowl of fish soup, put a few dried goji berries from her handkerchief into the soup, and handed it to Yun Sueha. This action was very natural, without trying to attract attention. Watching nearby, Auntie Sue looked at her with envy. Sueha, your daughter-in-law, is really filial. Yun Sueha nodded quickly and smiled in response. Second Auntie Jiang muttered softly. Is she just pretending? Who carries goji berries everywhere when going out? The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly became tense because of Jiang's words. Yun Sueha frowned slightly, feeling a bit upset. Since she was from her own family, she didn't argue back immediately. Lu Xinghe's expression was calm and hard to read. Lu Xinghen looked unhappy, almost showing her displeasure on her face. Lu Xingping put down his chopsticks, pouted, and said quietly, Second Auntie, you're wrong. My eldest sister-in-law has been like that at home for a long time. Everyone knew how much the eldest sister-in-law cared for their mother. If anyone spoke badly of her, he would be the first to disagree. At that moment, Yun Jingping sharply tapped his chopsticks on the table. Second daughter-in-law, can't you keep your mouth shut during meals? Jiang finally forced a smile and tried to smooth things over. Hey, don't mind us. I just said that because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Third sister just treats me like air. Let's eat quickly. Because Jiang was her sister-in-law and she was about to leave after the meal, Yun Sueha didn't argue with her. After eating, Yun Sueha sat with Li Chulian for a while. She quietly slipped a purse containing 100 coins under her pillow. Then the family said their goodbyes and left. They had a long way to go home, and if they didn't leave early, it might get dark. Yun Daba Bao hurried to the cattle shed, led his own cow, and loaded it onto the cart to head to Kang Town. Big brother, father, and mother, I'll leave it to you and second brother to take care of them. If I have time later, I'll come back to visit. But our house will soon be built, so next time I come, it might be during the new year. Yun Daba Bao, driving the cart, looked at Yun Sueha with some surprise. Build a new house? After thinking carefully, he realized that his sister's house was indeed not very sturdy. It was time to build a new one. Is there enough money? When at home, why didn't you speak? Although eldest and second brothers are not well off, they can still support you a little. Yun Sueha felt warm inside and quickly shook her head with a smile. It's enough. If it's not enough, I already mentioned it to my eldest and second brothers at home. Yun Dabao thought for a moment and then asked, when will the house start being built? My father-in-law will start looking at the days tomorrow. Yun Dabao raised his eyebrows.
Oh, so soon?
I'll tell my parents, and later I'll go with Chen Kai to help you for a few days. The brick house is large, and building it is quick. With a few extra hands, it won't take long, and it won't be too much trouble. Yun Sueha smiled happily and jokingly said, Chen, when the time comes, give the big brothers some work money. Yun Debeo laughed loudly. You're not easy either. The big brothers and second brothers are just helping out, so there's no need to worry about that. Yun Sueha pursed her lips and said no more. As the youngest daughter in the family, she was once spoiled by her parents and two brothers when she was at her maiden home. Now that she has been married for a long time, her parents and brothers still treat her so well. She feels very content. When they reached the ferry, the whole family got off the ox cart. After saying goodbye to Yundabeo, they took advantage of the early time to go into Kang Town, planning to buy some essentials to take home. Kang Town is not as prosperous as Nanping Town. They didn't even see a large restaurant like Rui Residence. The shops along the street are also quite old. Since the last time Yun Sueha took the 10 sets of medicine, they had finished drinking it. Chuyu first went into a pharmacy and handed the prescription given by Dr. Zhu to a somewhat shabby old man. Old sir, can you prepare this prescription here? It wasn't really her question, but the pharmacy looked much more run-down than Chinji Pharmacy. The old man raised his eyebrows, took the prescription from Chuyu, looked at it, then looked back at her. Did you go to Nanping Town for treatment before? Chuyu nodded slightly, a bit surprised. How did you tell? The old man looked at the prescription and chuckled. My apprentice's way of prescribing and his handwriting are very familiar to me. Chuyu looked at him in surprise. Are you Dr. Zhu's master? The old man raised his eyebrows.
Oh.
That old guy mentioned me to you before. Chuyu didn't know how to answer him at first. She couldn't exactly say, your apprentice wants to introduce you to me as a master. Just then, a middle-aged man entered from the back of the pharmacy. He looked at the old man and said, Master, the customer inside is ready for acupuncture. The old man quickly handed a prescription to the middle-aged man. Here, this young girl is your senior brother Zhu's customer. You can prepare her medicine. All right, the middle-aged man said with a smile as he took the prescription. How many sets of medicine does the girl need? 10 sets. The middle-aged man told Chuyu to wait a moment and then went behind the counter to prepare the medicine. Chuyu looked at the busy middle-aged man and asked, was that old man the owner of this pharmacy? The middle-aged man shook his head. No, I am the manager here. He is my master. Recently, he came to Kang Town for a tricky patient. Coincidentally, he was here eating grilled freshwater snails, so I took the chance to invite him here. No wonder his accent didn't sound local. Did he come to Kang Town just to eat grilled freshwater snails? Chuyu asked again. The middle-aged man chuckled. Master is very easygoing. He goes wherever he wants to see patients. Many doctors he has helped along the way call him master. His influence is widespread. The man looked at him with admiration. Our clinic is also a place where the old man comes to find food, but he doesn't do it for free. Sometimes he helps us solve difficult medical cases, or he answers our medical questions. It seems Dr. Zhu's master is quite impressive. Chuyu scratched her cheek thoughtfully. If she wanted the old man to teach her more about medicine, maybe she should learn to cook more delicious dishes and make different meals for him every day. Will he go to Nanping Town next? She asked. The middle-aged man smiled again. Yes, he mentioned recently that there's a new dish in Nanping Town. If it weren't for a complicated patient holding him back, he would have gone there long ago. Chuyu covered her mouth and giggled. The old man really is quite adorable. The middle-aged man packed the herbs for Chuyu and handed them to her. Miss, the 10 sets of medicine you wanted cost a total of 3 taels of silver. Chuyu paid the money, and since she needed to go to the ferry later, she left directly. When she came out, Lu Xinghe and Yun Sueha didn't know where they had gone. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an, the brothers, were waiting at the door. When they saw her, Lu Xingping hurried to take the medicine from her hands. Sister-in-law, Mother is buying fabric at the cloth shop across the street. She said she wants to make you clothes. You should pick up the medicine and go see her. Make clothes? Chuyu looked at her own clothes, which she had only worn for less than a month. Hadn't they just been made? When they arrived at the cloth shop, Yun Sueha was holding a big bag of cotton and was pinching a piece of red fabric. When she saw Chuyu, she waved her hand. Yeah, come and see how this red fabric looks. Chiyu entered the shop and placed the cotton Yun Sueha was holding on her shoulder. Mother, why do you want to make me clothes again? Yun Sueha's hands were free, so she took the red fabric and compared it to Chiyu's body. She said, it's already August and the weather is getting cooler. If I don't make your clothes early, you'll catch a cold later. After saying that, she smiled happily. I think this red fabric is just right. When it's finished, it can be worn in winter. It's festive. Then she looked at the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, I'll take this piece of red fabric. The blue fabric for the jacket and skirt should be enough to make 2 sets of clothes. All right, the shopkeeper replied, and went to cut the fabric. After buying the fabric and cotton, they left. Outside the shop, Lu Xinghe was waiting. He put the medicine, cotton, and fabric into a basket. Yun Sueha and Lu Xingping walked ahead. Chu Yu deliberately stayed close to Lu Xinghe and whispered, Husband, where did you go just now? Lu Xinghe looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? Chu Yu pursed her lips. Nothing much. I was just curious. But if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Lu Xinghe patted her head and then took a small pink and white hairpin from his bag, pinning it in her hair. The girl's features were already delicate. After more than a month of caring for her, her previously gaunt cheeks had become fuller. The pink and white hairpin in her hair made her look like a delicate porcelain doll. Just now, I passed a small stall and saw this. I thought it was pretty, so I bought one for you. It really suits you. Chuyu reached out to touch the flower hairpin on her head, smiled, and then looked ahead at the empty sky above the green lotus clouds. Why did you buy me a hairpin? I don't have one, and it wouldn't be good if someone saw it. Lu Xinghe took out a simple, plain hairpin from his bag again. I also have one for you. Chuyu smiled happily. Oh, this one suits you very well. You really have a good eye for choosing. Lu Xinghe took her hand. Let's go quickly. Mother, Xingping, and Xing'an are already at the ferry. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe holding her hand. Although it wasn't the first time he held her, she still felt a little nervous, but mostly happy. When Yun Sueha and her children arrived at the ferry, they had initially looked back to tell Lu Xinghe and Chuyu to hurry. Seeing the young couple holding hands, they quickly turned their heads away again. Don't look, or your sister-in-law might get shy. Yun Sueha quickly pressed down on her son's heads. Lu Xingping looked at Yun Sueha. Mom, don't you think my older brother and sister-in-law are quite a good match? Lu Xing'an rolled his eyes.
Fool.
They're married, of course they match. Yun Sueha smiled helplessly and shook her head. You two really are a happy pair of troublemakers, she said, then looked ahead at a person with 2 baskets in front of him, chattering loudly inside. She hurriedly pulled her 2 sons over. Someone's selling chicks and ducklings over there. Let's go take a look. As they got closer, they saw that in the 2 baskets, one held little chicks, and the other held little ducklings. Old man, how much are these chicks and ducklings? 3 cents each for the chicks, 5 cents each for the ducklings. The ducklings have been raised for over half a month and are much bigger than the chicks. Yun Sueha squatted down and gently picked up one of the chicks to examine it carefully. Do you raise many chickens and ducks at home? The old man sighed. I raise a few. In previous years, we relied on these chickens and ducks to get by. This year, the harvest was poor, and we have no grain to feed them. Buying grain isn't worth it, so I thought about selling some. Seeing Yun Sueha observing the chickens and ducks, the old man continued, Don't worry, customer. All these chickens and ducks are healthy. They will survive well. Yun Sueha smiled and clapped her hands. All right, old man, give me 20 chicks and 5 ducklings. Finally, the little chicken and duck were placed into the basket on Lu Xinghe's back, while the items inside the basket were carried by a few people. On the return boat, only the same family of 5 was there, and the boat was still operated by the same old man as before. Seeing what they were carrying, he smiled and said, Wow, you bought quite a few things. Yun Sueha smiled and replied, They're just some necessary items. In the cabin, Chiyu took out the hairpin that Lu Xinghe bought for Yun Sueha. Mother, this is a hairpin my husband picked out especially for you. Shall I put it in your hair? Yun Sueha was a bit surprised. Why did he buy one for me too? You girls can wear them. I'm too old for that. What would I look like wearing it? Although she said that, Her eyes kept on the hairpin in Chuyu's hand. Chuyu smiled, raised her hand, and clipped the hairpin into Yun Sueha's hair. Who says you're old? You're still young. That hairpin looks really good on you. Yun Sueha looked at her with a playful smile. How can I be young? I'm already 35. If you were a little older, maybe next year I'd be holding a chubby grandson. Hearing this, Ji lowered her head shyly. Mother, what are you saying? Do you think I'm too young? Yun Sueha quickly smiled and held her hand. Honest to heaven, I don't mean to dislike you at all. I was just joking. As for grandchildren, I'm not in a rush. Besides, Xinghe still needs to focus on his studies. Once he gets good grades, we can think about these things. Chi felt relieved after hearing that. After about an hour, everyone finally returned home. But as soon as they arrived, Lu Xinghe sensed something was wrong. The courtyard gate wasn't damaged, but part of the fence on one corner of the wall was noticeably crooked, clearly indicating someone had entered through there. He quickly unlocked the door. Everyone, go inside and check if anything's missing. Hearing this, everyone panicked. Yun Sueha frowned and asked, What's wrong? Did we get robbed? Lu Xinghe shook his head. Not sure. Let's check first. They all hurried to their rooms. When Lu Xinghe placed the basket in the corner of the wall and entered the house, he saw the little girl inside was crying anxiously. Hubby, what should we do? All the silver I hid is gone. Today, when she went out, she only carried less than 2.5 ounces of silver, while there was still a full 190 ounces hidden at home. If all of it were lost, wouldn't her recent efforts have been in vain? Hearing the young girl's tearful voice, Lu Xinghe quickly stepped forward and held her hand. Don't worry yet. You haven't lost your silver. Chuyu sniffed and looked upset. But the places I hid things in have been disturbed, she said. Last night, Lu Xinghe had checked all her hiding spots, but after taking out the silver, he put everything back in its place. It seems a thief really did come into the house. Lu Xinghe's eyes lost their dullness as he smiled and patted the girl's back. Don't worry. I expected that once the house was bought with new bricks, someone in the village might be jealous. So I moved the silver to a different hiding spot. He looked toward the beam, where the silver was hidden. Chuyu understood and quickly wiped her eyes with a smile. I wondered why you moved the desk into Xingping and Xingen's rooms this morning. Now I see it's because. Lu Xinghe pinched her cheek. Because a little money lover like you wants to peek at the silver now and then. Of course, I can't let it get lost. Chuyu felt a bit nervous looking into Lu Xinghe's eyes. She bit her lip and lowered her head, running outside the house. I'll check if anything's missing in the kitchen. Watching Chuyu leave, a thoughtful look crossed Lu Xinghe's face. Who could have come to steal from their home today? He kept this question in his mind and went to move a table into the rooms of the brothers, Lu Xingping and Lu Xingen. Chuyu took down the 2 hanging baskets from the kitchen beam and carefully checked them. Nothing was missing, so it seems the thief was after the silver. Soon, Yun Sueha also came out of her room. Seeing Chuyu in the kitchen, she hurried over and asked, Yeah, did anything get stolen from your side? Chuyu shook her head. No, nothing. Where's Mother? Yun Sueha relaxed. Mother didn't lose anything either. I don't know who it was, but my room was a mess. Things were scattered everywhere. Even the sewing basket was overturned. I think they targeted us because we weren't home today. It was probably someone from the village. I didn't expect this when I left, but luckily, I left a trap.
Chú ý USMI.
At least nothing was stolen from home. We just need to be more careful in the future. Yun Sueha nodded quickly. This year's harvest is poor, and the future will only become more chaotic. We must be more careful. Turning to Chuyu, she said, Yeah, where you go in the future, let Xinghe follow you. Be very careful and don't run around alone. Okay, I will listen to my mother. Yun Sueha suddenly felt a bit dizzy. She rubbed her temples and frowned. Seeing this, Chuyu quickly stood up and helped her inside. Mother has walked such a long way today. She might be tired. Let's rest first. I will cook dinner later. Thank you, Yia. Chuyu said, We are all family. There's no need to worry too much. Just focus on taking care of yourself. Yun Sueha patted Chuyu's hand. thinking that raising a daughter means knowing how to be warm and caring. Her 3 sons are obedient and respectful, but they are not as thoughtful and comforting as her daughter. As Chuyu came out of Yun Sueha's house, she saw Lu Xingping sitting under the eaves, looking worried with his chin in his hand. She looked at him with confusion. "Xingping, what's wrong?" Lu Xingping sighed heavily. "You have not lost anything, but I have lost something." Hearing this, Chu Yu's expression became serious. "What did you lose?" The boy sighed again, looking worried. "Every year during the new year, Mother gives me a red envelope with a coin inside. I was planning to save it to get married someday. But now, before I even get the chance, all 8 years' worth of savings are gone." Seeing his sad face, Chuyu was a bit surprised and didn't know how to react. 8 years of savings? How much did you save? Lu Xingping looked at her and said, 8 coins. Chuyu was stunned at first, then calmly nodded and went to the kitchen. Lu Xingping sat under the eaves, pouting and muttering, "Why does everyone look at me like that? Shouldn't I be pitted for losing my money? Humph. Sister-in-law and big brother, Xing'an, are just as unreasonable." Soon, Xing'an came out of the house and said seriously, "It's just 8 coins. Is that worth making such a fuss? I'll give you half of mine later, then we'll have the same amount." Chuyu listened from the kitchen, feeling both sad and amused. Because the family is poor, these 2 children don't have much understanding of money. Today was their first time going far from home to Keng Town, and they didn't know about the recent small fortunes their family had gained. Maybe they think that the 8 coins they have are a lot of money. "Xing'an, I just finished cooking rice. Come help me light a fire," said Lu Xing'an. Xing'an replied and quickly went to the kitchen. Chuyu went into her room, took 20 coins from her money pouch, and after leaving the room, called Lu Xingping to the kitchen. She then divided the 20 coins into 2 parts and handed them to the children. "Here, this is your pocket money." Lu Xingping looked a bit surprised at the 10 coins in his hand, and then looked toward Chuyu. "Big sister-in-law." Chuyu opened the wooden board covering the cellar, took out an egg, and said as she covered it back, "Take this. You can buy something with it or save it for later. But from now on, you need to hide things well so no one can take them." Lu Xingping felt a little touched and sniffed, thinking that big sister-in-law was the best. "Thank you, big sister-in-law. I will be as filial to you as I am to my mother." Chuyu chuckled softly. "I don't want you to be filial to me. Just be good to your mother." She handed the egg to Yun Sueha, made her a bowl of brown sugar egg soup, and told her to drink it first to feel better. Then she grabbed a handful of peanuts from the hanging basket, washed them, and fried a small dish. They would add the peanuts to their porridge tonight. Recently, they hadn't even dug up wild vegetables, and the family hadn't eaten leafy greens for a long time. They could only make do with whatever they had at home. After dinner, Xing'an and Xingping eagerly washed the dishes and went outside. Yun Sueha looked at Lu Xingha. "Xingha, who do you think might be the person stealing from our house? When the pig was stolen before, he was able to find Chu Yuqian easily." She thought her son was quite capable. Lu Xingha shook his head. "I don't know. The stolen items weren't many. We just need to be more careful in the future. Although 8 coins are money, tomorrow the family will start building a new house." He really didn't want to bother much over such a small amount. They should be more cautious, as thieves will eventually be caught. Chuyu suddenly remembered that strange girl. Although she didn't know her well, she felt that the girl gave her a bad impression. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the courtyard gate. "Aunt Yun, are you at home?" Hearing the voice, Yun Sueha slightly frowned. She stepped out of the house, and, when she saw Lu Shanshan outside the yard, she pretended to be friendly. "Shanshan has come. Did your father send you here?" If she remembered correctly, it was almost time to pay taxes, but usually, the village head would handle such matters himself. "Why is Lu Shanshan here today?" Lu Shanshan gathered her courage. "Aunt Yun, can I say a few words to Xingha?" Yun Sueha's smile suddenly disappeared. "Shanshan, our families used to joke around a lot. Now that Xingha is married, it's not proper for you to come here. If you have something to say, just tell me. I'll think about whether it's necessary to pass on your message." Hearing Yun Sueha speak so bluntly, tears welled up in Lu Shanshan's eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Auntie, you misunderstood me. I never wanted to ruin Xinghe's family, Yun Sueha responded. Then why are you here? Lu Shanshan bit her lip, her big, watery eyes full of sadness. In the kitchen, Chuyu heard the conversation outside and raised her eyebrows. Is the girl outside related to Xinghe? She glanced at Xinghe's calm face and then got up to leave the house. When she saw Lu Shanshan's face, her eyes showed a hint of surprise. She still wanted to speak to her husband alone? No wonder she always felt that the girl's behavior last time was strange. She had secretly come here, probably to see Xinghe. Or maybe to see what kind of person married Xinghe. For some reason, just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. Mother, what's going on? Yun Sueha's heart fluttered with worry. She quickly pulled Chuyu behind her. It's nothing serious. Aya, go to your room first. I'll handle this. This little girl was honest and straightforward. If she minded this matter, it might cause trouble in the future when she was with Xinghe. It's also strange that Lu Shanshan, who is almost married, still came to bother their family. Once, she looked down on her family's poverty and refused to acknowledge the arranged marriage. Now, seeing her family building a blue brick house, she came to ask for help. Truly, she was a fickle person who loved wealth and looked down on poverty. Fortunately, Xinghe was not married to her. Shanshan, you should go back. We all live in the same village and are related. I don't want to cause too much trouble. Although my family isn't well off, when you get married next month, I will prepare a small gift and come to celebrate. Lu Shanshan felt anxious. She sniffed and stepped forward, holding Yun Sueha's hand. Annie, I really need to find Xinghe. I might know who stole from your house. Yun Sueha was surprised and didn't pull her hand away immediately. Chuyu lowered her head and rubbed the dirt on the ground with her toes. Xinghe, Xinghe, calling so intimately. If someone didn't know better, they might really think there's something going on between them. She looked up and directly faced Lu Shanshan. Our house was robbed, and we only found out before dinner. We haven't told anyone outside. How do you know about this? Yun Sueha hadn't expected this turn of events. After Chuyu's reminder, her gaze on Lu Shanshan changed. Yaya is right. How do you know my house was robbed? Did you do it? Lu Shanshan panicked and quickly waved her hands. No, Auntie, don't misunderstand. It wasn't me. She then looked at Chuyu angrily. My father is the village head of Banpo village. I couldn't possibly be a thief. You can't accuse me just because I once had a marriage agreement with Xinghe, so they had a marriage agreement. Chuyu was startled by Lu Shanshan's words and took a step back, falling into a warm, broad embrace. Are you okay? The young girl in her arms nodded woodenly but couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes. Xinghe gently patted her back and looked at Lu Shanshan. Are you sure we had a marriage agreement? Do you have any proof or documents? Spreading rumors and slander like this is severely punished by the authorities. Today, I won't pursue it because you're a first-time offender, but if I hear it again, you'll face a court case. They had once been engaged. Lu Shanshan thought Xinghe still cared for her a little, but his cold tone and sharp words made her take a few steps back in shock. Looking at Chuyu, who was protected in front of him, her heart felt a little sour. If her family hadn't denied the marriage agreement years ago, she might be the one being protected by him now. The noise here gradually drew the attention of the people around, many of whom looked over to watch the scene. Seeing that Lu Xinghe's family was all focused on Chuyu, Lu Shanshan felt embarrassed and couldn't stay there any longer. She covered her face and ran away. Yun Sueha sighed and turned back to explain to Chuyu. Yaya, don't mind. The marriage agreement between Xinghe and Lu Shanshan was just a joke made when they were young. After our family fell on hard times, the Lu family no longer recognized this marriage. 3 years ago, they arranged for Lu Shanshan to marry someone else, and the wedding is next month. Mother will take you to the celebration then. Chuyu, who was looking down, nodded and said okay, then went back to her room. Seeing Chuyu leave, Yun Sueha looked at Lu Xinghe and advised him, go and comfort her later. Yaya is gentle, but Lu Shanshan's fierce attitude earlier probably scared her. Lu Xinghe looked toward the house and nodded quickly. Okay, The chickens and ducks bought today wouldn't be kept outside in the coop tonight like the big chickens. Yun Sueha told Lu Xinghe to enclose the already cleaned pigsty and put the chickens and ducks inside. The weather was mild, perfect for the chickens and ducks to grow. When it got colder, they would be big enough to withstand the cold. After finishing the chores at home, Lu Xinghe went into the house. He wanted to talk to Chuyu about Lu Shanshan, but he saw that the girl had already curled up on the bed and was sleeping. He quickly reached out, gently covered her with a quilt on the bedside, and lay down beside her. He didn't care much for the verbal marriage agreement with Lu Shanshan, but unexpectedly, this matter seemed to affect the young girl beside him. For some reason, a strange anger rose in his heart. After a moment, Lu Xinghe turned over and fell into a light sleep. The next day was the day to get up early. The whole family woke up early. Yun Sueha and Lu Xing'an prepared breakfast. Lu Xingping went to feed the chickens and ducks as soon as he got up. After Chuyu woke up, she caught the small chickens and ducks from the pigsty and moved them outside to the chicken coop, planning to bring them back inside at night. Lu Xinghe wanted to find a chance to talk to Chuyu, but she always seemed busy with something. He could tell that the girl was deliberately avoiding him. Unable to do anything, he had to go back inside to read a book. However, because he was worried, he kept glancing outside now and then. Yun Sueha, who had experience, immediately saw what was wrong. If they didn't clear things up, the misunderstanding would only grow bigger. She quickly signaled to Lu Xinghe and looked toward Chuyu. Lu Xinghe understood her meaning. He closed the book in front of him, got up, and went to the pig pen to help Chuyu move the chicks and ducklings to the chicken coop. Then he took her hand and led her inside, closing the door behind them. He gently rubbed the little girl's head that was hanging low. "Are you still angry?" Chuyu shook her head softly and whispered. "No." Lu Xinghe smiled gently and explained, "I have nothing with her. If she hadn't come to our house yesterday, I probably wouldn't even remember what she looks like." Chuyu slightly pursed her lips. Oh, actually she wasn't really angry. She knew there was nothing between them. But because she saw her coming to the house and shouting at her openly, she felt a bit uncomfortable and didn't want to listen to Lu Xinghe's explanation. Just as the atmosphere grew tense again, Lu Xinghe suddenly stepped forward and gently hugged her, softly patting her back like comforting a child. "When Xiao Xingping and Xing'an were crying when they were young, I used to comfort them like this. Do you feel a bit better now?" His face showed a hint of awkwardness. "This is my first time being around a girl, so I don't know how to comfort someone well. If I didn't do it right, yeah, please don't be angry." The little girl in his arms couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, muttering unhappily, "I'm not a child, I don't want you to do that." Seeing that she was willing to talk to him, Lu Xinghe finally relaxed. Then he heard her say, "I didn't mean to slander her yesterday. When I said those words, I didn't even know she was the village chief's daughter, nor did I know you had any connection with her before. After all, there was a theft at home yesterday, and even the neighbors might not have known." When Lu Shanshan suddenly came and said those things, her reaction was quite normal. Lu Xinghe gently pinched Chuyu's small nose and corrected himself. "I said the last part wrong. I really don't have much contact with her." Thinking for a moment, he asked, "So, was the strange person you saw the other day her?" Chuyu nodded. "Yes, it was her." Lu Xinghe thought for a moment and then looked at Chuyu again. "Last night's noise. I think several neighboring families heard it. If anyone asks, just say our family lost 2 taels of silver." Chuyu looked confused. "Why?" Lu Xinghe rubbed her head. "Just do as I say. Maybe we won't need to do anything ourselves. The thief might be caught by others and brought to us. Then I'll explain everything to you." Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe with admiration. "Husband, you're so amazing." Lu Xinghe smiled and took her hand. "Let's go. Mother probably already finished breakfast. After we eat, we need to go to the new house's foundation early." He turned and pushed open the door. The 3 people standing there made Lu Xinghe's smile freeze. Yun Sueha looked a bit uncomfortable but quickly forced a smile. "Oh, breakfast is ready. I was about to call you to eat when I saw you come out." She naturally turned around and led her 2 sons toward the kitchen. "Hurry up, after eating. Our family still needs to go to the foundation." Chuyu covered her mouth and giggled, then followed Lu Xinghe into the kitchen. After eating, the family closed the door and left. Passing by Sun Daju's house next door, Yun Sueha handed his little son a handful of peanuts she had grabbed and asked Mrs. Luo to watch the house for her. Mrs. Luo quickly agreed and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, I heard that Lu Shanshan caused trouble at your house yesterday. I've seen her wandering around these days. Maybe she's trying to get back with her old flame after seeing your new house. She's not getting back together," Yun Sueha replied sharply. Then she leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, did you see anyone come to my house yesterday? We lost 2 taels of silver, all earned with hard work. It's so frustrating." Yun Sueha looked worried. Mrs. Luo gasped in surprise. 2 taels of silver is no small amount, almost enough to cover a family's expenses for a year. Only Lu Shanshan came by. Others didn't see her at all, she said, holding Yun Sueha's arm and whispering so only the two of them could hear. "Yesterday, I vaguely heard Lu Shanshan say she knew who stole from your house, something even we didn't know. How could she find out? She's been sneaking around your place these days. Maybe she's the thief." Yun Sueha looked around quickly and quickly grabbed her hand back.
She just said that.
"We have no proof, so it's better not to spread rumors. If we offend the village chief badly, our lives will be hard." Mrs. Luo sighed. "Since she's the village chief's daughter, she should be treated kindly. Sister-in-law, I'm not saying this to be harsh, but you shouldn't be too kind." Yun Sueha patted her hand. "All right, I won't talk about this anymore. I need to check the foundation. My children have already gone far," Mrs. Luo quickly said. "Okay, sister-in-law, go ahead. I'll watch the house here. Thanks a lot." After speaking, Yun Sueha hurried after Lu Xinghe and the others. When they reached the foundation, Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai, who had brought workers, had just arrived and were waiting for the owner to give the go-ahead to start work. Yun Sueha buried the lucky charms and offerings she brought for blessing the foundation, lit some incense, and led her family and workers to bow in 3 directions. Then she stuck the incense into a corner of the foundation. As the workers cheered, the new house construction began. This is a tradition. Almost every family performs a ritual like this to pray for good luck, safety, and smooth days in the new house. Lu Xinghe took out the blueprint he carried. It was based on Chuyu's suggestions, showing the house layout and some detailed structures. He handed the blueprint to Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai. "Uncles, look at this plan. Can we build according to it?" The two examined it carefully and nodded quickly. Since it was the first day of construction, the 3 brothers stayed to help. Yun Sueha and Chiyu turned back home. They still needed to boil water and bring it here, prepare food to send over, and do chores at home. However, when they passed by the old house, Wang Xuelon called out to them. "Third daughter-in-law, wait a moment." Yun Sueha turned around. "Mother, what is it?" Wang Xuelon quickly approached Yun Sueha and softly asked, "I heard that someone stole 2 taels of silver from our house." Seeing no one around, Yun Sueha whispered to Wang Xuelon, "Mom, we didn't lose that much money. It's just that a thief broke into the house." Xinghe wanted to catch the thief, so he exaggerated a bit. Wang Xuelon immediately scolded, "Those damn thieves, breaking into our home. I'm a brave man, but those thieves are just scoundrels. If they're from Banpo village, we should chase them out to stop the bad influence. I spit on them." Yun Sueha stepped forward and patted her back. "Mom, don't get so angry. It's bad for your health. Xinghe knows what's going on, and besides, we didn't lose much." Wang Xuelon sighed, looking much older all of a sudden. "They're bullying my 3rd son because he's not here. If he were here, no one would dare to bully you all." Hearing this, Yun Sueha's eyes suddenly turned red. "Mom, let's not talk about the past. We should look forward. Right now, the children are healthy and obedient. That's all I ask for." Wang Xuelon patted her hand. "All the children are sensible, and you've raised them well. Look ahead, good days are still coming." Then she added, "You can use the old house's food supplies for the meals. The children are still young, and Xinghe needs to study. It's easier for you not to run back and forth delivering water and food. You can also have Xiaoying help out. Since you pay the 4th child 10 coins for work, it's only fair, isn't it?" Yun Sueha smiled. I was just thinking that the house is a bit far, and it's troublesome to go back and forth every day. Since you've mentioned it, I won't be polite anymore. Wang Xuelon smiled. Why be polite with your mother? Just make sure you gather some firewood, or we might run out. Yun Sueha quickly said, That's only right. We'll go back now and bring the tools and supplies. After saying that, she took Chu Yu and headed home. They borrowed a cart from Lin's family, loaded it with pots, a small jar of pickled vegetables, seasonings, 30 jin of brown rice, and a bundle of firewood, then pushed it toward the old house. The items are still quite light. Yun Sueha pulled from the front, and Chu Yu pushed from behind. Although neither of them is very strong, they managed to carry the things to the old house. Yun Sueha sat in the yard of the old house, catching her breath and holding her chest. After not doing physical work for a long time, she really felt it was harder than before. Yeah, after a while, rest a bit, then go return the cart at Aunt Lin's house. Mother will tidy up the pots and bowls, then go to the well to fetch some water. Cooking and boiling water at the old house is close to the new house, and the well isn't far away. It's less than half a mile, so there's no need for Xinghe to carry water back and forth every morning. Mother, you should put things away and rest. I'll fetch the water later. Chi finished speaking and quickly turned around, pushing the cart back. When she returned to the old house, Yun Sueha was already starting a fire to boil water.
Chui we fra wen.
Mother, didn't I tell you not to fetch water? Your health is still weak. If you suddenly feel dizzy again, what should we do? Especially near the well, it's too dangerous. She felt she needed to mention the danger first to make her mother take it seriously. Yun Sueha smiled and stuffed a piece of firewood into the stove. Don't worry, Xinghe fetched the water. I know my own body. Recently, with good food and medicine plus some strange exercises Chu taught her, her body felt stronger, and she had more strength. Chu Yu let out a breath of relief. When the water boiled, she scooped some out to cool. Lu Yufeng helped her carry it to the new house. In less than half a day, news spread that 2 taels of silver had been stolen from Lu Xinghe's house, and that Lu Shanshan was the main suspect. Almost everyone in Banpo village had heard about it, openly or secretly. Yesterday, Lu Shanshan returned home crying, which made Chen Shufin very worried. But since her daughter was the one who made the mistake first, she didn't want to cause trouble at her house. She also thought that her husband wouldn't agree. Today, after hearing some sarcastic remarks about Lu Shanshan from her sister-in-law, she finally couldn't hold back. After the others left, she exploded in anger, hands on her hips, scolding loudly. That wicked Yun Shi. My Shanshan is about to get married, and she comes here to ruin her reputation on purpose. Does she think she can bully my family? Just wait. I'll make her family regret it and turn everything upside down. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to leave, but she heard Lu Jianqi sitting nearby knock hard on his pipe, looking very impatient. Why are you arguing? Isn't it because you didn't watch your daughter well, so she ran out and made a fool of herself? If she hadn't gone to hang out at someone else's house, would they have suspected her? Chen Shufin was already angry, and now, after being scolded harshly by Lu Jianqi, her anger grew even more. Lu Jianqi, what do you mean? When outsiders bully us, you still side with them and speak for them. Don't you know our daughter can't even see people now? It's a shame you're the village head, yet your own daughter is falsely accused and you're still sitting there smoking a pipe. Go ahead and smoke yourself to death. Lu Jianqi suddenly stood up. Seeing his face look bad, Chen Shufin thought he was going to blame her and quickly stepped back. But in the next moment he said, You're talking nonsense. Who do you think I care about more, my own daughter or someone else? Do you think causing trouble at someone's house will get us anywhere? If people are accusing our daughter of stealing, I might as well go along and bully the orphan mother too. I can't afford to lose face like that. Hearing this, Chen Shufin's attitude softened immediately. So, what should we do? Lu Jianqi looked worried. What else? Of course, we need to catch that thief and clear our daughter's name. 2 taels of silver isn't a small amount. We can't let our daughter carry this shame her whole life. Chen Shufin spat in frustration. They've falsely accused her, and now we're helping them find the real thief? Later, they'll take all the benefits for themselves, and we'll get nothing. All our effort will be wasted. The Yun family is really unlucky. Luckily, Shanshan didn't marry Lu Xinghe, who knows what trouble that would bring. I spit on it. Lu Jianqi impatiently waved his hand. All right, you don't need to say such unpleasant things. I'll go ask Shanshan about the situation. After saying that, he turned and headed to his daughter's room. Zhu Yu and Lu Yufang brought water to the new house, then carried a basket and went into the woods, hoping to find some wild vegetables to eat. Since their aunt was helping at home, they thought gathering some wild vegetables to improve their meals would be a good idea. Hey, Yaya, look here. Can we eat this? Chiyu glanced at the grass where the leaves looked like small flower buds with tiny green fruits growing on top. She hesitated and shook her head uncertainly. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't pick it, she said. Since it was growing in such an obvious place and hadn't been taken by anyone else, it was probably either not tasty or not safe to eat. If it was poisonous, it could make us sick. Lu Yufang smiled and looked at her. I didn't know you knew so little about plants. Chu Yu nonchalantly looked around. I don't know everything, but since I don't recognize it, let's not pick it. Lu Yufang, still curious, tore off a leaf, put it in her mouth to taste, then spat it out with a grimace. It's bitter and not good, she said. Chu Yu covered her mouth and laughed. I told you not to pick things you don't know. Lu Yufang frowned and spat out the leaf, then stood up. Let's go look somewhere else. Chu Yu nodded and led her further into the mountains. They wandered for a while but found nothing. Now it was autumn, and even the tender leaves that could be eaten before had become tough and unappetizing. Lu Yufang looked down sadly. We've been running around the mountain every day, but we haven't found any wild vegetables for many days. Chi looked up at the sky. It's getting late. Since we can't find any more wild vegetables, let's go back. Just as they decided to head home, they suddenly heard a cuckoo sound coming from a patch of tall grass nearby. Lu Yufang, who was timid, jumped behind Chu Yu in surprise. Chu Yu put her basket down and whispered, Wait here for me. I'll go see what it is. Lu Yufang grabbed Chu Yu's arm. Are you crazy? What if it's something poisonous? In autumn, snakes can be dangerous. Chu Yu pulled her arm back. Don't worry. I'll just take a quick look. If it's dangerous, I'll run away. Lu Yufang couldn't stop her, so she stood there anxiously holding her basket. Chu Yu looked at her delicate appearance and wondered how she could be so brave. She carefully stepped forward. When she saw the brownish-black fur with black spots peeking out from the half-green, half-yellow grass, she let out a sigh of relief. She was right. The sound was indeed from a wild chicken. When they were only 2 meters away from the tall grass, Chu stopped and slowly crouched down. Suddenly, she lunged forward and, taking advantage of the wild chicken's escape, grabbed its wing feathers. Yufang, quickly bring the basket. There are many wild eggs here. As soon as she spoke, a snake appeared from the bushes, opening its mouth wide and lunging at her. Scared, Chu Yu immediately turned around, running and shouting, Yufang, don't come over. Run fast. Chu Yu ran with the wild chicken, not stopping until she couldn't see the snake's shadow. Then she paused to catch her breath. Yeah, I don't want to go into the mountains with you anymore. You're too brave, Lu Yufang said, looking scared. Luckily, Chu Yu reacted quickly earlier, or she might have been bitten by the snake. Chu Yu smiled a little embarrassed. I didn't expect there to be a snake there, she said. But if it weren't for that snake, she probably wouldn't have found the wild chicken in her hand. It's just a pity about the nest of eggs. There were at least 10 of them. Lu Yufang rolled her eyes. It's the eggs you're thinking about? Or your life? Of course, life is more important, Chi said with a smile. Let's go home quickly. She linked arms with Lu Yufang, and the two headed down the mountain. Near noon, the brothers Yun Debao and Yun Qingkai, who had traveled for over 2 hours, finally arrived at Banpo village. As soon as they reached the village entrance, they saw a house being built on a slightly higher ground nearby. The brothers looked at it from afar, curious. Yun Qingkai said enviously, Big brother, I didn't expect that Banpo village would have a rich family. They're building a house with blue bricks and tiles. With so many bricks, they could probably build a pretty big yard. Yun Debao nodded. Let's go to my little sister's house now. It's still before mealtime, so maybe we can help out a bit. Yun Chinkai agreed and quickened his pace. At the old house, Yun Sueha was outside washing rice when she saw two familiar figures passing by nearby. She quickly stood up and called out, "Big brother, second brother?" Hearing her voice, the Yun brothers turned to look.
Oh,
Little sister is here? Why aren't you in your own house? Did the old house become unlivable? Cloud Sueha wiped her hands on her waistband and went ahead to open the courtyard gate. The old house can still be lived in, but since it's close to my new house, I only cook here during the day. At night, I still have to go back to sleep. The two brothers nodded. Where is the new house? Let's go help first, but Cloud Sueha pulled them into the yard. Big brother and second brother have been traveling all morning.
Norus.
Sit down, rest a bit, have some water. After we eat, we can go to the new house in the afternoon, she spoke, and then went inside to pour water. Big brother and second brother, have you bought enough grain for the house? Yun Debeo quickly nodded. Yes, we bought some. Yesterday you mentioned it at home, so today we took the ox cart to Kang Town. I and Lao Er crossed the river here. Dad and Ogwang went with the ox cart to buy grain. That's good. As soon as she finished speaking, Cloud Sueha brought out 2 bowls of water from the kitchen. Chuyu came down from the mountain. When she passed by the new house, the workers were just finishing their work and going to eat. Lu Xinghe looked at the wild chicken in Chuyu's hand, with a look of disbelief on his face.
Wow.
Xinghe's wife actually caught a wild chicken? Lu Shouqing also looked surprised. Lu Yufang saw her father and couldn't stop talking. Dad, you don't know, it was quite dangerous just now. When Yaya was catching the wild chicken, she almost got bitten by a snake. Hiss, Lu Shouqing raised his eyebrows. How come this girl is so brave? Is she okay? Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe, whose face was turning darker, and smiled shyly. I'm fine, fourth uncle. Lu Xinghe silently took the wild chicken from Chuyu and pulled her along toward home. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an didn't dare speak. They knew that when Big Brother looked like that, he was angry. Others who didn't know Lu Xinghe well started teasing. Wow, look at that. Xinghe still cares so much for his wife. Lu Yufang looked at their tightly held hands and felt very envious. She thought that if her future husband was even half as good as Brother Xinghe, that would be enough. Back at the old house, after greeting the eldest and second uncles, Lu Xinghe tied the wings and legs of the wild chicken with a strap and covered them under a basket in the kitchen. Cloud Sueha watched him silently and asked softly, Yaya, what's wrong with Xinghe? Chuyu shook her head. Maybe he's angry. Cloud Sueha hesitated, then put down her tongs. Why are you angry? Lu Xing'an set down his water cup, rolled up his sleeve, and wiped the water from his mouth. Sister Yufang said that when my older sister was catching wild chickens, she almost got bitten by a snake. Wow, Cloud Sueha exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Chuyu carefully. Are you okay? Chuyu shook her head. Mother, I'm fine. I didn't know there was poison near the wild chicken. If I had known, I would have turned around and left. Cloud Sueha sighed with relief. That's good. In the future, don't go into the mountains. You're lucky, but I worry about you. Don't get into trouble. Chuyu obediently replied, I understand, mother. Cloud Sueha looked toward Lu Xinghe. Xinghe is quiet, but he's very loyal. Maybe he was scared too. Later, you can say some nice words to him, and he might feel better. Okay, mother. Chuyu glanced at Lu Xinghe sitting in the corner of the yard. Then she served thick porridge made from brown rice into bowls. After adding some pickled vegetables to one bowl, she carried it over to Lu Xinghe. Husband, dinner is ready. Lu Xinghe didn't speak. He simply took the bowl from her and started eating. Chuyu bit her lip, then ran to the kitchen to bring her own bowl. She sat beside him and ate, occasionally glancing in his direction. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Lu Xinghe asked quietly, Why do you keep looking at me? In her bright, smiling eyes, his reflection was clear. My husband is so handsome. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe quickly turned his face away, his ears turning pink in the sunlight. You, a young lady, aren't shy. The girl pouted slightly, displeased. I'm looking at my husband openly. What's there to be shy about? Seeing her fearless expression, Lu Xinghe couldn't stay annoyed. He gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a faint smile. You always say you're not a child, but you get porridge all over your face. Chiyu hurriedly rolled up her sleeve and wiped her mouth. Lu Xinghe smiled, finished the last bit of porridge, and after washing his bowl in the kitchen, he grabbed the wild chicken covered by a kitchen basket. As he left the kitchen, he looked at Chiyu. I will go back to read my book first. After I finish eating porridge, I will come back. Don't go to the mountains, she said seriously. Okay, Chiyu replied, continuing to eat her porridge. After advising Chiyu, Lu Xinghe looked to the other side and said, Grandpa, Grandma, Mother, Uncle Second, Uncle Fourth, and Uncle Second Uncle, I am leaving now. Everyone quickly said, Go back soon. We are here to take care of things and will make sure the new house is built properly. After Lu Xinghe left, Chiyu quickly finished her porridge and helped Yun Sueha wash the dishes. Mother, do we have vegetable seeds at home? The weather looks cool now. I want to plant some vegetables in front of the old house. When it gets cold, we can have some greens to eat. That's a good idea. Yun Sueha paused her work and thought. We still have some radish seeds left from last year. You can check the hanging basket in the kitchen later. If mice didn't take them, they should still be there. Wang Xuelan, who was nearby, said quickly, The seeds we bought last year probably won't sprout much. Let's take some from home and plant together. Your dad usually buys radish and cabbage seeds from town, and he bought extra. Yun Sueha smiled and said, Thanks, Mother. After finishing their meal, the brothers Yundabeo and Yunerbao were led to the new house's foundation. As they walked, they looked more and more surprised and turned to Lu Shouqing. Uncle Xinghe, are we on the right path? Lu Shouqing nodded toward the foundation. Yes, that's the new house of Xinghe's family. How could we be wrong? Wow! The Yun brothers exchanged looks and gasped. Is it really a brick and tile house? They had always thought their sister's house was still made of mud bricks. Could it be that Xinghe has been lucky recently? Lu Taixing, standing nearby, looked proud. When I first heard about this, I was just as surprised as you. The Qingyan Brick Kiln's brick and tile house is the first of its kind in our village. The Yun brothers, after their surprise, looked pleased. Our little sister has finally had good luck after all her hardships. They planned to tell their parents later, and they were sure the old folks would be very happy. After washing the dishes, Chiyu took some vegetable seeds from Wang Xuelan and went back home. Cloud Sueha stayed at the old house to rest. After all, there was an empty room here, and in the afternoon, she still needed to boil water and cook dinner later. Running around was troublesome. When she returned home, Lu Xinghe was reading inside the house. Seeing the chicken coop with food inside, Chiyu quietly took a hoe from the kitchen and started weeding in the yard. Fortunately, the soil in front of the house had been planted on for many years and was not too hard. She quickly turned over 2 small patches of land. She smoothed the soil and sprinkled a thin layer of compost made from straw, pig manure, and ash. After mixing the soil and fertilizer with the hoe, she sowed the seeds. Then she covered the seeds with a thin layer of loose soil from nearby. She also took some extra garlic from the kitchen, broke it into small cloves, and buried them in another patch of land. After finishing these tasks, she watered everything thoroughly. Chiyu finished her work, washed her hands, and saw a group of people coming toward the house. Among them, she recognized one, Lu Daegu, who had previously caused trouble in the family's rice field. Now, he looked reluctant, probably being forced to come here. Chiyu didn't know what was happening, so she hurriedly called inside, Husband, someone is outside. Lu Xinghe came out of the house and saw the group. He quickly pulled Chiyu behind him. Is the village chief here for something? Lu Jianqi directly stated his purpose. I heard that your family lost silver, so I brought the thief here to you. Lu Xinghe smiled slightly. The village chief is really quick. Lu Jianqi awkwardly waved his hand and then pushed Lu Daegu out angrily. Look, the thief is my useless nephew. If you want to hit or scold him, do as you like. I can't control him anymore. Seeing that the crowd recognized Lu Daegu as the thief, no one found it strange. This troublemaker had a bad reputation in the village. His parents couldn't control him, and after he got married, they separated. The village chief could only say a few words to him, but he was also his uncle and couldn't treat him like a son. However, Lu Daegu had never stolen from others before. Now he was becoming more unruly. Village chief, someone who steals should be kicked out of Banpo village. Exactly. If he stays in the village, how can people live peacefully? Probably a nest of snakes and rats. It's best to drive Lu Daegu and his family out. Our Banpo village can't tolerate such sneaky people. Although Lu Dogwai was usually careless, he had never been so widely opposed before. Today's scene made him feel a bit panicked. Since he was born, he had always lived in Banpo village. If everyone really wanted to drive him away, he wouldn't know where to go. Originally, he went to see if Lu Xinghe's family had built a brick and tile house, hoping to find some money. But he didn't find much money, and instead, he was accused by his foolish cousin from his uncle's family. The village chief frowned, covering his mouth as he coughed twice. Are you saying I should also leave Banpo village? He looked around and saw no one spoke, so he continued, there's no need to say more. After this matter, I will give everyone an explanation. For now, let's focus on solving the current problem. Seeing the village chief look at him, Lu Xinghe said calmly, we're all from the same village. There's no need for fighting or scolding. Just return the 2 taels of silver that were stolen from my family. 2 taels is the punishment for him breaking into the house and stealing. But he also knew that, given Lu Dogwai's situation, even producing 2 taels of silver would be difficult. Hearing this, Lu Dogwai finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Lu Xinghe, speak with your conscience. Your family didn't lose 2 taels of silver, but only 8 won. Lu Xinghe looked at him with a mocking expression. Speak with my conscience? Did you have conscience when you broke into my house? Our wall isn't very strong, and now it's full of holes because of you. Don't you think about whether living here might threaten our safety? Lu Dogwai was speechless under Lu Xinghe's words and clenched his fists tightly. On the day after you damaged our rice fields last month, my daughter Yaya went to harvest weeds. When she got up, her shoes were gone. Besides me and her, only you had been in the field. Don't think I don't know it was you. Lu Xinghe continued, our family isn't rich, but since we built a brick and tile house, we still have some savings, about 2 taels of silver. Now, we urgently need this money to pay for the new house's construction. I won't argue with you much. Just return the silver, and these 2 issues will be settled. Otherwise, with so many villagers as witnesses, I can take you to see the officials at any time. Lu Xinghe's words were sharp and serious, not like a joke. Lu Dogwai knew well what kind of temper Lu Xinghe had. He was both angry and anxious. It seemed today he was going to fall into Lu Xinghe's hands. I don't have that much silver. I only took 8 coins from your family, he said. Then let's settle this at the official office, Lu Xinghe said firmly. Hey, no. Lu Dogwai looked embarrassed and turned to Lu Jianqi. Big uncle, I have no money. Can you lend me some? I don't want to go to jail. 2 ounces of silver is a lot for any family. Lending money to Lu Dogwai might just be throwing it away. He knew he had been too reckless this time, even breaking into someone's house. He deserved to learn a lesson. Seeing the pitiful Lu Dogwai, Lu Jianqi made up his mind. Usually you cause trouble and I cover for you. This time, you have to handle it yourself. We don't have extra money to lend. Lu Dogwai thought for a moment and looked at Lu Xinghe again. I really have no money. This year was bad for the harvest and we almost ran out of food. My wife ran away a few days ago and I still have a child to take care of. Lu Xinghe was unmoved. That's not a reason to steal, he said. Chuyu sighed. People in trouble often have their faults. When she saw him stealing, she wondered why he didn't think about his family, his elders and children. Now that he was in trouble, he remembered. Lu Dogwai got anxious and grabbed Lu Xinghe's arm. Then I'll help build a new house at your place to pay back those 2 ounces of silver. Would that be okay? Seeing Lu Xinghe silent, Lu Dogwai almost knelt. I was blinded and did such a thing. I know I've done wrong before. I promise I won't do it again. Please give me a chance. I can't go to jail, or what will happen to my family's iron egg? Just then, a strong man hurried over, carrying a 4 or 5-year-old child. Something's wrong. Lu Dogwai, Your son Iron Egg has something stuck in his throat. He's about to die. People watching quickly moved aside. Lu Dogwai took his son from the man's arms. Seeing his red face and his body weakening, he panicked. Iron Egg, what's wrong? Don't scare Dad. Dad only has you now. Seeing the child's appearance, Chi didn't have time to think much. She quickly stepped forward, took the child from Lu Dogwai's hands, and held him against her arm. One hand supported his head and neck, while the other gently patted his back. After about 3 or 5 pats, the child spat out a fruit seed and then started crying loudly. Chuyu let out a sigh of relief and handed the child back to Lu Dogwai. Lu Dogwai took the child and hurriedly thanked Chuyu. People around, watching the scene, also relaxed. Luckily, Lu Xinghe's wife was quick. If she hadn't been, that big fruit seed could have caused serious trouble for the child today. Lu Dogwai, look at what you've done. You usually cause small trouble, but now you even sneaked into someone's house. If it weren't for Xinghe's wife, your son might have been lost today. Exactly. This is called returning good for evil. You stole money from others and refused to return it. Isn't that shameful? One life, such a great kindness. Lu Dogwai felt mixed emotions. He had done many wrong things before, but she had forgiven him and saved his son at a critical moment. After wandering through many confusing years, this incident seemed to suddenly wake him up. Lu Dogwai knelt before Chuyu and Lu Xinghe, looking sincere. I was wrong before. I apologize for my past mistakes. My family really doesn't have that much silver. Could you give me some more time? I promise I won't run away. I will work like a beast to pay back the money. The village chief also seemed to feel sorry and helped plead. Xinghe, we are all neighbors. Please. Lu Xinghe looked at the village chief, then turned back to Lu Dogwai. Starting today, go to my new house and work to pay off your debt. Don't think of any bad ideas. Next time, I won't be so lenient. Lu Dogwai hurriedly kowtowed. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Xinghe turned away. Stop begging. Go, and settle your son first. We started work this afternoon. All right. Lu Dogwai, with red eyes, picked up his son and stood up. Dad will take you home now. Everyone looked at Lu Dogwai. Compared to before, he seemed like a different person. They all sighed and made way for him. If he could turn over a new leaf, everyone would forgive him because they are all related. No one really wants to send him away. Now that his wife has run off with someone else, the child is very sad. When the father and son reached outside the yard, Lu Dogwai asked as he walked, Tai Dan, where did you get that fruit? How did it get stuck in your throat? Tai Dan, with red eyes, said, I saw Grandpa taking Dad away. I was worried, so I followed. Later, I saw a fruit pit on the roadside, with some leftover fruit flesh. I was so hungry that Hearing this, Lu Dogwai suddenly wiped away tears. It's Dad's fault. Dad didn't take good care of you. When we go back, I'll get you something to eat. After you eat your fill, stay at home and don't run around. When Dad comes back in the evening, I'll cook for you. Tai Dan lowered his head. Dad, did Mom leave because I was naughty? Does Dad also think I'm a trouble and leave me? Lu Dogwai gently rubbed his son's head with a little pain in his heart. Mom left because I didn't do well enough. It has nothing to do with you. From now on, I will try to be better. I won't abandon you. The father and son walked farther away, their voices growing softer. Everyone sighed. If Lu Dogwai could truly change his ways, it would be a good thing. Lu Jinshi looked at his nephew's back, sighed, said goodbye to Lu Xinghe, and went home. Everyone dispersed, and the yard became quiet again. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe and said, Husband, keep reading. I will bring dinner from the old house later. Lu Xinghe nodded and went inside. Chuyu glanced into the room, then sat under the eaves with a sewing basket, continuing to sew Lu Xinghe's pouch. Lu Xinghe, who was reading at his desk, looked outside. When he saw the girl with a serious expression, a gentle smile appeared on his lips, one he didn't even notice himself. After finishing sewing the pouch, Chuyu, seeing it was still early, took a bamboo pole and a basket, planning to go to the nearby mountain to pick some fruit. The wild fruits here are sour, but they can be made into sweet preserves to eat. However, before leaving the yard, Lu Xinghe called her. Yeah, where are you going? Chiyu quickly looked inside and replied, Husband, I won't go far. I'll just look around nearby and pick some fruit. Lu Xinghe put down his book. The mountain fruits are so sour, and they can't fill your stomach. Why bother with them? Chiyu turned and opened the courtyard gate. Not just eating directly. I want to pick some to make candied fruit. Lu Xinghe stood up and left the house. Then I will go with you. Seeing Lu Xinghe leave, Chiyu quickly waved her hand. No need for you to come along. I can go by myself. You still need to read your books. The exam is early next year, so you should take this time to write a few more essays. Lu Xinghe didn't argue. He stepped forward, took the bamboo stick from Chiyu's hand, held her hand, and led her out of the house. He then closed the door behind them. Passing the exam depends more on experience, insight, and perspective. It's not just about memorizing a few books or writing a few essays. Picking fruit doesn't take long. After we finish, we'll go to the old house to help Mom. Chiyu thought Lu Xinghe made a good point. My husband is right. I believe you will pass next year. Lu Xinghe's lips curved into a slight smile. You have so much confidence in me. I just believe in you. What if I don't pass? It's okay if you don't. Just try again next time. Lu Xinghe smiled, tightened his grip on her small hand, and headed toward the direction where the fruit trees were. They filled a basket with green plums and sour apricots before heading home. Out of curiosity, Chiyu took one from the basket and tasted it. It was so sour she didn't dare to bite into it again. Seeing the little girl's eyes water from the sourness, Lu Xinghe quickly took the fruit from her hand and put it back in the basket. I told you these fruits are sour. Don't eat any more. If you get a stomach ache, it won't be good. After putting the fruits away, they went to the old house. As soon as Chiyu arrived, she hurried to the kitchen to help Yun Sueha boil water and prepare food. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe took the chance before mealtime to go help in the new house. When he arrived, Lu Degray was helping carry bricks, looking completely different from his usual lazy self. He then looked at Lu Taixing, who was rubbing his waist. Lu Xinghe quickly stepped forward to support him. Grandpa, the eldest uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, and my second maternal uncle are all here watching. You should go rest. Don't strain your back. Lu Taixing snorted and pushed his hand away. I'm not old. Bending over for a while just makes me tired. It'll be fine soon. Nearby, Lu Shouqing watched the stubborn old man. Father, it's almost mealtime. You should go back now. There are many people here, and the house is quickly filling up. Your presence isn't needed right now. Lu Taixing finally stood up reluctantly, walking while saying, You ungrateful ones, always complaining that I'm old. I can still do work now. Lu Shouqing quickly nodded and praised, Yes, we know you're quick at work and still as impressive as in the past. We're just worried you'll get tired. You should go home and rest. Later tonight, we still need to guard the bricks. When he heard about guarding the bricks, Lu Taixing paused for a moment. He then relaxed and went home easily. Watching the old man walk away, Lu Shouqing shook his head helplessly. Your grandpa is just stubborn. He's over 50, but refuses to admit he's old. He still acts like he's a young man. Lu Xinghe smiled but said nothing, just helping the bricklayers carry bricks. Both the eldest and second uncles are honest men. They hired 2 workers who worked quickly. After a day of work, the house was about half a meter high. With another 3 or 4 days, they could probably put up the beams. When they finished for the day, Lu Dogwai felt a bit embarrassed to go to the old house for dinner with everyone. His son was waiting at home, so he went straight back. Yun Sueha knew this, so she asked Lu Xingping and Lu Xingen to bring 2 bowls of coarse rice porridge. Lu Dogwai, seeing the quiet house and the empty rice jar, felt uncomfortable inside. When he saw the 2 bowls of porridge in front of him, he was moved and wiped away tears. He had stolen silver from others, but they not only saved his son but also brought him food. They are truly good people. Although he felt a bit ashamed, he still ate the porridge. There was no rice left at home. He took the thick porridge from the brothers and said, Thank you, Xingping and Xingen. You 2 go back first. After I finish eating, I will return the bowls myself. All right, we'll go now. The brothers said this and quickly ran back to the old house to eat. After a busy day, Everyone was tired. They finished eating, tidied up the old house, and then went home. Because there wasn't enough space, the Yun brothers temporarily slept at the old house. Since the old house had many rooms, after the first and second families moved out, several rooms were left empty. That night, Lu Xinghe lay down. Yeah, don't go into the mountains anymore. She was about to go to sleep when she heard Lu Xinghe's words. She lazily asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at Chu Yu's slim back and said, "As long as I'm not around, just don't go into the mountains." "I understand," Chu Yu replied. After she finished, she yawned, and soon her gentle breathing could be heard. Lu Xinghe smiled helplessly. This carefree girl always falls asleep quickly. Recently, the Lu family was busy building a house. Over at the Chu family in Nyoto village, they weren't idle either. Chu Dashan first encouraged his parents to go to Lu Xinghe's house to ask for money. Zhao Chunhua said that since the Moon Worship Festival was coming soon, they would visit anyway, so there was no need to make a special trip. Seeing that this persuasion failed, he started asking around about the Lu family. When he heard they were building a house, he urged his parents to go take a look. But everyone in the family was not very diligent. They thought about the 2-hour mountain trek and decided it wasn't worth the trouble if they didn't get anything out of it, so they just wanted Chiyu to send herself home. Finally, the day before the Moon Worship Festival, the family realized that Chiyu probably wouldn't come. After dinner, Zhao Chunhua crossed her arms and scolded, "That ungrateful girl has probably become too proud and abandoned her family. She thinks the Lu family is her backing. Lu Xinghe is just a novelty. Once he gets tired of her in a couple of years, who else can she rely on?" Chu Dashan stirred the pot, saying, "Mom, what did I say? I told you she was bought by Lu Xinghe, right? You don't know how arrogant she was when she saw me last time. Because of the pig theft incident, Lu Xinghe scared her quite a bit." Chu Yuqian had been honest for a while, but recently he started getting restless again. If the family wasn't so poor, he would have gone to the town gambling house long ago. Hearing their conversation, Chu Yuqian pounded on the table. "Tomorrow I'll go to Banpo village. It's only right that a daughter who gets married sends gifts to her family during festivals." Chu Dashan quickly said, "Dad, I'll go with you." Xiao Tao sat quietly in the corner, watching their discussion about how to deal with her sister. She thought their faces were extremely ugly. Fortunately, her sister married far away. Otherwise, they would bother her every day, and she might get sick from all the stress. Go, go, go. It's good to have some support. Just come back early, Zhao Chunhua said, glaring at Chu Xiaotao, who was shrinking in the corner. You little brat, what are you standing there for? The bowls and chopsticks on the table are not cleaned up? Like your sister, you are both useless and good for nothing, always wasting the family's food while doing little work every day. After saying this, she angrily kicked the chair and went back into her room. Chu Xiaotao avoided the chair Zhao Chunhua kicked over, said nothing, and simply reached out to gather the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Then, with some effort, she moved the bowls to the water basin to wash them. A small figure huddled by the water basin, thin but showing resilience and stubbornness. With her sister not at home, she must learn to protect herself. She hopes that in the future, she can also become her sister's support. The Yun brothers helped at Half Slope Village for 10 days. Today, their house was tiled and they went back. Tomorrow is the Moon Worship Festival, and they need to reunite with their family. Yun Sueha gave each person 300 coins for work. At first, the brothers didn't want to take it, but Yun Sueha insisted and pushed the money into their hands before sending them out. The brothers couldn't refuse Yun Sueha, so they had to take the coins and go home. Xinghe, our new house's roof is finished. Next, we need to lay blue bricks inside, plaster the walls, build the stove, and make the Kong bed. We'll also fix the thatched hut according to your needs. Later, we'll need a carpenter to make furniture. Who should we invite? Yun Sueha frowned. Lu Xinghe thought for a moment and said, Master Lu, from Lu Tree Village. His woodworking skills are famous in nearby villages, and his prices are fair. Yun Sueha nodded. All right, then we'll ask Master Lu. Next to her, Chiyu heard Lu Tree Village and raised her eyebrows. Wu Yong is studying carpentry in Lu Tree Village, isn't he? If her husband invites Master Lu, Woo-young will probably come along with his master, right? Chu-yu pursed her lips and asked, Husband, haven't you asked any other carpenters? Not exactly. It's just that Master Lu's skills are very good.
Why?
Do you know a better carpenter? Chu-yu smiled and shook her head. I don't know any carpenters. Since you think Master Lu is good, then let's ask him. She couldn't tell him that Woo-young is Master Lu's disciple. If they asked someone else, she worried about what he might think of her. Lu Xinghe reached out and patted her head. Tomorrow is your 14th birthday. After tomorrow, you'll be a year older. Chu-yu lowered her head uncomfortably. Husband, don't always pat my head. I'll grow taller if you do. Cloud Sueha covered her mouth and smiled. Girls shouldn't be so tall. Our family has Xinghe, who is tall enough. But since Ye has been here for 2 months, she seems to have grown a bit taller. Her face also looks healthier than before. She looked at Chu-yu with a loving gaze, feeling happy that her daughter was growing up. Lu Xinghe looked at the little girl in front of him and nodded. Yes, she has grown a little taller. Hearing this, Chu-yu was very happy. She is just 14 now, and she needs to try hard to grow taller while she can. After her first period, it will be harder to grow quickly. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, which is also Chu-yu's birthday, Cloud Sueha got up early. She took down a basket from the kitchen beam and took out the white flour they had bought when Chu-yu and Lu Xinghe first went to town to buy rice. They had used 3 jean of this flour to make a meal before, leaving 2 jean stored here. Cloud Sueha poured out the remaining 2 jean, kneaded it into noodles, and cooked 5 pancakes. She also fried eggs for everyone. Lu Xingping came into the kitchen, surprised.
Wow.
Today's breakfast is so rich. Cloud Sueha smiled as she worked. Of course. Not only is it a festival, but it's also your sister-in-law's birthday. Have the chickens been fed? Lu Xingping nodded quickly. Yes, they've been fed. I've taken care of everything. Don't worry, mother. Seeing him puff out his chest confidently, Cloud Sueha shook her head with a smile. I don't know who you inherited your personality from. Your father wasn't like this before. Lu Xing'an, sitting behind the stove, said quietly, he was probably adopted from the mountains, right? He doesn't look like me either. I don't know whose child he is. When Lu Xingping heard this, he immediately got upset. Lu Xing'an, don't talk nonsense. You're the one who was found in the mountains. I'm not your mother, so why do I look like you? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xing'an's lips. Don't get angry. Mother hasn't said anything yet. If she says you were found in the mountains, then that's the truth. Lu Xingping looked at her with a sad face. Mother. Seeing these two quarrel, Cloud Sueha felt both amused and helpless. She patted Lu Xingping's head gently, her face full of tenderness. You're kind and simple. No matter what Xing'an says, you believe him. When I was in trouble, I didn't have the strength to carry a child back from the mountains. If you weren't my child, a wolf would have eaten you long ago. Li Xingping listened and then hugged Yun Sueha, sniffing his nose. Mother is the best. Yun Sueha patted her son's head. You're already 8 years old, but you still love to act like a little kid and be spoiled. Won't people laugh at you if they see? Hearing her words, Li Xingping didn't let go. Instead, he held her tighter. I don't care what others think. Even at 18, I am still your child. Looking at her son's innocent face, Yun Sueha helplessly patted his back. Your older brother and sister-in-law are inside reading and learning characters. Your face is almost better. Go call them for dinner. Li Xingping finally released Yun Sueha and went outside to call everyone. Yue, this is for you. As Chu sat at the table, Yun Sueha brought her a bowl with 2 eggs inside. She looked at Yun Sueha in surprise. Mother, why did you put 2 eggs in my bowl? Today is the Moon Worship Festival, and also your birthday. It's a double celebration. You should eat more eggs, Yun Sueha said, then brought out a few more bowls of noodles and pancakes. Eat quickly before it gets cold. We don't have many other foods at home. Since it's a festival, we can only eat a few extra eggs today. Chuyu looked at the 2 eggs in her bowl, feeling touched. Although she was born on the Moon Worship Festival day, no one in her family ever mentioned her birthday before. Every day when she woke up, all she faced was endless chores. Her mother was the same, but why was there such a big difference? After eating, Lu Xinghe took out a portrait from his desk. The girl in the picture had a pink-white hairpin in her hair, holding a bowl of rice porridge. Her pretty face was bright with a cheerful smile, and her sparkling eyes looked directly at the person outside the picture, as if she could see her reflection. Chu Yu saw Lu Xinghe happily looking at the picture and hurried over to ask, "Husband, what are you looking at?" "Portrait," Lu Xinghe replied with a gentle smile. Chu Yu glanced at the drawing and felt the scene looked familiar. "Is this?" Lu Xinghe placed the portrait on the table, wrote the year on one corner, and carefully noted the year of turning 16 in small characters beside it. Chu Yu asked uncertainly, "Husband, is this person in the picture me?" Lu Xinghe nodded. "Yes, it is you." Chu Yu muttered softly with some dissatisfaction. "Why do I still have to hold a bowl? And that smile is so silly." Lu Xinghe chuckled and said, "I was thinking of painting a portrait for you every year on your birthday. When I picked up the brush, the first thing that came to mind was this scene. I thought it was interesting, so I painted it." Chu Yu's face felt a little warm. She glanced outside the house, thinking to herself that her husband liked to look at her with that kind of gaze. But deep down, she felt very happy, sweeter than honey. Near noon, Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan finally arrived at Banpo village. The half-day journey made the two lazy men complain nonstop. On the way, they scolded Chu Yu harshly for not bringing anything to her family. At the entrance of Banpo village, Chu Dashan pointed at a nearby brick and tile house, excitedly exclaiming, "Father, there are now rich people in Banpo village. Look at that brick house. It's really impressive." Chu Yuqian patted Chu Dashan's hand to stop him. "Impressive is impressive, but stop pointing and talking. People will laugh at you for being ignorant." Chu Dashan pouted and muttered, "I have no knowledge? If our family could build a brick house, would I still envy others?" His son's words left Chu Yuqian speechless. He snorted and quickened his pace. "Let's find second sister quickly. It's almost noon, and your mother didn't prepare any food for us today. If we don't get something to eat, we'll be hungry this afternoon." "Okay, Dad." Chu Dashan hurried to follow. Lu Dogwai saw Chu Yuqian and his son from afar. He was curious. Why were they not at home during the festival, and why did they come all the way to Banpo village? These two weren't good people, and Chu Yuqian had never seen Chu's family visit her parents. They probably had bad intentions coming here. "Tai Dan, stay inside. Dad is going out for a while, and will be back soon." After telling his son, he ran toward Lu Xinghe's house. When he saw the yard, he shouted, "Lu Xinghe, your father-in-law and brother-in-law are here in Banpo village." Inside the house, Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe looked at each other, and then both came out. "My father and my older brother are here." Although she had expected it, Chu Yu was still a bit surprised that they came on the moon worship festival day. Who would come to visit a married daughter during a festival to ask for things? She took the hairpin from her hair and hid it in her sleeve. The next moment, she saw Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan appear around the corner ahead. Lu Dogwai saw Chu's action just now and understood roughly what was happening. When Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan got closer, he quickly put on a shameless look, deliberately raising his voice and saying, "Lu Xinghe, your family borrowed so much money to build a house. When do you plan to pay it back?" "Today, I'm here on behalf of a few families in the village to ask for the money. Everyone is having a hard time. You can't just benefit yourself, right?" Chu Yu's lips curled into a small smile, and she silently gave Lu Dogwai a thumbs up. Sure enough, to deal with troublemakers, you have to deal with the troublemaker himself. When Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan heard Lu Dogwai's words, they felt a shock in their hearts. They thought Lu Xinghe's family was lucky to be building a house, but it turned out they had borrowed money. From Lu Dogwai's words, it seemed they borrowed from quite a few families. But since they were already here, it was not polite to turn around and leave. They might as well stay and have a meal. Lu Dogwai pretended to notice them and hurriedly greeted, "Oh, the in-laws and big brother-in-law are here. Could it be that Lu Xinghe also borrowed money from you? I tell you, if they borrowed, they should have paid it back early. Their family owes a huge debt, probably never to be paid off in this lifetime." Lu Dogwai's reputation as a troublemaker was well known. Chu Yuqian believed him completely when he said he could represent the villagers to ask Lu Xinghe for money. Why did they borrow so much money? Is it because of building a house? Lu Dogwei sneered with a mischievous look. Honestly, why bother building a house? Just make do and live in it. Thinking that borrowing money is a good idea, Chu Yuqian awkwardly smiled and said, "That's true." Seeing Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan arrive, Chu felt a little uninterested. Father and Big Brother are here. Since it was a festival and they were being asked for money, they didn't mind. They didn't pay much attention. Chu Dashan, with sharp eyes, immediately saw the chickens and ducks in the yard. "Oh, you still keep so many chickens at home?" Lu Dogwei raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Where do they think they got these chickens from? Owing so much money, I think I can only use household items to pay off the debt first." Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan. "Are there any silver coins with your father-in-law and elder brother-in-law? Maybe you can lend some to Lu Xinghe to pay his debt. Don't worry, although Lu Xinghe is poor, he is trustworthy. I can act as a middleman for you." He patted his chest to promise, then extended his little finger and compared it. Just a little longer to pay back the money. Chu Yuqian and his son looked at each other, then stepped back 2 steps, drawing a line between themselves and Lu Xinghe's family. "Our family situation is known by everyone in the nearby villages. There's no way we can borrow money," they said. Lu Dagish sighed dramatically. "That's a pity. If you can't borrow money, your daughter might not have a good New Year this year. She might even go hungry." Chu Dashan looked indifferent. Getting married to a man means following him. Whether life is good or not, that's not for us to decide. Lu Dagish smiled slightly on one side of his mouth. "By then, it won't be as simple as you can't control it. You don't know how high the interest on Lu Xinghe's loans really is." He then pretended to be mysterious and raised 3 fingers toward them. "Father-in-law, you've been around in Nanping Town for years. You should know how these people operate." Lu Dagish was a troublemaker and knew a lot about these things, at least from what he had heard. Chu Yuqian was also experienced in gambling dens and knew more about interest rates than Lu Dagish. Seeing the 3 fingers Lu Dagish raised, he felt a cold shiver and quickly pulled Chu Dashan away from there. "Lu Xinghe, since my second daughter has used your pig as collateral, she's now your person. It has nothing to do with our Chu family. From now on, don't come to Nyo-Tu Town. We have no relationship anymore." He watched the departing father and son with a cold gaze. Lu Dagish sighed with emotion. These 2 are quite unfeeling, selling his daughter like that, and then cutting ties when faced with trouble. He, who was usually carefree and thoughtless, felt a bit sympathetic toward Chuyu. He originally thought Chuyu would be upset because of her father and brother's words. When he looked at her, he saw the girl giving him a thumbs up. "Brother Dagish, you're so amazing. You managed to scare my dad and brother so easily." Lu Degui felt a bit shy and scratched his head. "I also couldn't stand those 2 coming to tell you. I didn't expect your father to say such rude things. You won't blame me, will you?" Chuyu quickly shook her head. "No, I'm used to it. Thanks for your kindness." Degui, go wait here. She ran into the kitchen, grabbed a small bowl, filled it with red dates and peanuts, then turned around and handed the bowl to Lu Degui. "Take these back for Tai Dan to eat." Lu Degui hesitated, wanting to accept, but also thinking of giving these to his own son to help him get stronger. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to take it or not. Chuyu didn't wait for him to decide and pushed the bowl into his hand. "Just take it, Degui Ge. Later, you can bring the bowl back to me." No need for the bowl." Lu Degui quickly poured the red dates and peanuts into his pocket, thanked Chuyu, and turned to leave. Looking at the few dates and a small handful of peanuts in his pocket, he suddenly felt that helping others made him feel much happier than doing something wrong. Earlier, such a scene was awkward for Yun Chui, he as an elder to intervene. Now that she heard no more noise outside, she came out of the house. "Yu, your father and brother have left." Chuyu nodded. "Yes, they left. They probably won't come back for a while." Yun Chui, he hesitated slightly and asked, "Is that okay? After all, they are your family." Chuyu lowered her head. "Mother, I have my reasons for doing this." She wanted to bring Xiao Tao closer. even if others thought she was unkind to her family. She just wanted to do it. Lu Xing, he stepped forward and held Chuyu's hand. Mother, we understand. Don't worry about it. Yun Shui, he opened her mouth but finally sighed. All right, as long as you two have discussed it. If your father-in-law doesn't want to stay in touch, then so be it. It's fine. As long as our family is happy. The Chu family father and son were greedy. If they saw an opportunity, not only they but also Zhao Shi would cause trouble. Then, the family wouldn't have peace. Yu, don't take your father's words too seriously today. From now on, this place is your home. Chuyu nodded and said, I understand, mother. I'll go back inside to make my jacket. It's getting chilly in the mornings and evenings these days, so I need to finish your jacket soon. After saying this, Yun Sueha went back into the house. In 10 days, the radish and cabbage seeds in front of the house had sprouted small seedlings about 2 inches tall. In a few more days, the densely packed radish seedlings in the middle could be pulled out and transplanted. After lunch and a short rest, Chuyu took a hoe and turned over 3 more patches of land beside the vegetable seedlings. Lu Xingping and his brother followed her, spreading ash, straw, and pig manure fertilizer on the soil. These vegetables need a lot of nutrients and water. Adding fertilizer at the bottom will help the seedlings grow better. When they finished working, the sun was about to set. Lu Xingping took the hoe from Chuyu and said, Big sister-in-law, you rest for a while. My brother and I will water the plants. Chuyu nodded, washed her hands, drank some water, and sat under a tree to rest, still holding a stick and drawing on the ground. Lu Xinghe was inside the house, writing something. He looked outside and saw the young girl with her head lowered, and he knew she was worried about something. He put down his pen, got up, and went outside to stand in front of Chuyu. What are you thinking about? Chuyu looked up at Lu Xinghe and then continued drawing on the ground with her stick. I was wondering if Dr. Zhu's master has gone to Nanping Town. Lu Xinghe squatted down and looked directly at her. No need to worry. If he has gone, Dr. Zhu will bring him back. Chuyu responded with a soft, her eyes full of confusion. Brother, am I very heartless and mean? Lu Xinghe shook his head. If it's about your parents, I don't think so. He stood up. There's a saying you might not have heard, but you should understand the meaning. Return kindness with kindness and repay with jade. It's not about revenge, but about always being good. Your parents' treatment of you is not truly loving, so your reaction now is normal. Even though people live in the world, they shouldn't care too much about others' opinions. That's how you can live freely and happily. After thinking for a moment, Chu looked up at him. Brother, thank you. Lu Xinghe reached out to pat her head, but then thought she might worry about growing taller, so he just pinched her cheek and went back inside to read his book. Chuyu rested her chin on her hands, watching Lu Xinghe carefully read inside the house, with a big smile on her face. On the second day of the Moon Worship Festival, the family started laying blue bricks and plastering the walls. Lu Xinghe went to Lu Shu village. He had already asked someone to arrange this early in the morning. Today, he was there to finalize Lu Shu's appointment. He went in the morning and returned at noon. The day after Lu Xinghe returned home, Lu Shu brought his tools and led Wu Yong to Banpo village. Lu Shoucheng, who was leading them from the village entrance, talked to Lu Shu about the doors, windows, and furniture they planned to build. Then he looked at Wu Yong. Where are you from, little brother? Wu Yong quickly introduced himself with a smile. My name is Wu Yong. I'm from Myoto village. Lu Shoucheng was a bit surprised. Oh, that's the same place as my nephew's wife. Do you know Chuyu? Hearing Chuyu's name, Wu Yong felt a brief, bittersweet feeling in his heart. Yes, I know her. Her family lives next door to mine. We grew up together. Lu Shoucheng laughed and patted his shoulder. What a coincidence. That's my nephew's house. Since you're from her family, you should help them with the carpentry work later. Wu Yong was stunned. Is this blue brick house Lu Xinghe's? Lu Shoucheng nodded. Yes, it's Lu Xinghe's house. They had managed to build a blue brick house. Wu Yong felt mixed emotions, happiness that she could finally live a good life, but also sadness because the person who would be with her in the future was no longer him. Uncle, don't worry. I won't be careless about the work here. Lu Shoucheng patted his shoulder again. Good. The carpentry work here is now your responsibility and Lu's shoes. I'll go take care of other things now. After a few days, the doors would be installed and locked, so he wouldn't need to stay here every day. It had been half a month since he last kept his wife warm at night. Woo Young looked around the house, feeling complicated emotions he couldn't quite name. Just then, Lu Shu's voice called out, "Woo Young, come help me carry this tree over." Woo Young quickly set down his tools. "All right, master. I'll be right there." The people from Zirin still ate lunch at the old house. Today, Chu Yu and Yun Sueha cooked together. Chu Yu pulled a small handful of dense radish seedlings from the old house's garden, washed them clean, and added them to the porridge made from brown rice that was about to be cooked. Because she hadn't eaten fresh vegetables in a long time, she found the aroma of the radish vegetables very delightful. Woo Young was a bit nervous as he followed Master Lu into the old Lu family house. When he saw Chu Yu carrying a bowl of porridge in and out, his gaze seemed unable to look away. She had grown taller and was no longer as thin as she used to be when she was at the Chu family. Her cheeks were fuller, and she looked much better. Lu Xinghe looked at Woo Young, who was staring at Chu Yu, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He didn't expect that Woo Young was actually Master Lu's disciple. What a surprising coincidence that made him feel a bit worried. Lu Xinghe cleared his throat softly. Woo Young heard the sound and quickly looked away. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head. Lu Xinghe glanced at Woo Young and said in a quiet voice only they could hear, "Don't look at what you shouldn't, and don't think about what you shouldn't. Otherwise, you'll only harm yourself and others." The young girl was innocent and pure. He didn't want her to be stained with any bad reputation because of Woo Young. Although he didn't care about worldly opinions, the girl seemed to be easily troubled by worries. Woo Young was stunned for a moment, nodded, and then focused his mind, sitting down at the table with his master. Lu Xinghe turned and went into the kitchen, taking the bowl of porridge from Chu Yu's hands. "Let me do it." Chu Yu nodded. When Lu Xinghe placed the last bowl of porridge on the table, she also carried her and Wu Yang's bowls to a corner of the yard. After all, she was a young girl, and it was not very convenient to eat with a man outside her family. Usually, she would find a quiet spot to eat. But no matter where she sat, Lu Xinghe would come over and eat with her. Seeing Lu Xinghe approaching, Chu smiled and handed her bowl toward him. "Husband, this is yours." Lu Xinghe looked at the porridge with a few vegetable leaves in it, shook his head helplessly, and then used chopsticks to pick some and put them into Chu's bowl. "You probably haven't eaten vegetables in a while. Eat more." Chu Yu, who was eating her porridge, was surprised. She looked up at Lu Xinghe. "These are just a few extra vegetable leaves I specially picked for you." Lu Xinghe sat down beside Chu Yu, blocking Wu Yang's view. "Children need to eat more to grow strong. I'm already an adult, so it doesn't matter if I eat less or more." Chu Yu raised her eyebrows and muttered unhappily, "I've told you many times, I'm not a child." Lu Xinghe quickly followed her. All right, you're not a child. I just want my wife to eat a bit more, okay?" Chu Yu hurriedly lowered her head and continued eating her porridge, but her smile lingered on her lips for a long time. Lu Shouqing watched the couple being affectionate and felt a bit envious. Being young is really good. Not far away, Jiang Xiuqin shot him a sharp look. "Since you were young, I haven't seen you care for others like Xinghe does. With your attitude, even if you were young again, it wouldn't change much." Lu Shouqing awkwardly touched his nose. "Wife, don't expose me, okay? I was just thinking, don't take it seriously." Jiang Xiuqin didn't want to argue with him. She snorted and went back to the kitchen to put away the bowls. Lu Shouqing watched his wife sway her hips as she walked away, feeling restless inside. He hadn't slept on the bed for half a month, and his wife's temper had gotten worse. She even dared to openly ignore him. Looks like he really needed to teach her a lesson later. Someone nearby, noticing Jiang Xiuqin wasn't around, whispered teasingly, "Oh, Shouqing, I didn't realize you're afraid of your wife." Lu Shouqing laughed and waved his hand. "Where's that? I'm not afraid. I just worry that I might say something wrong and upset her. If she stops letting me sleep on her bed, how will I get through the rest of my life?" Everyone burst into laughter and said, "That makes sense." Only Wu Yong, who wasn't married, listened to their jokes and felt embarrassed. He quickly finished his porridge, put down his bowl, and went back to the new house to continue working. By the end of August, the weather was getting cooler every day. Yun Sueha made 2 jackets for Chuyu and also used the leftover fabric to make her a light cotton vest. The weather was just right for wearing them now. When it gets colder, she can just put on the jackets. However, although it was getting cooler, it hadn't rained yet. The village had only 2 wells, usually used for drinking water. Now, they not only needed water for drinking but also for watering the fields, so the water was running low. That day, after Yun Sueha returned from the old house, she told Lu Xinghe, "Xinghe, would you like to go to the town tomorrow? There are no more seasonings at home. As the work in the house is almost finished, I need to buy some meat to celebrate the new house and also to reward everyone. The wild chicken we caught every month has been kept in the chicken coop for nearly a month now, and we plan to sell it in town together." Lu Xinghe nodded and said, "Tomorrow, can Aunt C help my mother?" Yeah, and I will go to town to get some medicine for her. Her medicine has run out for over half a month. She's feeling better now, but she still needs to take it for a while. Thinking about Wu Yong still being here, he didn't want him to have any chance to meet Chuyu. Yun Sueha listened and covered her mouth to smile. "All right, Yeye will go with you. It's just making porridge and Xing'an and Xingping are at home to help. It's not much work," she sighed. "You see, now you have to take Ye everywhere, as if she might run away. During the exam, it will take several days. Can't you bring her into the exam hall?" "Why aren't you going?" Lu Xinghe smiled faintly. "That won't be a problem. Let Ye go with you tomorrow. It's just morning to afternoon, and it's good to have a companion on the way." After saying that, Yun Sueha turned and went into the house. In recent days, she had noticed that Master Lu's apprentice and Chuyu are from the same village and grew up together. She suspected he might have feelings for the girl. She could tell that Xinghe was smart and had already figured it out, but he hadn't said anything. Thinking about how her usually calm and reserved son might be feeling jealous, she found it quite amusing. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Xinghe and Chuyu carried their baskets and headed south to Ping Town. "Hubby, there's still so much to do at home. Why do I have to go to town with you?" Lu Xinghe looked at the little girl beside him. "Don't you want to go with me?" Chuyu quickly shook her head. "No, it's not that. I'm just worried that Mother can't handle everything alone. Don't worry. There's still Xingping, Xing'an, and Aunt C. We'll just have lunch and come back in the afternoon." After saying that, she quickened her pace with Chuyu. To Chuyu's surprise, when they arrived in Ping Town, they saw Dr. Zhu leading a donkey coming toward them. Sitting on the donkey was the old man they saw at the pharmacy in Kang Town last time. The old man sat on the donkey, looking very unwilling. "Humph. I've only been here a day, and you're already dragging me to recognize a disciple. If that girl doesn't have much skill later, you'll owe me 2 meals, he said, pointing with 2 fingers, then adding another finger. 3 meals of stir-fried intestines. Dr. Zhu quickly patted his chest to promise.
"Don't worry, Master.
"If I cheat you, I'll take 10 meals, not just 3. That okay?" The old man raised his chin and snorted. "That's more like it." Chuyu saw the 2 men and hurried to greet them. "Dr. Zhu."
"Oh."
What a coincidence. Dr. Zhu quickly let out a sigh and made the donkey stop by the roadside. "It's been over a month since I saw you. I thought you weren't coming to town for a while." Chuyu smiled. "Recently, there were some family matters and I didn't find any herbs, so I didn't come to town." The old man sitting on the donkey looked at Chuyu and felt she looked familiar. "Little girl, have we met somewhere before?" Dr. Zhu rolled his eyes. His master was shameless, trying to flirt with a pretty girl in such a clumsy way. As someone traveling around, he couldn't have met Chuyu in the remote mountains. He was just trying to introduce his master to the girl. If not for that, he would have already seen through his master's true nature. Next, Chuyu nodded and said, "I don't know if the old gentleman remembers, but at the beginning of this month, I took a prescription from Dr. Zhu to Kang Town to buy medicine." "The pharmacy was the one you hosted." The old man thought for a moment and then laughed loudly. "That's right. I even said my disciple's handwriting was like a dog's paw back then." Dr. Zhu covered his mouth and coughed lightly at the words dog's paw. "Master, Be careful with your words, he said. So, they had met before. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. The old man also spoke badly of him, so they were even now. The old man glanced at him, and his small mustache twitched. Little girl, you've seen your brother's handwriting before, so don't let others talk. It turned out he was Dr. Zhu's master. Lu Xinghe quietly observed the old man in front of him. From his accent, he didn't seem to be from the county. He didn't know where he was from, but judging by Dr. Zhu's respectful attitude, the old man must have some skills. Dr. Zhu looked at Chu Yu with a slightly awkward smile. Miss Chu, my master loves to joke. Don't listen to him. He is the master I mentioned before, the one I wanted to introduce to you. Since we've met here, I guess I don't need to make another trip to Banpo village. Oh, the old man quickly got down from the donkey. So, this is the girl you told me about. Dr. Zhu nodded eagerly. Yes, her name is Chuyu. The person next to her is her husband, Lu Xinghe. He then introduced her to the old man. Miss Chu, this is my master. I don't know his name, but I know he's very skilled in medicine. Chuyu politely bowed to the old man. Greetings, sir. The old man chuckled and gently helped her up. No need to be so formal. I heard from Xiao Zhu that you helped deliver Lady Huang's child. Could you tell me more about how it happened and what you were thinking at the time? Chuyu looked toward Lu Xinghe, worried about taking too long and returning late in the afternoon. She said, We are going to Chen's pharmacy to buy medicine today. Would you like to walk with us and tell us more along the way? Sure, the old man replied. He then squeezed between Lu Xinghe and Chuyu, making Lu Xinghe step aside. Go ahead. I want to listen. Having traveled around for many years, the old man could tell that this young girl had some secrets. Since the matter was quite graphic, he thought it was better if fewer people knew about it. Dr. Zhu watched as his master squeezed into the middle of the young couple. He felt uncomfortable but didn't say anything, knowing it was his master. He just followed closely beside Chuyu, listening to their conversation. Lu Xinghe followed behind the three, watching Chuyu caught between the two old men. His brow furrowed more and more. Suddenly, he regretted bringing Chuyu to Nanping town. When they arrived at Chen's pharmacy, Chuyu went inside to buy medicine. The old man leaned against the shop's door, lost in thought about what Chuyu had just said. This young girl was more than just slightly knowledgeable. She clearly knew a lot more than she let on. It seemed Xiao Zhu was right. This girl was talented. He was willing to accept her as a disciple, but whether she would be a formal apprentice or not still needed to be considered. He looked at Lu Xinghe nearby and asked, Do you know her birth date and time? Lu Xinghe knew some people chose apprentices based on their birth charts. It seemed this young girl had passed the old man's test. On the 15th day of the 8th month in the 14th year of Jingyuan, at the end of the hour of the dog, the old man stretched out his finger and pinched it, first showing a surprised expression, then nodding happily. Wonderful. It must be the goddess of medicine sending me a good disciple. Seeing the old man's distracted look, Dr. Zhu moved closer and asked, Master, what were you just calculating? This girl is quite suitable to be my disciple, the old man said, with a worried look. But in a place like Banpo village, it might be hard to find a good meal. Lu Xinghe looked toward the old man and said softly, Stir-fried intestines, peanut pigskin jelly, crispy pig liver. These dishes, you probably haven't heard of them. The spicy stir-fried intestines from Yuyi restaurant were sold to them by my yaya. If you want to try something special, my place is a good choice. Hearing this, the old man quickly swallowed his saliva. He hadn't expected that coming to Nanping town would be such a lucky find. He patted his thigh happily. All right. I will go with you to Banpo village today. After Chi finished collecting herbs and paid 3 taels of silver to the shopkeeper, she took her leave from the pharmacy. Dr. Zhu had already sat back at his spot in Qinji Pharmacy, checking the pulse of a new patient. Since leaving Qinji Pharmacy, the old man had been following behind, humming a tune as if he intended to stay. She looked toward Lu Xinghe and whispered, Husband, if the old gentleman comes to our house, where should we put him? Lu Xinghe slightly parted his lips and replied, Our new house is finished, so we can set up a room for him to sleep in when the time comes. Chu thought about it and agreed. Besides the main hall, the new house has 4 bedrooms. She could let Xingping and Xing sleep together and leave one room for the old man. She slowed her steps and looked at the approaching old man. May I ask your honorable surname, sir? Zhang Zheng, the old man replied calmly, glancing around. Would you be willing to accept me as your disciple, Master Zhang? Chu Yu asked. I'm not talking about a disciple like Dr. Zhu, but someone who truly learns your skills. Lu Xinghe pondered the name Zhang Zheng in his mind. If he remembered correctly, he had heard that name 9 years ago. But so much time had passed that he couldn't recall it clearly. However, since he had heard of Zhang Zheng before, this old man must be an extraordinary healer. It seems that our young girl has unexpectedly been very lucky again. Zhang Zheng looked at her bright, shining eyes. He didn't immediately agree or refuse. He said, that depends on your skill. He hasn't had enough of the delicious food in the world yet. If he really takes a disciple, he won't have as much freedom as he does now. But if this girl is smart enough, he is willing to pass on his skills to her. Chu Yu heard Zhang Zheng's words, but didn't look disappointed. First, she would pay her respects to her master, learn some skills from him, and combine that with her past experience in traditional and Western medicine. It shouldn't be hard to make a living here. She bowed slightly and said, it's not good to bow properly on the busy street now. When I get back, I will offer tea to my master. Zhang Zheng chuckled and waved his hand. It's okay. I don't care about these formalities. The three of them went to Huayu Tower first. Because Zhang Zheng's status was special, it was not convenient for him to go to the kitchen. Chu Yu stayed outside with him, while Lu Xinghe went around to sell wild chickens at the back of Huayu Tower. As soon as Lu Xinghe left, he saw Jiang Gaoi leading a few people, walking over like victorious roosters. Chu Yu wanted to hide, but it was obvious they were coming for her, so she couldn't escape. Jiang Gaoi looked sarcastic.
Oh.
Isn't this Lu Xinghe's little wife?
Why?
Think he's poor, so you willingly cling to an old man? Chu Yu was angry inside. Jiang Gaoi, don't talk nonsense. This is my master, master? Jiang Gaoi seemed to find this amusing and said in a teasing tone, which kind of master do you mean, you? Chu Yu clenched her fists tightly. What you? Lu Xinghe isn't here. What can you do? Do you want to go to the Huang family to complain again, so the butler there can drag me to the official office and give me 30 big beatings? He said this with anger, reaching out to slap Chu Yu. Zhang Zheng looked at Jiang Gaoi with no expression on his face.
He had seen many spoiled children like this.
They are shameless, unprincipled, and without morals. When they get angry, he just feels happy to watch. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Gaoi's wrist, then pulled Chu Yu behind him. Are you surnamed Jiang? Are you Jiang Yuanwai's son? Jiang Gaoi saw that this old man had a lot of strength, so he quickly pulled his hand back and rubbed the place where he was pinched. Do you still know my father? He asked, glancing at the old man. The old man was dressed in plain rough cloth clothes, with a look of contempt in his eyes. And who are you? A poor person from some remote mountain village. Zhang Zheng did not answer. Instead, he stroked his beard and said, 19 years ago, Lady Jiang had a difficult childbirth. I even gave her acupuncture. I didn't expect that she would give birth to such a domineering little troublemaker. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped back then. Jiang Gaoi ignored the old man's words, raised his eyebrows, and pointed at himself. You dare to call me a troublemaker? You old fool. You're asking for trouble. After saying that, he angrily raised his fist and swung it toward Zhang Zheng. Chu Yu was frightened. Although Zhang Zheng was strong, he was still an old man. If he got hurt, she wouldn't be able to learn his skills. In a panic, she quickly grabbed a stick from the roadside and struck Jiang Gaoi hard. With a loud crack, the stick broke into 2 pieces. The suddenness of the scene stunned not only Jiang Gaoi's companions, but also Zhang Zheng, who was momentarily stunned. This girl has quite a bold spirit. After a moment of silence, blood started to flow down Jiang Gaoi's face. He looked at the blood-stained view before him and hurriedly hugged his head, shouting, "Help! Someone's been hurt. Call for help." Seeing Jiang Gaoi like that, Chu felt a bit nervous. She thought she might have been too rough. She heard that Jiang family was somewhat respected in Nanping town. Since she was the one who started the fight today, she wondered if she would really be taken to jail. People passing by heard the commotion and gathered around to watch. Many pointed at Chu Yu and whispered, This girl is really fierce. Why did she attack someone? Look at how badly she hurt him. She has a lot of strength. So much blood. It's scary to look at, but you can't say that. Jiang Gaoi isn't a good person either. Maybe he provoked the girl first, and she had no choice but to fight back. Chi tried to act calm and looked around, but Lu Xinghe hadn't arrived yet. Soon, 2 officials patrolling the town came over. What's going on? Jiang Gaoi hurriedly pointed to his bleeding head. Officer, you need to judge. Look at my head. This crazy woman hit me. She's trying to kill me. Oh no. He suddenly fainted backward, falling onto his companions behind him. Chu Yu's brow furrowed at the sight. This appearance is way too exaggerated. She stepped forward and bowed to the 2 officials. Gentlemen, I did not intend to attack. It was Jiang Gaoi who started the fight. I was only defending myself. The officials, who had been working in Namping Town for some time, knew Jiang Gaoi's character well. They nodded and said, "We will look into this matter." Seeing this, Jiang Gaoi pretended to cry. "Officer, please help me. Someone was attacking me in broad daylight. Such a wicked person should be taken away and punished." After saying this, he fainted. The 2 officials looked at each other, both feeling confused. They initially thought Jiang Gaoi's injuries were minor and could be overlooked. Now that he had fainted, they decided to take him to the government office. Jiang Gaoi really knew how to cause trouble for them. Before they could say anything, Chi quickly looked at Zhang Zheng. "Master, I hurt Jiang Gaoi. I will take responsibility myself, so I won't trouble you. But could you please go to the first house on the left side of Qian Lane and explain the situation to Madame Huang?" Zhang Zheng looked at the brave and calm girl with no fear on her face. A flash of admiration crossed his eyes. No wonder she dared to perform such a risky operation at her age. She was not only brave, but also knew how to judge the situation and act wisely. "All right, I will go now." After speaking, Zhang Zheng quietly slipped away from the crowd. They carried Jiang Gaoi to the government office. It was called an office, but it was just a small station set up by the county government. It was much smaller than the real county hall. Jiang Gaoi, still unconscious, was laid on the floor of the hall. Chu Yu saw his face covered in blood and immediately looked at the 2 officials. "Officer, could you prepare a small bowl of salt, a basin of cold boiled water, some medicine, and gauze? I can pay for it. I want to treat the wound on Jiang Gaoi's head. If he dies here, I won't be able to explain myself." Seeing Chu Yu so calm and fearless, the officials found it quite interesting. "Are you not afraid of us?" Chu Yu replied confidently, "You are also human and you are reasonable. You don't seem to have any intention of bullying others. Why should I be afraid?" She felt nervous deep inside, but since no one was there to support her yet, she could only steel herself and keep going. Seeing Chu Yu answer honestly, the 2 officials thought well of her. "Can you treat injuries? Be careful not to make things worse, or you'll cause bigger trouble." Chu Yu slightly bowed and said, "Official, don't worry. My family makes a living by gathering herbs, so I know a bit about traditional medicine. I won't make mistakes." One of the officials then looked at his companion and said, "Old Fong, go get the things this girl asked for." The man nodded and went to the backyard. In a short while, he returned with the items Chu Yu needed. Chu Yu mixed salt from a small dish into cold boiled water, then used a clean cloth dipped in the salty water to carefully treat Jiang Gaoi's wounds. She was very gentle. After cleaning the cuts on his face and head, she examined his injuries. There was a 2-centimeter-long cut on his head, which had stopped bleeding. The wound wasn't sunken, so his skull was probably fine, but he likely had a concussion. She thought to herself that she hadn't pressed too hard, but Jiang Gaoi was quite tough. In the official office, there were no needles or thread, but since the bleeding had stopped, stitches weren't necessary. It would just heal a bit slower. She sprinkled medicinal powder on the wound on his head, wrapped it with gauze, and tied the gauze into a neat bow on his head. Perhaps she was a little rough when wrapping, and Jiang Gaoi furrowed his brows, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Chu Yu was close enough to see clearly. Could he be pretending to be unconscious? But she didn't call him out. Instead, she tidied up her things, clapped her hands, and stood up. "Official, How much silver do you think I need for these supplies? Seeing her skillful movements, the two officials looked surprised. I didn't expect you to be so good at bandaging. You don't need to pay us. Working in the office, injuries happen all the time. These supplies are kept for official use, so you don't need to pay extra. Chuyu smiled and said, "You two are so kind. It's a blessing for the people of Nanping Town." These words sounded very pleasing to the two officials, making them feel more friendly toward the beautiful young girl in front of them. She looked again toward Zhang Gaoi, noticing his nostrils suddenly flaring wide. He seemed to want to say something but couldn't speak, so he could only breathe heavily through his nose. Chuyu left for a short while, and Lu Xinghe came out from the back kitchen of Huayu Tower. When he appeared, he didn't see Chuyu or Zhang Zheng, but he noticed some scattered bloodstains where they had been standing earlier. His heart raced, and he quickly grabbed a nearby vendor to ask, "Excuse me, can you tell me what happened just now? Don't you know?" A young girl almost hit the son of Master Jiang with a stick. Hearing that Chuyu wasn't hurt, he felt relieved. "Do you know why it happened?" The man sighed. "What else could it be?" Jiang Gaoi probably thought the girl was pretty and just wanted to pick a fight. "Do you know where they went now?" The man pointed in a direction. "They were taken to the yamen by the officials." It's been a little while since then. Lu Xinghe never expected that while waiting briefly in the kitchen for the manager, such an incident would occur. He turned around quickly and ran toward the yamen, praying silently that the girl was safe. Many onlookers had gathered outside the yamen, all of them having come from the scene of the incident. Lu Xinghe pushed through the crowd, stood outside the yamen's gate, and saw a thin, delicate figure inside the hall. He let out a breath of relief. "Yeah." Hearing the familiar voice, Chuyu hurriedly turned around and immediately spotted Lu Xinghe among the crowd. For some reason, when she was alone just moments ago, her mind was calm and rational. Now, seeing Lu Xinghe, she felt like she had someone to rely on, and a faint feeling of sadness arose in her heart. Lu Xinghe heard the girl's voice, tinged with tears, and quickly explained the situation to an official nearby before stepping inside. He approached Chuyu and took her hand. "Are you okay?" Chuyu sniffed and shook her head.
I'm fine.
"It's him who's hurt." As she spoke, she pointed to Zhang Gaoi lying on the ground. Lu Xinghe glanced at Zhang Gaoi. "He deserved it." "You're fine. That's what matters." Just then, Zhang Zheng led a few people through the crowd. Seeing that they were Master Huang and Master Jiang, the officials quickly let them in. "Son, what is wrong with you?" Master Jiang saw his son lying on the ground motionless and quickly leaned down to call out to him. Chuyu first nodded politely to Lord Huang, then looked at Zhang Zheng. "Master, I think this young Master Jiang might need to bleed a little to wake up. I remember you have a silver needle as thick as a chopstick. Maybe you could give him a quick prick and let some blood out, then he might wake up." Zhang Zheng understood and nodded seriously. "My disciple is right. Lord Jiang, let me give your son a quick prick. Once he wakes up, we can settle this in court." As soon as Zhang Zheng finished speaking, he saw Zhang Gaoi's hand tremble slightly. He noticed it and others did too. But Lord Jiang, who was focused on Chuyu, didn't see this. When Chuyu was speaking earlier, Lord Jiang wanted to call her a wicked woman. Now, seeing Zhang Zheng acting so boldly, his face turned darker than a pot. He stood up and bowed to Zhang Zheng. "This matter today has nothing to do with you, sir. Please do not interfere. My son is hurt like this, and I will seek justice for him." Lu Xinghe stepped forward directly. "Lord Jiang, do you truly understand what happened today?" Lord Jiang didn't pay any attention to Lu Xinghe. He snorted coldly and said evasively, "No matter what the truth is, my son is seriously injured." Lu Xinghe was not intimidated by his attitude and looked confident. The law of Nanyuan says that if someone causes trouble outside without reason, makes a fuss, injures innocent people, provokes others, or acts arrogantly, they will be charged with causing trouble and face imprisonment, Lu Xinghe said, looking at him. "Lord Jiang, you might want to find out what really happened. Zhang Gaoi is an adult man with 4 or 5 companions. If he didn't provoke first, I believe my wife wouldn't have attacked him." Lord Jiang was speechless after Lu Xinghe's words. He was just a minor official and didn't really understand Nanyuan law. Now, hearing Lu Xinghe, he felt uncertain. Lu Xinghe instinctively tightened his grip on Chu Yu's hand. If my wife was only defending herself, even if young Master Jiang died by accident, she would be found not guilty once the truth is clear. Besides, I think young Master Jiang might not be as badly hurt as Lord Jiang claims. Chu looked up and happened to see Lu Xinghe's determined side face. Her heart suddenly beat very fast. Wow, my husband is so impressive. Lu Xinghe had already spoken about the situation, and the officials who knew the facts came over. This brother is right. Today, it was young Master Jiang who caused trouble first. If young Master Jiang doesn't accept mediation, he can go to the county magistrate's office to seek justice. According to Lu Xinghe, they didn't have the advantage in seeking justice, but young Master Jiang was still unhappy. He pointed at his son and said, "My son is still unconscious. If something happens to him, our Jiang family only has this one child. How can I live the rest of my life?" He sat down on the ground and started crying loudly. The official frowned, feeling a headache coming on. After a moment, he pointed at Zhang Zheng. Maybe young Master Jiang can let this old gentleman bleed a little for his son. I think this young girl's way of treating wounds is quite good. Since this old man is her master, he probably has good medical skills. Young Master Jiang stopped crying and looked at Zhang Zheng. Finally he nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, sir." But before Zhang Zheng could approach, Zhang Gaoi suddenly opened his eyes, looking scared. He shouted, "Don't poke me. I don't want to bleed." Old Huang, who had been silent nearby, spoke at the right moment. "You woke up just in time. You knew you needed bloodletting, and now you're awake. It seems you're not seriously hurt." Zhang's father looked at his son and felt a bit embarrassed. Turns out, this brat was pretending to be unconscious. Zhang Gaoi immediately sat up, and the bow tie on his head made him look very funny. He hugged Zhang's leg and cried, "Dad, you have to decide for me. They want to kill me." Old Huang smiled. The official just now also said that if young Master Jiang isn't happy with the mediation, he can report to the county. But I also asked around, and if you really report, young Master Jiang might have to stay in jail for a while. Zhang's father looked unhappy. "Huang Zhuangxian, we're from the same place. Why are you being so harsh?" "I'm just speaking about the facts," he pointed at Chuyu. "Besides, this girl is my wife's niece. If I don't help her, do I have to help you?" Jiang Yuanwei looked surprised, as if he hadn't expected Chuyu to have this kind of connection. He snorted, "Let's go, we'll go home first." Zhang Gaoi looked unwilling. "Father, I've been beaten like this. Being beaten like that is your own fault. If you cause trouble again, I'll have to break your legs." After saying that, he helped Zhang Gaoi up and pulled him away from the government office. Seeing the Jiang father and son finally leave, everyone sighed in relief. After saying goodbye to the officials, they all left the government office together. Outside, Chuyu bowed politely to Huang Yuanwei and said, "Thank you very much for your generous help today." "I am very grateful." Huang Yuanwei waved his hand. "Miss, you saved my wife and children before. That's a great kindness. Besides, even if I hadn't come today, Brother Lu here would have handled everything well." Lu Xinghe bowed to Huang Yuanwei. "If it weren't for you, today wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Huang Yuanwei chuckled happily. "You're quite interesting," he said, then looked at Chuyu. "My wife often talks about you. When you're free, come visit the Huang residence." "I'll be leaving now." Chuyu bowed. "Take care, Huang Yuanwei." After Huang Yuanwei left, Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe and asked, "Husband, did you study the Nanyuan law before?" Lu Xinghe shook his head. "The Nanyuan law isn't something ordinary people like us can access. I only heard about a case like that when I was at the academy from my teacher." Zhang Zheng, standing quietly nearby, stroked his beard. This young man was clever and could think things through. If he took the imperial exam route, he might achieve something in the future. Chuyu asked as they walked, "Does that teacher still teach now?" "No, he doesn't teach anymore. He used to be a high official in the capital, but he retired due to the court's changing atmosphere. A few years ago, he was summoned back by an imperial decree." Chuyu nodded, feeling a bit regretful inside. If her husband could find a good teacher, his path in the imperial exams might be smoother. They had been delayed at the government office for a long time, and now it was noon. The three of them found a noodle stall, ordered 3 bowls, and started eating. Zhang Zheng had an unusually big appetite. After finishing 1 bowl, he wasn't satisfied and ordered another. After eating 2 bowls of noodles, he happily patted his stomach. Chuyu felt a bit worried inside. Her master ate twice as much as she did. Could she really support him? Lu Xinghe put down his bowl and looked at Chuyu. Yeah, I need to go to the Su family. You wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Chuyu knew he was probably going to see Su Heng. She nodded quickly. Okay. After Lu Xinghe left, Chuyu paid 24 coins for noodles at the noodle shop. She handed the basket to Zhang Zheng to watch, then went to the nearby grocery store to buy seasonings. Because Zhang Zheng was going to come back with her to Banpo village, she bought more seasonings than usual. She bought a pound of salt, a small jar of brown sugar, and some ginger, Sichuan pepper, coriander, fennel, and cinnamon. All together, it cost her 260 coins, which made her feel a bit sad. After buying the seasonings, she also went to the seed shop next door to buy some vegetable seeds. Then she went to the grain and oil shop to buy 20 jin of flour. Not long after returning to the noodle shop, Lu Xinghe came back, carrying a stack of full writing paper. Hubby, what is this? Chiyu asked. Lu Xinghe carefully rolled up the paper and placed it in a corner of the basket. Su brother collected articles from past exams. I brought them back to learn from and get some ideas. It also helps me understand better. You're so clever, hubby, Chiyu praised. Lu Xinghe smiled. He carried the basket and led the two of them out of the noodle shop. The three went to the market. As the weather cooled, food supplies became scarcer. The price of pork was rising. It used to be 18 coins per jin, but today it was already 20 coins. Chuyu gritted her teeth and bought 10 jin of pork, 2 sets of pork intestines, 2 pork bones, and a pork hock. It all cost her 240 coins. After buying everything, the three headed home together. If it weren't for the issue with Jiang Gaoi, they might have gone back earlier to help at home. Now, if they could just make it back in time for dinner, that would be good. Chuyu was worried that Zhang Zheng, being older, couldn't walk such a long distance. But he looked very energetic, so she stopped worrying. As expected from someone who traveled everywhere, his body was stronger than most. 1 coriander. Yen sui, in ancient times called yen sui, also known as hu sui, cilantro, or fragrant coriander. Galaxy, you are finally back. The two saw Yun Sueha waiting at the door and quickened their steps. Once inside the yard, Chuyu hurriedly introduced, Mother, this is Dr. Zhu's recommended master, Mr. Zhang. He might need to stay with us for a while. From nearby, Wang Xuelan heard this and quickly said, Oh, he's a distinguished guest. Third daughter-in-law, go pour a glass of water for Mr. Zhang. Yun Sueha sighed softly, called Zhang Zheng to sit in the yard, and went to the kitchen to pour water. The family ate a simple meal. After the workers left, Chuyu brought a cup of tea and respectfully knelt in front of Zhang Zheng. Master, please have some tea. Zhang Zheng composed himself, took the tea from Chuyu, took a sip, and then said, It's said that a master guides you in, but cultivation depends on yourself. From now on, I will teach you what I know, but how much you understand depends on your own luck. He paused and continued, No matter how much you learn, I have only one requirement for my apprentice. Keep your original intention. Do not use your skills to do harm. If I find out you do, you will no longer be my disciple. Chuyu listened carefully and nodded sincerely at the end. Disciple will remember. I will not disappoint my master's trust. Zhang Zheng smiled. Get up. After kowtowing 3 times, Chuyu got up from the ground. This was considered an official apprenticeship. Yun Sueha asked quickly, Dr. Zhang, if my Yea studies medicine with you, how much should I give as a gift? Zhang Zheng waved his hand. No need for gifts. I don't care for fancy things. Just provide meals. Hearing this, Lu Yufang, who had been envious of Chuyu, was momentarily stunned, wondering why Ye's master was so skilled that even eating was difficult. Could a doctor really be so poor? Suddenly, she no longer admired doctors as much. The others thought Zhang Zheng refused gifts because he saw their poverty and was too embarrassed. They planned to treat him well while he was here. Lu Taishan quickly ordered, Fourth daughter-in-law, prepare a room for Dr. Zhang to stay in. The third daughter-in-law's new house is still empty for a few days. Let the smell dissipate before moving in. Jiang Xiuqin nodded quickly. All right. Turning to Yin Sueha, she said, third sister-in-law, since it's still daylight, you should go home early. Don't have to walk in the dark later. Yin Sueha quickly stood up. Okay, Dad. Dr. Zhang, please take care of things. Lu Taixing patted his chest to promise. Don't worry. With me here, I will make sure Brother Zhang is well taken care of. Zhang Zheng tugged his beard and looked at Lu Taixing. Later, who is the older one between us? Lu Taixing chuckled. It doesn't matter who is older. Anyway, you're more skilled than me, so calling you older brother doesn't hurt me. Zhang Zheng raised an eyebrow. Is it really about who is older? If you are older than me, calling me older brother would make me feel old. How could that be? Clearly, I am older than you. Watching the two old men argue about their ages and turn red in the face, everyone around couldn't help but laugh quietly. Wang Xuelan and Yun Sueha exchanged a glance, signaling them to go home first. Then they also headed into the house. When they were young, they fought to be the boss. Now that they are older, they are competing to be the younger brother. Men can be quite childish sometimes. Yun Sueha led Lu Xinghe and the others away from the old house. When they passed near the village water well, they saw 4 or 5 women standing under a big tree nearby, chatting. As they walked past, the women's eyes kept drifting toward them, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. Our village only has 2 wells for drinking water. Today, one of them has already stopped flowing, and the water level in the other is much lower. I wonder if some bad luck has come to our village recently. Really, these 2 wells have been used for over 100 years. Why did they suddenly dry up? Bah. I think we should find out who the troublemaker is and drive them away. We shouldn't let some bad luck harm our village. Hey, who do you think the troublemaker is? Who else? Recently, in the past 2 or 3 months, any new person in a family is probably the cause. Yun Sueha originally didn't want to listen, but hearing these women talk more and more nonsense, she took a few steps back. Mrs. Chun, Mrs. Liu, the Lin family, what do you mean by what you just said? We all live in Banpo village. We have no grudges or debts. Please don't spread rumors behind our backs. One woman rolled her eyes. What do you mean by spreading rumors? We are not wrong in what we said. This well looks like it's drying up, and maybe it's a sign that disaster is coming to our village, Banpo. Yun Sueha is now stronger and more temperamental than before. When she saw the woman glancing repeatedly toward Chuyu, she quickly crossed her arms and said, This year has been especially dry. Maybe the underground river has dried up. Why do you keep calling us unlucky and disaster bringers? Is it because your outhouse wasn't built properly and you had to climb out? You're just spouting nonsense. After saying that, she spat at her. The woman got angry. You really like to interfere. Are you talking about us openly? Are you insulting us? You all know who I'm talking about. If you're talking quietly, I won't hear. But don't think I can't tell when you're insulting us behind our backs. The woman's voice grew louder. It's true that the well is dry. Our village has 50 or 60 families. Why is your family doing so well? It's obvious. Maybe all the good luck in our village has been taken by your family. Hearing this, Yin Sueha got really angry. She pointed at the woman and cursed, Who told you such nonsense? I'll tear your mouth apart. There are only 2 wells in the village. Now, everywhere is dried up lotus ponds, and there's nowhere to fetch water. The woman was clearly trying to prevent them from drawing water, which would cut off their way of life. The noise from the argument attracted nearby villagers, including Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqin, who are sisters-in-law. After understanding the situation, they started criticizing the woman one after another. Tian Chunyan raised an eyebrow at Lin, who was causing trouble, with a look full of mockery.
Hey.
Lin Xiongtao, you used to show off in front of my family's head, and I've already taught you a lesson. Now you're here talking nonsense again? Have the traditional virtues of Nanyuan country all disappeared because of you? How can someone be so shameless? Yun Sueha looked gratefully toward Tian Chunyan. Big sister-in-law. Tian Chunyan waved her hand. Stop it. I don't have time to argue with you now. Today, if I don't curse Sun's family so they dare not leave their house for 3 days, I might as well change my surname from Tian to D. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and continued to scold. Although she used to dislike the third family's tendency to hold everyone back, she believed that family members could dislike each other, but outsiders should not be bullied. That was her principle. Here, people were arguing loudly and almost fighting when the news finally arrived and the village chief came. After understanding the situation, the village chief told everyone to stop arguing and then looked at the 4 or 5 women who had caused trouble. Where did you hear these baseless rumors? This year's drought is severe, and it's normal for families to fetch water and grow vegetables. What does this have to do with Mrs. Xinghe? One of the women muttered softly. We also heard people say that. Lu Jianqi furrowed his brows and pointed at those women. Stop stirring trouble here. Go back to your own homes. Are there no men at home to keep you busy? Or no children to watch over you? Why are you so idle? Hearing this, the women who had caused trouble left reluctantly. After they left, he turned to Yun Sueha. Yun, even though you didn't start this, today's fuss has disturbed everyone. If there are any bad rumors in the future, come talk to me first. I will find a way to handle it. Yun Sueha nodded quickly and replied, Yes, I understand. After Lu Jianqi left, the onlookers also started to leave. Yun Sueha led the children back home. Suddenly, her legs felt weak, but luckily, Chu Yu quickly stepped forward to support her. Mother, what's wrong? Lu Xingping also hurried to hold Yun Sueha's other arm. Mother, are you okay? Yun Sueha waved her hand. It's nothing. I was just a bit too excited earlier. Chu Yu and Lu Xingping helped Yun Sueha into the house. I know you want to stand up for me, Mother, but your body isn't fully recovered yet. We don't need to pay attention to those gossiping women. Just focus on living your own life. They're just jealous because our family is doing well, Yun Sueha sighed. Yes, that's true. When times were hard, they never gave us a grain of rice. Now that we're better off, they're jealous. But our family's life has nothing to do with them. It's because they're jealous, that's all, Chu said with a teasing tone. Hearing Chu Yu's joking words, Yun Sueha suddenly smiled. Let them continue to suffer. The more they act this way, the more we should make our life lively and happy. Mother is right. After helping Yun Sueha onto the bed, Chu left the room. While it was still somewhat bright outside, she quickly organized the things she bought today. She didn't touch the seasonings, only took out pork, pork bones, and pork hocks, placing them in a basin on top of the water jar. Since it was cold tonight, the pork wouldn't spoil easily. Tomorrow, she would take them to the new house to cook. Lu Xinghe took the pig intestines to clean and process them. First, he washed the intestines thoroughly, then rubbed them with a handful of ash. After they finished handling the purchases, it was already dark outside. Having worked all day, Chi was very tired. She lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. Lu Xinghe, thinking about what the women had said today, found it hard to sleep. They say that many voices can spread false rumors. Even if the stories are baseless, hearing them often can make people believe them. If the harvest continues to be poor, they will definitely start to suspect the young girl. The well has been dry for days, and no one in the village had ever spread such rumors before. Could someone be spreading false stories behind their backs? The more he thought about it, the more likely he believed it was true. Tomorrow, he would need to find out where these rumors came from. As he was lost in thought, the little girl beside him suddenly hugged him tightly. Her eyes were still closed, and she looked scared. It was probably a nightmare. Lu Xinghe found it a bit funny. You were quite brave today, even causing trouble at the yamen. Now you're probably scared. Though he said this, he gently patted Chu Yu's back repeatedly until he himself fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Xingping went early to Aunt Lin's house to borrow a cart. The family packed pots, bowls, utensils, and the food and seasonings they bought yesterday onto the cart, then pushed it toward the new house. Passing by the old house, Chu Yu called out, Master, we're going to the new house. Do you want to come too? Yes, I will come. Zhang Zheng came out of the house and followed the group to the new house. When he saw the blue brick and tile house in front of him, he paused for a moment, slightly stunned. When I came yesterday, I wondered which family in the village this was. I didn't expect it to be your house. In this village, brick and tile houses are rare, but the girl's house is quite well off. Chuyu smiled and said, "It's a pity this house just finished repairs, and it will be empty for a few more days. Otherwise, my master could move into the new house directly." Zhang Zheng waved his hand and said, "I don't mind that. As I always say, having enough to eat is what matters." Yesterday, perhaps because he didn't know how many people would eat at home, he only got a bowl of porridge. Clearly, one bowl was barely enough to fill his teeth. It was almost dark, and he was hungry, but he didn't want to trouble others, so he went hungry until this morning. Chuyu looked apologetic and said, "Sorry for bothering my master last night. Once I unload the things, I will cook for him, mainly because there were too many people at the old house yesterday. Otherwise, she would have prepared a special meal for her master." Lu Shifu and Wu Yong, who were sleeping in the new house, also woke up early. Today, they just need to finish the last bit of work before they can go home. Lu Shifu had no worries. Once the work was done, he would get paid. Wu Yong, however, felt a bit reluctant. Although Lu Xinghe had been very cautious around him these days, he could still catch a distant glance of Chuyu. After leaving, it might be hard to see her again. Because he was preoccupied with his thoughts, Lu Xinghe finished arranging his things and then pushed his cart out the door. Seeing him leave, Wu Yong told his master and then went to the kitchen. Chuyu, who was tidying up her things, was slightly surprised. "Wu Yong, why are you in the kitchen?" Wu Yong chuckled and scratched the back of his head, unsure of what to say to Chuyu. After a moment, he managed to ask, "Is there anything I can help with?" Chuyu shook her head. "I can handle this myself. Why don't you go help Lu Shifu?" Wu Yong didn't leave. He bit his lip and continued to ask, "Does Lu Xinghe treat you well?" Although he knew it was a silly question, he still wanted to hear her answer. "He treats me very well," Chuyu replied as she placed the seasonings into a basket. "My mother treats me well too, much better than my biological parents. It's obvious you've grown a lot here compared to when you were in Nyotu village," he said, perhaps worried that she might be misunderstood for staying too long. "Since there's nothing else I need to help with, I'll go see my master now." Chuyu nodded quickly. "Go ahead and do your work. The meal will be ready soon. Once you finish the last bit of work, you can eat first and then leave." "Okay," he replied, then left the kitchen. Chuyu paused her work and looked at Wu Yong's back, sighing softly. "He is a good person, but our fate is just not meant to be. There's nothing I can do about it." At that moment, Yun Shui-he, who had been sweeping the house, came into the kitchen. "Yeah, have you finished organizing everything?" "Yes, mother. I finished and I was just about to cook." In a month, about 100 pounds of coarse rice had been eaten up. Chuyu scooped out some polished rice, washed it and cooked porridge. The new kitchen has 2 stoves, so she could cook porridge and stir-fry dishes at the same time. Chuyu cut a large piece of pig intestine and made a stir-fried dish. She served 2 bowls. One smaller bowl called Lu Xingping took to the old house, and she also picked a large cabbage from the old house, washed it, and stir-fried it into a bowl. Then she called everyone to eat. Since other work in the house was already finished, only her family, Zhang Zheng, and Master Lu, the apprentice, joined for the meal. Zhang Zheng's eyes lit up when he saw the stir-fried pig intestine. He ate happily, enjoying the porridge and the dish, looking very satisfied. "I think this pig intestine is best when made by you. I've had it at Ruiju, but yours is better." Chi smiled. "Master, you're joking. I can't compare to the chefs at Ruiju." Zhang Zheng pointed at the pig intestine in his bowl and said seriously, "No, Master, you're never wrong. Your pig intestine tastes authentic." Next to them, Master Lu and Wu Yong listened and hesitated before trying a piece of the pig intestine.
Wow.
Can pig intestine be made so delicious? How do you do it? Since she had promised not to share the secret recipe from Ruiju, Chiyu slightly omitted some details. It's not hard. First, clean the pig intestine thoroughly, scrub it with ash to remove the smell, blanch it in water, then scrape off excess fat with a knife, cut it into pieces, and stir-fry. During cooking, add lots of spices and sauce. If you get a chance, Master Lu, you can try making it too. Master Lu nodded quickly.
Got it.
I'll ask my wife to buy a big piece of intestine in town and try making it. Pig intestine isn't expensive, just a few coins for a good piece, but because it's hard to make tasty, not many people buy it often. Following Chuyu's method, even if it doesn't taste exactly like Ru E Ju, it won't be too bad to eat. After breakfast, Master Lu and Wu Yong took their wages of 600 coins and left. Including the money spent on building the house earlier, the total was 5 taels of silver. This didn't include Lu Tiexing's wages, who worked hard from laying bricks to finishing the new house. Yun Shui, he accepted this kindness, but the wages owed still need to be paid later. Chuyu wanted to wash the dishes, but Yun Shui, he stopped her. Yeah, you have important work now. Hurry and learn skills from Dr. Zhang. Your mother and Xingting and Xing'an are at home. Chuyu couldn't argue with Yun Shui, so she handed the dishes over to her to wash. She then poured a cup of tea for Zhang Zhang and brought it to him. Master, please have a sip of tea. Zhang Zhang was walking back and forth in the yard, measuring something with his steps. When Chuyu arrived, he picked up the tea, took a sip, then handed the cup back to her. He squatted down in a corner of the yard, picked up a stick, poked at the dirt on the ground, and listened closely with his ear to the ground. Chuyu looked on, confused. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Zhang didn't listen. He raised a finger and whispered, "Shh." Seeing this, Chuyu didn't dare make a sound. She quietly watched as Zhang Zhang crouched and moved the dirt with his stick. After a moment, Zhang Zhang drew a perfect circle on the ground and pointed to it, saying, "If you want to dig a well, this is the place where water will come out." Chuyu looked surprised. Is what Master said true? If they could dig a water well here, they wouldn't need to go to the village to fetch water every day. It would be much more convenient. Zhang Zhang washed his hands at the water jar. I've traveled all over the south and north. Although I mainly practice medicine, I also know a bit about other tricks. I think this is correct. This was fantastic news. Chuyu quickly called out to the house, "Mother, husband, come quickly." They came out of the house and looked at Chuyu, asking. Chuyu pointed to the spot where Zhang Zhang had drawn the circle. "Mother, my master says if we dig a well here, water will come out." Yun Shui, he looked surprised. In the past, some families in the village had dug wells, but very few had water. If only our family could produce water easily, the rumors about Yaya being a troublemaker would naturally disappear. It would also make water use much more convenient at home. Truly a win-win solution. However, when it comes to family matters, she always likes to ask Lu Xinghe for his opinion. "Xinghe, what do you think?" Lu Xinghe's thoughts are actually the same as Yun Sui's. Although he guessed from small clues that someone was causing trouble behind the scenes yesterday, he doesn't have solid proof, so he can't accuse anyone. For now, they can only be more cautious. He looked at Zhang Zhang. "Dr. Zhang, our land is a bit higher than the houses in the village. Can you estimate how deep the water might be if we dig?" Zhang Zhang thought for a moment, then held up his thumb and little finger. "No more than 6 zhang." Chuyu counted on her fingers in her mind. Usually, digging a well takes 2 people about 3 days to reach a depth of 1 zhang. Well digging is quite dangerous and pays more than building a house, about 50 coins a day. 2 people working for a day earn 100 coins. If they reach 6 zhang, the total pay would be 1,800 coins, plus about 2 taels of silver for food. Though this pay isn't low, if they really find water, spending 2 taels of silver is worth it. Lu Xinghe paused to think, then looked at Yun Suiha. "Mom, what if we dig a well at home?" Yun Suiha heard this and immediately relaxed. "I was thinking if you didn't agree, I might secretly find someone to dig it. Since everyone has the same idea, after washing the dishes, I'll go to Uncle Daju's place. Daju and his brother have helped dig wells before. They should be experienced." Lu Xinghe nodded and went back inside to continue oiling the furniture. Zhang Zhang took the teacup from Chuyu and finished the tea. "Alright, put the cup back. Let's go for a walk in the mountains. I'll first show you some medicinal herbs and how to prepare them so you can recognize them better. 1 zhang is almost equal to 3.33 meters. 6 zhang is almost equal to 20 meters. Chuyu quickly washed the teacup, put it back in the kitchen, then carried her basket, along with the small notebook and charcoal pen Lu Xinghe gave her, and followed Zhang Zhang out the door. In the mountains, Chuyu first led Zhang Zhang to a small patch of grass where Lu Yufang had found something last time. Master, do you know what this is? Zhang Zheng crouched down carefully to examine the small grass in front of him. Then he picked a leaf, smelled it, and said, "This is called ziki. It flowers in April and May, and the whole plant is harvested and dried. It tastes bitter and is toxic if ingested. It can be used as medicine to treat water retention, coughs, and skin rashes. But it must not be eaten, as it can cause poisoning. Mild symptoms include nausea, vomiting, and stomach pain. Severe cases can lead to headaches, unconsciousness, or even be life-threatening. The sap can irritate the skin, causing redness and sensitivity." Qiyu listened carefully and quickly took out a charcoal pen to write down what Zhang Zheng said in her small notebook. She felt relieved that Yu Fong hadn't actually eaten this plant last time, or she wouldn't know what might have happened. After noting the important points, she picked all the ziki plants in that small patch. Although it wasn't the best time for harvesting, the poor harvest this year meant someone might be so hungry they would eat these plants. Zhang Zheng waited until Qiyu finished collecting the ziki before leading her further into the mountains. Because the mountain had been heavily mined recently, there weren't many herbs along the way. Most of what they saw were either poisonous or mildly toxic. Qiyu thought it was quite amazing that although mountain people didn't recognize medicinal herbs, they still managed to avoid poisonous plants naturally. She followed Zhang Zheng and learned about 6 different herbs, along with many details about their medicinal and biological properties. As noon approached, they turned back toward home. When they arrived, Yun Sueha was busy cleaning in the kitchen. Lu Xinghe had applied tung oil to the furniture inside and had fenced off a small vegetable patch in the yard. The soil was already loosened, and he had gathered the chickens and ducks from the old house to keep in the chicken coop on the other side of the garden. They had bought 20 chicks earlier, but one was lost. Now, the remaining ones had grown to about half a kilogram each. Soon, they could be slaughtered for meat. The ducks, however, had all survived. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an brothers were helping nearby. Despite the cool weather in early September, the brothers were working so hard they were sweating. Qiyu hurried to the kitchen. "Mother, I'll help you." First, she needed to boil a large pot of water for the 3 brothers outside to take a bath. Since sweating easily leads to catching a cold in this weather, a hot bath afterward was the safest choice. Soon, Qiyu had boiled the water. She poured it into a basin and carried it to the bathroom next to the kitchen. "Hubby, Xingping and Xing'an, who wants to bathe first?" After washing up, she changed into new clothes so she wouldn't catch a cold. Lu Xinghe looked at his 2 younger brothers behind him. "Xing'an, you go first." Seeing that there wasn't much work left, Xing'an stood up, rinsed the mud off his hands, then went inside to get his clothes and headed to the bathroom. Qiyu scooped most of the remaining water from the pot into a bucket, covered it, and started cooking. For lunch, she cooked a pot of plain rice, made a pork and cabbage soup, and prepared a small scallion and egg pancake. When the food was ready, she served it on the table and smiled at Zhang Zheng. "Master, I hurried to make lunch today. Please bear with it, and I'll cook something delicious for you tonight." Zhang Zheng waved his hand. "You all are busy, no need to make special dishes for me. Just fill your stomachs." Although he had a big appetite and loved good food, he wasn't picky. As long as the food tasted good, he ate happily. After the family finished eating, Zhang Zheng went back to his old house to rest. Lu Xinghe went to the old house to read. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an helped Qiyu organize things in the new house and planted the vegetable seeds they bought yesterday. Since the weather today wasn't too cold, planting some seeds would at least provide some food during winter. With so many mouths to feed at home, the land at the old house probably wouldn't be enough. They mainly planted cabbage and radishes, plus some scallions and chives that Luo's wife gave them when Sun Dezhu went to dig the well this morning. Once the seeds were planted, they watered them. Yun Sueha, tired from the busy morning, sat under the eaves, doing embroidery, occasionally glancing toward Chu Yu and Lu Xingping's brothers. "Mother, you went to Uncle Daju's today. What did they say? When will we start digging the well?" Qiyu asked after watering the plants and standing up. Yun Sueha smiled. "They'll come tomorrow. Once we get water, I doubt anyone will still gossip outside." Qiyu put away the tools she used. "We originally planned to invite the people who built the house to dinner the day after tomorrow. Should we still do that?" Yun Sueha nodded. Yes, as usual. But this time, it will be just Daju and Air Daju. They're helping us dig the well at our house. Chiyu agreed. That's true. We can't keep the meat we bought for too long. We should eat it in a couple of days. I'll cut 5 jin of meat now and braise it with the pork hock for storage. The rest can be cooked and eaten the day after tomorrow. How does that sound? Yun Sueha smiled and said, You are also the lady of this house. You can decide everything. After hearing this, Chuyu went into the kitchen to get busy. She put the pork knuckles and 5 jin of lean meat into one pot to cook, while another pot was boiling pork bones. Fortunately, the house's orientation wasn't directly facing the village, or the fragrant smell might have caused trouble for quite a while. No one else could smell it, but everyone in the old house at the foot of the mountain could. Originally resting inside, Zhang Zheng was awakened by the smell. He swallowed and put on his shoes, then went out to the new house. Lu Taixing also wanted to go, but early in the morning, Lu Xingfeng had already sent a bowl of fatty intestines. He didn't want to lose face by asking the younger generation for food, so he just sat in the yard, smoking dry tobacco. Wang Xuelon saw this and quickly teased, Stop smoking so much. You're puffing clouds every day. People might think you're going to become a fairy. Lu Taixing, covered in dry tobacco smoke, looked happy. If I could really become a fairy, that would be great. Then I could travel the world with you, eating mountain delicacies, wearing fine silk, and living freely. Seeing how increasingly silly he was acting, Wang Xuelon lost her temper instantly. She took the bowl of fatty intestines that Lu Xingfeng had prepared in the morning from the kitchen and handed it to Lu Taixing. This is the bowl from the 3rd sister-in-law's family. I've washed it clean. Why don't you take it to them? Lu Taixing looked at the bowl, raising an eyebrow.
Oh.
The bowl hasn't been delivered yet. He tapped his dry tobacco pipe and then took the bowl and headed up the mountain. Wang Xuelon watched Lu Taixing hurriedly leaving, shaking her head and smiling. This old, shameless man. People might think he's rushing to deliver food, because Sun Deju's brothers were invited to the new house by Yun Sueha. Almost everyone in Banpo village knew that Lu Xinghe's family was digging a well. Everyone was waiting to see their joke. Is this Yun family crazy? With their land slope, they're digging a well? Exactly. They should dig at least 3 or 5 meters deeper to level with our foundation. With such a high land, it's strange if they can get water. Who came up with this idea? Isn't it just asking for trouble? A well needs to be at least 20 or 30 meters deep, and it costs quite a bit of silver to dig. Why spend money on that when you can't even get water out of it? Some people proudly boasted. Watch me. If I can get water, I will eat all the dirt they dig out. Everyone laughed loudly. All right, we'll see if you eat dirt when the time comes. On the day Lu Xinghe's family moved into their new house, the families of Ziran and uncle, aunt, and others also came to eat together. In the past few days, all the belongings from the old house had been gradually moved to the new one. Starting today, they could stay in the new house at night without running back and forth. Chu Yu and Yun Sueha were busy in the kitchen early in the morning. Lu Xing'an helped light the fires for 2 stoves. Many neighbors, smelling the delicious aroma of stewed meat from the kitchen, eagerly swallowed their saliva. Besides the stewed meat, they also stir-fried a large bunch of green garlic with a bowl of marinated meat, plus a big bowl of stir-fried pork intestines and a large basin of cabbage. Earlier, their eldest and second uncles had invited them over for a meal after their houses were built. Now that they had their own houses, they naturally couldn't be left out. However, the 3 sisters-in-law didn't come empty-handed. The eldest aunt brought 20 eggs, the second aunt brought 10 jin of coarse rice, and the 4th aunt gave a piece of soft cotton cloth, enough to make 2 sets of clothes. With these families visiting, the new house became even livelier. Lu Taixing strolled around the yard with his hands behind his back, sometimes checking on the chicken coop, sometimes looking at the vegetable garden, and sometimes glancing at the well that hadn't been dug very deep yet. If he saw someone he knew passing by outside, he would greet them warmly. Almost everyone would say hello. Hey, old son, have you eaten yet? I had meat at my 3rd brother-in-law's house today. How's his house? Is it well built? Hey, sister, who came to see my 3rd brother-in-law's house too? It's pretty good, right? I helped lay most of the bricks for over half a month. Many people saw his pride and glanced at him, then hurriedly left. But Lu Taixing didn't seem to care about their expressions. He was lost in his own world, happily enjoying himself. At noon, since there were many people, they ate at 2 tables, men at one, women and children at the other. The men's table had 2 jars of wine, and the women's and children's table also had one. Everyone ate, drank, talked, and laughed, making the scene lively and joyful. Third sister-in-law, you have finally gone from hardship to happiness. I really didn't expect you to build such a grand house with blue bricks and tiles. Sister-in-law Tian Chunyan looked at the decent house made of blue bricks in front of her, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Clearly, she was much worse off before. How did she manage to build such a house now? Third sister-in-law, I want to say sorry to you today. Second sister-in-law Zhao Guiqin, who had drunk a little wine, had a slight blush on her face. As she finished speaking, the lively crowd suddenly quieted down. Encouraged by the alcohol, she continued, we all have our own families. People often work hard for their small piece of land. So, we were a bit harsh to your family before. I hope you can forgive us and not take it to heart. Don't mind someone like me who has a small mind. Yun Sueha quickly said, second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? If I really held a grudge, I wouldn't have invited you today. It's all for our own families. I understand. Everyone has their difficulties. If you don't look out for yourself, who will? Now that the family is divided, I just try to keep a basic face with Xinghe and the brothers. I really can't be expected to do much for these families. But I only need to keep my own balance in my heart. There's no need to say it out loud. As Yun Sueha finished speaking, the yard became lively again. Lu Taixing raised his cup and said, Sai, I just hope my children can do well in life. Since the third son passed away, I haven't felt this happy in a long time. The third daughter-in-law has done a lot. Cheers, let's keep drinking. Hearing Lu Taixing's words, Wang Xuelan felt touched and leaned in slightly, but since it was a happy day, she held back her emotions. At that moment, Jiang Xiuqin's 7-year-old son tugged at her arm. Mom, I feel dizzy. Jiang Xiuqin looked at her son. His face was red, and he looked weak and tired, leaning on her arm. She immediately became worried and teary-eyed. Xiaowei, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom, Xiaowei. Everyone stopped eating and looked worriedly toward Lu Xiaowei after hearing the commotion.
Oh.
What happened? Wang Xuelan was startled and quickly stood up, walking toward Xiaowei. Zhu Yu and Lu Xiaowei sat at a table. Seeing that the child's face looked unwell, she quickly stood up and checked his forehead. Then she picked up the empty cup in front of Lu Xiaowei and smelled it. Xiaowei, did you drink alcohol just now? Lu Xiaowei frowned painfully. I saw everyone drinking and thought it was tasty, so I had a small cup. Mother, I feel so bad. Jiang Xiuqin looked worried. You little rascal, alcohol isn't something kids should drink. What should we do? Seeing this, Zhu Yu hurried to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Jiang Xiuqin. Aunt, don't worry. Xiaowei's condition isn't serious. Let him drink some soup and water to help get rid of the alcohol. Luckily, it was just a small cup. From now on, we must watch him closely and prevent him from drinking again. Jiang Xiuqin nodded quickly and fed Lu Xiaowei water. At another table, Lu Xiuqing looked at Zhang Zheng. Dr. Zhang, could you please come and check on my son? Zhang Zheng stroked his beard and smiled confidently. Don't worry. The way your daughter handled it was very good. Your child will be fine. Since Dr. Zhang said so, everyone felt relieved and continued eating and drinking. Jiang Xiuqin poured a large glass of water for Lu Xiaowei and fed him a bowl of soup. After drinking and urinating 2 or 3 times, she finally let him go to sleep. Seeing her still looking worried, Zhu Yu comforted her. Aunt, if you're really worried, you can let Xiaowei sleep in my house. If anything happens, my master is here to help. Yun Sueha also nodded. That works. Let him sleep in Xingping Xingan's house. When he wakes up and is fine, you can bring him home. With Dr. Zhang here, Jiang Xiuqin didn't have much to worry about. Then thank you, third sister-in-law. Yun Sueha waved her hand. We're family. This is nothing. Tian Chunyan looked at Zhu Yu with a neutral expression. I didn't expect that Xingha's wife would have such skills. She used to think this young girl was just a delicate ornament, but it turns out she even has a master. However, her master probably isn't very impressive. The fourth family's children were all drunk and said they were fine. It seems like they just eat and drink without much care. Although Zhu Yu was young, she was very perceptive. She knew her eldest and didn't like her, so she only offered a polite smile and didn't want to say much. After finishing a meal, everyone went back to their own homes, each with their own thoughts. Yunki He and Chu Yu were cleaning the dishes on the table. Mother, today's food was really cleanly eaten, not a drop of soup left. Yunki He sighed. In our village, families rarely get to eat meat more than twice a year. When they do, they really make the most of it. People who haven't had much meat in a long time tend to eat a lot when they finally can. The adults are fine, but children might get upset stomachs, Chu said softly. Yunki He smiled and shook her head. They don't understand that much. They just think it's good stuff and are afraid to let their children miss out. They want to fill their kids' bellies with it. Chu then thought of little Tao. She wondered if she was eating enough and staying warm now. In past cold and hot weather, little Tao liked to kick off her blanket. If she caught a cold, no one at home would take care of her. Seeing Chu Yu fall silent, Yunki He looked at her and stopped what she was doing. She noticed Chu Yu looked worried. Yeah? What are you thinking about? Chu looked up at her. Mother, I want to talk to you about something. Yunki He put down her cloth and sat beside her, gently looking at her. Tell me, I'm listening. The girl rarely acted like this, so Yunki He thought it must be something important. Chu Yu tightened her grip on the cloth. Mother, you know I have a 5-year-old sister named Little Tao. Based on my parents' nature, I think soon there might be no food at home, and they might sell her. I want to take care of her. She lowered her head as she spoke. She thought Yunki He might hesitate, but instead, she said, Actually, Xinghe mentioned this to me a long time ago. I don't oppose it. My only worry is, what if your parents find out little Tao is here and cause trouble? During winter, it's cold, and our home is far away. They probably won't come here. When the time comes, I'll give little Tao a different name, and they won't find out easily. Chu looked down. Besides, it's them who sold her and mistreated her. We hold her sales contract. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll go to the officials and report them. She paused and added, but knowing my parents' temper, they probably won't go to great lengths over little Tao. Cloud Sueha nodded and said, All right, I agree. Our house is small, so when little Tao comes, she can sleep in the same room with me first. Once we have more money, we can build an extension at the back of the house. Chu smiled with her eyes teary. Thank you, mother. Silly girl, I love my daughter very much, said Cloud Sueha. Then she stood up and continued wiping the table. Finish tidying up here early, then go to your room and practice some characters with Xinghe. You don't want to miss what Dr. Zhang is teaching and not understand it later. Okay, got it. Chu Yu and Cloud Sueha finished tidying the dishes, bowls, and furniture outside, then went back to their room. Lu Xinghe was reading an old essay he borrowed from Su Heng, which had passed the exam in previous years. As he read, he was also writing his thoughts about the essay in a small notebook beside him. Chu was worried about disturbing him, so she quietly sat at a smaller desk nearby, reviewing the main points Zhang Zhang had told her over the past few days. Recently, Zhang Zhang had been taking Chu Yu on mountain walks every day, teaching her to recognize herbs, understand their medicinal properties, and how to prepare them. He also explained the causes of illnesses, but did not cover topics like meridians, pulse diagnosis, or herbal combinations. Fortunately, Chu was clever. She remembered everything Zhang Zhang had explained, and by reviewing her notes, she could memorize it well. At night, Chu lay on the new bed, rolling from side to side. Then she faced Lu Xinghe, lying on his side. Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. The girl's eyes sparkled. Don't you think the bed in the new house feels softer? Seeing her expectant look, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but smile slightly. How do you know that? Chu lay flat and said, Even though the blankets are the same thickness, I just feel that the bed in the new house is softer. Lu Xinghe nodded and propped his head with one hand. That's because I put some straw underneath the blanket. The girl's lips curved into a smile. No wonder it's so soft. You're so clever, husband. She said this happily, rolling on the bed. She rolled too enthusiastically and accidentally fell into Lu Xinghe's arms. Chuyu froze, blushing, and quickly rolled away from him. Husband, I didn't mean to. Did he think she was being flirtatious? Li Xinghe, with clear eyes, smiled as he gently patted her head. Good thing I didn't tell you to sleep outside, or else I'd have to pick you up from the ground in the middle of the night. Chuyu muttered. I wouldn't do that.
Islap quietly. Li Xinghe nudda.
Usually you do. Only in special cases, like last time when she was frightened after a fight in town, would she crawl into his arms at night. He closed his eyes. Sleep early. Tomorrow, Dr. Zhang will probably take you to the mountains to identify herbs. Chuyu nodded and turned over, closing her eyes. Li Xinghe looked toward the girl, sighed deeply, and turned away to sleep. For half a month, the well at Li Xinghe's house hadn't produced water. People who had been mocking them behind their backs were now laughing at their misfortune. Sun Dazhu and Sun Erju, the brothers, weren't sure if the well would produce water. During lunch that day, they looked uncertainly at Yun Sueha. Sister-in-law, should we keep digging the well? Yun Sueha looked at them. What's wrong? Sun Dazhu said, we've already dug 5 zhang. With your land's terrain, I'm worried it's a waste of money to keep going. Maybe you should discuss it again. If it were someone else, he wouldn't say this. After all, each extra day of digging meant more wages. Yun Sueha's family had been neighbors for 7 or 8 years, and their relationship was usually good. She didn't want them to waste more money on fruitless efforts. Hearing Sun Dazhu's question, Yun Sueha felt uncertain. She instinctively looked toward Li Xinghe. Xinghe, what do you think? Li Xinghe replied without hesitation. It's only 5 zhang. We'll know if water comes out after digging 2 or 3 more days. Sun Dazhu frowned slightly. It's not certain that water will come out after 6 zhang. We've dug 5 zhang, and the soil isn't even wet. Why spend another 200 or 300 coins? Zhang Zheng finished eating and quietly put down his bowl and chopsticks. I'll go down and check later. Since he was the one overseeing the digging, he couldn't just let it be a waste. Whether water will come out or not, he needed to see for himself. Chuyu almost choked on her food when she heard this. Cough, cough, master, you shouldn't go down. You're not young anymore. If something unexpected happens, how can I explain it to Dr. Zhu? Zhang Zheng's beard twitched. My body is still strong. What's a 5 zhang deep well? Last year, I could climb dozens of meters up a mountain to gather herbs. Chuyu smiled faintly. You really are quite tough. Seeing the old man's stubbornness, Chuyu didn't know what to say to argue with him. After dinner, Zhang Zheng insisted on going down the well. We had no choice but to follow his wishes. Brothers Sun Dazhu and another checked the rope around his waist again and again to make sure everything was safe before slowly lowering him down. Chuyu nervously called from the edge of the well, Master, be careful. Zhang Zheng held tightly to the rope and climbed down the wall of the well. Don't worry, I'm fine. After a while, Zhang Zheng was pulled back up from the bottom of the well. He rubbed his waist where the rope had hurt him and slapped the hands of brothers Sun Dazhu. Dig 5 more feet. If no water comes out by tomorrow, then stop digging. Sun Dazhu nodded. All right. It's just a day or 2 of work. We'll keep digging. They worked all afternoon and continued the next morning, but still no water appeared. Sun Dazhu didn't hold much hope. Dr. Zheng's medical skills are good, but digging a well and treating patients are different.
It's not easy to understand the pattern.
Anyway, they only worked half a day today. After finishing, they packed up and went home. Right after lunch, Lu Taixing arrived. Oh, Dad is here. Yun Sueha quickly got up and went to the kitchen to pour water for Lu Taixing. Lu Taixing stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the well. Are you done digging today? Sun Erju, who was pulling soil from the bottom of the well, nodded.
Yes.
It's hard to get water from this well. Lu Taixing frowned. Why isn't water coming out? Dad, drink some water. Yun Sueha handed him a cup. Don't stand too close to the well. Be careful not to fall. While speaking, she brought a chair from the main room. Lu Taixing took a sip of water and looked at Yun Sueha. Why did you stop digging? Not enough money, or what? If I had more money, I'd support you. Everyone in the village is watching your well. If it doesn't produce water, it'll be embarrassing. We need to succeed, right? Yun Sueha smiled. My parents have a hard time saving enough money to live on. As children, we shouldn't ask them for money. We only dug this well out of curiosity, and now that we think it's enough, we won't dig anymore. Lu Taixing looked regretful. It's only about 5 zhang deep, and not very deep yet. Should we dig a little more? Yun Sueha looked toward the well. Let's wait and see after today. I'll discuss it with Xinghe later. Lu Taixing nodded. All right, you and your mother decide. Just then, from the bottom of the well, Sun Deju's voice came up. Water's coming out. Water's coming out. Erju, pull me up quickly. The water's rising fast. Sun Erju hurriedly pulled on the rope to lift him. Everyone inside the house heard the noise and gathered around the well. Lu Xinghe also stepped forward to help Erju pull Sun Deju up. Because the water was rising quickly, Sun Deju's pants were soaked halfway, and his clothes were a bit wet too. He looked toward the well in disbelief. I said earlier that this well didn't have any dampness, but it turns out it's not because there's no water at the bottom. It's because there's a layer of stone wall between the underground river and the well above. I just chipped a big hole in that wall, and now the water is rushing out fast. Seeing this, Lu Taixing burst into laughter. Great. Water's coming out. That's good news. He looked at Yun Sueha. Third wife, the well-producing water is a happy event. Remember to give Daju and Erju some good luck charms later. Yun Sueha quickly smiled and replied, I know, father. Lu Taixing waved his hand and headed toward the courtyard gate. Keep working. I need to go tell your mother this good news. Zhang Zheng stroked his beard and looked into the well. When he saw the reflection of the water surface below, he smiled and went back into the house. He knew he hadn't been wrong. Chuyu looked at Zhang Zheng's back, then quickly turned to catch chickens in the henhouse. Mother, let's eat chicken tonight. Yun Sueha sighed. All right. We have many people here. Kill 2 chickens. Xingping and Xingen, help your sister-in-law with the chores. Lu Xingping and Lu Xingen nodded and ran to help Chiyu catch chickens. Because Sun Daju's clothes were wet, he went home first to change into dry pants. As he ran, many people saw his soaked appearance and asked, Daju, did you fall into the water? Sun Daju hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not that. It's just that the well in Sister Yun's house has started to produce water. I need to go back quickly to change my clothes, and later I still have to go fix the well's edge for them. After speaking, he ran away quickly. He knew the villagers were always watching for entertainment. That's why he deliberately raised his voice earlier, to make the gossiping women face their own embarrassment. Everyone looked surprised. They never expected that Lu Xinghe's family could really get water from their well. Isn't that a lie? With their land's terrain, they can really get water. Let's go see for ourselves and find out. Lu Shanshan, who was stretching her neck to watch, heard this and wrinkled her handkerchief nervously. She bit her small teeth and said, They can really get water? Humph. After saying that, she stomped her foot and turned back home. As soon as she arrived, she saw Lu Jianqi sitting at the door smoking a pipe. She quickly composed herself, acting like a good girl. Dad, why are you sitting here? Didn't I say the wedding date is coming soon? I told you not to go out. Lu Shanshan pouted. Dad, I can't stay at home all the time. It's boring. I just went out for a bit. See, I'm back now. Lu Jianqi silently tapped the pipe on a stone stool and then turned to go into the yard. Come with me. 1 foot equals 33.33 centimeters. 5 feet is almost equal to 1.67 meters. After a moment, Lu Shanshan was locked inside the house by Lu Jianqi. Lu Shanshan frowned and knocked on the door repeatedly. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you locking me in? You told me not to cause trouble. I've been behaving well lately. Lu Jianqi stood outside coldly and said, In the past, I was too lenient with you, which made you unruly. You know what you've done. The wedding is in 10 days. Think about it carefully inside. Lu Shanshan's knocking grew louder. Dad, you can't lock me in. Please let me out. I don't want to be locked inside. Chen Shufan looked worriedly at Lu Shanshan's room. Head of the family, is it okay to lock her in like this? Lu Jianqi glanced at her and said, What's impossible? Her marriage is coming soon. You should keep an eye on things lately. Buy what's needed inside the house, call the two daughters-in-law, and start preparing. Chen Shufan nodded quickly. Okay, I understand. Wang Xuelan, upon hearing the news, also came to the house with Lu Taixing.
Wow.
The water really came out. Lu Taixing looked proud. Can the old man still fool you? Wang Xuelan smiled and gave him a side glance. If I didn't come to see, who knows if you're just talking nonsense. Yun Sueha brought over 2 chairs. Dad, Mom, come sit here. Today, we killed 2 chickens, and later everyone will stay for dinner, because the well was producing water. Everyone's face was glowing with happiness, making the scene very lively. The 2 of them happily agreed. All right. After they arrived, many villagers came one after another. This time, they weren't here to see the new house, but to look at the water coming from the well. There really is water. Unbelievable. It's less than 6 zhang deep. There seems to be quite a lot of water underneath. Dazhu, Erzhu, how did you know there was water here? The brothers Sun Dazhu and Sun Erzhu looked in the direction of the speaker. If we had that skill, we'd be rich already. This spot was chosen by Dr. Zhang. We just dug. Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't Dr. Zhang the master that Chiyu had visited a few days ago? He was a hidden expert. Wang Xuelan glanced at 2 people watching the scene. You still spread rumors saying my 3rd daughter-in-law's family is cursed. Now her well is producing water. If anyone else talks nonsense in the future, I'll tear their foul mouth apart. One person awkwardly smiled. Auntie, don't be angry. We just heard someone say that behind their back and we believed it. Later, our head of the household also told us the same. Wow. Wang Xuelan stood up. Who told you such nonsense? It seems it started from Lu Shanshan's mouth. When Wang Xuelan heard that Lu Shanshan was causing trouble behind her back, she was very angry. She crossed her arms and scolded. That little troublemaker is really brainless, full of dirty thoughts. She thinks having a father who is an official makes her special. She used to look down on my family, Xinghe, but now she's the one scheming behind the scenes. Today, I must vent my anger. After saying that, she stormed out of the yard and went down the mountain. Yun Sueha watched Wang Xuelan leave like a gust of wind, feeling worried. Oh, mother. Lu Taixing waved at her. Let your mother go. Last time, she didn't get to vent her anger. You all can go ahead. I'll go support her. We'll come back for dinner later. Yun Sueha watched the 2 elders walk away, feeling anxious. She knew they were proud and protective of their family. When someone bullied them, they would scold until the other person gave up and didn't dare to do it again. Maybe Lu Shanshan didn't realize how powerful these 2 elders are. It might be good for her to see for herself. Mother, why don't you go and take a look too? Bring forth Aunt along. Lu Shanshan's family has many people. We don't want her grandparents to be bullied, Chuyu said as she plucked chicken feathers. Yun Sueha nodded. All right, I'll leave the housework to you. I want to go see what's happening. Don't worry about the house. Just leave it to us, Chuyu replied. Knowing she wasn't good at fighting, Chuyu didn't go with them. She cleaned the feathers off 2 chickens. After removing the insides from one, she marinated it with soy sauce, salt, and ginger, preparing to coat it with batter and fry it later. The other chicken was also cleaned and cut into small pieces. She planned to cook it with internal organs and blood, stewing it with radish. Both chickens weighed about 2 jin each. With so many people, just eating meat might not be enough. Xingping, Xing'an, go to the old house and pick some big radishes. Don't throw away the leaves. We can stir-fry them later, Chi said. The radishes had grown for nearly 50 days and were almost ready to eat. The radish seeds planted in the new house had just been sown recently, and they probably wouldn't be ready until after the frost. Okay, big sister-in-law. The brothers responded and quickly took baskets from the house, running out the door. In about 20 minutes, they had pulled out 4 or 5 big radishes and placed them in front of Chuyu. Big sister-in-law, is this enough? They didn't dare dig up too much land. Although there are still some plots at the old house, there are many family members, so they had to save some food. Chuyu looked at the 5 small round carrots and nodded, saying, That's enough. In 10 days, these carrots will all be ready to harvest. I will make some pickled carrots and dry some carrot strips to eat in winter. They didn't know what pickled carrots or dried carrot strips tasted like, but since big sister-in-law made them, they wouldn't be bad. Then I'll go wash the carrots first, Lu Xingping said as he plucked the leaves from the 5 carrots and set them aside. When thinking about pickled carrots, Chu Yu remembered the dried fruit preserves she had stored in jars before. She wondered if they could still be eaten. Since it was still early, Chu Yu went to the cellar. The cellar door in the new house was in the kitchen and much larger than the one at the old house, enough to store many things. She took out 2 jars from the cellar, then closed the door again after stepping outside. One jar's lid was opened, releasing a sweet smell mixed with the scent of green plums. Chu Yu happily opened the other jar. After tasting a few pieces from each, she packed some and sent them to Zhang Zheng's house. Master, come try my homemade preserves. I almost forgot about them earlier.
Oh.
Zhang Zheng saw the bright-colored fruit and fragrant smell, quickly took a piece and put it in his mouth. Chewing it, he nodded, delicious. Chu Yu smiled and said, it's tasty, but master, don't eat too much. There will be even better food tonight. After saying that, she went back to the kitchen, took 2 green plum preserves, put them in a cup, and poured some water over them. She then took the cup to Lu Xinghe's desk and also shared some with Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an brothers. The remaining preserves she sealed again and stored in the cellar. Last time, because there wasn't enough sugar at home, she only made 2 small jars. She had to save some for later, especially since there were no suitable fruits in the mountains now. After about half an hour, Lu Taixing hummed a tune and led Wang Xuelan and Yun Sueha back. When they reached the door, Wang Xuelan sniffed herself with a look of disgust. No way, I need to go back and change my clothes. I can't eat if I smell like this. Lu Taixing smiled at her. You argue with others, but why do you have to pour manure into someone's room? Wang Xuelan snorted. That little troublemaker deserves it. She shouldn't have provoked anyone, especially not our family. If she gets her way, the Star River daughter-in-law will be driven out of Half-Bike Village for sure. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and laughed. Mama's calmed down now. Let's not be angry anymore. I think Lu Shanshan won't dare to bother us again. That girl is full of bad intentions. Just watch, with her personality. There might be more trouble ahead. Wang Xuelan waved her hand and left the yard. I can't take it anymore. I need to go home and change my clothes first. Lu Taixing looked at Wang Xuelan's back, shaking his head helplessly. Your mother has always been fiery when she was young. She hasn't been like this for many years. She just can't stand seeing her family bullied. Don't be frightened. She still treats us well. Yun Sueha looked touched. I know. My parents are good people. Those who marry into our family are lucky. Dad, sit down first. I'll go help Yaya in the kitchen. Chi listened in amazement from the kitchen. Hearing her grandparents talk, it seemed like the fight earlier was quite intense. Too bad she didn't go along. If she could see Lu Shanshan's furious face, it would be very satisfying. At the village chief's house, Lu Shanshan was crying and shouting for her mother. Mom, how can they treat me like this? How am I supposed to live in the future? Others might laugh at me. Maybe I should just die. She was about to hit her head against the wall when Chen Shufan hurriedly pulled her back in shock. Girl, please don't do anything stupid. What would I do if you were gone? While they hugged and cried desperately, Lu Jianqi looked at them impatiently.
Enough.
What's so serious that you want to die? Hurry up and clean the house. There won't be a place to sleep later. I don't want to sleep in this house anymore, Lu Shanshan shouted at Lu Jianqi. Dad, it's all your fault. If you hadn't locked me in the house, the manure wouldn't have been thrown on me. Now I've been bullied, and all you do is care about appearances and keep backing down. I hate you. After saying that, she ran out of the house. Chen Shufan pointed at Lu Jianqi and scolded, Head of the family, are you trying to push our daughter to the edge? If something happens to Shanshan, I won't want to live either. She wanted to run outside but was stopped by Lu Jianqi. Let her go. She's an adult now. If she really wants to seek death, it's her own choice. A girl not taught by her mother is not her mother's fault. I told you before not to spoil her too much. Now look, she's been led astray. If the Yao family doesn't know about this, it's fine. But once they are married, they can't back out. If they find out and try to cancel the wedding before it happens, our family's reputation will be ruined in the Yao family. After speaking, he sighed and left. Chun Shufan sank to the ground, crying weakly. Lu Jianqi, you heartless man. The daughter isn't just mine. How can you blame everything on me? When Wang Xuelan changed her clothes and came back, the radish chicken stew in the kitchen was almost ready. The porridge had also been cooked and served. Chuyu had just prepared the batter, rolled the chicken in it, and then put it into the hot oil. She also mixed some radish shreds into leftover batter and fried radish balls. Sun Dazhu and his brother had finished their work too. Everyone sat around the table, staring at the radish chicken stew, the golden fried chicken, and radish balls, salivating. Smells so good, Lu Taixing said, picking up his chopsticks. Let's eat. Let's eat. The meal was very satisfying. Zhang Zheng was especially happy about the fried chicken. Girl, if you took your fried chicken skills to the town to sell, you'd probably make a lot of money. Chuyu smiled. Selling on a stall? Forget it. This year isn't good for raising chickens. The cost is high. If I sell cheap, I'll lose money. If I sell expensive, no one will buy. It's so frustrating. Zhang Zheng nodded. That's true. Wang Xuelan was eating radish and asked, Your radishes grow so fast? Our radishes are only half the size of yours. Yun Sueha smiled and looked toward Chuyu. My vegetables are all taken care of by Yeye, Xingping, and Xing'an. Wang Xuelan looked at Chuyu with some surprise. I didn't expect Xinghe's wife to be so capable. She cooks well and tends the gardens so diligently. She had thought the girl was pretty and a bit delicate, but it turned out she was quite capable. Chuyu blushed and smiled shyly. Next time, before planting vegetables, you can try breaking up the soil more finely and adding a bit more fertilizer. When they built the house before, she spent every day at the old house, so she naturally saw how the old land was cultivated. Wang Xuelan was surprised and sighed. Our land is all farmed by your Uncle Si. He's so impatient, probably just cares about saving effort. I'll fix it up later. Lu Xinghe didn't speak the whole time. He watched Chuyu, who was gradually getting along with the family, with a look of satisfaction. After dinner, the two older men, Lu Taixing and another, left while it was still daylight. Yun Sueha paid each of the brothers Baiwu 850 coins for their work and tied a 20-coin good luck charm with red thread for each of them, then sent them away. Right after dinner, Zhang Zheng couldn't sleep. He brewed a cup of green plum tea and sat on a small stool in the yard. He looked up at the night sky. After a while, he pointed at a star and asked, You girl, does that star look like you? She looked up in the direction Zhang Zheng was pointing and asked, Master still knows how to read star signs? Zhang Zheng smiled mysteriously. I know a little. I've always been curious about where you come from. Hearing this, Chuyu got goosebumps. Master is talking about inappropriate things again, isn't he? I told you before, I come from Myoto village. Zhang Zheng chuckled. I was confused. After saying that, he finished his tea and went back to his room. Now, it was late September. The mountain nights were a bit cold. Everyone went home early. Chuyu heard a sudden knock on the yard door. She got out of bed carefully, trying not to disturb Lu Xinghe, who was studying by the window with an oil lamp. She ran to open the door. When she reached the yard gate and saw the visitor in the faint light, she hesitated and pulled her hand back. Who is it? She asked. Be careful, Yun Sueha blurted out, then quickly realized something was wrong. If she hadn't misheard earlier, it was definitely someone's voice. Curious, Yun Sueha quickly put on her coat and stepped outside. When she saw Lu Shanshan, her eyebrows furrowed, and her face showed clear displeasure. Why are you here again? Lu Shanshan took a deep breath, her swollen eyes filling with tears once more. Annie, I know you don't like me, but I've been kicked out by my father. I have nowhere to go. Could you please let me stay for one night? She pointed with one finger. Just one night. Yun Sueha didn't know what trouble Lu Shanshan was planning, and she didn't want her to stay in her house. Your daughter and parents are not enemies. You're still a young girl, so it's better for you to go home. It's not convenient for us to take you in. Andy, I beg you. Please let me stay just for one night, Lu Shanshan pleaded. Yun Sueha looked at her with some disgust. Lu Shanshan, you should know why our families are in conflict. If it weren't for your trouble, we could still get along peacefully in the village. Now look at how things have turned out. And you still have the nerve to come here and ask to stay? I don't know what to say anymore.
Go back.
None of us want to see you. After saying that, she grabbed Chuyu's wrist and turned to go inside. Lu Shanshan watched their backs and shouted loudly, "Auntie, what am I lacking compared to that shameless girl Chuyu? She can only help you with chores inside the house, but she can't do anything else.
But I can do everything she can.
Plus, I'm an adult now, and I can have children for Xinghe sooner." Hearing this, Yun Sueha suddenly stopped. Chuyu's heart tightened, thinking Yun Sueha was swayed by Lu Shanshan's last words. But Yun Sueha only looked back at Lu Shanshan and said, "Because our family favors Yaya and dislikes you, you will never be welcome in my home." Lu Shanshan quickly shook her head.
No.
"Auntie, you can't replace Xinghe. Unless Xinghe personally tells me, I won't believe a word you say." At that moment, a cold voice drifted out from inside the house. "My mother said what I want to say. You and Yaya are not even comparable.
I won't marry you."
"Better give up now," Li Shanshan cried and shook her head. "It can't be. We were supposed to be engaged before. I secretly liked you, and how could you not see me? How could you not feel any happiness for me?" As she spoke, she suddenly rolled her eyes and collapsed. Chuyu and Yun Chui he exchanged a worried look. Li Shanshan was the treasured girl of the Li family. Although she was a bit harsh, if something happened to her at their door, it could cause a serious feud between the families or even lead to legal trouble. Yun Chui he helped Li Shanshan sit up, while Chuyu reached out and touched her wrist. Recently, Zhang Zheng had taught her a few common pulse diagnosis techniques. Since she hadn't practiced on many people, she decided to try on Li Shanshan first. Yun Chui he looked at Chuyu nervously but didn't interrupt her. After a moment, Chuyu withdrew her hand and looked at Yun Chui he with surprise. "Mother, isn't Li Shanshan still a girl who hasn't married yet?" Yun Chui he nodded. "Yes, what about it? I think I just found a sign of happiness," Chuyu whispered. "Are you sure?" Chuyu extended her hand. "I'm about 80% sure. But should I ask the master to confirm?" Yun Chui he quickly shook her head. "Trust you, daughter. There's no need to bother Dr. Zhang over this." She looked at Li Shanshan with disdain. "With her kind of unworthy girl, how does she think she can compare to you? I really don't understand where she gets her confidence." She then tried to help Li Shanshan up from the ground. "Yaya, help me. Let's take her back to the Li family. We don't want her to die outside our door and bring bad luck." After closing the courtyard door, the two of them dragged Li Shanshan down the mountain. Passing the old house, Yun Chui he called out, "Xiuqin, come help." Zhang Xiuqin heard the call, quickly put on her clothes, and came out. In another room, Wang Xuelan and Lu Taixing also came out, peering toward Yun Chui he through the night. "Third daughter-in-law, who is this person you're carrying?" Yun Chui he and Chuyu set Li Shanshan down to rest. "Mother, it's Li Shanshan. She came to stay in my house just now. I didn't agree and she got upset and collapsed." "Oh," Wang Xuelan raised her voice. "I knew it. I said this little girl still has tricks up her sleeve.
She even went into the house."
"She looks like she's pretending. Let's see how I deal with her." She said this and was about to pour a basin of water on Lu Shanshan when Yun Sueha hurried forward to stop her. "Mother, you can't do that. You absolutely must not." Wang Xuelan looked at her with a disappointed expression and said, "She's already come to the door, and you're still protecting her? You can't be soft-hearted. If you don't teach her a lesson now, she might get even more arrogant in the future." Yun Sueha pursed her lips, whispered a few words into Wang Xuelan's ear, and saw her face gradually change from anger to disdain as she looked at Lu Shanshan. This shameless little troublemaker, even when pregnant, still dares to show off in front of Xinghe. Isn't that disgusting? I spit on her. Zhang Xiuqin was a bit stunned. "What? Pregnant?"
"She's not.
She's probably lonely and found a man to solve her needs." Wang Xuelan waved her hand. "Fourth daughter-in-law, you and third daughter-in-law should send her back. Xinghe is too small to handle her." Zhang Xiuqin quickly stepped forward. "Yes, mother." While they were talking, Lu Taixing had already lit a torch and handed it to Zhuyu. Light a fire on the way, don't fall. Zhuyu took the torch. Thank you, sir. We're leaving now. After saying that, she held the torch and led the way, with Yun Sueha and Jiang Xiuqin supporting Lu Shanshan behind. Soon, they arrived at the Li Zheng family's house. Perhaps because Lu Shanshan had run out and not yet returned, the oil lamp inside the house was still burning. Brother Jianqi, sister-in-law, with Yun Sueha's call, two people came out of the house. Not only Lu Jianqi and his wife, but several neighboring families, disturbed by the noise, also peeked out from their doors. When Chen Shufan saw Lu Shanshan, who was being carried in their arms, she was so frightened she hurried forward to hold her. My daughter, what happened? What did you do to my daughter? Yun Sueha put Lu Shanshan down and took a deep breath. We didn't touch her at all. She's pregnant, and you still let her run around? Isn't she going to faint? Chen Shufan was stunned first, then pointed at Yun Sueha and scolded loudly. Yun family, our Shanshan may have had a quarrel with your family, but that's no reason to make things up and ruin her reputation. Cloud Sueha raised an eyebrow and spoke more loudly. Can there really be a doubt? Our family has a doctor living here. If my sister-in-law doesn't believe Lu Shanshan is pregnant, she can find another doctor to check her pulse, and it will be clear. Seeing how firm and confident Cloud Sueha was, Mrs. Chen was momentarily at a loss and looked toward Lu Jianqi. Master. Lu Jianqi sighed, but since this involved his daughter's reputation, he thought it was best to handle it privately. Mrs. Yun, thank you for bringing Shanshan back. It's getting late today, so you should go home now. Cloud Sueha didn't want to interfere too much in their family matters. Since the person has been sent back, we will leave now. Brother Jianqi, you should watch over your daughter better in the future. Don't let her cause trouble in our family again. We're all from the same village and related by blood. If she causes a scene, it will be embarrassing for everyone, and meeting each other afterward will be awkward. Lu Jianqi looked apologetic. This time, it was indeed our daughter Shanshan's fault. I apologize to you all on her behalf. We won't let her act out again. Cloud Sueha nodded and then left with Zhuyu and Jiang Xiuying. The neighbors who had been watching quickly shut their doors, each excitedly sharing the gossip they had just overheard. After Zhuyu climbed into bed, Lu Xinghe also extinguished the oil lamp on his desk. Seeing the little girl hesitating to speak, he asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuyu lowered her eyes. "Husband, are you worried that I might not want you because you're too young?" Zhuyu said this while turning her back to the wall, afraid to look at Lu Xinghe's face. Lu Xinghe's eyes showed confusion. He lay down behind her, shifting slightly closer, stopping about a fist's distance away. "Why are you asking such a question all of a sudden?" "I don't know what's wrong with me. I just suddenly wanted to ask," Zhuyu whispered. After a moment, she heard Lu Xinghe's voice from behind. "Don't worry, I won't." As he finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Hearing the tone of his voice, Zhuyu felt a little guilty. He must have been quite tired from reading during the day, and she was still doubting him. "Husband, I'm sorry," Zhuyu whispered. The voice behind her sounded confused. "Sorry for what? I shouldn't have doubted you." Hearing the young girl's guilty words, Lu Xinghe gently patted her head. "Trust me more. I might not be as bad as you think." After saying this, he reached out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. "Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." Feeling the broad arms around her, Zhuyu stiffened and blushed. She said shyly, "But I'm not used to you holding me like this. Just take your time to get used to it." Not long after, they heard steady breathing behind them. Zhuyu moved slightly, took Lu Xinghe's hand from her waist, turned around, and used his arm as a pillow, then fell asleep happily. The next day, news of Lu Shanshan's pregnancy spread quickly through the village. This wasn't exactly a proud moment. Soon, everyone was guessing who the father of Lu Shanshan's baby was. Many people pointed fingers at the Li Zheng family, eager to gossip, and listed many possible men who could be the father. Lu Shanshan woke up early that morning. When she heard the rumors outside, she was so angry she threw things around her room. "Nonsense. They don't know anything. Why are they making up stories about me?" Chen Shufan hurried over to stop her. "Oh, my dear, Don't break everything. We didn't buy these things for nothing. Mother, how did things get so bad? Lu Shanshan covered her face and cried softly. It's all your own foolish doing. I told you not to go after Lu Xinghe. He already has a wife. Even if you force your way in, you'll only be a small side thing. Why bother? Qin Shufan sighed, patted her head, and asked softly, Shanshan, tell me honestly, who is the father of the baby in your belly? Hearing this, Lu Shanshan felt wronged and sobbed. Who else could it be? Of course, it's Yao Shangshu. A few months ago, I went to the mountain to pick wild vegetables and Yao Shangshu followed me there. He forced himself on me. Hearing this, Qin Shufan's face turned angry. Yao Shangshu is such a scoundrel. How dare he do this to you? The wedding is almost here, and he's rushing things like this. However, when she thought about the fact that the child in Lu Shanshan's belly was Yao Shangshu's, she felt relieved. After all, they were engaged, and now that Shanshan was pregnant, her status would be secure once she married in. Did she get pregnant just from that one time? A trace of disgust flashed in Lu Shanshan's eyes. After he tasted success, he came to Banpo village several more times. Each time, he followed me into the mountains. I thought since our wedding date was near, I wouldn't resist or tell my parents. I didn't expect I would get pregnant so easily, but the truth was, Yao Shangshu was not capable. The first 2 times, she thought he was just eager because he was new to women, but after that, she grew tired of it. She then set her sights on Lu Xinghe, who had recently become successful. Thinking about her missed periods over the past 2 months, she should have been more alert. You're so foolish, Qin Shufan said angrily. What if Yao Shangshu denies everything? Your reputation would be ruined. Who would you turn to for justice? Now, this is all over the village, and if it gets to Yao Jiagou, who knows how the Yao family will see you. If Yao Shangshu truly cares for you, it might be okay, but if he's too timing you, how will you live in the future? Lu Shanshan snorted. I don't bother with him anymore. She wasn't worried about Yao Shangshu at all. With his appearance, even if he had secret intentions, he wouldn't have the skill to act on them. Qin Shufan sighed. You have no choice now. You're already with Yao Shangshu, so you must marry into Yao Jiagou. She stood up. For now, stay at home and take care of yourself. I'll handle the rest. Don't think about Lu Xinghe anymore. If Yao Shangshu finds out, it could cause trouble between you two. After speaking, she left the house. Inside, Lu Shanshan bit her lip in frustration and covered her face, crying again. Marrying Yao Shangshu means I'll be a widow for the rest of my life, but she dared not say this to anyone. After Qin Shufan left, she found Lu Jianqi. Head of the family, the child in Shanshan's belly is our future son-in-law's. I think it's not a bad thing. Once she marries in, it will be double happiness for the Yao family. Lu Jianqi raised an eyebrow. When did she get involved with Yao Shangshu? Qin Shufan's face turned red. Oh dear, since they are still engaged, both young and impulsive, they couldn't help themselves. Now that the relationship has been revealed, talking about it won't change anything. The rumors outside are not good for Shanshan. She looked at Lu Jianqi with a hopeful gaze. Lu Jianqi understood Qin Shufan's thoughts and said, Don't worry about the rumors. I will go to Yao Jiagou. No need to save me lunch today. Just take care of our daughter. Qin Shufan nodded quickly. Yes, don't worry. I will take good care of Shanshan. Lu Jianqi nodded and left. In the next few days, Qiyu either went to the mountains with Zhang Zheng to identify herbs or stayed in the village helping people with illnesses. Every time Zhang Zheng checked someone's pulse, he would ask Qiyu to feel it again. As she practiced more, Qiyu became better at understanding pulse signs. Now she could diagnose illnesses on her own. Master, I know most of the common herbs now. The rest can be learned slowly later. You've taught me a lot about diseases and pulse reading. Can you also teach me how to make prescriptions and do acupuncture? Zhang Zheng's acupuncture skills are really impressive. When villagers had headaches, leg pains, or arm pains, a few needles would make the pain go away immediately. Prescribing medicine also helped ease their pain gradually. In the past 10 days, her mother's headache never came back. Zhang Zheng stroked his beard and looked toward the chicken coop. It's not impossible. Since trying fried chicken once, he had been craving that taste for a long time. Chuyu understood and quickly ran toward the chicken coop. Master, wait for me. I'll catch a chicken first and make fried chicken for you at noon. Watching Chuyu rush off, Yun Sueha, who was sewing in the main room, shook her head helplessly. Yeah, catch 2 chickens. Later, take half to your grandparents. We don't have much rice husk left for the chickens. They'll have to eat it slowly. Chuyu, while catching chickens, asked, Mom, Daling Ji's family always peels rice husks. Do they sell rice husks? If yes, maybe we can buy some to raise chickens. Soon, there might be no meat left in town and we need to keep some chickens for eggs. We still have a hen sitting on eggs. When the chicks grow up, we'll need to eat some too. Cloud Sueha listened and immediately stood up. Yeye's words reminded me of something.
I will go ask now.
After saying that, she put the sewing basket back in the house and went out to Sun Dalin's home. In about 15 minutes, she returned with a load of chaff mixed with a little broken rice. Chuyu, who was plucking chicken feathers, quickly stood up and wiped the water from her hands. Is there really rice bran? Cloud Sueha stepped over the threshold. A load of broken husks costs 20 coins. That's 5 coins more than usual, and many families are eager to buy it. Luckily, I went early. If I had been later, these husks would have been bought by others. Anyway, the chickens in the house now have enough food for the time being. Chuyu helped Cloud Sueha unload the shoulder pole. Are those people buying the husks to feed chickens? Of course not, Cloud Sueha said slowly. Mixing rice bran into porridge makes it more filling. Before you married Xinghe, we ate like that too. It's not easy to swallow, but it's better than just eating plain rice porridge and feeling hungry. Chuyu pressed her lips. Our family is better off now, so we don't have to rely on eating husks to fill our stomachs. Things will get better and better. Cloud Sueha smiled. That's right. As long as our family stays united, things will only improve. Chuyu helped Cloud Sueha pour the rice bran into their baskets and trays, then continued plucking chicken feathers. Cloud Sueha brushed off the chaff from her clothes and called into the house. Xingping Xing'an, you two help Mom carry the baskets and shoulder pole to Dalin's house first. Come back later to practice writing. Recently, Lu Xinghe had helped them copy a 1,000-character classic. Maybe because of the novelty, he had been very eager to learn and practice writing. Even Lu Xingping, who usually acted like a little monkey, had become much calmer. Mom, we're coming. The brothers responded and left the house, hanging the baskets on the shoulder pole, then ran down the mountain. Cloud Sueha hurried to the yard gate. Slow down, don't fall. Lu Xingping, who was leading, waved as he ran. Got it, Mom. Cloud Sueha sighed helplessly. That little monkey. I thought reading and learning would calm him down, but he probably can't sit still for long. Chuyu couldn't help but laugh. Mom, Xingping has always been like that. I think it's pretty good. Cloud Sueha also covered her mouth and laughed. That's true. He's carefree and without worries. After cleaning the chicken feathers, Chuyu held the chicken over the open flame to burn off the tiny remaining feathers. Then she removed the internal organs and rubbed the chicken with ginger, sauce, and salt, marinating it in a bowl. She then went to the main hall to find Zhang Zheng. Before, I told you that when checking the pulse and observing the color, don't focus on yin and yang first. A pulse that is floating, rapid, slippery, and loud indicates yang excess. Conversely, a deep, slow, rough, and fine pulse shows yin deficiency. Besides yin and yang, there are 6 other factors: exterior and interior, cold and heat, and deficiency and excess. After confirming the patient's condition, you can prescribe the right treatment, either tonify or drain. Chuyu nodded. She had learned a lot about these factors from studying pulses with Zhang Zheng, so she felt confident. Regarding the 4 energies, 5 flavors, and meridian connections, I've already explained them when teaching you about herbs, so I won't repeat. Today, I want to focus on the 7 situations of herb pairing and the roles of the emperor, minister, assistant, and envoy in prescriptions. Chuyu listened intently, so absorbed that she didn't notice it was mealtime. She went to the kitchen to pour Zhang Zheng a cup of tea, then started preparing batter and frying chicken. Lu Xing'an, who was cooking porridge at the stove, glanced toward Chuyu. Sister-in-law, do you understand what Dr. Zhang is talking about? Recently, when Zhang Zheng was giving Chuyu lessons, he often sat nearby listening. But every time he listened, he felt he learned nothing, and his mind grew emptier. When that happened, he just wanted to doze off. Of course I understand, Chuyu said with a smile. Lu Xing'an looked at her with admiration. Sister-in-law must have a special talent for medicine. Chuyu smiled but said nothing more. She already had a basic foundation. Now she was just continuing to learn traditional Chinese medicine that she hadn't fully studied before. Her teacher tailored the lessons to her level so she could understand what was taught. Someone with less background might not be able to keep up. She carefully lowered the fried chicken into the hot oil, turning it until both sides were golden and crispy. Then she took it out to drain the oil. Next, she stir-fried some bok choy. The family sat down to eat together. Mother, after we harvest the radishes and cabbages from the old house in a few days, how about planting another batch? Chuyu asked. She didn't know why, but she felt that planting more food this year would make her feel more at ease. Cloud Sueha frowned and said, after the carrots over there are harvested, it will already be October. The weather here is cold, and the vegetable sprouts might freeze. Chuyu looked worried and asked, what should we do? We can't leave the land empty. I still have plenty of vegetable seeds I bought earlier. Lu Xinghe put down his bowl and chopsticks. Actually, it's not impossible. We can use the rice straw stored at the old house to cover the ground for warmth. I've grown vegetables like this before. Carrots and cabbages are quite cold tolerant. With straw insulation, they should last a while. When snow is about to fall, we can harvest the vegetables then. Chuyu's eyes lit up. Then, after we harvest the cabbages and carrots, I'll try this method. The cabbages at the old house might yield more than a basket. We can keep some for ourselves and sell the rest in town. This year's market is good, so the cabbages should fetch a good price. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu with some affection. You're the only one in the family who's so diligent. I was thinking that since this year's harvest isn't good, we should stay at home and live a simple life. We can think about making money next year. I guess I've been a bit lazy. Mother just recovered her health, and it's good enough that she can tidy up the house. I just want to make sure we have enough water and maybe earn some extra money. It would make life easier for our family. With so many mouths to feed at home, if we don't find ways to earn money, we'll run out of resources. Who knows what the market will be like next year? After speaking, Chuyu got up to clear the dishes. When she took the dishes outside, Lu Xingping was already waiting with water in a basin. Big sister-in-law, let me wash the dishes. The water's cold now. Chuyu chuckled and said, aren't you afraid of the cold? I'm a man. Of course I'm not afraid, he replied, rolling up his sleeves and starting to wash the dishes. Chuyu shook her head and scooped hot water from the clay pot on the stove into the basin. This way, the water won't be so cold. Lu Xingping tilted his head and looked at Chuyu, smiling. Thank you, big sister-in-law. Chuyu smiled back. You know, sometimes you're carefree, and other times you like to show off. Men are just people too. Don't be too hard on yourself. Lu Xingping was surprised. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. He felt very touched. Big sister-in-law, you're so kind. Chuyu put the water scoop back in the kitchen and turned around. Just then Lu Xinghe came in. Hubby, why are you in the kitchen? Lu Xinghe, leaning against the doorframe with a hoe in hand, replied, isn't there an empty plot of land next to our house? I was thinking instead of going to the old house to plant vegetables, we could clear a piece of land here. Then we can put up a fence to make it easier to watch over, and watering won't require carrying water back and forth. Since it had been so dry for a long time, the land was very lacking in water. The girl was good at telling others not to overestimate themselves, but when it was her turn, she sometimes wished she could do twice as much. Maybe later, to avoid affecting her studies, she would go back and forth to fetch water from the old house to water the plants. The young girl beside her smiled happily. You're so clever, hubby. I never thought about opening up new land, she said. But she couldn't dig the land herself and was worried about delaying Lu Xinghe's studies, so she didn't think much about it. Chuyu went to the corner of the wall, took a small basket, and followed Lu Xinghe out of the yard. Hubby, I'll help you. I can pick up stones behind you. When Lu Xinghe decided to clear the land, brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an also didn't stay idle. They took small shovels and went out to help. Yun Sueha sat under the eaves, embroidering a handkerchief. She occasionally looked at the children busy nearby and felt that life now was sweeter than honey. The four of them worked all afternoon and finally cleared 5 ridges, each about 2 zhang long and half a zhang wide. Lu Xinghe put down his hoe and took a deep breath. Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow morning, with half a day, this land will be fully cultivated. After Chuyu handed the basket filled with stones to Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an to carry away, she washed her hands and went inside to drink water. After drinking, she also poured a cup for Lu Xinghe. Hubby, rest for a while. We've been busy all afternoon, and I'm quite tired. Lu Xinghe took the water from Chuyu and drank it all in one go. Then he handed the cup back to her. You haven't rested either. Go and take a break. I'll leave tonight's dinner to Mother. Chuyu smiled and put the cup down. Lu Xinghe washed his hands and went to the kitchen to pour some hot water into a basin for a bath. Recently, the little girl had become very clingy. She liked to sleep hugging his arm, so he needed to wash off the sweat and dirt from himself, or she would be overwhelmed by the smell. After dinner, Lu Xinghe took advantage of the remaining light to go inside and read a book. Chuyu entered the room and saw it was dim. She took an oil lamp from his desk, lit it, and placed it beside his table. She moved quietly, afraid of disturbing him. However, Lu Xinghe was still disturbed. He looked away from his book and glanced at Chuyu, a slight smile on his lips. Thank you, Yuer. Chuyu blushed, turned, and walked to the bed, softly muttering, There's no need to thank me. Lu Xinghe found her words amusing and shook his head. The more they spent time together, the more spirited the young girl became. The next morning, they worked hard and finished planting 5 rows of crops. After preparing the land, Lu Xinghe used a machete to cut bamboo and build a fence. Chuyu and Lu Xingping first mixed fertilizer with soil and spread it on the fields, then sowed seeds. After covering the seeds and watering, they went to help Lu Xinghe. After September 1st, Lu Shanshan finally married into the Yao family. Chuyu finally relaxed, happy that Lu Shanshan was married and no longer focused on Lu Xinghe. As winter arrived, the weather grew colder, and it was no longer possible to find wild vegetables in the mountains. As Chuyu predicted, food prices were rising. Many families had thinned out their porridge, counting grains one by one before cooking. Some households, lacking water and unwilling to bother, hadn't planted any vegetables. Now, not only was eating difficult, but there was also no fresh produce. For Lu Xinghe's family, who had enough stored grain, these worries were not urgent. Their stored rice, both old and new, was enough to last through next summer. Wang Xuelan came into the house, looking relieved. I think if it weren't for your earlier advice, we would have wasted a lot of money. Now, even the coarse rice is selling for 8 won per jin, and it's expected to rise further. Who knows how high it will go? Yun Sueha nodded. Before next year's harvest, grain prices probably won't fall. Does your family have some stored? We need to survive until next summer. Zhongcheng bought 200 jin from town before, but it might only last until spring, she said, slapping her thigh and standing up. No, I need Zhongcheng to buy more. With so many people at home, it might not be enough. After speaking, she hurried down the mountain. Yun Sueha looked into the house. Lu Xinghe put down his book. Mother, what's wrong? Should we buy some more coarse rice? Recently, our family has been busy with building a house and digging a well. We have finished eating the brown rice, and only about 100 jin of aged rice remains. We haven't touched the 200 jin of new rice yet, but I fear it will only last us until next spring. If we buy more rice then and something unexpected happens next year, we will still have enough food to get through without worry. Lu Xinghe nodded and said, All right, I will go early tomorrow morning. Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door outside the yard. Who is it? Yun Sueha quickly ran to open the door. When she saw Wu Yong, she looked surprised. Wu Yong? Why are you here? Wu Yong was panting heavily. Auntie, is Ye at home? I need to see her urgently. Oh. Yun Sueha, although feeling a bit uncomfortable about Wu Yong coming to find Chuyu, still called out to the main room, Yeah, Wu Yong from Myoto village is here to see you. He says it's urgent. Hearing the voice, Chuyu, who was listening to Zhang Zheng explaining meridians and acupoints, felt confused. Why did Wu Yong come to Banpo village? She quickly came out of the house and looked at Wu Yong outside the yard. What's wrong? Xiao Tao is sick. She has a high fever that won't go down, and she has been unconscious for 2 days. My father said she's been sick for over half a month. It might be hard to get better, Wu Yong said softly, his voice gradually lowering. Hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes filled with worry, and tears started to fall. Lu Xinghe, hearing the commotion, immediately put down his brush and got up to leave the house. She's been sick for so long. Haven't her parents taken her to see a doctor? Wu Yong shook his head. At first, they were worried about the cost, so they didn't take her to my father. They thought she would get better on her own. But it got worse and worse. A few days ago, she couldn't get out of bed. That's when my father went to check on her. I've also been out of work recently. When I got back home and heard about it, I hurried here to tell you. Lu Xinghe nodded and looked at Yun Sueha. Mother, yeah, and I will go to Nyoto village. We'll come back as soon as possible. Yun Sueha knew Chuyu cared a lot about her sister, so she nodded immediately. All right, you and Yea go. If it's really urgent, just bring Xiao Tao here. With Dr. Zhang here, I believe she will be fine. Chuyu sniffed and said, Thank you, mother. She ran inside to get her money pouch, said goodbye to Zhang Zheng, and then left with Lu Xinghe to join Wu Yong. When they reached the village entrance, Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu. Yeah, I walk fast, so I'll go to the town first. You and Wu Yong go to Nyoto village. If everything goes well, I should arrive there around the same time as you. Chuyu nodded. Okay. Lu Xinghe then looked at Wu Yong. I'll leave her in your care for now. Wu Yong looked serious. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. The three split into 2 groups. Lu Xinghe headed toward Naping Town, while Wu Yong and Chuyu went toward Nyoto village. Yeah, take it slow, and be careful not to fall. But Chuyu seemed not to hear him and kept running forward. Even if she fell, she would get up and keep going, as if she didn't feel any pain. Wu Yong watched the stubborn girl ahead and thought that, compared to before, she had changed a bit, but her care for Xiao Tao remained the same. He sighed and hurried to catch up. They didn't stop along the way. When Chu got tired, she would walk for a while. The journey, which should have taken 2 hours, was completed in just an hour and a half, and they reached Nyoto village. Wu Yong followed Chu back to Chu's house. When Zhao Chunhua saw Chuyu, she immediately started scolding her loudly. You little rascal, aren't you capable now? Don't you want your family? Why are you back now? Why didn't Lu Xinghe come with you? The new latrine is supposed to smell good for 3 days. Do you really think any man can stay faithful? Bah. Chuyu didn't want to bother with Zhao Chunhua's harsh words. I came to find Xiao Tao. Where's she? The water jar at the kitchen door was open, and the rim was already cracked and dry. A pile of unwashed dishes was beside it, probably because Xiao Tao was too sick to get up, and no one had washed the dishes. Chuyu stepped into the yard and headed toward Xiao Tao's room. Zhao Chunhua's eyes flickered with hesitation, then she quickly stepped forward and stopped her. When your father and your elder brother went to Banpo village, they made it very clear. You've been handed over to Lu Xinghe, and you're now part of the Lu family. From now on, you have nothing to do with our family. You'd better leave before we get any debt collectors knocking on our door. Chuyu's eyes turned cold. If I don't see Xiao Tao today, I won't leave. If you don't want debt collectors coming here, then let me in. Zhao Chunhua raised her chin slightly, a look of pride on her face. I thought you didn't want your family anymore, and that you'd abandon your sister too. Turns out, you're just here to see Xiao Tao. But I'm afraid you won't get to see her. Chuyu's heart raced. What happened to Little Peach? Zhao Chunhua sat down happily in the yard. Sighing, she said, Honestly, Little Peach is worth something. Someone just paid 5 taels of silver to buy her, saying they want to arrange a ghost marriage for her. Since I figured Little Peach wouldn't live long anyway, I agreed. After all, marrying into that family means she'll be taken care of, even if she ends up at the bottom. They've already left in their carriage. You probably can't catch up now. In this place, ghost marriages mean the girl is buried with the dead, as if she's buried alive. Just thinking about 5-year-old Chu Xiao Tao going through this made Chuyu shake with anger. You really don't deserve to be parents. You're worse than animals. After speaking, she turned around with tears in her eyes and ran toward the village entrance. Zhao Chunhua chased after her, grabbing the doorframe and scolding loudly. You little brat, how dare you curse your own mother? You deserve to be taken by Lu Xinghe. If you dare to go back home again, I won't spare you. Chuyu ignored the frantic Zhao Chunhua and kept running forward. The only road for carts to reach Nyotu village was this one. No matter if she could catch up or not, she couldn't give up on Little Peach. Wu Yon quietly followed behind Chuyu. He knew how hard life had been for Chuyu and Little Peach over the years. That's why he often came to help her. But Chu Yuqian and Zhao Chunhua seemed to have no limits. They had cruelly tortured their own daughter to death. Even a fierce beast wouldn't eat its own cubs. These people were worse than animals. At the village entrance, Chu Yu met Chu Yuqian, who was returning from the town. He was humming a tune as he walked. Seeing Chu Yu, he looked surprised.
Oh,
You're back? Are you here to see Little Peach? It's not that I didn't want to treat her, but Dr. Wu said she can't be cured. I really don't have any other way. Though he said this, he didn't look sad at all. Chu Yu coldly glanced at him. You seem to be in a good mood. Of course. I just won 100 copper coins in town. He said this while waving a bag of rice, about 10 jin heavy, in front of Chu Yu. Look, fresh brown rice. We won't go hungry for a while. Chu Yu sneered. Do you know Little Peach was sold? Chu was surprised and said, Sold? With her sickly look, who would want her? Sold to a wealthy family for a ghost marriage. Mother said it was for 8 taels of silver. Father can ask Mother when he gets home. I won't talk to you more about this. After speaking, she ran ahead. Since she used Xiao Tao's life to exchange for money, they couldn't let them use it so easily. Zhao Chunhua didn't expect that. After just showing off a little in front of Chu Yu, she would turn around and let her see Chu Yuqian and also reveal the story of selling the silver. Chu Yuqian returned home, put down 10 jin of coarse rice, and started to ask Zhao Chunhua where she had hidden the money. Zhao Chunhua was startled and quickly defended herself. Master, you also know our situation. We didn't have money for the wedding, so the marriage of the big mountain was delayed. If I had money, I would have already arranged a marriage for our son. This morning, Chu Yuqian won some money in town. Now he was in a good mood. When he saw Zhao Chunhua not only refusing to give him money, but also hiding the fact about the 8 taels of silver, he slapped her. You wicked woman. Arya already told me that you sold Xiao Tao to a matchmaker for 8 taels of silver. Now you still deny it? Xiao Tao is my daughter, and she's my child. I didn't even mind that you endangered her life. But you kept it from me. You ungrateful thing. I am the head of this family, and I won't be kept in the dark. As he spoke, he punched and kicked Zhao Chunhua, beating her until she cried and begged for mercy. Only when she agreed to give him the silver did he stop. Zhao Chunhua took out 2 taels of silver from the house and handed it to Chu Yuqian. I only sold for this much. There really isn't 8 taels of silver. If I had 8 taels, I would have already sent it to the Qin family as a betrothal gift to marry the daughter-in-law.
you know how much Arya cares for Xiao Tao.
She probably has bad intentions in her heart. Chu Yuqian knew Zhao Chunhua had been worried about the bride price lately. Since he already had 2 taels of silver, he didn't force her to give more money.
I'll go to town again to buy some rice.
If you can't come up with the remaining 6 taels, I won't hesitate to beat you to death. After he left, Zhao Chunhua collapsed on the ground, crying and calling for her mother. What about buying rice? It was just a simple visit to the gambling house to pass the time. Damn Chu Yuqian, how dare he hit me? That little brat also deserves to die. He only sold her for 5 taels of silver, but you told him 8 taels. Are you trying to ruin me? You ungrateful little brat. I've raised you for so many years for nothing. Chu Yu ran out of the village and soon saw a carriage coming from ahead. Outside the carriage, there was a coachman and Lu Xinghe, who was guiding the horses. When Lu Xinghe saw Chu Yu and Wu Yong, he quickly told the coachman to stop the carriage. He jumped down, ran over, and took Chu Yu's hand. Why are you here? Isn't little Tao at home? Chu Yu nodded quickly, tears falling like beads that had broken loose. Husband, my mother sold little Tao to someone for a ghost marriage. She said the person who bought little Tao was riding in a carriage. Did you see anyone on the road? Lu Xinghe reached out and wiped the tears from Chuyu's face. Don't worry. We will find her. Then he thanked Wu Yong and helped Chuyu onto the carriage. He also jumped onto the seat he had just left. Master, please turn around and chase that carriage with the white cloth on the front, he asked. All right, got it, the coachman replied. He immediately turned the horses around and headed forward. I heard that these days, ghost marriages are common. Whether the person is dead or alive, they're buried together. It's like burying a living person. It's so cruel. Lu Xinghe looked back toward the carriage, a worried look crossing his face. If little Tao was found and brought back, that would be good. But if she wasn't, Chuyu would be very upset. Master, please go faster, Lu Xinghe urged. The coachman nodded. Sure, hold on tight. With that, he whipped the horses, and the carriage sped up. Wu Yong watched the carriage go into the distance and finally let out a sigh of relief. It was Lu Xinghe's foresight that saved little Tao. Without the carriage, she definitely wouldn't have been able to catch up. Hope everything goes well. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wu Yong turned and headed home. Chuyu was helped onto the carriage by Lu Xinghe. Inside, she saw someone sitting there, Su Heng, who had helped deal with Jiang Gaoi last time. When Su Heng saw Chuyu, he quickly greeted her. Miss Chu, we meet again. Chuyu nodded slightly, her face showing deep concern because she was worried about Chu Xiaodao. She said, Thank you, young Master Su, for helping my little sister. Su Heng waved his hand. Although Lu and I haven't known each other long, we are good friends. This little favor is nothing. Chuyu nodded and looked toward Lu Xinghe through the car curtain. Sir, how long ago did the carriage you saw pass by happen? Just a moment ago, he pointed to a bend in the road hidden by a hill. I think if we go past that place, we will see it. Will they give us Xiaodao? Chuyu asked, a little worried. Lu Xinghe thought for a moment and said, They will, but it might cost some money. Chuyu clutched her purse, took a deep breath, and thought that as long as she could get Xiaodao back, she could earn money later. After passing the hill, they saw the dark blue carriage ahead. The white banner hanging in front of the carriage was swaying as the carriage moved. Chuyu stared at the dark blue carriage, her hands turning pale from gripping the edge of the carriage. Fortunately, the carriage ahead was not moving fast. It seemed they noticed the hurried carriage behind and thought they were in a rush, so they moved to the side of the road, slowing down a bit. The driver saw this and quickly overtook the carriage in front, then stopped the carriage sideways on the road to block the other carriage. Lu Xinghe jumped down from his carriage and quickly carried Chuyu down, then led her toward the dark blue carriage. Su Heng also got off his carriage and followed behind them. In front of the dark blue carriage sat two men. One was the coachman, and the other looked like a family steward. When they saw the visitors, their faces showed confusion. Why are you stopping my family's carriage? He looked at the white banner hanging on his carriage. This is my young master's family banner. Please do not cause trouble. Next to Lu Xinghe, Chuyu pointed toward the carriage. Inside is a 5-year-old girl named Chu Xiaotao. The man was surprised. How do you know that? She is my sister. The man understood, showing humility and politeness on his face, but his attitude was firm. Miss, I don't care who you are. Since we paid money, she can only be my young master's bride. I advise you not to cause trouble. Our Shen family is not someone you can mess with. The old master and lady said that even if it was a marriage of convenience, it could only be with someone near death. The girl in the carriage was young, but they had searched hard to find her. Finding another suitable girl was not easy. Chuyu looked toward Lu Xinghe, wanting to ask him about the Shen family. Suddenly, Su Heng spoke up. Housekeeper Li, do you still recognize me? The man called Housekeeper Li looked towards Su Heng, then glanced at the carriage behind the three of them. He clasped his fists and said, My apologies, I didn't realize it was young Master Su. Su Heng smiled humbly. It's no problem. The girl in the carriage is my friend's sister. Could Housekeeper Li return her to us? We are willing to pay for her. It's not about money. Housekeeper Li looked worried. My young master is about to be buried. There's no time to find another girl who fits. This girl can't be saved. Why take her back? If she is to be married to my young master, you might get some money. 5 taels of silver was a lot for a farming family. Lu Xinghe bowed to housekeeper Li. How much would it take to buy her back? Please name a price. I'm not sure. Housekeeper Li hesitated. Chu spoke at the right moment. Housekeeper Li, maybe my parents haven't told you. My sister's illness started with a cough. Now, it might have turned into tuberculosis. If you take her away, I can't guarantee you'll all be safe. You should know how contagious tuberculosis is. No one would risk their life. Chu Yu wasn't sure how bad little Peach's condition was, but if she didn't scare these people, they wouldn't give her back so easily. Hearing Chu Yu, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Just then, 2 weak coughs came from inside the carriage. Housekeeper Li quickly stepped back. This disease is deadly. That family who sold the girl was really unkind, selling their daughter with tuberculosis to them. Are you telling the truth? Chu shook her head. I'm not sure. My relationship with my family has never been good. I only just found out my sister is sick, but she really did develop a serious cough after a long time. If Steward Li doesn't want to take the risk, I am willing to pay twice the silver to buy my sister. What do you think? Twice the silver means 20 taels. Compared to the risk of her having tuberculosis, he would rather spend more effort finding a suitable girl. Steward Li looked toward the carriage with a conflicted expression and finally nodded. All right. I think this girl is too young and not suitable. You should hurry and take her away. Thank you, Steward Li. Thank you. Tears welled up in Chu Yu's eyes as she bowed to Steward Li. After giving him 10 taels of silver from her purse, she immediately lifted Xiao Tao out of the carriage. Looking at the pale face of the little girl in her arms and how thin she was, Chu Yu's heart ached. Her voice trembled as she asked, Xiao Tao, can you hear what your sister is saying? I am here to take you home. It seemed the girl heard Chu Yu's voice. Her dry lips moved slightly, but she couldn't speak. Feeling wronged, her eyelashes fluttered, and tears slipped down her cheeks. Seeing Xiao Tao respond, Chu Yu gently wiped her tears and comforted her softly. Don't worry. Sister will take you to see a doctor. Xiao Tao will get better. Steward Li saw Chu Yu carry Xiao Tao out of the carriage and immediately jumped in, telling the driver to hurry and drive away. Su Heng saw this and quickly said, Hurry and get on the carriage. I will take you to town to find a doctor. Chu Yu nodded slightly. We don't need a doctor. Could you please send us back to Banshan village? Su Heng looked surprised. He pointed at Xiao Tao in Chu Yu's arms. She's so sick. Why don't you find a doctor to treat her? My family has a doctor, Chu Yu replied. And I am a doctor myself. Compared to Dr. Zhu, she trusted her master more. Su Heng was stunned. Then he scratched his head. He hadn't expected that Lu Xiong's young wife was also knowledgeable in medicine. Then what are we waiting for? Get on the carriage. I'll take you home. The three quickly got on the carriage and headed toward Banshan village. The carriage was fast. In less than half an hour, they reached the entrance of Banshan village. The carriage didn't stop. It continued along the mountain road up to Lu Xinghe's house. The people in the old house were surprised to see Lu Xinghe sitting in a carriage heading toward his home, and they all opened their mouths in amazement. Lu Taixing looked at Wang Xuelan, who was washing rice and preparing dinner. Wife, let the fourth daughter-in-law handle the cooking. You go up the mountain and see what important guests the third daughter-in-law has in her house. All right, I'll go now. Wang Xuelan stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, then took it off, tidied her hair and clothes, and headed up the mountain. As soon as she reached the door, Lu Xinghe jumped down from the carriage. Mom, we're back. Yun Sueha heard the voice and hurried to open the courtyard gate. She looked at the impressive carriage in front of her, feeling a little surprised. Why did you come back by carriage? Hearing the noise, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an also hurried over. They had never seen a carriage before. It was very new to them, so they curiously looked around the carriage from top to bottom. The next moment, Chu Yu carried Xiao Tao out of the carriage. Lu Xinghe reached out to take Xiao Tao from her arms and then went inside to find Zhang Zheng. Su Heng also got off the carriage, looking at the blue brick house in front of him with surprise. He had thought Lu Xinghe's family was very poor, as Zhang Gaoi had said, but it turned out they lived in a nice blue brick house. Sometimes, what you hear isn't always true. After Chu-yu jumped down from the carriage, she quickly introduced, Mom, this is the young master from the Su family in town. We're very grateful to him this time, or we might not have been able to bring Xiao Tao back. Su Heng bowed to Yin Sueha. I am Su Heng. Nice to meet you, madam. Yin Sueha smiled and welcomed him inside. Young Master Su, please come in and sit. Yeah, go make some tea for him. Chi was thoughtful about tea. She knew many ways to brew it, and she thought that young Master Su might not like the tea she brewed herself. She responded with a yes, and went to the kitchen. She made 2 cups of green plum tea for Su Heng and Lu Xinghe, and also brought a glass of water for the coachman. Then she went to Zhang Zheng's house to see Xiao Tao. Master, how is my sister doing? Hearing Chuyu's voice, Zhang Zheng looked in her direction and moved aside. Come, check her pulse and see if our conclusions match. Heng Su was drinking tea in the main hall, occasionally glancing toward Zhang Zheng's room. I didn't expect your family to really have a doctor. Lu Xinghe nodded. It's my wife's teacher, but she's just staying with us for now. Miss Chu is so young. Is she really a doctor? Heng Su looked curious. Lu Xinghe looked at him calmly. How much a person can achieve isn't just about age, but also talent. After thinking for a moment, Heng Su nodded. That's true. Brother Lu was able to pass the imperial exam at 9, so Miss Chu might also become a doctor at her young age. Inside, Chuyu was feeling little Tao's pulse, then gently pried her mouth open to check her tongue coating and throat. The pulse is floating and tight, with shortness of breath, no sweat, and a thin white coating on the tongue. Wind and cold are attacking the lungs. Zhang Zheng nodded. You forgot one thing. Master, please tell me. Shortness of breath and difficulty lying flat, chest fullness. This is caused by long-term lung weakness from unresolved illness. This little girl's condition has been dragging on for a while. If we delay another day or 2, I might not be able to help her. Zhang Zheng sighed and started writing a prescription. Chuyu gently stroked little Tao's face with great concern, then took some warm water she had prepared and carefully moistened her lips before feeding her. Her lips were so dry and peeling, showing how neglected her illness was at home. At that moment, Yun Sueha and Wang Xuelan entered the room together. Yeah, how is little Tao? She's a bit serious, but still treatable, Chi replied while feeding her water. Your neighbor is a wandering doctor, but it's just a quick fix. Your parents are too harsh, Yun Sueha sighed. Looking at the thin, frail child, Wang Xuelan felt a twinge of sympathy. Such a good kid, how could her illness become so serious? Chuyu sighed. My parents don't see us girls as people. Otherwise, little Tao wouldn't have been bedridden for half a month before calling a doctor. Wang Xuelan spat. What's wrong with girls? Are they made of stone? When I was young, I wanted a daughter, but unfortunately, I didn't have that luck. I kept having boys. Later, I hoped for you, Dad and Uncle, but in the end, only Yufeng was left as a granddaughter. The rest were boys. Chi smiled softly and said, Yufeng is a lucky girl. Wang Xuelan strongly agreed. Yes, she is. Even when her uncles and brothers argue and get angry, they still care about her. At this moment, Zhang Zheng handed Chi the prescription. Follow this recipe to prepare 3 doses of medicine. Take it for 3 days straight. Also, buy some windproof herbs. Boil them with white scallions to make a medicine decoction. Strain out the solids and mix it into the cooked rice porridge to give her to drink. Chi nodded and said, Thank you, Master. In the main hall, Lu Xinghe heard the noise inside and quickly got up to the door. He reached out and took the prescription from Chiyu. I'll go to the town to buy medicine. Brother Su's carriage is still here, so I can ride my horse and come back quickly. After saying this, he greeted Su Heng and left. Yun Sueha and Wang Xuelan, after seeing Chu Xiaotao, also left the room. Yun Sueha smiled and looked at Su Heng in the hall. Since there's cooking to do at home, young Master Su, please stay and have dinner with us. Su Heng hurried to stand up and nodded. Thank you, Auntie. It's no trouble. If you find the house too quiet, you can take a walk in the yard. I'll get busy now. Yun Sueha finished speaking and quickly left the hall to tell her 2 sons, Xingping and Xingen, go catch a chicken in the chicken coop. Hearing the voices outside, The brothers hurried to the chicken coop. After giving instructions to his sons, Yun Sueha went to the kitchen to boil water. Later, she planned to kill a chicken, scald it, and pluck the feathers. Seeing Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an catching chickens, Su Heng wanted to help but heard Lu Xingping say, "Young Master Su, better not come over. The chicken coop is dirty, and you might get your clothes dirty. It's okay. I want to help you," Su Heng said, rolling up his sleeves and following the brothers into the chicken coop. "I'm about the same age as your older brother. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother too." Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an looked at each other. Their older brother hadn't made many friends over the years. Since Su Heng was someone their older brother approved of, it felt right to call him Big Brother. So they both said, "Big Brother Su." Su Heng smiled and responded. The three of them caught chickens together. Lu Xing'an carried a chicken by its wing to the kitchen. When Su Heng came out of the chicken coop, he looked a bit disheveled, with chicken feathers on his long gown and on his head and face. Because I had just interacted with him briefly and became somewhat familiar, Lu Xingping playfully pointed at him and laughed loudly. "Brother Su, did you sneak into the chicken coop just now when we weren't paying attention?" Su Heng smiled shyly. My mistake. At that moment, Lu Yufeng's voice came from outside the yard. "Grandma, my mother asked me to call you home for dinner." Wang Xuelan, who was chatting with Yun Sueha in the kitchen, quickly responded, "Oh, I'll come right away." Yun Sueha, who was killing a chicken, said, "Mother, let's eat in our house tonight." "We'll kill the chicken here." Wang Xuelan waved her hand. No, you still have many guests. There's not enough for everyone. My meal is already prepared inside, so I'll eat there. In the yard, Lu Xingping called out to the gate, "Yufeng's sister, come in and sit." "There's no need to sit. I called Grandma, and I need to go back and eat," Lu Yufeng said as she entered the yard. She immediately saw Su Heng covered in chicken feathers, found it funny, and couldn't help but laugh. Su Heng looked at the girl at the gate, feeling a bit embarrassed, and turned to brush off the feathers on himself. "Sorry to make you laugh, miss," Lu Yufeng asked with a smile. "Is this young gentleman a friend of Brother Xinghe? How interesting." Lu Xingping quickly answered, "Yes, Brother Su is my older brother's friend." "Sister, you can also call him Big Brother." Lu Yufeng blushed upon hearing this. "Is that okay?" Su Heng finally cleaned off the feathers and looked at Lu Yufeng. "It's fine. Xingping and Xing'an call me that too. You can call me Big Brother as well." While they were talking, Wang Xuelan and Yun Sueha finished their conversation and left the house. "Yufeng, let's go home." "Okay," Yufeng replied, then waved to Su Heng. "Brother Su, we're leaving." Su Heng nodded. "Take care." Wang Xuelan glanced towards Su Heng. He looked quite refined, gentle, polite, but she wondered if he was already married. Thinking about her own situation, she shook her head in denial. This young man came from a wealthy family, while she was just a farmer. It would be too much of a leap to marry into such a family. A girl might suffer if she married into a higher status. It would be better to find someone with a similar or lower background, so she could have more confidence in her future home. One home remedy: use 10 to 15 grams of fong fong, 2 stalks of green onion, and 50 to 100 grams of polished rice. Boil fong fong and green onion to extract the medicine juice, remove the residue, and mix it into the cooked rice porridge. Eat while hot. This is mainly used for children's pneumonia caused by wind and cold. Inside the house, Zhang Zheng took out a silver needle pack from his pocket. As he inserted needles into several acupuncture points on Chu Xiaodao, he explained to Chu Yu, stimulation of these points, Dazui, Fengmen, Fengqi, Feishu, Like, and Higu, helps dispel wind and cold, release the exterior, and soothe the lungs. Remember these well. I'll test you later. Chu Yu listened carefully and quietly memorized the points in her mind. "I've got it, Master," she said. After finishing the acupuncture, Xiaodao was given some warm water to drink. Chu Yu then asked Zhang Zheng to watch over her sister and went to the kitchen to help Yun Sueha. Dinner was a pot of radish chicken stew and a dish of sweet and sour cabbage. As soon as the food was ready, Lu Xinghe returned with medicine. His riding speed was much faster than traveling by carriage. Chu Yu placed Xiaotao's medicine on the stove to simmer and called everyone to eat. The cabbage, prepared in a special way, was very popular at the table. Soon, everyone finished their meal completely. Who would have thought cabbage could taste so unique? Zhang Zheng said happily. Su Heng nodded slowly, setting down his chopsticks. It's a flavor I've never tried before, surprisingly delicious. Miss Chu's cooking skills are really good. Chuyu smiled. We don't have many vegetables at home, so don't be too picky, young Master Su. Su Heng waved his hand. In the past, my family never lacked chicken, duck, or fish, but this year's drought has made it hard to get fresh vegetables. Having this meal now feels even more delicious than fine delicacies. After finishing dinner, Su Heng and the coachman prepared to leave for the town, as it was getting dark. To avoid traveling at night, they quickly packed up the carriage. Before leaving, Yun Sueha also brought back 2 cabbages and 7 or 8 radishes from the old house for Su Heng. It's late now, or I'd ask Xinghe to go back to the old house and pick more cabbages and radishes for young Master Su, she said. Su Heng hurriedly waved his hand. It's not easy for my aunt's family to grow vegetables. I feel a bit guilty taking so much already. I wouldn't dare ask for more. Then, young Master Su, take care on your way. Come visit us again when you have free time.
No need for that, Annie. Thank you.
The family stood at the door, watching the carriage disappear at the village entrance before going inside. Chuyu took Little Peach from Zhang Zheng's house to Yun Sueha's room. Because she had acupuncture and drank some water, Little Peach gradually regained consciousness. As Chuyu fed her small sips of porridge, Little Peach swallowed with effort. Although it looked painful, eating some rice porridge was helpful for her recovery. Eat 2 more bites, then rest for a while before taking your medicine. You'll be better tomorrow. Chuyu spoke softly while feeding her. She wondered how long the child had been hungry at her mother's house. Knowing her parents' nature, they probably didn't have much patience to feed her more than a few bites. After giving Little Peach half a bowl of porridge, Chuyu waited 15 minutes for her to digest, then fed her some cooled, properly prepared herbal medicine. When she finished, Little Peach fell asleep. All done. I'll watch over Little Peach tonight. Yeah, you should go to sleep, Yun Sueha whispered.
Chuyu, we're not dead.
Yes, thank you, Mother. Yun Sueha took off her shoes and got into bed. While tidying the quilt, she said, You, child, why thank me?
Just go rest.
Tomorrow, you'll go to town with Xinghe to buy rice and sell vegetables. Be careful not to doze off while selling, Chuyu chuckled. Mother's jokes are getting more and more ridiculous. I can't doze off while selling vegetables. That affects our family's income. Just joking. Now go to sleep. All right, Mother. You should rest well too. After leaving Yun Sueha's room, Chuyu washed the medicine bowl and put it back in the kitchen before returning to her own room. The oil lamp was still burning. Lu Xinghe sat by the bed, holding a book and flipping through it. When he saw Chuyu come in, he closed the book and set it on the table. How is Little Peach? Much better than when she first arrived. Chuyu looked tired after a busy day. She's being looked after by her mother. Don't worry. Come, get some sleep, Lu Xinghe said, patting the bed. Chuyu climbed onto the bed and snuggled into the warm quilt. Husband, the quilt is so warm. Lu Xinghe nodded, blew out the bedside lamp, and got into bed. Sleep now. The little girl habitually hugged Lu Xinghe's arm and found a comfortable position, then fell asleep. Looking at Chuyu, who falls asleep instantly when she calls for sleep, Lu Xinghe suddenly felt a bit jealous. Xingting and Xing'an probably can't do what you do. The next morning, the first thing Chuyu did after waking up was to go to Yun Sueha's room to see Xiao Tao. After yesterday's treatment and a night's rest, Xiao Tao had woken up. Yun Sueha was now feeding her warm water spoon by spoon. Perhaps seeing Chuyu, Xiao Tao suddenly choked silently and started to cry. Seeing the little girl like this, Yun Sueha quickly took a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Child, why are you crying when you see your sister? Chuyu, with red eyes, stepped forward. Mother, let me do it. All right. Yun Sueha handed her the handkerchief and the bowl and spoon. You two stay here for a while. I'll go make breakfast. Thank you, Mother. Chuyu comforted Xiao Tao, then fed her 2 more spoonfuls of water before turning to put away the bowl. Xiao Tao thought Chuyu was leaving, so she quickly reached out and grabbed her clothes, trembling as she said, Sister, don't go. Seeing her tearful, reluctant look. Chu Yu's heart softened. She quickly hugged her and comforted her. I'm not leaving. I just want to put down the bowl. From now on, Xiao Tao, you can stay here. We'll never be apart again, okay? Xiao Tao's big, sunken eyes blinked with hope. Really? I don't have to go back to my parents. For her, her parents were like a nightmare. They often scolded and hit her. Even when she was sick, her mother would pull her up to wash clothes, do chores, and sweep the yard. When she was too sick to move, no one did the work at home. Sometimes they cursed her harshly or wished her dead. During those times, she thought it might be better if she really died. But if she really died, her only caring sister would be very sad. Chu Yu nodded seriously. It's true. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go anymore. Xiao Tao shook her head quickly. Xiao Tao doesn't want to go. Xiao Tao just wants to stay with sister. When Xiao Tao gets better, she can do many chores, wash clothes, do dishes, cook, sweep, fetch water. I've learned how to do all of that. I can do it. Chu Yu held back her bittersweet smile and said, You're only 5 years old. You shouldn't have to do so much. Previously, I returned home partly because of you. Since you didn't want to go back, we decided to cut ties with them completely. Also, let's stop using the name Xiao Tao. We can pretend they think you've gone, and I can give you a new name. Would that be okay? The young girl nodded firmly, yes. Chu Yu thought for a while, trying to find the best words in her mind. Suddenly, a name for a medicinal herb appeared. From now on, you will be called Wenju, Chu Wenju. After comforting the young girl, Chu Yu told her to stay in bed and rest. Then she got up and went to the kitchen. She brewed the medicine for Chu Wenju and looked at Yun Chui He, who was busy nearby. Mother, I just gave Xiao Tao a new name, Chu Wenju. From now on, let's call her Xiao Zhu. Yun Chui He nodded quickly. Good idea. Changing her name is fine. Wenju is a nice name, and Xiao Zhu sounds easy to say. That's right. Mother, I'll go water the fields now since breakfast still takes a while. Seeing that breakfast would be ready soon, Chu Yu carried a bucket and left the house. She fetched 2 buckets of water from the well and was about to go out to water the yard. Just as she was lifting the water, she felt her shoulders suddenly lighten. She looked up and saw Lu Xinghe standing behind her, using both hands to place the bucket of water on his own shoulder. Didn't I tell you? Let me handle this kind of heavy work from now on. Chu Yu smiled with her eyes. You can help a little while you're at home this year. But if you go out to study or take exams, I'll still have to do it myself. Xingping and Xing'an are still young, and my health isn't good. I can't rely on anyone else. If I'm not home, then just carry less water. Aren't you worried about not growing tall? You don't want to be too short later, Lu Xinghe said as he carried the water out of the yard. Chu Yu followed closely behind him, looking down at her still slender body. She said annoyed, I told you not to touch my head before, but now it's become your reason to tease me. Lu Xinghe, walking ahead, pursed his lips. I wasn't teasing you. Heavy work really needs to be done within your limits. Otherwise, you might get hurt, and you could develop back pain later. You're a doctor. You should know this better than I do. Hearing this, Chu Yu pouted. You're using my words to argue with me. What else can I say? Just be careful in the future. Lu Xinghe placed the water bucket in the middle of the furrow, then turned back to pat Chu Yu's head. Be good. I'm going to the old house to cut some cabbage. I'll borrow a cart to bring back. Take your time, and we'll have breakfast together later before heading to town. Okay, I understand. Chu Yu was watering the plants with a ladle, pretending to be casual. Lu Xinghe smiled and shook his head, then went to the yard to get a basket and a bamboo basket, leading Lu Xingping to the old house. Chu Yu looked at Lu Xinghe's tall figure, then gently smiled and picked up the water ladle to continue watering. After watering the 10 furrows, seeing that Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingping hadn't returned, Chu Yu first served a bowl of porridge to Chu Wenju. Little Zhu, have some porridge. She placed the bowl on the table, helped little Zhu sit up from the bed, then blew on the hot porridge and fed her spoonful by spoonful. Perhaps because she had acupuncture and taken medicine yesterday, today she was more alert and had a better appetite. She ate more than half a bowl of porridge before stopping. Big sister, how long will it take for me to get better? Aren't you already feeling much better? Chu gently pinched her face. Finish your meal first and rest for a while. When you're feeling more energetic, you can get out of bed and walk around before taking your medicine again. Little Zhu nodded. Okay, by the way, Chu looked at her and said, later your brother-in-law and I are going to town to buy rice. We might be back in the afternoon. You need to listen to the house and wait patiently for me. Little Zhu obediently replied, I understand, sister. As soon as she left the house, she saw Lu Jianqi arriving at the gate. He was looking inside through the door and, upon seeing Chu Yu, smiled shyly. Xinghe's wife, is your mother inside? Yes, she is, Uncle Jianqi. Qi quickly called out to the kitchen. Mother, the village chief is looking for you. I'm coming, Yun Sueha replied, instructing Lu Xing'an to watch the kitchen, then went out. Brother Jianqi is here? Is it time for the village to pay taxes? Lu Jianqi nodded, opened the booklet in his hand, and moved it slightly farther away. He squinted to read the words clearly before looking at Yun Sueha. This year, your household harvested a total of 200 jin of rice. According to the tax rate of 20%, you owe 10 jin of rice. At the current price of new rice, that is 120 coins. Your household has 2 children and 3 adults. The children's annual food allowance is 23 coins, and the adults is 120 coins each. The total population tax is 406 coins. Adding everything up, it comes to 526 coins. Please check if this is correct. Yunqi he thought for a moment, and then looked at Lu Jianqi. Since Brother Jianqi has already done the calculations clearly, it should be correct. But now my family has one more child, who was just brought back yesterday. Do I need to pay the household tax for him? Lu Jianqi was surprised. He thought, with this year's harvest, they still have enough grain to support extra people. He waved his hand and said, since he was just brought back yesterday, if he stays in the village next year, then you can pay next year. All right, I'll go get the money now. Brother Jianqi, please wait a moment. After paying the 526 coins in taxes, Lu Jianqi left. On his way down the mountain, he happened to meet Lu Xinghe pushing a cart full of Chinese cabbage. Lu Jianqi quickly moved to the side of the road and looked at the cart of vegetables with surprise.
Wow.
Xinghe, the harvest from the fields is so good this year? Lu Xinghe nodded. This year, the fertilizer was good, so the harvest is pretty good. The Chinese cabbages grown in previous years weren't this big. If he hadn't seen Qiyu planting them himself, he wouldn't believe these vegetables could grow well in a drought year. Not only the cabbages, but the radishes are also quite large. Today, he pulled out half a basket of radishes. He didn't touch the remaining radishes in the field because Qiyu said she wanted to make pickled radishes and dried radish shreds. After pushing the cabbages and radishes home, the family was eating. Xiao Zhu was slowly walking to the kitchen, leaning on the wall. A soft sound reached Xu Yu's ears. She quickly put down her bowl, went over, and helped Xiao Zhu sit on a nearby chair. Why didn't you call out when you got up? What if you fainted and fell? Chu Wenju shyly leaned close to Chu Yu's ear and whispered. After hearing this, Chu quickly got up and helped her to the outhouse. The outhouse here is different from the one at home. The ground is paved with blue bricks, which feel solid underfoot, so she's not afraid of falling. The pit underneath is a small channel that slopes down directly to the manure pit behind the house, so you can't see any waste. Little Zhua let go of her small hand, supported herself against the wall, and came out of the outhouse. She looked at the spacious yard and the blue brick house in front of her, her eyes full of surprise. Her parents had said that her sister-in-law's family was poor, and she had believed it. She held Chuyu's hand and looked in her direction. Sister, is this really your husband's family? Chuyu smiled. Since we live here now, how could it be fake? The young girl's face was pale but showed a faint smile. It was nice. Her sister was in her husband's family and life was better than she had imagined. So, her husband's family isn't as bad as my parents said. They really can't be trusted. Chuyu smiled and helped little Zhua into the house. After eating, Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe took a piece of torn cloth from inside the house to cover the vegetables on the cart, then pushed the cart toward Nanping town. They didn't stop along the way. After about an hour, they arrived at the town. Today, more people than usual were coming and going at the town entrance. Maybe because they were worried about food prices rising again, Many people leaving carried some grain with them. It was just past noon, and the sky was still bright. Lu Xinghe and Chuyu pushed the cart straight to the market. After selling the vegetables, they needed to buy rice and oil from the grain shop. They didn't know if it was crowded today or if they would have to wait in line. "Hubby, why don't you go to the market alone? I'll check the grain shop first," Chuyu suggested. Lu Xinghe refused, without hesitation. "Today, the town is crowded. Bad harvests usually mean trouble. Stay close to me and don't go anywhere. We can sell the vegetables first, then go together. If I don't find rice today, I'll come back tomorrow." Chuyu looked around, nodded, and stayed close to Lu Xinghe. The market was busier than usual, mostly people selling old items from their homes to get money. Many looked pale and thin. There were very few vendors selling vegetables. Lu Xinghe and Chuyu pushed the cart to a quiet spot. To avoid trouble, Chuyu only took out 2 cabbages and 5 carrots, placing them by the roadside. Because they were selling food, many people's eyes were drawn to the vegetables as soon as she took them out. An older woman with a basket approached. The prices were agreed upon earlier between Chuyu and Lu Xinghe. They acted accordingly. Radishes 10 coins each, cabbages 30 coins each. "My cabbages are very sweet. Would you like to buy one and try?" "Are they that expensive?" The older woman hesitated when she heard the prices. Usually, 3 or 5 radishes only cost 10 coins, and large cabbages rarely cost more than 12 coins. This year's poor harvest has caused food prices to rise sharply, and vegetable prices are even higher. Another woman saw she wasn't buying and quickly pushed her aside, pointing at the radishes and cabbages in front of Chuyu. "Miss, I'll take all these radishes and cabbages." "How much for everything?" Chuyu hadn't responded yet when the first woman said, "What's wrong with you? I didn't say I wouldn't buy. Why are you pushing me away?" The woman who had pushed her rolled her eyes. "Whether you buy or not, you're blocking the way. Do you see? If you're not buying, step aside. I want these." She then took out her purse. "Miss, how much for all these vegetables?" Chuyu smiled. 110 coins. "All right," the woman replied, quickly taking money from her purse and paying Chuyu. She then stuffed all the radishes and cabbages into her basket and left. The first woman, who had asked about the prices, was unhappy and pulled Chuyu aside to complain. "Miss, you're not playing fair. I was here first." Why did she get to buy everything? Because of their fuss, many people nearby noticed what was happening. Chuyu shook off her hand and said, "Annie, I understand that food is expensive now, and I get your hesitation. But I can't just stop selling because you're not sure. First come, first served." She then took 2 more cabbages from her cart. Seeing that Chuyu still had stock, the woman didn't argue anymore. Afraid of losing out to others, she quickly counted out 60 coins and handed them to Chuyu. "Miss, I'll take these 2 cabbages." Chuyu happily placed the 2 cabbages into the woman's basket. "Here you go, Annie." In just a short while, she had sold vegetables worth 170 coins. Chuyu looked toward Lu Xinghe and said, "Husband, should we consider raising the prices a bit?" Just now, she also looked around. There are hardly any vegetable sellers in the market. The cabbages she grew are large and fresh. I think she could sell them for 50 coins each. Lu Xinghe nodded. "You watch and see." Chuyu smiled and took out 2 cabbages and 3 carrots from the cart. As soon as the vegetables appeared, more people came over. "Miss, how much are your vegetables?" Chuyu quickly replied, 50 coins each for the cabbages, 15 coins for each carrot. The person thought the prices were too high and muttered some complaints before leaving. Although raising the prices caused some customers to leave, many wealthy families still bought 1 or 2 items after hearing the prices. If a big family bought in bulk, they might buy 3 or 5. In just half an hour, the cart was emptied of all the cabbages and carrots. Chuyu counted and realized she had earned nearly 3 taels of silver from selling the vegetables. Usually, she wouldn't have earned more than 300 coins, and with plenty of cabbages and carrots at home, most people grew their own, so she couldn't have sold so quickly. "Husband, it's still early. Let's go to the grain and oil shop first," Chuyu said as she packed up. When Lu Xinghe and Chuyu reached the market entrance, he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Chuyu asked curiously, looking where Lu Xinghe was pointing. She saw someone leading a mule and shouting. "Husband, do we want to buy a mule?" Chiyu asked. Lu Xinghe looked at her and asked, "Did you bring the silver?" Chiyu nodded. "Yes, but not much. With what we just earned, less than 18 taels, we can take it out. Let's ask about the price," Lu Xinghe said. He led the cart to the man and asked, "Uncle, how much are you selling this mule for?" The man sighed. "I've had this mule for 3 years. If this year's harvest had been better, I wouldn't want to sell it. This mule can plow fields and pull a carriage, and it's much faster than a donkey. If you're serious, I'll sell it for 18 taels. 15 taels, Lu Xinghe offered. The man looked a bit troubled. A 3-year-old mule is just now strong and ready to work. Normally, I could sell it for at least 22 taels, but now is not the usual time. Even if I buy it back, I will need to spend some effort to find food for it. 15 taels, if I can sell it, I will buy. If not, we will leave." After saying that, he was about to lead Chiyu away. The uncle saw this and quickly stepped in front of them. "Can you add a little more? My house is waiting to pay taxes. If you add a bit more, I will sell it." Lu Xinghe thought for a moment and said, "Add 200 coins. No more than that. We can't afford more silver." The uncle hesitated for a while, then nodded. "All right, just 200 coins. Since you've bought my mule, you must take good care of it." He had been here for 3 days, and it was rare to find someone willing to buy. If he didn't sell now, who knew when he would get another chance? Lu Xinghe paid 15 taels and 200 coins, then led Chiyu and the mule away. Although it was noon, 7 or 8 people still lined up outside the grain shop to buy grain. What should we do? Grain prices are rising every day. I only delayed 1 day, and now the coarse rice has gone up to 10 coins. Exactly. Usually, rice costs only 8 coins. If this keeps up, we'll be drinking northwest wind soon. Hearing their conversation, Chiyu looked at Lu Xinghe. "Husband, coarse rice has risen to 10 coins. Should we still buy some? In a few days, the price might go up even more. During times like this, doesn't the court send disaster relief grain? Not yet. It hasn't become serious enough to attract the court's attention. Besides, even if they send relief grain, the process is long and complicated. By then, most of it probably won't reach the common people." After speaking, he handed the reins of the mule to Chiyu and went to line up for grain. Chiyu looked at Lu Xinghe, thinking to herself that her husband, having experienced the hardships of the common people, was not easily tempted by profit. If he does well in the future, he might become a good official. The line of 7 or 8 people moved quickly, and soon it was Lu Xinghe's turn. "I want 200 jin of coarse rice." The seller reached out his hand. 200 jin of coarse rice, 2 silver coins. Lu Xinghe paid the money, carried the 200 jin of rice onto the cart, and then led Chiyu away. "Husband, didn't we say we would only buy 100 jin before? Why did we buy 200 jin now? Buying more makes me feel more at ease." Chiyu smiled and said, "Yes, that's true." She went to the place where she used to sell cakes. She wanted to buy some to bring home for Xiaozhu to eat. To her surprise, the cakes that used to cost 10 coins now cost 20 coins. After asking the price, she quickly pulled Lu Xinghe away. "Why aren't you buying it anymore? It's too expensive," Chiyu complained. Lu Xinghe listened and spoke more softly. "If you want to eat, just buy some. After all, you don't eat it often. It's okay. I'll make some myself when I get home. You can make cakes?" Lu Xinghe looked surprised. "Not really," Chiyu smiled with her eyes curved. "But I've eaten them before. I just mess around with it, and it turns out okay. If I don't succeed, we can just eat it as a meal." Hearing her words, Lu Xinghe suddenly smiled. "In that case, I think you can do it." They left the town and tied the cart to the mule with a rope. The mule pulled the cart forward. Chiyu sat on the cart, guiding the mule, while Lu Xinghe walked behind, holding the handle of the cart. This way, their journey was much easier and faster than before. They headed straight from the village entrance back home, with the mule pulling the cart. "Mom, we're back." Yun Sueha opened the door. When she saw the tall mule, her eyes showed surprise. "Why did you bring the mule back?" Lu Xinghe was taking off the hemp rope from the cart and said, "Someone was selling one in town today. It was about 6 or 7 silver coins, cheaper than usual, so we bought it." Our family can use it, and it's more convenient to have one. Yun Sueha didn't say much. She looked around the house and said, since the pig pen is empty, you can lead the mule there. The whole house had a pig pen made of mud bricks. When it was built, brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an had collected many stones and mixed them into the mud bricks, making it much sturdier than a regular earthen house. Lu Xinghe led the mule into the pig pen. He used a sickle to chop the rice and the radish stems, then mixed the chopped radish leaves from the radishes and fed the mule in the trough. After unloading the brown rice, Yun Sueha took 2 radishes from the kitchen and handed them to Lu Xing'an. Xing'an, you and Xingping go deliver the cart to Aunt Lin's house, and take these 2 radishes to her as well. Okay, got it. After they finished talking, one person hugged a radish while the other pushed a cart and ran away quickly like the wind. Chuyu looked toward her brothers, then turned to Yun Sueha and asked, Mother, has little Bamboo fallen asleep? She fell asleep after eating. The child just got better from her illness, but her body is still weak. She needs to rest for a while, Yun Sueha said, clapping her hands to dust them off. We've been busy all morning. Are you hungry? I'll bring out the hot food from the pot. Chuyu quickly stepped forward. Mother, we can handle it ourselves. You rest. Yun Sueha waved her hand. It's not a heavy task. I'm feeling strong now. Seeing this, Chiyu turned to walk with Lu Xinghe to carry 2 bags of coarse rice into the cellar. Then she washed her hands and sat down at the table to eat. Yun Sueha sat nearby, watching them finish eating, then got up to clear the dishes. Xinghe, how much did you pay for the meal today? 15 taels and 200 coins. Yun Sueha was surprised. You took so much money to town today? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? I wanted to buy rice in town, and somehow I brought 15 taels. But we made a lot of money selling cabbage and radishes today, Chiyu said mysteriously. Guess how much we sold them for? Yun Sueha smiled. You little girl, now you're as cheeky as Xingping and Xing'an. Since I didn't go to sell the vegetables, I can't guess. Chiyu smiled and held up 3 fingers. The total from selling the vegetables was nearly this much. Yun Sueha was amazed. That much? Chiyu nodded. Today, there were many people at the market. When we brought out our vegetables, a lot of people gathered. We sold each cabbage for 50 coins, and many bought them. In a few days, they might even sell for 100 coins each.